Chapter 1. The First Encounter with Captain America. Damn the American government. Emerging from the municipal building in New York City, Xin Ran cursed incessantly. He was an authentic citizen of China, but after offending a high-ranking official with ties to organized crime, he was kidnapped, rendered unconscious, and thrown into the furnace of a steel mill. Yet, he did not perish instead. He found himself transported into the Marvel Universe, within the timeline of Captain America. In a world rife with conflict and societal turmoil, Xin Ran felt utterly lost. Just as despair began to envelop him, the X system awakened within him. It bestowed upon him a fraction of Magneto's powers, the ability to manipulate the state of metallic substances within a 5-meter radius. Simultaneously, it issued its first task, to assist Steve Rogers, who was being assaulted by a burly white man, before Bucky arrived. Upon completion of this task, Xin Ran's fusion with Magneto's abilities increased to 5%, lifting the restrictions on controlling metallic states. Additionally, he was rewarded with a spatial ring, a ton of gold, and blueprints for the Desert Eagle. The system provided an explanation regarding Magneto's powers. As the host's fusion level increased, greater strength would be conferred upon him. Magnetic fields, levitation, electromagnetic vision, super reflexes, enhanced physique, superhuman strength. In essence, by fulfilling the system's tasks and advancing the fusion progress of Magneto's abilities, Xin Ran would grow increasingly formidable. Once the fusion level reached 100%, he would possess the power to annihilate multiple planets with a mere gesture. He could even harness his own strength to obliterate the 6 Infinity Stones. The system's revelations nearly left Xin Ran in a state of euphoric faintness. The notion of destroying multiple planets with a flick of his wrist, or annihilating the Infinity Stones through sheer force, was beyond his wildest imaginings. The system's generous rewards, particularly the ton of gold, were immensely practical and enticing for Xin Ran in his current predicament. However, the ensuing issue of his identity weighed heavily on him. Without any form of identification, he was treated as a foreign vagrant. This predicament left him in a dire state, struggling to secure even basic sustenance. With his survival needs unmet, the prospect of completing any task seemed utterly unattainable. Thus, Xin Ran resorted to showcasing his meager control over metal in the streets, performing acrobatics and magic. His astonishingly flawless performances garnered the admiration of passers-by, who exclaimed in awe. Through the generosity of onlookers, Xin Ran earned his first fortune in the Marvel Universe. The first order of business upon earning money was to obtain identification from the municipal building. Initially, he believed the process would require little expense. To his dismay, the municipal staff demanded exorbitant fees. Left with no choice, Xin Ran sacrificed all his hard-earned savings from several weeks of labor to secure a legitimate identity. Thus, the scene at the beginning unfolded. With identification in hand, Xin Ran was no longer constrained in his movements and began his search for the key figure to complete his mission, the future Captain America, Steve Rogers. Though New York is a vast city, his whereabouts were not exceedingly difficult to trace. Xin Ran reflected on the storyline, spending several days traversing various enlistment centers scattered throughout New York. At last, he located Steve Rogers at one of these centers. To fulfill his mission, Xin Ran restrained his impulse to approach and engage in conversation, opting instead to observe quietly from the shadows. Despite Steve's gaunt, malnourished appearance, his eyes radiated an unwavering determination that was rare among ordinary individuals. After failing the military physical examination, Steve sought solace in a film, hoping to alleviate his feelings of frustration and despair. In the cinema, the prolonged promotional feature for American soldiers delayed the animated film, provoking discontent from a burly white man seated in the front row, who made his displeasure known vocally. Concerned for his country and filled with a sense of justice, Steve intervened verbally to admonish the man's behavior. This, however, led to his own troubles. In the alley behind the cinema, Steve was struck to the ground by the burly man, crashing against an iron barrel in the corner. Yet, true to his resolute character, Steve would not easily yield or abandon his resistance. After rising again, he was knocked down once more, but seized the iron lid from the barrel beside him to shield himself. The burly man snatched the lid away and delivered another punch, sending Steve back to the ground. "You just refuse to submit, don't you?" Staggering to his feet, Steve's eyes burned with determination. "I could withstand you all day." From the shadows, Xin Ran witnessed this scene, his heart filled with poignant reflections. "Hey, is it amusing to bully someone weaker than yourself?" At that moment, Xin Ran stepped forth from the alley and called out loudly. The burly man turned at the sound, momentarily releasing Steve, and directed his ire towards Xin Ran. Hey, I thought it was someone important, turns out it's just a damned yellow-skinned pig. Do you believe he'll stew you up for dinner? I am your ancestor. Xin Ran replied nonchalantly, provoking him further. Fuck, you're asking for it. This single remark incensed the burly man. He grabbed a nearby iron barrel and hurled it at Xin Ran. Seeing this, Xin Ran smiled slightly, unperturbed as he toyed with 2 steel balls in his hand. 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters. As the burly man closed the distance to 3 or 4 meters, the steel balls in Xin Ran's grasp sprang into action. The iron barrel in the man's hand was also set in motion. With a resounding clang, the barrel broke free and struck him squarely on the head. The tremendous force caused the burly man to see stars, staggering in the alley. Simultaneously, the 2 steel balls struck his ankle joints, producing 2 sharp cracks of dislocated bones, before soaring back into Xin Ran's hands. The burly man emitted a pig-like groan, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. The entire encounter transpired in less than 10 seconds, leaving even Steve bewildered as to how Xin Ran had executed his maneuver. The burly man lay defeated, utterly devoid of combat capability. If you hadn't been so reckless, seeking to wield an iron barrel as a weapon, perhaps you wouldn't have been struck down. Xin Ran gazed at the fallen Caucasian giant before him and sighed. The range of his metal manipulation was limited. He had originally intended to strike at the vital points only when the man approached. He had not anticipated that this brute would wield an iron barrel as a weapon from 10 meters away. It was akin to lifting a stone only to strike one's own foot. No, perhaps it was more akin to the head. Hey, buddy, well done. Thank you for saving him, Bucky remarked, having arrived on the scene and observing the unconscious figure on the ground. At that moment, Steve emerged from the shadows, his saintly disposition surfacing. Buddy, you shouldn't have injured him. He's unconscious now, we can't just leave him. No, Steve, if he can strike you, then others cannot retaliate against him? Bucky replied, exuding a sense of resignation as he listened to Steve. Steve gazed uneasily at the prostrate giant. Noticing this, Xin Ran smiled and reassured. All right, gentlemen, he will be fine. He then approached and forcefully tugged at the man's legs. With a couple of unsettling cracks, the dislocated bones swiftly realigned, and the pain of the adjustment roused the giant from his stupor. What the hell happened to my legs? You filthy yellow-skinned pig, what have you done to me? Just wait, I will have my revenge. I will kill you, he bellowed, fury emanating from him. Bucky, who was not one for idle threats, swiftly delivered a punch, rendering the man unconscious once more. All right, Steve, he's fine now, he's just fainted. Let's move on. With that, Steve felt reassured and turned to Xin Ran, saying, Buddy, while I could have defeated him without you, I still appreciate your help. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he replied, No need for thanks, it is our tradition as citizens of HYDRA to assist those in need. No sooner had he spoken than the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. New mission ding. Host mission completed. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 5. Rewards have been issued. Subsequently, a ring, crafted from an unknown material, materialized on Xin Ran's thumb. Its hue was a deep obsidian, adorned with intricate and enigmatic runes, exuding an air of ancient grandeur. When worn, it felt as though it had seamlessly melded with his being, causing no discomfort whatsoever. Xin Ran distinctly sensed that within this ring lay a spatial dimension of 50 cubic meters, which he could manipulate using Magneto's powers. The 1 ton of gold was also stored in the form of gold bars within the ring. In comparison, the blueprint for the Desert Eagle appeared rather mundane beside the resplendent gold. With a mere thought, a 500-gram gold bar manifested in Xin Ran's hand, only to vanish into thin air, returning to the confines of the ring. Relishing the sensation of being able to command and manipulate the metallic elements around him, Xin Ran felt a surge of elation. Finally, he had gained the means to safeguard himself in this perilous Marvel universe, along with a considerable financial resource. With a smile, Xin Ran addressed the 2 companions. Gentlemen, our meeting is fortuitous. Shall we find a place to sit and share a drink? Bucky chuckled. That sounds splendid. Thus, Xin Ran integrated himself into the camaraderie shared between Captain America and Bucky. Steve was aware that Bucky had successfully enlisted in the 107th Infantry Regiment and was set to depart the following day, which cast a shadow of melancholy over him. I ought to join as well, Xin Ran quickly consoled. Do not be disheartened, my friend. Perhaps we can explore this together. Xin Ran's words of comfort touched Steve deeply, prompting him to introduce himself and Bucky to Xin Ran. Steve learned that Xin Ran had recently arrived in New York and warmly invited him to his place. Bucky chimed in. Steve's place is a great spot, but you must ensure your rent is in order. Seeing Bucky immediately mention rent, Steve hastily declined. Let us not be like that, Bucky. Friend shouldn't speak of money so readily. Xin Ran chuckled. Even among brothers, accounts must be settled. Rent is essential. As the trio shared drinks and engaged in conversation, they grew increasingly familiar with one another. Come on, my friends, it's my last night before enlisting. Let me help you both with a change of attire. After finishing their drinks, Bucky invited Steve and Xin Ran to the Tomorrow World Expo, where, according to the storyline, Howard Stark, Iron Man's father, would be present. Sounds good, Bucky. I have no objections, Xin Ran readily agreed. Ding. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Accept. Mission details. Invest in Stark Industries. Completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 10. Ability to control the form of metals. Rewards. Superhuman physique and super strength. This task was neither overly difficult nor entirely simple. And Xin Ran's mind was already formulating a strategy. After accepting the mission, he glanced at Steve, only to find him lacking enthusiasm. Come on, brother. This is my last night in New York. Are you sure you want to join me? In the evening, Bucky arrived at the fair accompanied by two companions. Upon their arrival, a youthful lady from a distance called out Bucky's name. Standing beside her was another woman. Bucky turned to Steve and remarked, Hey, buddy, here's your lady. Seize the opportunity. The rest is up to you. He then cheekily glanced at Steve's trousers with a mischievous grin. Turning back to Xin Ran, Bucky expressed, I sincerely apologize, Xin Ran. I had no idea I would encounter you today. Xin Ran, observing Bucky's sheepish demeanor, chuckled. No worries, my friend. The trio approached the two ladies, with Bucky comfortably wrapping his arms around the one who had called his name, before introducing Steve to the other. Xin Ran's thoughts were elsewhere as she greeted the two women and pointed towards the Stark Industries exhibit on the other side. There seems to be an exhibit over there. I'm off to take a look. All right, buddy, Bucky replied as Xin Ran made her way to the Stark Industries booth. Displayed prominently was a striking red automobile, with several stunning American beauties standing before it. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Howard Stark. The moment the hostess's words faded, Howard, clad in a sharp black suit, emerged from backstage, embracing the hostess and planting a kiss on her cheek. Given Stark Industries' immense fame in America, the booth was already bustling with an eager crowd, including Bucky and his companion. Xin Ran stood in a corner, observing Howard's performance. Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few years, your automobiles will no longer need to touch the ground, Howard announced. As he spoke, with the assistance of several beautiful aides, he began to remove the tires from the red car on display. This action sparked curiosity among the audience, eliciting gasps of astonishment. Amidst their bewildered expressions, Howard proceeded to manipulate the anti-gravity device's lever, causing the car to gradually ascend from the ground, leaving the audience in a state of disbelief. Suddenly, a spark of electricity flickered from the anti-gravity device, followed by a crackling sound as the car crashed back onto the exhibit stage. I did mention it would take a few more years, didn't I? Howard quipped, attempting to smooth over the mishap. Despite the failure of the demonstration, the audience was nonetheless treated to a spectacle and rewarded Howard Stark with enthusiastic applause. As the Stark Industries presentation concluded, the crowd began to disperse gradually. In honor of the soldiers soon to leave their homeland for the battlefield, the U.S. Army Recruitment Center hosted a grand farewell ball within the fair. Bucky insisted on bringing Steve along, eager to include Xin Ran as well, claiming that the event would be filled with beautiful women, hoping to make amends for not providing him with a companion that evening. Xin Ran firmly declined, as her heart had already been captured by the pivotal figure capable of accomplishing the mission, Howard Stark. Noticing Howard backstage, seemingly downcast while smoking a cigarette, Xin Ran approached him. That was quite an impressive technology. Howard glanced at Xin Ran and replied, Thank you, my friend. No matter how remarkable it is, it still ended in failure. Xin Ran sighed. Didn't you say it would take a few more years? With your abilities, Howard Stark, is it not possible for you to overcome such minor challenges? Howard, listening to Xin Ran, felt a surge of optimism. Indeed, my friend, you are absolutely correct. With their mutual understanding deepening, the two engaged in an increasingly harmonious conversation, nearly pledging brotherhood on the spot. As the atmosphere became conducive, Xin Ran spoke up. Hey, Howard, there's something I wish to discuss with you. Go on, Xin Ran. I'm all ears, Howard replied. After a brief pause, Xin Ran slowly continued. I wish to invest in Stark Industries. Howard discarded his cigarette staring at Xin Ran in utter astonishment. What? You wish to invest in Stark Industries? No, no, no. How could you possibly entertain such an idea? It is utterly unfeasible for you. Observing Howard's incredulity, Xin Ran smiled. Unfeasible for me? Old Howard, why do you say that? Suddenly, an idea struck Xin Ran. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the manufacturing blueprint of the Desert Eagle from his dimensional ring. Stark Industries, after all, was a weapons company, and this Desert Eagle pistol was a product from nearly 4 or 5 decades into the future. Thus, Xin Ran intended to entice Howard Stark with this blueprint. Since receiving this blueprint as a reward from the system, Xin Ran had kept it hidden away, and only now, holding it in his hands, did he realize its exquisite and elegant craftsmanship. The paper possessed a texture reminiscent of mutton fat jade, its composition unknown. At its center was a detailed depiction of the Desert Eagle, strikingly realistic. Surrounding it were illustrated instructions outlining the manufacturing steps, methods, and necessary materials. Old Howard, take a look at this. I believe it will make you reconsider my proposal for investment. With that, Xin Ran handed the blueprint to him. Howard accepted it with skepticism, glancing at it casually. However, that one glance ensnared him completely. Oh my God, Xin Ran, did you design this? This gun, if manufactured, would undoubtedly surpass all existing handguns in every conceivable way. Its power could even rival that of some rifles. After scrutinizing the blueprint for about 5 minutes, Howard spoke in disbelief. Old Howard, if you agree to my investment, this blueprint shall belong to you. I am confident it can generate immense value for you. Seeing the blueprint's impact, Xin Ran declared. To his surprise, after a moment's contemplation, Howard returned the blueprint. Xin Ran, while this gun is incredibly tempting, and I am eager to see it come to fruition, you know I'm a businessman, relying solely on that. I fear you may not qualify as a shareholder in Stark Industries. Xin Ran chuckled, understanding Howard's implication. Calmly, he replied, the United States is at war, and there are numerous arms suppliers domestically. Stark Industries is not the sole player in the field anymore. Old Howard, in comparison to the technology of this firearm, what you truly require at present is financial resources, am I correct? Xin Ran's words struck a chord with Howard. Indeed, you are right, Xin Ran. Stark Industries is in dire need of capital. However, given your attire, it is evident that you do not appear to be a person of considerable wealth. Thus, Howard concluded that investing in Stark Industries was entirely beyond the realm of possibility. Even if he presented advanced blueprints, Howard remained skeptical of Xin Ran's financial capacity to acquire shares of Stark Industries. It dawned upon Xin Ran, after completing the system's initial task, he had acquired wealth. Yet he had not found the time to procure a suitable wardrobe. The garments he currently wore were the same ones he had donned while busking on the streets of New York just days prior. It was no wonder Howard hesitated. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively and, feigning profundity, remarked, Old Howard, we have a saying in our country. One should not judge a person by their appearance, nor the ocean by its depth. He then inquired, might I ask how much of Stark's equity could be acquired with 250 kilograms of gold at market value? Howard pondered for a moment before responding, approximately 15%. In that case, I shall offer double the market price for a 20% stake in Stark Industries. What? Xin Ran, did I hear you correctly? Old Howard, please remain calm. Let me finish. Furthermore, I do not intend to interfere in the management of Stark Industries, nor will I seek to acquire additional shares to exert control over the company. You may stipulate my terms in the contract. Hearing Xin Ran's conditions, Howard felt a surge of excitement. Xin Ran, as long as you can provide that amount of money, this could indeed be an excellent business opportunity. Very well. I shall visit Stark Industries tomorrow and ensure my associates are prepared. Do not let it be said that when I arrive, you are unavailable. Ha ha. Rest assured, Xin Ran, that will not happen. Although Howard remained somewhat incredulous about Xin Ran's ability to procure such a substantial sum, his earlier reflection on the adage regarding appearances, coupled with Xin Ran's effortless presentation of such exquisite firearm blueprints, had altered his perspective. He resolved to give a try. Old Howard, I am entrusting you with the blueprints for the Desert Eagle, as I will become your shareholder by tomorrow. Handing these over to you means I can profit alongside you. Does it not? Xin Ran returned the blueprints that Howard had given back to him, smiling as he did so. Howard, witnessing Xin Ran's generosity, was even more eager for their meeting the following day. Thank you, my brother. You are indeed correct. I shall await you in the office at the building. Then it is settled. It is settled. Xin Ran chose to meet Howard the following day because 500 kilograms of gold, both in quantity and volume, would be exceedingly conspicuous. He could not possibly extract such a large amount of gold from his spatial ring in Howard's presence. After concluding his conversation with Howard, Xin Ran turned back to seek out Steve and Bucky. True to the unfolding narrative, Steve had paused before a wall adorned with numerous soldier portraits, the foremost of which featured a soldier whose face was reflected in a small mirror. Steve stood on a platform in front of the wall, and despite straining on his toes, his reflection eluded the mirror, leaving him quite disheartened. At that moment, Bucky approached and nudged Steve, encouraging him to take the girl and dance. Subsequently, the two engaged in a conversation before the wall, which happened to catch the attention of Dr. Erskine, who was passing by, thereby leaving him with a very favorable impression of Steve. "Hey, Xin Ran, I was just about to look for you. I'm heading home. Would you like to join me?" Steve inquired upon seeing Xin Ran approach. "Of course. I certainly do not wish to continue sleeping on the streets." "What? Not going to dance with your partner?" Xin Ran teased. Steve turned a glance at the wall behind him. "To be honest, Xin Ran, I'm not interested in that at the moment." Soon after, Xin Ran accompanied Steve to his home in the Brooklyn neighborhood. The house was quite charming. A modest 3-story structure with its own yard, a quintessential middle-class abode. "Xin Ran, that room is yours. I reside on the 2nd floor. Rest well, Xin Ran." Having arranged accommodations for Xin Ran, Steve prepared to ascend the stairs. "Hey, Steve, when New York holds its next draft, shall we try our luck and enlist together?" Xin Ran suggested, bringing up the topic of military enlistment. Steve nodded, smiling as he replied, "Certainly, Xin Ran. I hope our wishes come true." Reflecting on his previous enlistment experiences, a tinge of disappointment lingered in his heart. "Don't worry, Steve. We Chinese have a saying, heaven does not disappoint the diligent. After the dark will come the light. Perhaps we shall find ourselves in the same unit." "Oh, Xin Ran, though I do not comprehend your words, I appreciate your attempt to comfort me. I am not easily defeated." With that, Steve ascended the stairs to retire for the night, relieved that he would not have to sleep on the streets any longer. After Xin Ran finished washing up, he entered his own room, gazing at the large bed before him and reflecting on his good fortune. He enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, he set off for the Stark Tower, located in Manhattan's bustling center. Chapter 4. Investing in Stark. On his way to meet Howard, Xin Ran undertook some preparations. First, he exchanged a gold bar for cash at the bank. Then, he visited a high-end clothing store to acquire a new outfit. Finally, he purchased a small van and drove towards Stark Tower, naturally placing the 500 kilograms of gold in the vehicle's cargo hold. Xin Ran was not accustomed to driving the vehicles of this era, causing him to navigate somewhat clumsily. After a short distance, he decided to use his abilities to control the vehicle. Lying back in the driver's seat, it appeared as though the car was driving itself. This method proved both efficient and convenient. Had Xin Ran not been so discreet, he could have easily made the vehicle fly, akin to the hovering car Stark had described. Despite lacking a navigation system, Xin Ran quickly located Stark Tower, a prominent landmark in New York City. After parking, he walked toward the building. "Good day, this is Stark Industries. How may I assist you?" As Xin Ran took but a few steps, he was intercepted by the security guard stationed at the entrance. "I am Xin Ran, here to see your boss, Howard Stark. May I inquire if you have an appointment?" The guard's words rendered Xin Ran's expression a shade of green. "Has Howard not informed you? He was expecting someone today." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xin Ran continued, "You have a phone there. Please call him and let him know I am here." Upon noticing the young man's luxurious attire and his audacity to speak the name of their superior, the guard felt compelled to act with urgency. After making the call, he hastily returned, standing before Xin Ran with a respectful demeanor. "Mr. Xin, please wait a moment. Mr. Stark will be down shortly." Approximately 3 minutes later, Howard appeared, accompanied by 2 lovely secretaries. "Ah, Xin Ran, it's you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come down myself. My new secretaries are quite efficient. I was just busy in the office, as you can imagine." With a mischievous grin, he regarded Xin Ran. "Howard, you truly are the epitome of charm. Delegating tasks to your secretaries while enjoying the leisure of life," Xin Ran jested. "Oh, Xin Ran, that statement is simply brilliant. It feels tailor-made for me." Xin Ran cast a playful glance at Howard, then turned his attention to the delivery truck parked nearby. "Howard, I brought the money. Kindly take a look." Howard's gaze fell upon the truck. "Goodness, you Haven truly brought me a truckload of gold, have you?" As they approached the rear of the vehicle, Xin Ran exerted his ability. The locks flew open, and the trunk door swung wide. Xin Ran, you possess supernatural powers. This is astonishing. Although Howard was taken aback by Xin Ran's display of ability, he accepted it with a sense of wonder, acknowledging the myriad of extraordinary beings that existed in the Marvel Universe. Additionally, having participated in Dr. Erskine's research on the super serum, he was well aware of the existence of individuals with supernatural capabilities. Before them lay a vast trove of gold, glimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. Howard swallowed hard, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Xin Ran, please do not tell me that this gold was acquired through your supernatural abilities from Fort Knox. Known as one of the most secure locations in the world, Fort Knox was established during Roosevelt's administration, boasting security measures that surpassed imagination, rivaling those of the White House. At this juncture, Xin Ran's powers were not sufficient to breach such a fortress. The truck was filled to the brim with gold bars, and even as a millionaire, Howard had never encountered such an abundance of wealth. Howard, I lack the capability to rob Fort Knox. You know I am from China. This gold is my wealth from the East, and you can use it without concern. Upon hearing Xin Ran's explanation, Howard breathed a sigh of relief. My super-rich friend, if your gold is legitimate, then I have no issues. Afterward, Howard exchanged a few words with his secretaries, who then entered the building. Shortly thereafter, two attractive women clad in stark work uniforms emerged, ready to inspect the gold in front of both men. The examination results left Howard exceedingly pleased. In this era, gold holds more value than dollars. It is indeed tangible currency. Subsequently, Howard gestured to his subordinates, and the truck was driven away by those women. I remarked, Old Howard, do you have so few male employees? Xin Ran, aware of Howard's character, likened him to his son, Tony. The constant presence of women broadened Xin Ran's perspective. The joys of the wealthy are indeed extraordinary. Well, there are some men, but the number of women is slightly higher, Howard replied with a mischievous grin. Would you like me to arrange something for you? Sure, I want to. Xin Ran answered without hesitation. Oh, Xin Ran, I didn't expect us to be kindred spirits. Those two secretaries were quite enticing. Shall I set it up for you tonight? Get lost. I'm not interested in your leftovers. Xin Ran shot Howard a glare, exasperated. After receiving the gold, Howard escorted Xin Ran to the office on the top floor of Stark Tower. He opened a long-preserved bottle of red wine for Xin Ran to savor. Xin Ran, had I known you were so wealthy and straightforward, I should have asked for 5 yesterday. Wouldn't that mean you'd have bought 10 of my shares at double the price? Howard jested, clinking his wine glass with Xin Ran's. Oh, you say that, and it might just happen. Initially, Xin Ran had only aimed to complete a task assigned by the system, not pondering the implications. However, upon reflection, acquiring the shares would indeed be beneficial. After all, it remains uncertain when he might return to the real world or how long he would dwell in the Marvel Universe. There are countless plots awaiting his involvement. Tony Stark, as Howard's sole heir, is directly tied to the ensuing narrative, with his timeline intertwined with Iron Man's father. Xin Ran found himself eagerly anticipating the unfolding story. Upon hearing Xin Ran's response, Howard's expression darkened as he lamented, Xin Ran, I believe I regret my decision. Could we change your shareholding to 10%? To the shameless Howard, Xin Ran responded with a single word, no. Subsequently, Howard instructed his lawyer to draft a contract, transferring 20 of Stark Industries' original shares to Xin Ran. This contract is valid indefinitely. After savoring the fine wine, Xin Ran signed the contract and pressed his fingerprint. Once everything was in order, he casually tossed the contract into his spatial ring. Oh my goodness, Xin Ran, where did the contract go? How did you achieve that? Howard exclaimed, astonished by the contract's sudden disappearance. Xin Ran did not conceal the truth, showing the ring on his thumb. It's stored in here. This is spatial technology? Can I study it? Howard inquired. That might be difficult, Old Howard. To be frank, even if I gave you this ring, you wouldn't be able to use it. Once it leaves my possession, it would merely be an ordinary ring, Xin Ran explained, dispelling Howard's budding thoughts. It seems this is your special ability. You can understand it that way. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. The system's reward had arrived. Chapter 5, at the gala. 1 against 4 ding. Task completed. Magneto's ability, fusion degree, increased to 10. Super physique and super strength fusion in progress. Ding. Fusion successful. Now, Xin Ran could not only manipulate the movement of surrounding metallic objects, but also control their forms. With a mere thought, he could reshape metal into any desired shape. It was akin to possessing 100% of Eric's abilities from the police drama, albeit without the apocalypse enhancement. Feeling the extraordinary gifts of super physique and strength bestowed by the system, Xin Ran was eager to challenge the Hulk in an arm wrestling match. Xin Ran, I returned yesterday and worked late into the night. I have crafted a desert eagle. Would you like to accompany me to see it? Xin Ran did not anticipate Howard's swift progress. Of course, shortly thereafter, Howard led Xin Ran to his laboratory. Grasping the desert eagle, he fired a shot at a target affixed to the opposite wall. With a resounding bang, a gaping hole the size of a bowl appeared in the target. Xin Ran, did you see that? The power of this gun is astounding. It is undoubtedly the most formidable handgun in the world. Howard fired several more rounds before playfully handling the gun. Once conditions are ripe, I plan to mass produce it. I am convinced this firearm can dominate the military market. Howard appeared exhilarated. By the way, Xin Ran, what is your supernatural ability? May I witness it? Upon hearing Howard's inquiry, Xin Ran smiled and replied, why not shoot me with it? Did I hear you correctly? Xin Ran, you want me to shoot you with the Desert Eagle? Yes, go ahead. Howard hesitated for a brief moment, then grabbed a magazine filled with bullets. He pulled the trigger, firing a shot at Xin Ran. After the gunfire, Xin Ran casually patted the area where he was struck and remarked, indeed, the Desert Eagle is powerful. It feels quite intense upon impact. Old Howard, you owe me a new outfit. Howard looked utterly astounded, as if he had seen a ghost. Oh my goodness, Xin Ran, are you even human? Is this your supernatural ability? Have you transformed into a gorilla? Howard's quick thinking was almost astonishing, leaving Xin Ran momentarily speechless. How had he drawn a parallel between himself and a gorilla? Gorilla? This is called super physique. However, Xin Ran, I witnessed you controlling a lock in a carriage downstairs. Shoot me again. This time, Howard did not hesitate. He raised his hand and fired once more. With a bang, the bullet from the Desert Eagle hovered in midair, surrounded by visible waves of heat. This was the manifestation of Xin Ran forcibly controlling the high-speed projectile with his powers. With a whoosh, the suspended bullet suddenly shot forth, striking the target on the wall with even greater force than that of the Desert Eagle. What is this? Is this telekinesis? Howard's voice trembled slightly. Telekinesis? You could interpret it that way. This is simply marvelous. After testing the firearm, the two returned to the office. Old Howard, I have decided to enlist in the military. Howard, just lifting his glass to sip, nearly choked upon hearing Xin Ran's words. Are you joking, my friend? You're a billionaire, a major shareholder of Stark Industries, and you wish to join the army? Howard found it hard to believe. Xin Ran savored a sip of red wine, smacking his lips as he replied, as your friend and shareholder, my enlistment is merely a notification for you. The rest is none of your concern. However, there is indeed a matter in which I require your assistance. Upon hearing that Xin Ran needed his help, Howard chuckled. If you need something, just say it. There is no need for beating around the bush with me. I have a friend named Steve Rogers from Brooklyn. If all goes as expected, he will surely be selected for enlistment by Erskine. Erskine is also an old acquaintance of yours, and I hope you can utilize your connections to have me assigned to his unit. I believe it would be a simple matter for you. Howard hesitated, wanted to ask something, but held back. No problem, Xin Ran, leave it to me. Once everything was settled, Howard decided to celebrate Xin Ran's position as a major shareholder of Stark Industries by throwing a grand soiree. Such affairs were second nature to a super-rich playboy like Howard, and he executed it with finesse, winning the hearts of many. That evening, the party was filled with beautiful women, with only Howard and Xin Ran present among them. They stayed awake all night, yet in the morning, they felt refreshingly invigorated. Xin Ran changed into Howard's clothes from a wardrobe. Due to their similar builds, the outfit fit him quite well. Noticing that Howard had yet to awaken, Xin Ran briefed his secretary. However, Xin Ran felt something was amiss in the secretary's gaze. Did he forget to close the door last night? And did she overhear? Did she have thoughts of her own? Shaking his head, Xin Ran dared not dwell on it further, fearing that if he did, he would have to take the secretary. No, just himself, back to sleep. Before leaving, Xin Ran also took Howard's luxurious sports car. After a while, Howard Stark finally awoke. Stepping out of his bedroom, he noticed that Xin Ran's door remained closed. A knowing smile crept across his face as he murmured, looks like this guy doesn't want to get up. Upon seeing Howard, his beautiful secretary approached to report, Boss, Mr. Xin has just left. He took your red sports car with him. What? That car is my favorite. Why didn't you provide him with another? Little did Howard know that the secretary didn't respond to him, but continued. Last night, Mr. Xian was quite the charmer. Just like you. He even forgot to close the door, finishing up around 4 in the morning. How do you know that? I was listening from next door. It seems Mr. Xian was far more vigorous than you, boss. As she spoke, the lovely secretary covered her mouth and giggled, her face flushed with shyness. How dare you mock your boss? Just wait until I deal with you. Howard effortlessly hoisted the female secretary and returned to indulge in a leisurely slumber. Chapter 6. Military Training Mate. Your car looks absolutely splendid and quite impressive, Steve remarked as he exercised in the yard, preparing for the upcoming draft. Upon seeing Xin Ran return in a striking red sports car, if you wish to drive it, do not hesitate to ask for the keys. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they each resumed their respective tasks. Steve did not inquire about Xin Ran's absence the previous night. After all, in America, freedom is highly valued. And Xin Ran was merely his friend and tenant. After more than a week, a new round of draft enlistments commenced in New York. Xin Ran drove Steve to the recruitment center in the sports car. Originally, Steve was to drive, but his stature was too diminutive. Not only could he not reach the accelerator, but his view was also obstructed by the dashboard. Upon their arrival, Xin Ran successfully passed the medical examination, and his enlistment file was stamped with the highest rating of 1, an emblem of exceptional evaluation by the U.S. military. In a separate booth, after Dr. Abraham Erskine posed a few questions, Steve also received the coveted 1 stamp. This filled Steve with hope and profound gratitude towards Dr. Erskine. The entire process from draft to enlistment took merely 3 days. Thanks to Howard Stark's behind-the-scenes maneuvering, Xin Ran and Steve were assigned to the same unit, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, which would later be renamed the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and eventually become known to the public as SHIELD. On the first day of training, Xin Ran encountered one of the founders of SHIELD, Agent Carter, who, alongside Howard Stark, had orchestrated his inclusion in the unit. Dressed in military attire, she showcased her remarkable figure. However, upon closer inspection, her makeup appeared overly dramatic, and her face seemed somewhat angular. When Agent Carter effortlessly knocked down the strongest and most arrogant member of their group, Gilmore Hodge, Steve felt a flicker of admiration for the instructor before him. The small team of Xin Ran and Steve comprised merely a dozen individuals. Yet Xin Ran understood that the final candidates for the Super Soldier program would be selected from among them. At that moment, a voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. Ding! A new mission awaits the host's acceptance. Mission content: acquire the Super Soldier Serum. Completion reward: Magneto ability fusion raised to 15. Gain electromagnetic induction capability. Reward: perfect Super Soldier Serum, ready for direct injection. What exactly is electromagnetic induction? Xin Ran pondered, somewhat perplexed by the notion. The system replied, the host can sense objects according to the surrounding magnetic fields. Xin Ran continued to inquire. As long as there is a magnetic field or electromagnetic presence, it can be sensed. The host must understand that electromagnetic force, as the fundamental power of the universe, is omnipresent. Having grasped this, Xin Ran felt exhilarated by the prospect of the mission and its rewards. Though he had already attained a superhuman physique and unparalleled strength, rendering him impervious to aging or illness, Xin Ran still yearned to test the potency of the Super Soldier Serum, who, upon watching that film, did not wish to receive a dose of the serum themselves. Otherwise, with Xin Ran's current status as a major shareholder in Stark Industries, he would not have accompanied Steve into military service. The mission issued by the system resonated perfectly with Xin Ran's desires. Following Colonel Phillips' address, the training officially commenced. Utilizing his formidable body and strength, along with the occasional discreet application of Magneto's abilities, Xin Ran swiftly emerged as the most exceptional trainee in their small unit. Meanwhile, the frail and diminutive Steve often faced ridicule and bullying from his peers, but Xin Ran was always there to stand up for him. Hodgkins, ranking just behind Xin Ran in training performance, harbored resentment towards him, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Xin Ran, the foreigner with yellow skin. He believed that although Xin Ran excelled in training, he fell short in every other aspect. Thus, he frequently mocked Steve's physique and Xin Ran's complexion. During the training exercise requiring them to crawl under a barbed wire obstacle, Xin Ran faced no real danger. The wire might tear his clothing but would not harm his body. Consequently, he completed the task with ease. However, misfortune befell Steve, who was the last to attempt to crawl. After Hodgkins navigated the barbed wire, he inadvertently kicked over a wooden post, causing the wire to collapse upon Steve and snaring him. It was still not the right moment to reveal his abilities, so Xin Ran merely exerted a slight control over the section of wire entangled with Steve, ensuring that no one noticed anything amiss. He elevated the wire slightly, lifting it away from Steve's body to prevent further injury. Subsequently, Xin Ran summoned several soldiers to extricate Steve from the predicament. Although Xin Ran acted swiftly, Steve's military uniform was still torn by the wire, leaving visible wounds across his back. Casting a cold glance at Hodgkins, who stood by watching with amusement, Xin Ran stepped forward and demanded, "Are you looking for trouble?" Hodgkins, towering over Xin Ran by nearly a head, dismissed his words with contempt, retorting, "Yellow-skinned pig, filthy little runt, get lost. Even if your training results are impressive, you'll still feel my fist." In response to Hodgkins' taunts, Xin Ran emulated the stoic demeanor of Bucky and the loquacious bravado of Pellicott, delivering a decisive punch to Hodgkins' face. Had Xin Ran not tempered his strength, that single blow could have been enough to shatter Hodgkins' skull. As Hodgkins fell to the ground, Xin Ran planted his foot firmly on Hodgkins' face, sneering, "Come on, get up and hit me. Let me see how you plan to beat me." Beneath his foot, Hodgkins seethed with rage, but no matter how he struggled, he could not escape Xin Ran's relentless grip. "If you don't seek your own demise, you might find peace. Can you not be a nuisance from now on?" Just as Xin Ran prepared to deliver a lesson in humility, a commanding voice rang out from behind. "Soldier, what are you doing?" As Xin Ran turned around, he noticed Peggy Carter, Phillips, and Dr. Erskine approaching them. He lifted his foot and released Hodge. "Everyone assemble," Carter commanded. "That new recruit." Phillips pointed at Xin Ran and shouted, "If you cannot provide a valid explanation for assaulting a fellow soldier in the barracks, pack your things and leave immediately." Phillips stepped in front of Xin Ran, glaring intensely at him. Hodge, both ruthless and physically imposing, was regarded by Phillips as a promising candidate for military service, one with great potential. Thus, when he saw Hodge being pinned to the ground by Xin Ran, he was exceedingly furious. "Report, sir, this is not Xin Ran's fault." At that moment, Steve stepped forward and addressed Phillips. Chapter 7. The Power of Capital. Phillips, seeing Steve stand up for Xin Ran, felt even more disdain. He could not comprehend why Dr. Erskine had chosen such a physically weak individual who appeared incapable of defending himself. Moreover, his training assessments were all unsatisfactory. "Shut your mouth. You have no say here." Hodge's malicious destruction of training equipment, resulting in injury to a comrade, was unacceptable. Phillips shook his head dismissively at Xin Ran's words. "New recruit, tell me, who was injured? Which training equipment was damaged?" "Sir, it was me." Steve revealed visible bloodstains on his back. Yet, Phillips remained indifferent, even confrontational. Injuries during training are commonplace. "The training dummies are old. You cannot blame Hodge for that." "New recruit, your reasoning is insufficient." Xin Ran sneered. "Colonel Phillips, you are doing splendidly. I have changed my mind. I intend to sue you and Gilmore Hodge on the grounds of alleged racial discrimination and violation of military regulations." The mention of racial discrimination drew Phillips' scorn. In America, aside from politicians making symbolic speeches against racial discrimination, where in society was this not evident? As for military regulations, weren't they dictated by the military itself? In this place, Phillips was the authority. Regulations meant little to him. "Kid, who do you think you are? What power do you possess? On what grounds will you sue me and my soldiers?" Xin Ran stepped forward, eyeing Phillips fiercely. "What power? What grounds?" "The fact that I am a major shareholder in Stark Industries." "Colonel Phillips, do you believe Stark Industries' legal team lacks the capacity?" Phillips was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Dr. Erskine. Dr. Erskine, an old acquaintance of Howard, was somewhat aware of Xin Ran's status as a shareholder in Stark Industries. He nodded to Phillips, confirming the truth of Xin Ran's words. For a moment, Phillips was at a loss for words, feeling overwhelmed. Had Xin Ran been merely an ordinary Asian soldier, expelling him would have been rather simple. Merely the accusation of assaulting a comrade suffices. However, he did not anticipate that this Asian soldier was also a major shareholder in Stark Industries, a man of considerable wealth and affluence. As Stark Industries serves as a principal arms supplier for the military, even with Phillips holding the rank of colonel, he could hardly contend with such immense financial power. "Hodge, tell me, is what Xin Ran said true? I implore you, Do not deceive me, for the consequences would be dire. With no other recourse, Phillips reluctantly accepted Hodge's intervention. Upon witnessing Phillips's earnestness, Hodge too recognized that Xin Ran was an entity not to be trifled with. In the face of capital, the court would hardly extend him any leniency, especially considering that Xin Ran represented significant wealth. Report, sir. It is my fault. Xin Ran speaks the truth. Hearing Hodge's admission, Phillips's countenance turned pale as he bellowed, "New recruit Hodge. Commence a 50-kilometer weighted run immediately. Should you fail to complete it, you shall forego your meal today." With that, Hodge steeled himself and departed the ranks to undertake his arduous task. Though Phillips harbored a desire to expel this Asian individual from the military camp, he succumbed to the reality of Xin Ran's status. He could not dismiss the possibility that Xin Ran possessed the influence to exploit racial discrimination to his advantage. He also believed that Xin Ran had the financial clout to sway major media outlets. Should matters escalate to that extent, this colonel would find himself stripped of his rank, becoming a mere pawn of capital. Despite recognizing Xin Ran's formidable influence, Phillips, as a colonel, found it challenging to concede in front of so many recruits. He advanced a few steps and, in a hushed tone beside Xin Ran, suggested, "Let us consider this matter settled. May I owe you a personal favor?" Xin Ran smiled faintly and nodded in agreement. Feeling a weight lift from his shoulders, Phillips stepped back and proclaimed, "Recruits, this matter is hereby resolved. Hodge has been duly punished. So for my sake, return to your ranks." Xin Ran graciously accorded Phillips this favor and rejoined the formation. "Everyone, continue your training," he commanded before departing with Erskine. To Phillips's surprise, Carter approached Xin Ran, standing close and whispering, "Are you free tonight? I would like to invite you for a drink." Steve, witnessing this, felt a pang of sorrow as his eyes dimmed. Xin Ran cast Steve a reassuring glance, signaling, "Fear not, I shall not pursue your lady." He then turned to Carter, stating, "I apologize, but I am allergic to alcohol." "What?" Carter, taken aback by the outright rejection, departed with a grim expression, confident in both her physique and appearance. She had not anticipated such a resolute dismissal from Xin Ran. She began to question whether he might be inclined towards men. Observing Xin Ran's steadfast loyalty to his friend, Steve's hope rekindled in his eyes. In truth, Xin Ran held no interest in Carter. Her features were too angular, and her makeup too heavy. The following day, Carter led a group in physical training aboard a military vehicle. As the team arrived before a flagpole, the male instructor addressed everyone, saying, "This flag signifies that you have only completed half of your run. The first person to reach the flag will have the privilege of riding with Agent Carter. Move swiftly. Go." Immediately, all the recruits dashed towards the flagpole, except for Xin Ran, who remained still. If he wished, he could effortlessly uproot the flagpole with a mere finger, or even manipulate its form to bend towards him. Moreover, Xin Ran intended to continue his exercise, having run over 10 kilometers without breaking sweat. Agent Carter, seated in the vehicle, turned back with keen interest. Observing that the recruits struggled to even reach halfway up the pole, the instructor shouted, "Is this all the strength you possess? I fear the squad is doomed." The only one showing any promise, Hodges, climbed a significant way up, yet ultimately slid back down. For 17 years, no one had managed to seize that flag. "Hurry back, form a line, return," the instructor commanded. At that moment, the lagging Steve approached the flagpole, scrutinizing it. "Rogers, I set a line up." The instructor was visibly displeased with Steve's actions, doubting that the frail young man could retrieve the flag. Ignoring him, Steve bent down and extracted the iron pin from the base of the flagpole, which then crashed to the ground. He grasped the flag and presented it to the instructor. "Thank you, sir," he said, before taking a seat in the rear of the military vehicle amid the astonished expressions of his peers. Steve's performance earned him newfound respect in Agent Carter's eyes. Days later, Xin Ran encountered Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine once more. Chapter 8, A Kickback Surely. "You do not intend to select Rogers? It's not just a thought. I have resolved to choose him, for it is a wise decision. When you brought that 90-pound asthmatic into my ranks, I did not object. I assumed you viewed him merely as a test subject. I never anticipated you would select him." Colonel Phillips voiced his disagreement with Dr. Erskine's choice. Watching Steve train, he remarked, "That boy, with his spindly arms and legs, looks as though he might burst into tears under the pressure." Dr. Erskine retorted, "I value character over physique. Do you have any idea how much effort we have invested in this project? The countless hours spent? The difficulty in persuading those insufferable congressmen? I have humbled myself before them. Dr. Erskine appeared resigned, responding, "Yes, I am aware. I fully understand the extent of your efforts. Then grant me some return on that investment." Colonel Phillips interjected sternly. "Hodges has passed all the tests. He is strong, swift, and obedient. He is undoubtedly the best candidate. He is a bully." Dr. Erskine bluntly exposed Hodges' true nature, speaking candidly to Phillips. At that moment, Phillips produced a grenade and said to Dr. Erskine, "You cannot win a war on goodwill, Doctor. Victory requires courage." He then pulled the pin and hurled the grenade into the midst of the training recruits. With a loud shout, he exclaimed, "There's a grenade." The trainees, upon seeing the grenade, scattered in an instant, each fleeing in their own direction. Among them, Hodgkins was the swiftest, taking cover behind a jeep. Only Steve, Carter, and Xin Ran remained on the scene. "Xin Ran, quickly take cover." Just as Xin Ran was about to kick the grenade back to Phillips, Steve shouted at the top of his lungs and shoved Xin Ran aside. He leaped forward, curling his body around the grenade, and yelled, "Run, take cover." After a long pause, the grenade beneath Steve did not detonate. The others, who had fled, began to sense something was amiss. Could it be a dud? "It's a fake grenade. Stand down and regroup," Phillips whispered. Sitting on the ground, Steve, bewildered, asked, "Was this a test?" Dr. Erskine glanced at Xin Ran, who had been pushed aside, then at Steve, nodding in satisfaction. "Colonel, it seems Xin Ran was also ready to go forward. I recall his training scores surpassed those of Hodgkins, correct?" "My dear doctor, don't even think about it. Xin Ran is fundamentally Chinese. The Department of Defense would never permit the results of this experiment to be applied to foreigners." "Then it shall be Steve," Phillips remarked. "He is still too frail." After training, Xin Ran and Steve returned to their dormitory to rest. "Xin Ran, you were very brave. I saw you prepare to leap for that grenade," Steve said, sitting on his bed. Xin Ran felt something was off about this statement. Yet when he met Steve's sincere gaze, he believed Steve was genuinely complimenting him. At that moment, Dr. Erskine entered, first offering Xin Ran a warm, maternal smile, then addressing Steve. "Steve, you performed exceptionally well. Your courageous act deserves our utmost respect." Steve, ever humble, immediately stood up and replied, "Doctor, I believe if it were Xin Ran, he would have done the same. Wouldn't you agree, Xin Ran?" Xin Ran paused for a moment, then stood up firmly and responded, "Yes, Doctor, if given that opportunity, I would have unhesitatingly kicked it back and leapt forward." Erskine looked at the two with approval and nodded. "Well done, Xin Ran." He then produced a special pass and handed it to Xin Ran. "As a reward for your unfulfilled bravery. Take this and enjoy some leisure time. I need to have a discussion with Steve." "Thank you, Doctor. With this, I must go out and have some fun," he said, stepping out the door. Meanwhile, plans concerning the acquisition of the super soldier serum were also being devised. "Go out to have fun, are we? I shall ensure you have a proper time." Xin Ran, possessing a physique and strength comparable to the Hulk, had honed his skills through intense training over the past few days, now exceeding that of a top-tier agent. Dressed in all black, Xin Ran's figure began to weave through the various corners of the camp. The vehicles belonging to officers of the rank of major and above, along with all metallic items within their quarters, were rendered into scrap. The following day, Carter and Steve boarded a black sedan, intending to head to the clandestine laboratory located in the Brooklyn district of New York City. However, the driver in the front seat was unable to start the ignition. Upon exiting the vehicle for inspection, it became evident that all the internal metal components had been damaged, and there were no signs of human interference. This was not an isolated incident. Other officers' vehicles in the military district were similarly compromised. Upon learning of this, Phillips's immediate suspicion fell upon German Nazi spies. He promptly ordered an increase in vigilance within the camp. Unfortunately, in an effort to maintain discretion, they dared not use military vehicles and had to call for a black sedan from outside the camp. As Carter and Steve sped away in the vehicle, Xin Ran was maneuvering a peculiar contraption soaring through the skies. This contraption was crafted from two iron doors that Xin Ran had infiltrated into the camp's warehouse the previous night. Learning to pilot metallic flight from Eric and to avert a disastrous fall, Xin Ran utilized his ability to control metal forms to fuse the two doors together. He then positioned himself at the center, manipulating the surrounding metal to form a semi-enclosed solid barrier around him. Once completed, he stored it within a spatial ring. As depicted in the narrative, Carter and Steve entered the antique shop in Brooklyn. Xin Ran, still controlling his enigmatic contraption, gently descended onto the rooftop opposite the antique store. Chapter 9. The serum acquired on the surface. The shop appeared to be a mere antique store. However, beneath it lay a secret research facility of the U.S. Department of Defense's Strategic Scientific Corps. It was here that the latest super soldier program was to unfold. While waiting, Xin Ran detached 4 small iron fragments from his contraption. With a focused thought, his powers activated. An invisible force began to control the 4 fragments, compressing them and altering their shapes. The fragments gradually diminished in size and thickness, ultimately transforming into 4 small metal plates, nearly the dimensions of an adult's fingertip. They gleamed like silver in the sunlight, as thin as paper. Xin Ran waited atop the roof for over 2 hours, while down in the laboratory, Steve had just reclined into the human-shaped chamber. Suddenly, the street lights began to flicker erratically. Xin Ran knew that Steve was on the verge of success. About an hour later, the sound of gunfire erupted from below. Peering down, Xin Ran spotted a Caucasian man emerging from the shop, brandishing a submachine gun. Seeing this man uplifted Xin Ran's spirits. The 4 small metal plates in his hand instantly soared from the rooftop into the man's 4 pockets. Subsequently, Xin Ran maneuvered his contraption from the roof, tailing the man and awaiting the opportune moment. The man ran a short distance from the shop and entered a vehicle that had arrived for extraction. Carter dispatched the spy in the driver's seat with a single shot, compelling the man to exit the vehicle, whereupon he commandeered a civilian car on the street. Carter, witnessing the unfolding chaos, continued to fire at the man, but his shots went astray. As the man drove dangerously close, intending to collide with Carter, Xin Ran subtly extended her hand, deftly manipulating the vehicle to decelerate. At that moment, the muscular Steve burst forth from the shop. He leaped, tackling Carter aside, then swiftly pursued the yellow sedan. An exhilarating chase ensued, a thrilling spectacle of parkour across the streets of Brooklyn. Meanwhile, Xin Ran utilized her agile movements atop the rooftops, stealthily following the yellow car. As Steve gradually acclimated to the sudden surge of strength coursing through him, he leaped from one car to another on the road, closing the distance to the yellow sedan. With a powerful push from his legs, he soared onto the roof of the yellow car, gripping it tightly to prevent himself from falling. The German spy unleashed a barrage of bullets at the rooftop, yet failed to hit Steve. Ultimately, distracted, the spy crashed into a delivery truck, sending the yellow sedan tumbling several times before it came to a standstill. At this juncture, both men found themselves at a small dock in Brooklyn. The spy, limping from the wreck, seized a child nearby, firing several shots at Steve. Although Steve raised the car door as a shield, a bullet grazed his side, leaving a streak of blood. The man managed to increase the distance between them. With his gun now empty, he approached the dock and flung the boy into the deep water. Witnessing the child plunge into the depths, Steve felt compelled to dive in for rescue. To his surprise, the boy shouted, "Go catch him, I can swim." As the man fled, he pressed a button on a remote control and a previously prepared submarine surfaced. He successfully boarded and set course out of the harbor. However, Steve, now transformed into a super soldier, ultimately apprehended him, hoisting him from the water and flinging him onto the shore. Steve then commenced a fierce struggle with the man. After narrowly evading a knife thrust, he executed a flying kick, sending the spy crashing to the ground. A vial of blue serum fell from the man's possession. At that moment, for nearly invisible metal shards shot from the man's clothing, swiftly enveloping the airborne blue serum and plummeting to the ground, only to roll rapidly into the water. The blue serum began to weave through the seawater. In a secluded stretch of the ocean, Xin Ran deftly controlled the encapsulated blue serum, guiding it to her hand. From the moment it fell to her grasp, a mere 2 seconds had passed. Steve remained oblivious to the near-transparent shards, as he had begun interrogating the fallen man about his identity. Unexpectedly, the man concealed poison within his mouth, and before Steve's eyes, committed suicide by ingesting it. When the military personnel arrived, they initiated a search within a 5-kilometer radius of Steve's battle, but discovered nothing. Everyone believed that the blue serum had flowed away with the sea. After obtaining the potion, Xin Ran directly placed it within his spatial ring. The voice of the system echoed in Xin Ran's mind. Ding! Host task completed. Magneto ability fusion degree increased to 15. Rewards have been issued. Subsequently, Xin Ran sensed that the serum within the spatial ring had transformed in appearance, its color deepening into an enigmatic hue. System, should I inject this into myself? Xin Ran contemplated testing the serum's potency. However, considering his own superhuman physique and strength, he inquired of the system. The system did not respond immediately, remaining silent for a while before stating, "The serum, after being enhanced by the system, is in a perfect state. It will have a significant effect on all beings of Blue Star. However, since the host already possesses the superhuman body and strength awarded by the system, injecting the serum would be akin to injecting plain water." With the system's explanation, Xin Ran relinquished the thought of injecting the serum. At that moment, Xin Ran felt a shift in the surrounding magnetic field. People and objects around him were reflected in his mind through electromagnetic induction. Expanding his electromagnetic perception, Xin Ran focused on Steve, clearly observing him being led by Carter into the laboratory for a blood draw. Sensing the submarine 500 meters away, he activated his ability. The submarine, submerged in the ocean, was instantly crushed by an invisible force, reduced to a heap of scrap metal. With electromagnetic perception, Xin Ran could not only control visible metallic substances, but also manipulate those detected through induction. After completing his task, Xin Ran piloted the hybrid vehicle back to the camp. Utilizing his electromagnetic perception, he reclined within the vehicle, eyes closed, as he navigated. Seizing the opportunity, with no one around the dormitory, Xin Ran stealthily landed and slipped back inside. Meanwhile, in New York, Dr. Erskine was shot dead by a German Nazi spy. His research materials and notes on the serum were also destroyed by the Nazi spies. The United States could only pursue the study of the super soldier serum through Steve. After completing Dr. Erskine's research, Steve's squad was disbanded, with the members reassigned to various departments within the Strategic Scientific Reserve. They were then subjected to further training, preparing to be dispatched to the battlefield. A week later, Steve returned from New York. As he entered the dormitory, Xin Ran feigned ignorance, remarking, "Hey buddy, are you in the wrong room?" Steve looked at Xin Ran, his expression tinged with melancholy, and said helplessly, "Xin Ran, I'm Steve. My goodness, how have you changed? What happened?" In response to his dear friend's inquiry, Steve sat on his bed and recounted his experiences in Brooklyn, New York. After sharing everything, he expressed his sorrow. "Xin Ran, I'll come back to pack my things and leave." "Why, Steve? You've grown stronger and can fight Nazis on the battlefield. Why must you go?" "The super soldier program has yielded but a single success, myself. I have graced the pages of newspapers, creating a significant social impact. The authorities of the Department of Defense have enlisted me as an actor." On the final day of his tenure at the military camp, Steve was accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Xin Ran. Early the following morning, he was whisked away by officials from the Department of Defense to embark on a promotional tour across major cities, such as New York and Washington. The Department of Defense leveraged the iconic status of Captain America, allowing Steve Rogers to endorse various corporate giants and the military-industrial complex. As the capitalist stocks soared, a portion of the profits was redirected to the front lines, providing a continuous stream of supplies to the American military. As one of the earliest entries in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, Captain America occupies a unique position in the timeline, which made Xin Ran cautious. A slight misstep could disrupt the narrative coherence of subsequent events, potentially wreaking havoc within the Marvel multiverse. Initially, Xin Ran contemplated delivering the perfected super soldier serum from the spatial ring to Howard for research, hoping it could be mass-produced. However, considering the repercussions of such success, he ultimately abandoned the notion. Should Howard manage to mass-produce the serum and sell it at a premium to the United States, the combat prowess of the American military would ascend to unparalleled heights. With the backing of advanced technological weaponry, American dominance on a global scale would merely be a matter of time. As a citizen of HYDRA, Xin Ran could not allow such a scenario to unfold. It was possible that Howard lacked the capacity to mass-produce the serum. Nevertheless, through reverse engineering the perfected super soldier serum and drawing upon his own involvement in the program's experiments, the astute Howard might develop a similar serum, injecting it into himself and significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. This possibility raised questions about the very existence of Tony Stark. Without Tony Stark, there would be no Iron Man, and the unfolding events would become an unpredictable variable. Such a development would be detrimental to Xin Ran's aspirations within the Marvel Universe. Currently, Magneto's abilities remained at a mere 15. The weapons developed by HYDRA, derived from the Tesseract, could significantly challenge Xin Ran. He need not even mention quantum weaponry. Additionally, formidable entities such as Scarlet Witch, Thor, Loki, Odin, Thanos, and the Ancient One loomed large. At this juncture, Xin Ran found himself ill-prepared to confront any of them. Despite possessing a system as a golden finger, without a sufficient level of strength, he had no choice but to proceed with caution and develop his skills. For now, Xin Ran remained within the Strategic Scientific Reserve of the Department of Defense, training diligently while awaiting new missions from his system. Excelling in all subjects, he was assigned to the 1st Assault Team under Phillips' command, with Carter as captain and Xin Ran as the vice captain. During moments of leisure, Carter extended invitations to Xin Ran multiple times, suggesting they dine together and discuss life. However, Xin Ran consistently declined her overtures, feeling no need for her companionship amidst the festivities organized by Howard. After several refusals, Carter resigned herself to the situation. During this period, Steve ascended to the status of a nationally recognized star. The name of Captain America became synonymous with fame and renown. In the barracks where Xin Ran was stationed, posters of Steve adorned the walls. This phenomenon was a result of capital maneuvering. In truth, the soldiers in the barracks treated Captain America with a hint of derision, akin to a jester. 2 months later, Xin Ran's unit was dispatched to the front lines, embarking on the European battlefield. The assault team, led by Phillips, served as the principal force of the Strategic Scientific Reserve, primarily undertaking covert operations behind enemy lines. Xin Ran distinguished himself in numerous secret missions, achieving the rank of Major, becoming the first Chinese-American officer in the history of the U.S. military. During a troop respite, Xin Ran encountered Steve. As the illustrious Captain America, Steve had come to uplift the spirits of the armed forces on behalf of the Department of Defense. However, his eloquent speech failed to resonate with the soldiers. The soldiers, who had not seen a woman in months, preferred the company of dancers clad in short skirts, revealing their legs. Amidst the performance, Lieutenant Hodge led a raucous uproar. One soldier even removed his trousers, requesting Steve's autograph on his backside. Faced with such a spectacle, Xin Ran rose and bellowed, "Shut the hell up. Anyone who dares to speak out will face my wrath." Major Xin Ran was quite well known within the military for his audacity. He had repeatedly ventured deep behind enemy lines and returned unscathed, procuring invaluable intelligence that significantly reduced casualties. Moreover, he was rumored to be fiercely formidable when enraged. Even officers from the Department of Defense were not spared from his ire. Lieutenant Hodge, who instigated the ruckus, had not suffered injuries on the front lines, but had provoked Xin Ran in the barracks, resulting in him being bedridden for over 2 weeks. Colonel Phillips, having risen to the rank of general due to the accomplishments of the assault team, turned a blind eye to Xin Ran's conduct, especially considering Xin Ran's status as a major shareholder in Stark Industries. The commendation from Xin Ran silenced the crowd instantly. Hodge, pale with fright, sheepishly remarked, "Come now, Major Xin Ran. We were merely jesting. Please, do not be angry. Let us all continue enjoying the performance." After exchanging a grateful glance with Xin Ran, Steve exited the stage. Subsequently, dozens of alluring dancers took the stage, inciting a fervor among the audience. Once the performance concluded, a torrential rain began to fall. Xin Ran sought out Steve, who was engaged in a conversation with Carter. "Hey Steve, it's been a while." "Peggy, I hope we are not interrupting you," Xin Ran said with a mischievous grin, eyeing the pair. "You are such a scoundrel," Carter retorted, her irritation evident despite her lack of lingering feelings for Xin Ran. Steve warmly embraced Xin Ran, expressing, "Thank you for coming to my rescue. We are brothers. There is no need for thanks," Xin Ran replied, giving Steve a hearty pat on the shoulder. As Steve gazed at Siren's military rank, a wave of despondency washed over him. "I had managed to adapt to my identity, believing I was truly Captain America, a hero. Yet, upon reaching the front lines, I realized I am merely a jester," he lamented. "Siren, you know I yearn to step onto the battlefield and vanquish the Nazis." "Steve," Siren encouraged, "you must have faith in yourself. You are destined to be a hero. True heroes do not succumb to despair." However, Siren's words failed to lift Steve's spirits. Carter, witnessing the exchange, added, "What you're doing now also contributes to the war effort. Do you realize, Steve? Your performances have raised substantial resources for the military. Your contributions far exceed those of many others. You possess a greater mission." At that moment, an ambulance blared its horn frantically within the camp. Steve turned to see numerous wounded soldiers being unloaded from the vehicle, appearing as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Carter informed him, Schmidt has dispatched a unit, 200 soldiers to confront the enemy, and fewer than 50 have returned. The rest are either dead or captured. That was the 107th Infantry Regiment. Steve gasped. The 107th Infantry Regiment? What happened? Xin Ran sighed. Our friend Bucky is also in the 107th Infantry Regiment. Before Xin Ran could finish, Steve abruptly stood and dashed towards the command center. Chapter 11. The Peculiar Mission. Well, if it isn't the man adorned with stars and lofty aspirations. What are your plans today? Phillips, who was formulating a battle plan at the command table, quipped mockingly upon seeing Steve. Major Xin Ran, your timing is impeccable. I require your input on this operational plan. Ignoring Phillips's derision, Steve spoke with grave seriousness. I need the casualty list from the Battle of Bolzano. Phillips, irritated by Steve's commanding tone, retorted, You have no authority to command me. General, my friend Bucky serves in the 107th Infantry Regiment. I wish to ascertain if his name appears on the casualty list, Xin Ran interjected. Phillips shot a disdainful glare at Steve before responding. Bucky? James Barnes, rank of sergeant. Xin Ran added, Yes, that's him. Phillips rose, slowly perusing the documents in his hand. I signed numerous condolence letters today. I can hardly recall the names. However, James Barnes does ring a bell. I regret to inform you. Steve's heart sank further. What about the others? Are you planning a rescue? Phillips scoffed, gesturing towards the operational map behind him. I must prioritize the greater good. They are 30 miles behind enemy lines, entrenched in one of Europe's most heavily fortified regions. A rescue attempt would only result in further casualties. I do not expect you to comprehend this, as you are merely a dancing jester. I believe I can understand. Steve retorted defiantly. Yet, Phillips had already lost interest in continuing the conversation. Then you may as well seek understanding elsewhere. If my memory serves me right, you will be departing for your performance in 30 minutes. With that, he turned to consult the intelligence. Just as he prepared to discuss the next phase of the covert operation with Xin Ran, he turned back only to find that Xin Ran, Steve, and Carter had all vanished. Steve had returned to the tent to gather his belongings. Standing beside him, Xin Ran knowingly inquired, Steve, what is your intention? I'm going to rescue Bucky, Steve declared. Xin Ran, Bucky is my brother. I hope you will not hinder me. No sooner had Steve uttered these words than a voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. Beep. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details: subjugate the Soviet agent Natasha Romanoff, who is currently executing a mission at the HYDRA camp. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion level will increase to 20, granting the ability to create an electromagnetic shield. Upon acquiring the electromagnetic shield, the host can utilize the surrounding magnetic field to form a protective barrier against damage. The electromagnetic shield cannot defend against psychic or magical attacks. Faced with such a peculiar task, Xin Ran was left speechless. Subjugate Natasha? How could he possibly achieve that? Despite Natasha's allure surpassing that of Carter's, there was no alternative. For the sake of acquiring the powers that a 20 fusion with Magneto would bestow, Xin Ran had no choice but to undertake the mission. While ordinary firearms posed little threat to him, he remained wary of the energy weapons crafted by HYDRA with the Tesseract, capable of obliterating a person in an instant. The ability to create an electromagnetic shield would conveniently provide the security he lacked in that regard. As for psychic or magical attacks, they were not an immediate concern. A path will reveal itself when one reaches the mountain, he mused, setting those thoughts aside for the moment. Having accepted the mission, Xin Ran turned to Steve and said, I shall not obstruct you, Steve. Bucky is also my friend. I will accompany you. Thus, while subjugating Natasha at the HYDRA camp, he could also rescue Bucky. A win-win situation. Indeed, Xin Ran recalled the plot of Captain America, the First Avenger. He did not remember Natasha appearing at this juncture in the timeline, but since the system had stated it, he was inclined to trust it. Steve beamed at Xin Ran's words, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Good brother. At that moment, Carter entered and asked, What are your plans? Are you heading to Austria? You heard General Phillips. Your friend may already be dead. Furthermore, formulating a battle plan requires time. Steve retorted, By the time the plan is ready, it may be too late. With that, he gathered his belongings and exited the tent. He placed his luggage and a theatrical shield into the jeep and beckoned Xin Ran to join him. Turning back to Carter, he asked, You once said I could do much more than this. Is that true? Absolutely, Carter replied earnestly. Then let us proceed. With that, Steve and Xin Ran exchanged a quick farewell and prepared to drive away. To Carter's surprise, he stepped forward to halt the Jeep, declaring, "I am capable of much more." Subsequently, Carter reached out to Howard, who promptly piloted the company's aircraft from New York. That evening, the trio soared towards the HYDRA military camp under Howard's command. "With you by my side, Xin Ran, I am confident that Steve's chances of success will be significantly enhanced. Rest assured, Peggy, Steve will be safe." "Peggy, if you weren't in such a hurry, I believe we could indulge in some cheese fondue later," Howard remarked, prompting an embarrassed expression from Carter, revealing a past entanglement between them. Steve's face turned ashen. "Shut your mouth, old Howard." "Oh, Xin Ran, why the outburst? Were the ladies I arranged for you at the last gala unsatisfactory?" Xin Ran was left speechless. As they neared their destination, Steve began to prepare his gear, while Xin Ran, lacking any equipment, idly toyed with two marbles the size of thumbs. Carter elaborated on the enemy's distribution when suddenly the enemy spotted their aircraft, unleashing a barrage of anti-aircraft fire. Sensing the bullets outside the cabin, Xin Ran activated his ability, redirecting them back to their origin. "Xin Ran, we must go," Steve exclaimed, opening the aircraft door and leaping without hesitation. Xin Ran exchanged a few words with Howard and Carter before following suit. Upon landing, the two hurried through the jungle, navigating towards the HYDRA camp, the very factory of HYDRA. Just then, a convoy approached, clearly heading for the HYDRA facility. Xin Ran pointed toward the convoy, and Steve instantly understood. They concealed themselves in dense foliage, waiting for the last military vehicle to pass. In a flash, Steve darted out and swiftly jumped into the truck's compartment, with Xin Ran close behind. During the leap, he sensed the presence of HYDRA soldiers within. His marbles flew forth with precision. As Steve entered the truck, he heard muffled thuds. He observed several Nazi soldiers with glaring blood holes in their chests, the result of Xin Ran's oversized marbles. Steve, feeling the enhanced power of Xin Ran's abilities, simply looked at him in astonishment. Xin Ran smiled and nodded slightly in response. The unspoken understanding between men was conveyed in that glance and nod. Steve accepted Xin Ran's extraordinary powers without hesitation. After all, he himself had transformed into what he was now. What could he not accept? Following the convoy, they successfully infiltrated the HYDRA factory. Once inside, Xin Ran whispered, "Let's split up to find Bucky." "All right," Steve replied, and as he departed, Xin Ran's electromagnetic senses expanded, quickly pinpointing Natasha's location. Chapter 12. Capturing Natasha, Part 1. Xin Ran stealthily approached his objective, arriving at a dimly lit corridor. On either side of the corridor were several small rooms, each secured with iron doors. Through electromagnetic sensing, Xin Ran was acutely aware that Natasha was located in the second room on the left. As he approached the door, he tentatively pushed it, only to find that it was locked from the inside. Harnessing his abilities, he deftly dismantled the lock mechanism and gently opened the door. Peering through the slight opening, he discovered a repository filled with rows of filing cabinets. Once Xin Ran entered the room, the lock restored itself, and the door closed and secured automatically. The dark chamber was devoid of any human presence, prompting Xin Ran to smirk. "Natasha, are you not coming out to greet me?" No sooner had he spoken than a glint of cold steel flashed through the air. A sharp dagger was aimed directly at Xin Ran's throat, swift and precise, truly professional. Xin Ran did not flinch, allowing the dagger to graze his neck. As the blade passed, he remained unharmed. "Such ferocity, I like it." Natasha paid no heed to Xin Ran's words. With a swift twist of her wrist, she aimed to stab him in the ribs. If the strike connected, it could easily pierce the liver, resulting in instant death. Unfortunately for her, she was targeting Xin Ran. He seized her wrist with one hand while the other restrained her, pinning her against the wall. Gazing at the alluring figure before him, Xin Ran brazenly declared, "I shall be your man in due time. Do not resist. Submit to me willingly, lest you endure further suffering." Natasha looked at him, perplexed. She was astonished not only by the man's formidable abilities, but also by the implications of his words. How had he come to claim himself as her partner? "Let me go at once. Otherwise, I will ensure you regret it." Natasha struggled fiercely in Xin Ran's grip, but her efforts were futile. At that moment, Xin Ran began to speak cryptically. "Natasha Romanoff, codename Black Widow, trained from a young age by the Soviet Union to become a spy. Your body has been enhanced by the government, significantly slowing the aging process and augmenting your immune system and resilience." "How do you know all this?" Natasha gasped, taken aback. In response, she aimed a kick at Xin Ran's groin. Xin Ran swiftly clamped his legs together, immobilizing her long leg. I know everything about you. Stand down. I am not your enemy. Fine, I will not strike. In response to Xin Ran's words, Natasha promptly discarded the dagger onto the floor as a gesture of sincerity. Ceasing her struggle, Xin Ran relaxed his grip and stepped back. Just then, Natasha suddenly lashed out with a kick. Feeling a dagger at her lower back, she revealed another blade. Why does your persuasion seem ineffective? As Xin Ran spoke, he evaded Natasha's kick. The two steel beads in his hand swiftly split into four, transforming into a set of handcuffs that ensnared Natasha's limbs, effectively pinning her against the wall. What kind of ability is this? Who on earth are you? Move, and you shall act. Or shall I first restrain you against the wall to calm down? I shall certainly kill you. Natasha glared fiercely at Xin Ran, her voice laced with venom. Kill me? Do you truly believe you can? Xin Ran retorted, launching himself at her without hesitation, until Natasha's demeanor began to soften. In a short while, Natasha started to yield. Xin Ran deftly manipulated the dagger in her hand, sending it soaring aside. Releasing her restraints, they embraced intimately. As Xin Ran let go of Natasha, the fiery female agent took a few hurried breaths. Her cheeks flushed, her gaze and tone softened. Who exactly are you? I am from the U.S. military. I've come to rescue my captured comrades. Why do you claim to be my man? Moreover, how do you know my background? These are classified secrets of the Soviet Union. Xin Ran paused momentarily. Natasha, I possess extraordinary powers, as you have discerned. With that, Xin Ran commanded the dagger on the ground to gently float towards Natasha. Activating his ability, the dagger transformed in midair, ultimately morphing into an iron rose. In the face of Natasha's astonishment, Xin Ran presented the iron rose to her, continuing his ruse. In addition to controlling metal, I also possess a gift akin to divination. I foresaw that my future girlfriend is you, Natasha. Thus, I have come not just to rescue my comrades, but also for you. Outwardly, Xin Ran maintained a calm facade, while internally, he was a tempest of confusion. Although he had often fought alongside Howard and was an adept veteran, his heart raced as if struck by a young doe. Could it be that, even without the system assigning this task, he would eventually find himself with Natasha? How else could he explain this exhilarating sensation? Natasha's heart was equally tumultuous. Trained by an espionage organization since childhood, she had received instruction on matters of intimacy, yet she had never experienced them firsthand. Moreover, the recent encounter had been her first kiss. That forceful kiss from Xin Ran had ignited an unexpected flutter within her. As a female agent, such feelings were intolerable. This infiltration of HYDRA's facility was meant to be the final assessment for Natasha to ascend to the rank of a senior agent. Success in this operation would demonstrate her readiness for that distinction, after which she would undergo a procedure to remove her uterus, thus curbing any potential for emotional upheaval. Little did she anticipate encountering a superhuman who claimed to be her future husband, and in that fleeting moment, her heart had stirred. Just as she stood on the brink of becoming a competent agent, Natasha felt she had faltered. Despite the fluttering feelings, a surge of anger welled within her. You scoundrel! Why should I trust you? With that, she swung a punch at Xin Ran. He swiftly seized her arm. What are you doing? How dare you act this way toward your man? Watch how I deal with you. Natasha would not easily succumb. Suddenly, she pressed her foot forcefully upon Xin Ran's, her lips incessantly uttering, You shall perish. I will crush you. Xin Ran, with a devilish smile, lowered his head and pressed down. Soon, their figures once again drew close together. Before long, Natasha and his arms began to respond passionately. The following details are omitted for brevity. Hearing the sounds of gunfire from outside, he realized that Steve had already taken action. After the encounter, upon noticing a hint of crimson, he regarded Natasha with surprise, not expecting that this agent retained such a precious aspect of herself. Chapter 13. Capturing Natasha, Part 2. Let today be forgotten. From now on, we shall be strangers. Natasha said coldly, her expression hardening at Xin Ran's bewildered gaze. No, Xin Ran asserted, pulling her into his embrace. You are now mine. You shall remain with me and not return to the Soviet Union. His tone was authoritative, for to subdue a rose of iron like Natasha required an even firmer grip. Natasha struggled momentarily, but ultimately softened, leaning against Xin Ran's shoulder, murmuring, Alas, I harbor a slow-acting toxin within me. If I do not return within the stipulated time, I shall perish. If I betray the organization, even if I escape the toxin, I will face endless pursuit. After speaking, Natasha began to adjust her attire. Xin Ran also donned his clothing and then seized Natasha, who was preparing to leave. These are not insurmountable issues, Natasha. Remember the perfect super soldier serum in the dimensional ring. I will resolve the toxin within you. With me, no one will dare pursue you. Trust me. Natasha felt a flicker of emotion, but shook her head. She wrapped her arms around Xin Ran's neck and lightly kissed his forehead, saying, I do not wish to burden you. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion shook the room. Xin Ran swiftly embraced Natasha, declaring, Our allies have commenced their assault here. We must join them and fight our way out. Once we are free, I will take you to America. Are you certain? If I cause you to be hunted as well, are you not afraid? Natasha asked earnestly, gazing into Xin Ran's eyes. He scoffed, For every one that comes, I will eliminate them. For every pair, I shall take down both. Natasha sighed, but then smiled. I came all this way for the assessment. Yet I find myself tested in an entirely different manner. Xin Ran led Natasha out of the archive room, where chaos had erupted throughout the factory. As they turned a corner, they were confronted by a squad of HYDRA soldiers. Seeing them raise their weapons to fire, Natasha's heart raced, and she instinctively pulled Xin Ran to evade. However, he unexpectedly wrapped his arms around her waist, standing firm. The HYDRA agents, merciless, pressed the triggers, unleashing bullets like fiery serpents toward the pair. Xin Ran looked at Natasha, grinned, and pointed decisively. Subsequently, dozens of bullets were held suspended in midair by an invisible force. The HYDRA soldiers, as if confronted by a specter, fired several more shots, yet the outcome remained unchanged. The bullets remained stagnant, unable to advance a single inch. Here you go. With that, the suspended bullets swiftly returned along their original trajectory, piercing through the soldiers' foreheads. A squad of HYDRA soldiers fell lifelessly to the ground. While Natasha was aware of Xin Ran's capabilities, she was astounded by their magnitude. After all, controlling static metal daggers had already left her in awe, let alone the bullets shot at high velocity. Gradually, Natasha began to believe in the words Xin Ran had uttered earlier. With such formidable powers, what was there to fear from pursuers? This thought lightened her spirits. Raising her beautiful eyes, she softly inquired, What is your name? Xin Ran glanced down at the gentle beauty in his arms, reminiscent of a docile lamb, and replied with a smile, I am Xin Ran. They both chuckled in unison. Ding! Host mission completed. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 20. This newfound power instilled a profound sense of security in Xin Ran. In this timeline, unless the Ancient One from Kamar Taj sought him out, no one else could harm him. The pair ambled towards the factory's exit. Along the way, any HYDRA soldiers they encountered met their demise at the hands of the steel balls Xin Ran wielded. Natasha, watching Xin Ran's inexplicable method of killing, teased Xin Ran, Are you the Grim Reaper? If anyone comes after you, this Reaper shall take care of them. Her feeling of safety grew exponentially. She had completely fallen for this man she had only just met. At that moment, they encountered Steve and Bucky, who were fleeing from the top floor. Accompanied by a cataclysmic explosion, a steel column, propelled by the blast force, hurtled towards them. With a wave of his hand, Xin Ran redirected the column, sending it crashing into a squad of HYDRA soldiers. Xin Ran, we must hurry. Schmidt has activated the self-destruct sequence. This place is about to explode. The four of them made their escape from the factory. Outside, the battle had reached a fever pitch. The American soldiers, having seized advanced HYDRA weaponry, were gradually gaining the upper hand. Just then, HYDRA soldiers spotted Bucky and prepared to strike. Bucky, however, was no pushover. Just as he was about to act, he witnessed the girl beside Xin Ran firing 3 shots, incapacitating the foes. On the 4th shot, the handgun emitted the sound of an empty chamber, signaling no bullets remained. Leave it to me, Bucky shouted. As he stepped forward, he noticed the HYDRA soldier aiming their energy weapon at both of them. Bucky and Natasha swiftly dove to the sides. With a hum, a beam of white light streaked between them, striking an American prisoner behind them. In an instant, blue energy enveloped the soldier's entire body, and half a second later, he was reduced to nothing but dust. Upon witnessing the scene, Xin Ran was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his physical form could withstand such a blow if it were to strike him. Just as he was lost in thought for those fleeting seconds, another beam of white light shot towards him. In response, Xin Ran swiftly conjured an electromagnetic shield before him. The white light collided with the intangible barrier, neutralizing the attack. The steel ball then surged forth, instantly claiming the life of a HYDRA soldier. "Impressive," Bucky exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration for Xin Ran's displayed prowess. Natasha felt a surge of joy within her. The stronger Xin Ran became, the safer she felt. After Xin Ran swiftly dispatched several HYDRA soldiers armed with energy weapons, the remaining troops, overwhelmed by the numerous captives, either perished or fled, resulting in a swift defeat. The American military captives emerged victorious. Once the battle concluded, Xin Ran took Natasha's hand and approached Steve and Bucky. With a smile, Bucky remarked, "Hey Xin Ran, long time no see. I never expected you and Steve would make it here." He then glanced at Natasha. "Who is this girl? She seems quite capable." Xin Ran introduced her. "This is Natasha Romanoff, my girlfriend." Chapter 14. Disappearance Without a Trace. Congressman Brandt. "It is with great regret that I inform you of Captain Steve Rogers' disappearance in enemy territory, Zone 3. He was accompanied by our own Major Xin Ran. After a reconnaissance team's search yielded no results, I must sadly announce that Captain Rogers and Major Xin Ran have perished in action. In the military camp, General Phillips reported the situation regarding Steve and Xin Ran to higher authorities. This was due to Carter contacting Howard, which led to Xin Ran and Steve being sent into enemy lines. Phillips was exceedingly displeased with her actions. "I cannot hold Stark accountable. He is a wealthy man and the Army's largest weapons sponsor, whereas you are nothing. With all due respect, sir, I do not regret my actions, nor do I believe Captain Rogers and Major Xin Ran would either. Do you think I care about your opinions? Now, America's golden boy and our finest agent are dead. All because of your infatuation with him?" Phillips retorted, visibly irritated. "No, it is because of principles." Carter replied firmly. "Well, when this department is disbanded, I hope your principles provide you some comfort." Phillips responded, referring to the Strategic Scientific Reserve, of which Carter was the direct supervisor. As their argument escalated, a commotion erupted from outside the tents. Phillips noticed many soldiers rushing towards the camp's exit, and Carter also sensed something amiss. They both abandoned their dispute and hurried outside to investigate. The entrance to the camp had been surrounded by soldiers, and approaching down the path was a formidable procession. At the forefront were Steve and Bucky, walking side by side. Although the returning American soldiers appeared somewhat disheveled, they exuded a sense of triumph. For they had not only been rescued, but had also achieved a resounding victory. They had seized numerous advanced enemy weapons and dismantled a HYDRA base. As the soldiers in the camp witnessed the return of their comrades, they instinctively parted to form a pathway for the captured brothers to enter the barracks. Applause gradually erupted, enhancing the atmosphere of the scene. Steve saluted General Phillips, who was approaching, and reported, "Some of our brothers are injured and require medical attention. I volunteer to accept punishment." General Phillips regarded the returning soldiers. His demeanor towards Steve markedly softened. He shook his head, saying, "There is no longer any need for that." After observing the crowd, he turned to Steve and inquired, "What about Major Xin? Please do not tell me he has perished. If that is the case, I must retract my previous statement." At that moment, Xin, embracing Natasha, emerged from the rear of the crowd. "General Phillips, I am here," he proclaimed. "What? If I were dead, would no one be able to execute your combat orders?" General Phillips did not find humor in Xion's jest. Instead, he responded gravely, "Major, you have abandoned your post, jeopardizing military operations. Prepare for disciplinary action from the Department of Defense." Xion shook his head, indifferent to any potential reprimands or accolades. Phillips then glanced at Natasha, standing beside Xion. "Who is she? I do not recall having female soldiers in my camp." Xion smiled and replied, "Sir, this is my girlfriend." Just then, the system's task notification arrived. Ding! A new task is available for the host to accept. Task details: depart from the military as soon as possible and journey to the depths of the Arctic Ocean to be encased in ice. Completion reward: Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 40. Acquire the abilities of magnetic flight and magnetic force field. Upon hearing the task details, Xion stood frozen, glancing at Steve. If all went as anticipated, Steve would be encased in ice for 70 years. Why must he accompany him now? However, the system's explanation brought some balance to Xion's thoughts. The issuance of this task was due to the present complexity of the timeline. Xion's continued involvement could disrupt the equilibrium of the Marvel Universe. Should this balance be shattered, both Xin and the system would face obliteration by forces beyond the Marvel Universe. Thus, the system had issued this task for its own preservation. Xin recognized the gravity of the situation. In previous tasks, the fusion rate had increased by a mere 5 percentage points, yet this time it would surge by 20. Having accepted the task, Xin felt a renewed sense of direction and seized the opportunity to speak as Phillips had. "General, there is something I must discuss with you. I do not intend to remain here any longer. I wish to take her back to the United States." Steve, under the impression that Xion's desire to leave stemmed from potential disciplinary action due to his own situation, interjected, "No, Xin, please calm down. General Phillips, you must listen to me. Are you serious? You wish to be a deserter?" Phillips interrupted Steve, gazing sternly at Xin. "Xin, do not act impulsively." Carter also stepped forward. Observing their reactions, Xin smiled and reassured them, "Do not misunderstand. As you know, I am a major shareholder in Stark Industries. I long to return to the defense industry, for I believe that at Stark Industries, I could contribute significantly." Phillips contemplated this and acknowledged that Xin Ran was indeed correct. Such individuals, even when stationed at the rear, can still wield immense influence. After a moment of silence, he nodded and remarked, "If you have orders from above, I have no objections." Having concluded the discussion about Xin Ran, Phillips took his leave. Meanwhile, Carter looked at Natasha with disdain and remarked to Xin Ran, "Colonel Xin, your vision leaves much to be desired." Natasha, not one to be easily cowed, retorted, "If I recall correctly, that old fellow mentioned that his camp had no female soldiers. May I inquire about the gender of this soldier? I believe there are no transgender individuals in America. Are there?" Hearing Natasha's words, Xin Ran chuckled, amused by her sharp tongue. Carter, incensed, pulled Steve close and kissed him passionately. Bucky, hailing from the Atmosphere Group, shouted exuberantly, "Let us cheer for our Captain America." With the atmosphere enlivened, all the soldiers gathered around, encircling Steve and Carter in the center. As the two shared a tender kiss, applause and whistles erupted. From that moment on, the title of Captain America was truly solidified. Through Howard's connections, Xin Ran and Natasha were also placed under the auspices of the special department he was preparing to establish. Through his efforts, Xin Ran retained his rank and identity as a major, serving as a nominal leader in the department, while Natasha was designated as a combatant. Regarding the toxins within Natasha, Howard conducted a thorough examination. The conclusion was that, given the current technological level, a solution was unattainable. Xin Ran then produced the perfect super soldier serum from his spatial ring and injected it into Natasha on the spot. Subsequently, Natasha rushed to the restroom to expel the toxins. When Howard conducted another examination with his equipment, he was astonished to find that all toxins had vanished from Natasha's body. Not only that, but her physical capabilities had also surged, now surpassing even Steve's strength. Witnessing this, Howard began to coax Xin Ran into providing him with the serum. Regrettably, even if Howard arranged a grand celebration for thousands, Xin Ran could not produce a second vial. After resolving Natasha's issue, Xin Ran purchased a seaside villa in New York as a love nest for the two of them. The villa was even more grandiose than Howard's. Xin Ran and Natasha began to enjoy a leisurely life akin to that of ordinary affluent individuals. The villa boasted a kitchen, restroom, balcony, swimming pool, private cinema, and billiard room. Yet even Natasha, enhanced by the serum, found it challenging to withstand Xin Ran's relentless antics. One evening, after a meeting, Xin Ran held Natasha close and shared his intention to journey to the Arctic. Natasha, confident in her extraordinary partner's abilities, was not concerned for his safety in the Arctic. However, the prospect of 5 or 6 decades was something she struggled to accept. "My dear, must you truly go?" Natasha asked, her eyes glistening with tears as she clung to him. Though Xin Ran felt a pang of reluctance, he resolutely nodded in affirmation. "Shina, I must take my leave, and I trust you will understand. Only in this manner can I acquire the strength necessary to safeguard you." Ultimately, after much persuasion and enlightenment from Xin Ran, Natasha reluctantly accepted this reality. Once everything was settled, Xin Ran boarded Howard's private plane, soaring above the Arctic. To Howard's astonishment, Xin Ran leapt from the aircraft, plunging into the icy depths of the sea. Subsequently, the system induced a deep slumber for Xin Ran, isolating him from the surrounding waters with an invisible electromagnetic force. Following Xin Ran's instructions, Natasha, the very next day, proceeded to the Department of Defense to inform the authorities of Xin Ran's mysterious disappearance. Howard played along with Natasha, engaging in a deceptive performance. From that moment forth, Xin Ran's whereabouts became a mystery, and he vanished completely. Chapter 15, 63 Years. The return of Xin Ran in 1945. Xin Ran ventured to the Arctic to complete his icy assignment. Aside from Howard and Natasha, everyone believed Xin Ran had vanished. His files were classified as the highest secret by the United States. In 1946, during the pursuit of Dr. Zola, Steve and Bucky faced a perilous situation where Barnes fell off a cliff, his fate uncertain, while Dr. Zola was ultimately captured. That same year, Steve led a charge into HYDRA's headquarters, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the Red Skull. The Red Skull, wielding the Tesseract, was transported to the cosmos. His whereabouts unknown. The Tesseract melted through the aircraft's deck, plunging into the waters below. In an effort to prevent the bomb-laden plane from colliding with New York, Steve chose to dive into the ice, his fate shrouded in mystery. In 1947, Howard Stark salvaged the Tesseract and continued the search for Steve. By 1949, shortly after the war's conclusion, Howard restructured the special department he oversaw, collaborating with Peggy Carter to establish the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which would later become known as SHIELD. That same year, the United States initiated Operation Paperclip, inviting the captured former HYDRA scientist Dr. Zola to join SHIELD under the guise of SHIELD. HYDRA re-emerged on the historical stage, becoming a hidden force within the organization. In 1953, Peggy Carter, now married, reminisced about Captain America Steve Rogers in an interview. By 1954, during his time at SHIELD, Dr. Zola discovered the whereabouts of the missing Bucky, transforming him into the Winter Soldier. Bucky subsequently assisted HYDRA in completing over 20 assassination missions. In 1963, Anton Vanko, a Soviet who had previously worked at Stark Industries, defected to the United States and began research on reactors with Howard Stark. By 1967, Howard's reactor research had progressed. That same year, Vanko sought to profit from this advancement, which met with Howard's disapproval. Subsequently, Vanko initiated clandestine operations, only to be discovered and expelled on charges of espionage. In 1969, Tony Stark was born. In 1974, Howard Stark hosted the Stark World Expo, themed around the cities of the future. During this period, he recorded a speech and had already discovered a new element. It was unable to synthesize it due to insufficient technology. In 1980, Meredith, the mother of Star-Lord, fell in love with Ego, an extraterrestrial who had come to Earth and was Star-Lord's father. In 1987, Hank Pym, the original Ant-Man, along with his wife Janet, the original Wasp, embarked on a mission to the Soviet Union. To disarm a missile, Wasp shrank to a molecular state. After completing the mission, she vanished without a trace. In 1988, Peter Quill's mother, Meredith, passed away, leaving Star-Lord heartbroken as he fled to the fields, where he was taken aboard a spacecraft. In 1989, following the grief of losing his wife, Hank Pym ceased to be Ant-Man and abandoned his research on Ant-Man technology. That same year, a woman named Carol Danvers officially became a pilot in the United States Air Force under the supervision of Dr. Wendy Lawson, one of the chief overseers of the Pegasus Project. The primary objective of the Pegasus Project was to develop and utilize the Tesseract. During an experimental engine test for the project, they were shot down by the Kree, and the Tesseract went missing. Lawson revealed that she was not of Earth but a Kree named Marvel, who had been aiding Skrull refugees persecuted by the Kree. The Kree killed Marvel, and Carol destroyed the engine, resulting in an explosion that granted her immeasurable energy control abilities. Yanrog, the commander of the Kree Star Force, took Carol back to the Kree Empire's capital, Hala, where she was brainwashed and subsequently lost her memories as an Earthling, becoming a Kree soldier. In December 1991, an old friend of SHIELD, Howard Stark, and his wife tragically perished in a car accident. However, the couple was actually killed by the Winter Soldier, Bucky, under the control of HYDRA. In 1992, Alexander Pierce, then director of SHIELD, was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize, which he declined. In the same year, Nick Fury, the regional director of SHIELD, saved Pierce's daughter from rebels, earning him a promotion. In 1992, Njobu, who had been exiled from Wakanda, collaborated with Ulysses Klaue to steal vibranium, leading King Chaka to California, where he killed Njobu. By 1995, the brainwashed Carol had been living on Kree for 6 years. During this time, the Kree continuously brainwashed her, casting the Skrulls as irredeemable villains. On one occasion, while engaged in battle against the Skrulls with her intergalactic team, she was unfortunately captured, and the ship crash-landed on Earth. As soon as Carol arrived on Earth, she was pursued by Skrulls. She chased one of them into the subway, but ultimately lost track of him. Subsequently, Carol met Nick Fury from SHIELD, and together they sought the truth. In the Pegasus Project's archives, Carol unexpectedly discovered photographs of herself from her time on Earth, prompting her to search for her fellow pilot and old friend, Maria Rambeau. In Maria's abode, Carol officially affirmed her identity as a terrestrial being, restoring all her past memories. The Skrulls were also revealed not to be antagonists, but rather victims persecuted by the Kree. They required an energy core to traverse at light speed and reach a new home. Carol resolved to assist the Skrulls and ventured to Marvel's clandestine laboratory in space. Just as she was preparing to embark on a quest for a new sanctuary alongside the Skrulls, she was captured by the Kree. During her captivity, while undergoing a process of brainwashing, she broke free from the Kree's constraints, awakening her powers and unleashing a formidable fury. Her combat prowess soared, even overwhelming Ronan, the supreme accuser of the Kree Empire. The Kree were temporarily repelled, and Carol intended to depart in search of a new home for the Skrull refugees, a journey that would span over 2 decades. Before her departure, she entrusted Nick Fury with an upgraded pager meant for significant emergencies, in honor of her fallen mentor, Mar-Vell. From that moment forth, Carol would be known by the moniker Captain Marvel. In the same year, Nick Fury, inspired by her sacrifice, rebranded the previously named Guardians Initiative to the Avengers Initiative. The conceptualization of the Avengers began to take shape. In 1998, Thanos recognized Gamora as his adopted daughter, gradually training her to become a formidable warrior. By 1999, Tony Stark was celebrating the new year in Bern, Switzerland. Killian sought to persuade Tony to support his advanced artificial intelligence project, but was ruthlessly mocked and left in the lurch by Tony. Ultimately, Killian collaborated with Hansen and successfully enhanced the extremist virus, nursing a grudge against Tony for his earlier humiliation. In 2003, Dr. Bruce Banner was irradiated by gamma rays, transforming him into the Hulk and initiating a life of fugitive existence. By 2006, after a final failed attempt to contact his girlfriend, he vanished without a trace. In 2008, Tony Stark showcased the Jericho missile to the U.S. military in Afghanistan. Subsequently, he was kidnapped by the Ten Rings terrorist organization, who demanded Stark manufacture missiles for them. With the assistance of Ensign, Stark designed the prototype Iron Man suit and successfully escaped. That same year, Xin Ran completed a system task, elevating Magneto's power fusion to 40. After being frozen for 63 years, Xin Ran returned. Chapter 16. Tony, I am your uncle. In the deepest waters of the Arctic, where temperatures plummet to over 70 degrees below zero, all that can be seen is a blanket of white and an endless expanse of ice, with nearly no life to be found. Suddenly, a thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the night. Xin Ran emerged from the depths of the ocean, soaring into the air. He felt the surge of power that came with the 40 fusion of Magneto's abilities. Magnetic flight. He could harness the ubiquitous electromagnetic fields of the universe to fly, with his speed increasing as his power fusion grew. Now, Xin Ran's velocity had reached the speed of sound. Magnetic force field. He could create domains using electromagnetic forces, concealing or protecting individuals and vast areas within. Additionally, this ability allowed him to navigate through the cosmos, surrounded by an endless expanse of darkness. Xin Ran found it difficult to discern the cardinal directions. With a swift motion, he ascended towards the heavens. A magnetic force field enveloped him, shielding him from the frigid temperatures of the atmosphere, while also rendering him invisible to satellites. As he soared higher, the twinkling lights of countless homes came into view, guiding him in that direction. This was a quaint town near the northern border of Russia. Upon discerning the current year and time, Xin Ran lingered not. Following the directions provided by the locals, he flew directly to Moscow. In the heart of Moscow, he procured a Stark Industries smartphone. Subsequently, he utilized the device's navigation to journey towards New York. The seaside villa he had purchased 60 years prior now stood in stark contrast to the modern skyscrapers surrounding it, exuding an air of grandeur. The interior furnishings remained as he had left them, albeit with the marks of time and the addition of contemporary amenities. The house was immaculate, yet Natasha was absent. As Xin Ran awaited her return deep into the night, he remained unconcerned for her safety, for no one on this timeline could pose a threat to her. Skillfully, he powered on his computer and logged into his bank account in New York. Observing the astronomical sum of assets within, he nodded in satisfaction. These were the dividends accrued from Stark Industries over the past 60 years. The following day, he tuned into a press conference held by Stark Industries. As he beheld Obadiah seated beside Tony, a sense of familiarity washed over him. After a moment's contemplation, he recalled the visage of the young security guard from over 60 years ago at the base of Stark Tower. A wave of nostalgia swept through Xin Ran as he noted how the once youthful guard had now grown gray, while Howard's son had entered his 30s. Yet he remained unchanged, as if untouched by time. Who would believe him if he claimed to be a centenarian? Thus, he resolved to shut down Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division. Effective immediately, upon the utterance of Tony's declaration, chaos erupted among the assembled reporters. Seeing the turmoil, Xin Ran switched off the television, preparing to meet his nephew. Exiting the villa, he headed to a nearby luxury dealership, acquiring the latest model of a sports car. Compared to the vehicle he had driven out of Howard's garage 6 decades prior, this one felt like a significant upgrade. After all, he was in essence a man of 2022. Modernity suited him far better. Rather than proceeding to Stark Tower, he followed his navigation towards the Stark factory. Upon nearing the factory, electromagnetic sensing activated, swiftly detecting the locations of Tony and Obadiah. Xin Ran then stored the car in a spatial pocket and activated his abilities, enveloping himself in a magnetic force field. By manipulating the magnetic field's distortions, he concealed his presence. With an air of confidence, he strode into the factory, heading towards the building housing the arc reactor. Before the arc reactor, Obadiah and Tony were embroiled in a heated argument. "How much do you think the stock price will plummet tomorrow?" Obi, with a cigar clenched between his teeth, interrogated Tony. "Optimistically, 40% perhaps." Tony responded nonchalantly. "That is the bare minimum." "Tony, we are in the arms trade." Obi retorted. "I refuse to profit solely from the deceased. But this is our core business. We are arms dealers. This company is mine. I possess the authority to decide. Everything we do is to maintain order in the world. What I witnessed there was far from that. Our efforts fall short, and we must pursue additional avenues." Tony reminisced about his captivity, recalling Ethan, who had sacrificed his life for Tony's escape. "For instance, shall we venture into baby bottle production?" Obi challenged, his tone somewhat aggressive. "I believe we could consider arc reactor technology," Tony suggested. "Huh, arc reactor technology? That is merely a FA-OD-A. Tony, don't be ridiculous. The purpose of creating such a thing is to silence the well-meaning." Just as Tony prepared to elaborate, the sealed tempered glass door emitted a sound and automatically opened. Both Obi and Tony immediately became alert, fixating on the door that required an electromagnetic card access. Subsequently, Xin Ran dispelled his magnetic field, gradually materializing before them. Obi, startled by Xin Ran's sudden appearance, drew his Desert Eagle and fired at him. Xin Ran smiled slightly, and the bullet halted mid-air before clattering to the ground. The Desert Eagle slipped from Obi's grasp, soaring to Xin Ran's side, its muzzle pivoting inexplicably to point at Obi. "What is this? Have you forgotten me? You dare to shoot at me without a greeting?" Xin Ran mocked Obi. Hearing Xin Ran's words, Obi paused in disbelief, stepping back with a quivering voice. "Why, you are Mr. Xin Ran, right? Howard, didn't he have you continue guarding the door?" Xin Ran replied, further probing, "Is that so?" This question solidified Obi's certainty of Xin Ran's identity. For their first encounter had been during Obi's tenure as a security guard at Stark Tower. "And Mr. Xin Ran, you may not recall, but I orchestrated several of your raucous soirees with Mr. Stark. Soirees filled with beautiful women. Who would pay attention to you? Yet, I suppose you do ring a bell. What is this? Have you become a shareholder in Stark Industries?" Quite the dashing figure with that cigar. As the antagonist from the first Iron Man film, Obi's reputation was not lost on Xin Ran, who offered him no quarter. "Mr. Xin Ran, you jest. Their dialogue left Tony baffled. How could a man in his 60s bow before someone who appeared to be barely 30. Simultaneously, Tony marveled at the abilities Xin Ran displayed. A bullet could not even breach his defenses. Was he even human? Hey, let's not get carried away. There's another person present. Tony interjected. Obi, can you enlighten me as to who this Mr. Xin Ran is? At this moment, Obi was so frightened that he could scarcely muster the courage to speak. Hey, Obi, what is the matter? Who is this Mr. Xin? Can you enlighten me? Seeing that Obi was rendered speechless by his own fear, Xin Ran chuckled and said, Tony, I'm your uncle. Chapter 17. A legacy passed down what? You look younger than I do. Do you expect me to believe your nonsense, buddy? Tell me, who exactly are you? Tony remained skeptical of Xin Ran's claims. Tony, he truly is your uncle. Obi timidly chimed in, yet Tony still held his doubts. I am a friend and a business partner of your father, Howard Stark. Here is a contract for you to examine. With that, Xin Ran produced the contract signed in Howard's office years ago from his spatial ring and handed it to Tony. Are you the mysterious shareholder of Stark Industries? Tony gazed at the contract, astonished. He was well aware of the stakes in Stark Industries. Every year, 20% of the original shares were deposited into a mysterious account at New York Bank. This had been the practice for nearly 60 years. With the account's owner known only to his father, Howard, returning the contract to Xin Ran, Tony remained in a state of disbelief. Are you really the Xin Ran mentioned in the contract? With a smile, Xin Ran replied, if you don't believe me, you can ask Obi. When I first met him, he was merely a junior security guard under your father. Tony turned to Obi, who eagerly nodded in affirmation. Recalling Obi's earlier demeanor towards Xin Ran, Tony sighed and conceded. All right, I believe you're indeed that Xin Ran. Assuming a demeanor of authority, Xin Ran admonished. What Xin Ran? Address me as uncle. Tony hesitated, his face reflecting a rather troubled expression. Uncle? Oh, for heaven's sake, with a face younger than mine, I simply cannot bring myself to say it. They both shared a laugh, sidestepping the awkwardness of the moment. At that point, Obi timidly interjected, Mr. Xin, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. You and Tony can converse at your leisure. He made to exit. Wait, I came today not only to see my dear nephew, but also to discuss a matter concerning you. Upon hearing these words, Obi shivered. Mr. Xin, how can I assist you? Please speak freely. It is simply a reminder. You may continue with your endeavors, but do not regret your actions. With that, Xin Ran concluded his statement, leaving Obi to ponder whether he should abandon his plans. However, regardless of the path he chose, Xin Ran assured him that he would not interfere. Obi stood frozen, contemplating whether Xin Ran was indeed aware of his schemes. What did it matter? If Xin Ran would not intervene, what was there to fear? I shall remember your words, Mr. Xin, he said hurriedly and fled the scene. Even Xin Ran found himself puzzled, wondering why Obi was so terrified of him. Did he possess some knowledge of events from 60 years ago concerning Xin Ran? Mr. Xin, I wonder what brings you to seek my company today. Are you here to persuade me against shutting down the weapons division? Tony inquired, casting a glance at Xin Ran. Oh, it's nothing of great significance. I merely wish to see Howard's son. As for that weapons division, do as you please. I have no interest in your affairs. Logically speaking, as your nephew, you ought to pay me a visit. Hearing Xin Ran's words, Tony chuckled awkwardly. All right, you have a point. Had I known of your esteemed presence, I would have certainly made time to visit. After all, not only are you a major shareholder in Stark Industries, but you are also a friend of my father's. After a brief pause, he continued, however, dear major shareholder, I currently have an urgent matter that necessitates my return home. Out of respect for your seniority, I may make an exception and invite you to my residence, provided you genuinely wish to go. Xin Ran was aware of the pressing matter Tony mentioned and replied calmly, as an elder, I shall offer you a parting gift. I can remove the shrapnel lodged in your chest. What? Are you jesting? Tony thought to himself. He understood that, given the current technological and medical advancements, those fragments could not be extracted. He was reliant on the arc reactor in his chest for survival. Remove your arc reactor from me, Xin Ran commanded without further ado. Very well, I shall trust you this once. But I must warn you, once it is removed, I can only last 3 minutes. Seizing the opportunity, Tony was determined not to let it slip away. Moreover, this individual was not only a friend of his father's, but also an eccentric figure, undoubtedly possessing significant abilities. Having made up his mind, he unfastened his buttons and removed the arc reactor from his chest. Xin Ran, undeterred, focused his electromagnetic sensing on Tony. Upon detecting the metal fragments, he activated his power. He controlled the shards, extracting them one by one from the gaping wound in Tony's chest. The entire process took nearly 2 minutes. All right, dear nephew, it's time to reattach your device. For Tony, those 2 minutes felt akin to an eternity. From a moment Xin Ran extracted the first shard, he held his breath. The joy and astonishment in his heart nearly overwhelmed him, threatening to render him unconscious. Those fragments had loomed over him like a sword of Damocles, always threatening his life, and yet he could do nothing to alter his fate. This seemingly younger uncle, with his extraordinary ability, had effortlessly liberated him from the shrapnel lodged within his chest. It was nothing short of a miracle. I must admit, your ability is quite impressive. Thank you for saving me, Uncle Xin. Tony managed to express his gratitude with some reluctance. That's more like it. Had he called me uncle sooner, I would have completed the task earlier. With a resigned smile, Tony gazed at the floating fragments and asked, Uncle, is that your superpower? It's rather astonishing. Are you an alien? What alien? I am your uncle, a bona fide earthling from China. What have you been all these years? In my memory, I have never encountered you, nor has my father ever spoken of you. When Tony inquired about this matter, Xin Ran felt a quiet astonishment within. Little did he expect Howard to maintain such secrecy, concealing his very existence and whereabouts even from his own son. After all these years away from Earth, I only returned to New York yesterday. I never realized that it had been 63 years since my departure. Everything feels as though it transpired just yesterday. Xin Ran mused with deep emotion. Tony, perceiving Xin Ran's inscrutable demeanor and expression, naturally believed his words, especially after Xin Ran retrieved the bullet fragments for him. Very well, Uncle Xin. I believe we should host a grand celebration to commemorate our first meeting as uncle and nephew, and to express my gratitude for your significant assistance. Indeed, the resemblance between father and son was striking. Tony's demeanor mirrored that of Howard. This celebration seemed to symbolize a legacy passed from father to son, a tradition that would endure through generations, Xin Ran reflected. However, a celebration is one thing, and gratitude is another. We must hold two separate events. Oh, my dear Uncle Xin, that poses no issue whatsoever. You may indulge as many times as you wish. Tony was surprised to discover that this uncle shared his fondness for revelry. As per our usual custom, I shall require 2 American-style drinks and 2 Japanese ones. Should they not meet my aesthetic standards, I shall promptly return these bullet fragments to you. After 63 years of inactivity, he was eager to stretch his limbs, especially in Natasha's absence. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Tony's jaw dropped, and he stood in stunned silence. Chapter 18. Go back and inform Nick Fury that I am Xin Ran. Xin Ran indulged himself throughout the night, releasing a significant portion of his pent-up frustration, with a small remainder reserved for Natasha. The following day, he briefed Tony before taking his leave, advising him to follow his true instincts. With Tony's intelligence, he would undoubtedly grasp the meaning behind those 4 words. Thus, as soon as Xin Ran departed, Tony returned to his seaside mansion in Los Angeles to delve into the study of his Iron Man suit. Meanwhile, Xin Ran returned to his seaside villa in New York, awaiting Natasha's return while anticipating the system's release of new missions. A few days later, Tony called Xin Ran. Uncle, there is a banquet tonight. Would you care to join? Ever since I announced the closure of the Stark Weapons Development Division, I have not appeared in public. The media reporters even suspect I might be dead. If I do not make an appearance soon, I am quite certain they will declare my demise in the newspapers. Xin Ran chuckled. Who could blame you for your previous frequent escapades with those starlets? If you remain out of sight, it is only natural for the media to create a buzz around you. Uncle, I simply wish to offer you a chance to unwind. Otherwise, shall I arrange for a few starlets to accompany you tonight? The address of Uncle had become increasingly comfortable for Tony. Very well. Come pick me up at my home this evening. Absolutely. That night, Tony drove a car identical to Xin Ran's model, taking him to the banquet. At the entrance of the soiree, Tony's arrival swiftly drew the attention of the crowd. His companion, Xin Ran, was perceived merely as Tony's young acolyte, as he appeared significantly younger than Tony. Before long, Tony found himself surrounded by a throng of women. Hey, Tony, do you remember me? A stunning young woman approached him, attempting to engage. I miss your delightful exploits, she added. Tony, however, was not inclined to revisit past encounters, dismissively replied, I surely won't pick up the chewed gum of my past. Having had his share of experiences, he walked directly to Obi and remarked, if the host isn't present. What purpose does the gathering serve? Obi was taken aback by Tony's presence, exclaiming, look at you. I never imagined you would come. Just as he was about to continue, Xin Ran joined them, prompting Obi to bow and say, Mr. Xen, you have arrived as well. Please come inside. Xin Ran, however, chose to ignore Obi's flattery. Were it not for the troubles Obi had created, which he believed would make his nephew more sensible and mature, he would have uprooted Obi and his associates long ago. As they made their way to the banquet hall, numerous beautiful women approached Tony, while Xin Ran found himself neglected. Uncle, what can I say? It seems my charm is simply irresistible. Tony smirked at Xin Ran. Xin Ran shot him a glance, replying, are they drawn to you or merely to your wealth? Surely, you must know. Oh, dear uncle, it must be my handsome looks and remarkable talents. Wealth is but a trivial matter, he retorted. Upon reaching the bar, they ordered 2 drinks and engaged in conversation. At that moment, a young Caucasian man approached Tony, initiating dialogue. Xin Ran recognized him instantly as Agent Coulson from SHIELD. Mr. Stark, he began. Tony, who usually interacted only with women, did not recall who Coulson was. Agent Coulson, the agent, introduced himself. With the revelation of his identity, Tony feigned recognition. Oh, right, you are the one, what was it? Ah, yes. He struggled to remember Coulson's name. From the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, Coulson continued. Upon hearing this, Tony took a sip of his drink and laughed. Goodness. You really ought to consider a name change. Yes, I hear that quite often, Coulson replied. I understand this past period has been challenging for you, but we need you to prepare a report. We still have numerous questions, and certain details may slip your mind with time. So, shall we settle on a meeting? How about the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Industries? Tony, however, was only half listening, having spotted the alluring pepper, and was already distracted. Once Coulson finished speaking, Tony casually responded, that sounds agreeable, Agent Coulson. I believe you are correct. Now, I must find my assistant to finalize this matter. He then turned to Xin Ran, saying, Uncle, I have a bit of business to attend to. Enjoy yourself for a while. Do let me know if you fancy any of the ladies. Observing several women was hardly a matter of concern. I had arranged everything for you. With that, he blended into the crowd in search of Pepper. Xin Ran, perched upon a high stool, surveyed the array of beauties at the banquet. As he contemplated which ladies to bestow his affections upon, Agent Coulson approached him to strike up a conversation. Good day, sir. May I inquire about your relationship with Mr. Stark? Xin Ran regarded Coulson with a smile. Ordinarily, Coulson ought to address him as master. For 60 years prior, Xin Ran was a distinguished major agent for the United States and a venerable figure within SHIELD, though it seemed that department had yet to adopt that name. I am his uncle, Xin Ran replied candidly, not intending to conceal the truth. Do not jest, sir. One glance at you suggests you are not of the uncle's generation. Noticing Coulson's disbelief, Xin Ran opted not to clarify, continuing to sip his drink while eyeing the women. Coulson, undeterred, pressed on. Sir, may I know your name? I am Xin Ran. Mr. Xen, allow me to introduce myself. I am Coulson. Suddenly, Xin Ran recalled something and interrupted. I'm aware of who you are, Agent Coulson. I overheard your conversation with Tony just now. However, I wish to inquire about the location of your department's base. When I returned a few days ago, I attempted to visit but could not locate it. My phone's navigation yielded no results. Also, is Natasha Romanoff not employed with you? Must you not exhibit some humanity? I have been back for several days and have yet to catch a glimpse of Natasha. Does your organization not have any days off or holidays? Xin Ran spoke boldly, his words striking with force. Coulson, listening to Xin Ran's discourse, involuntarily shuddered. His mind stirred like turbulent waves. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and asked, Who exactly are you? Xin Ran relished the astonishment evident on Coulson's face. Having completed the frozen mission and passed through that unique timeline, he had no intention of further concealing his identity. Return to Nick Fury and tell him my name is Xin Ran. Inform him that I said, regardless of what task Natasha is undertaking, it must be terminated immediately, and she is to return to New York. Agent Coulson, do you comprehend? As he uttered these words, Xin Ran's demeanor shifted. Commanding with the authoritative tone he wielded on the battlefield 60 years ago. Understood, sir. Coulson responded promptly, only to realize soon after that he had momentarily lost his composure. Mr. Xen, I must take my leave. I shall ensure your message is conveyed, and I trust we will meet again soon. Recognizing the significance of Xin Ran's identity, Coulson hurriedly departed the banquet scene. Chapter 19. Obi, you are heedless of advice. 2 vodka martinis, not sweet, with extra olives, and make it quick. Tony hastily approached from the balcony, sitting beside Xin Ran as he ordered a drink from the bartender. Tony, why is it that when the moment calls for affection, you suddenly shy away? This is not characteristic of you, Xin Ran remarked with a smile, gazing at Tony. Greetings, uncle. How is it that you perceive from such a distance? I jested. Do you believe I possess the gift of clairvoyance? Before Xin Ran could finish, Tony hastily covered his groin. Uncle, such abilities should not be trifled with. Just teasing you, young lad. Even if I could see through, why would I wish to gaze upon that? Xin Ran took a sip of his drink, continuing to admire the enchanting dancers gracing the venue. At that moment, a tall, exquisitely dressed blonde approached. Wow, Tony Stark, what an unexpected delight. Tony pondered for a moment before inquiring. Carly? It's Christine, she replied, unfazed by the error, and added with feigned seriousness. I remember now. After exchanging pleasantries, Christine produced several photographs and handed them to Tony. This town is called HYDRA. Have you heard of it? As Tony scrutinized the images in his hand, he discovered that Stark Industries' weapons had fallen into the hands of terrorists, his expression darkening with each passing moment. When were these taken? Yesterday. I did not authorize shipment. However, your company did. My company's approval does not equate to my consent. With that, Tony turned to seek out Obadiah. Just then, Xin Ran grasped his arm. Tony, please. Sit down and have a drink. Do not act impulsively. Heeding Xin Ran's words, Tony took a sip of vodka from the bar while still fixated on photographs. Tony, may I ask who this is? Christine inquired, glancing at Xin Ran. Greetings, beautiful miss. I am Xin Ran, a shareholder of Stark Industries. Xin Ran extended his hand in introduction. Upon learning of Xin Ran's affiliation with Stark, Christine's eyes sparkled with interest. Hello, Mr. Xin. I am Christine, a journalist. Curious, Xin Ran asked, did you take these photographs? Indeed, sir. It was no easy task. Thank you, Mr. Xin. It is my duty as a journalist. Xin Ran smiled, took another sip of his drink, and continued, Miss Christine, given the gravity of this situation, I, as a shareholder of Stark, bear significant responsibility to address this issue and prevent future occurrences. I would like to invite you to discuss this matter further tonight. I believe your insights will lead to a swift resolution. Wouldn't you agree, Tony? Xin Ran cast a meaningful glance at Tony, who quickly affirmed, oh yes, indeed. Mr. Xin is correct. As the second largest shareholder in the company, he speaks wisely. Christine lowered her gaze with a smile, her cheeks slightly flushed as she turned to Xin Ran. Mr. Xin, I find your perspective quite compelling, and I believe we can collaborate to resolve this issue. With that, Christine approached, linking her arm with Xin Ran's, presenting herself as an effortless companion. Xin Ran felt a surge of satisfaction. Indeed, the status of a Stark Industries shareholder proved advantageous. This maneuver was reminiscent of Tony's own style. With a beautiful woman by his side, Xin Ran felt little desire to linger any longer in that place. Rising, he gently patted Tony's shoulder and said, Tony, as I've always maintained, follow your heart and pursue whatever it is you desire. With that, Xin Ran took Christine and departed from the banquet. In public, he summoned his sleek sports car from the spatial ring, leaving Christine in awe. Xin Ran accelerated the vehicle at breakneck speed, heading straight for the most opulent hotel in New York. There, he booked the grandest presidential suite to discuss pertinent matters with Christine. Upon returning home, Tony was consumed with outrage as he watched news reports detailing the oppression of civilians by terrorists. He was acutely aware that the weapons wielded by these terrorists had originated from his own company. That night, Tony tirelessly tested the capabilities of his Iron Man suit. The following morning, clad in his armor, he flew directly to the small town of HYDRA. Upon arrival, he swiftly dispatched all terrorists and obliterated their armaments. On his return journey, Tony intended to toy with a military aircraft, but lost control and inadvertently destroyed one, though thankfully the pilot survived. Meanwhile, Xin Ran was engaged in his morning exercise. That evening, Obadiah acquired the original version and blueprints of the device from the Ten Rings organization. Through his study of the defective remnants, he crafted his own suit of armor. However, due to the limited capabilities of his subordinates, they were unable to produce the reactor that would power it. Later that night, Christine summoned her close friends to aid Xin Ran. The next day, Tony instructed Pepper to extract the shipping orders from Obadiah's computer. Upon reviewing the data, Pepper discovered that Obadiah was the mastermind behind Tony's initial kidnapping. However, by the time she intended to inform Tony, it was already too late. Obadiah ambushed Tony at his home and seized the reactor from his chest. Tony was in peril, and Pepper found herself in a precarious situation as well. At that moment, Xin Ran was still indulging himself. Fortunately, Pepper encountered Agent Coulson, who had come to Stark Tower in search of Xin Ran. Coulson promptly contacted HYDRA to summon several agents for Pepper's protection. Pepper managed to reach Rhodey by phone, alerting him to Tony's distress and urging him to rush to Tony's residence. Due to Xin Ran's assistance in extracting the shrapnel from Tony's chest, the removal of the reactor did not immediately threaten Tony's life. Instead, he was afflicted by excruciating pain from Obadiah's device, rendering his existence a torturous ordeal. Yet, thinking of Pepper's predicament, he persevered, crawling painstakingly to his laboratory. There, he retrieved the first-generation reactor and inserted it into his chest. After completing this arduous task, Tony collapsed onto the floor in agony. Initially, he had intended for Pepper to dispose of the old reactor, but unbeknownst to him, she had preserved it, and now it proved invaluable. Had it not been for Xin Ran's intervention, Pepper's choice would have saved both Tony and herself. At that moment, Rhodey arrived, but Tony had already regained much of his strength. With Rhodey's assistance, Tony rose to his feet and donned the Iron Man suit. Amidst Rhodey's envious gaze, Tony soared into the sky, shattering the ceiling as he ascended to rescue Pepper. Observing the unfinished armor beside him, Rhodey exclaimed with determination, "Next time, I shall ensure you wear it." In the depths of Stark Tower, Obadiah had already activated his suit using Tony's reactor. He commanded the armor to assault Pepper and the agents of HYDRA. Under Coulson's cover, the two managed to escape to the surface. With a thunderous crash, the iron monstrosity erupted from the ground, raising its weapon with the intent to claim Pepper's life. At that moment, Tony descended from the heavens, colliding with Obadiah and sending him tumbling 40 to 50 meters onto the asphalt. Pepper was saved, clad in their respective suits of armor. The duo engaged in battle on the street. However, Tony's reactor was running low on energy, leaving him at a disadvantage against Obadiah. Consequently, he concentrated all his energy and surged skyward, aiming to draw Obadiah into the atmosphere, leveraging the advantage of his armor's ice-resistant technology to defeat him. Unexpectedly, Obadiah fell from the heights unscathed. Meanwhile, Tony's armor was nearing depletion, and just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, Xin Ran's voice resonated from above. "Obadiah, I see you are utterly unyielding to advice." Chapter 20. The unreliable elder. The battleground between Tony and Obadiah was merely a street away from Xin Ran's hotel. At that moment, Xin Ran was engaged in exercise when the earth-shaking noises from outside disrupted his focus. With electromagnetic perception activated, he caught sight of Tony attempting to lure Obadiah upwards. Xin Ran hastened his pace, hastily finishing his workout. After donning his attire and informing Christine and her companions of his need to step out, he leaped from the hotel window. Xin Ran's presidential suite was located on the 20th floor, and his audacious jump elicited gasps of shock from Christine and her friends, nearly giving them fright. Only when they saw Xin Ran hovering outside the window and waving did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Christine gazed at the extraordinary man outside, her expression filled with enchantment, and urged, "Make haste and return swiftly." Xin Ran ascended into the sky, heading directly towards Tony's location. Upon arrival, he recognized the site of their initial encounter with Tony and Obadiah. Xin Ran had previously cautioned Obadiah, expecting him to withdraw in time, yet the narrative had unfolded as anticipated. Leading to this moment, Obadiah gazed up at Xin Ran, suspended in midair, and instinctively took a step back, despite being clad in armor. Tony lifted his visor, a frown gracing his features as he lamented, "Where have you been all this time, my dear uncle? I was nearly done with the fight by the time you arrived. I must say, you are quite the unreliable elder." "Tony, you mustn't speak so. Have I not arrived in a timely manner?" Xin Ran replied with a smile, observing Tony's disheveled state. Witnessing such a formidable Iron Man in their midst, Obadiah's fury ignited, and he shouted, "Xin Ran, do not presume that I still fear you." As Obi hesitated to take action, merely indulging in idle chatter, Tony provocatively interjected, "Obi, I remember the first time you met Uncle Exant. You nearly soiled yourself in fear. Are you no longer afraid?" Is it the attire you're wearing that has bestowed you with such courage? Obi scoffed. Tony, you know nothing of Xin Ran. Do you understand why I feared him? He was once an elite operative on the front lines of the U.S. military. Your father even revealed to me that he could manipulate the trajectory of bullets. I assumed he had perished after all these years of absence, and I was determined to secure that 20% of the original shares for myself. Yet, he suddenly appeared before me. His presence completely disrupted my plans. My shot not only failed to eliminate him, but he seized the opportunity to rally support and warn me not to pursue his shares. It is not him that I fear. It is the power of his shares and his extraordinary abilities. Xin Ran was taken aback by Obi's words. He had initially provided Obi with vague warnings, primarily concerning his arms dealings and the entrapment of Tony. Little did he know, Obi had turned his ambitions towards himself. The old man's aspirations were indeed grand. Tony was equally surprised to learn that his seemingly unremarkable uncle had such a storied past. An elite operative? That was hardly the impression he had formed. Perhaps a notorious lecher was more accurate. Xin Ran shook his head in resignation. Obi, I believe you're mistaken. What do you mean by manipulating the trajectory of bullets? Xin Ran, I have no time for your nonsense. Can you still fly? I wish to see if you can control the path of a rocket. With that, Obi launched several rockets, their whistling tails slicing through the air, hurtling towards Xin Ran. The old man could only lament Obi's ignorance of his capabilities. Spitting disdainfully into the air, Xin Ran activated his power to manipulate metal. Before Obi could react, the rockets that had been aimed at Xin Ran reversed course and detonated upon him. Obi, I stated that I would not intervene. Yet today, I shall handle you without lifting a finger. After saying this, Xin Ran clasped his hands behind his back, hovering in the air with an air of enigmatic authority. Uncle, you truly know how to put on a show. Why don't you step up? Tony retorted. If you can control the trajectory of rockets, I am eager to see if you can manage me. With that, Obi propelled his armored suit towards Xin Ran, delivering a punch aimed squarely at his face. Xin Ran remained unmoved, and Obi's fist halted in midair, unable to advance despite his attempts to exert more force. Begone, Xin Ran declared, and an invisible force acted upon Obi's suit, sending it crashing heavily to the ground. Xin Ran then slowly descended from the air. Extending a hand, he swiftly repaired the damage to Tony's armor and guided Obi's suit to hover before Tony. With a resounding crash, the massive suit fell to the ground, revealing a bewildered Obi within. The saga was far from over. The remnants of the battle armor swiftly amalgamated into a colossal iron sphere, rolling ominously toward Tony. This heap of scrap metal should fetch a few $100s, remarked Xin Ran, undeterred by Obi's look of despair as he approached Tony, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. That old coot is yours to handle. I have pressing matters to attend to. With that, Xin Ran soared into the sky, heading straight for the 20th floor of the hotel. After such a grueling confrontation, a proper reward was in order. Having survived such a life-and-death ordeal, Tony had matured significantly. Gathering the last vestiges of energy from his armor, he aimed and fired at Obi, who remained perplexed until the end, unable to fathom the extent of Xin Ran's extraordinary powers. Hadn't Howard claimed he could merely control the trajectory of bullets? The entire sequence from Xin Ran's departure from the hotel to the resolution of Obi's fate took no more than 10 minutes. Upon his triumphant return through the window, he was met with a chorus of excited screams from the ladies. In a show of admiration, Christine summoned several of her stunning friends to join her. Fortunately, the presidential suite boasted a spacious bed. Otherwise, after Tony dealt with Obi, the New York police arrived late, surrounding the scene. However, it wasn't long before Coulson and his SHILD team intervened, dispersing the officers and taking control of the situation. That night, videos of the duel between the two Iron Men proliferated online, with the footage of the smaller Iron Man bravely enduring blows to save others, garnering countless likes and shares. The citizens of New York were well aware that the little Iron Man was intrinsically linked to Stark Industries. This incident sent ripples across the nation. Had it not been for Xin Ran's timely intervention, the arc reactor would have been detonated by Tony, resulting in consequences far beyond mere commotion. The following day, Colonel Rhodes represented the U.S. authorities at a press conference, attributing the incident to a malfunctioning robot. In the background, Coulson handed a prepared statement to Tony. You were on the yacht at the time. I fabricated customs documents asserting you spent your days and nights on Avalon Island and secured 50 witness testimonies. Just read it verbatim. Tony readily acquiesced to Coulson's request. And what about Uncle Xin? Upon hearing Tony mention Xin Ran, a glimmer of admiration sparkled in Coulson's eyes. Rest assured, Tony, no one will know that Major Xin Ran was present. I've dealt with such matters before, Mr. Stark. As long as you recite the statement, this will blow over swiftly. After Pepper helped Tony adjust his attire, he stepped onto the stage for the press conference. Christine occupied the front row, and Tony offered her a knowing glance, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Xin Ran harbored no worries that Christine would bring him trouble, for she had savored an unprecedented thrill and acquired wealth beyond her wildest dreams, having submitted to Xin Ran's formidable presence. Following a barrage of questions from reporters, Tony discarded his script, declaring a statement that ignited the entire room. On that day, major media outlets profited immensely from Tony's statement. In the evening, Tony returned to his seaside villa, only to find an unwelcome visitor had intruded upon his home. "I am Iron Man. Do you presume you are the sole superhero in the world?" Nick Fury remarked enigmatically. "Mr. Stark, there are many like you, though you remain oblivious to their existence." Confounded, Tony gazed at the one-eyed man before him and inquired, "Who are you?" "Nick Fury, director of HYDRA. I wish to meet your enigmatic uncle to discuss the establishment of the Avengers Initiative." Chapter 21. Nick Fury's discomfiture. Nick Fury elucidated the Avengers Initiative to Tony, but the latter displayed little interest. Tony was quite displeased with Fury's audacious entrance into his home. "Director, should you wish to discuss matters with me in the future, please schedule an appointment with my assistant beforehand. It is rather impolite to appear unannounced at my residence, you know? I may have to consider upgrading my security system," he stated. Fury smiled slightly. "Even if you upgrade, I believe I would still be able to gain entry. You agents can be quite bothersome." Tony waved dismissively, begrudgingly acknowledging Fury's words. After all, the rich legacy of SHIELD spanning over 50 years is not to be taken lightly. "So, Director, do you intend to spend the night here?" "Just so you know, I do not have any accommodations for men," Tony remarked as Fury lingered. "Rest assured, Tony, since you are not inclined to join the Avengers, I shall speak with your uncle," Fury replied as he rose to leave. "No problem, Director. If you manage to persuade my uncle Xin, I might reconsider," Tony quipped mischievously. Based on his understanding of Xin Ran, it would take more than a few grand soirees to sway him. Furthermore, Tony had gleaned some insight into Xin Ran's identity from Obadiah, the distinguished ace major operative from World War II, endowed with unique abilities, would hardly heed the words of a junior director. Given these two factors, it was clear that Nick Fury would face challenges in persuading Xin Ran. Having departed from Tony's opulent mansion, Nick Fury drove his exclusive vehicle towards Xin Ran's seaside villa. 60 years prior, Xin Ran's identity dossier had been classified and sealed by the Department of Defense. As the director of SHIELD, Fury possessed some familiarity with those legendary figures from the past. Just days earlier, Coulson, who had been on a mission in New York, had hurriedly returned to headquarters to report on the mysterious individual encountered at a gala. Upon hearing the name Xin Ran, Fury was momentarily taken aback. The legendary figure from World War II, Steve Rogers, had long evaded SHIELD's search in the depths of the Antarctic. To his astonishment, another legendary figure from the same era, Xin Ran, suddenly emerged. Coulson's description indicated that his appearance was identical to the photograph contained in the dossier from 60 years ago. SHIELD has detected Xin Ran's extraordinary flight capabilities, as well as his ability to penetrate the formidable steel armor of Obi without laying a hand on it. Nick Fury promptly placed Xin Ran on the Avengers roster. However, due to the unique nature of his identity, he chose not to approach Xin Ran directly, but rather sought out Tony. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than favorable. Parking his vehicle on the beach, he strolled towards a vintage mansion that lay before him. After only a few steps, he was enveloped by an alluring aroma. Noticing that the main gate was closed while the lights within the house glowed warmly, Fury felt a surge of excitement and skillfully vaulted over the side entrance. Upon landing, he discovered Xin Ran seated in the courtyard, tending to a fire and fiddling with something. Observing the young man, who appeared to be in his 20s, Fury immediately adjusted his demeanor to that of SHIELD's director and approached him. He contemplated exerting his authority as the head of HYDRA, considering that Xin Ran was merely a former major. Despite his previous affiliation with the agency, Fury's status as director was unparalleled. "What are you concocting?" he inquired, unceremoniously claiming a chair from the courtyard and sitting down opposite Xin Ran. "Your left eye was clawed by a creature, but your right eye is intact. Yes? You don't recognize seafood?" Without lifting his gaze from the grilled fish he was manipulating, Xin Ran responded, "How do you know my eye was damaged?" The moment he spoke, it felt as if Fury had detonated a bomb within his mind. Very few were privy to the reasons behind his one-eyed visage. Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, and the apex of a 10th-level operative, was taken aback. "The Avengers initiative you hold in your hands was altered after Carol departed Earth. Was it not? What was it called before? The Guardians Initiative? You wish to recruit me?" Fury was momentarily dazed. He had intended to regale Xin Ran with tales of his experiences, showcasing the might of SHIELD and the glory of his position. Yet, Xin Ran preempted him with a bold retort, leaving Fury astonished and at a loss for words. However, having weathered many storms in the cosmos, Fury quickly regained his composure and took a hearty bite of a skewer of grilled squid. "Major, since you were so well informed, I shall dispense with the formalities. Are you interested in joining the Avengers?" "Absolutely not," Xin Ran replied without hesitation. He then raised his head to meet the gaze of the one-eyed director and coldly remarked, "My front door is not locked, yet you chose to scale the wall. Do you think being a 10th-level operative makes you exceptional? Did I invite you to sit? Yet you took it upon yourself to do so? Even Alexander Pierce would address me as senior in my presence. What is your standing to act so presumptuously? A mere junior, coming into my home without a greeting, sitting down to feast on my grilled squid. Where is your sense of decorum?" Fury was taken aback by Xin Ran's assertiveness, and the truth in his words rendered him momentarily speechless. "Stand at attention," Xin Ran commanded, his aura fully unleashed. Nick Fury instinctively set aside the grilled fish in his hand and hurriedly stood up. "I am a person who responds to gentleness rather than force. Your tactics hold no sway over me. Senior, if I have offended you, I sincerely request your understanding of the significance of this plan and implore you to join us. Rest assured, you shall not be constrained by anyone or any department." Nick Fury adopted a humble demeanor as he addressed Xin Ran. "How many people are involved in your plan now?" Xin Ran inquired, teasingly gazing at the upright Nick Fury as he swallowed a grilled oyster. Nick Fury was at a loss for words, for thus far, no one had joined. Ding. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission details. Join the Avengers Initiative and become the leader of the Alliance. Mission completion reward. Magneto's ability, fusion level increased to 45. Obtain electromagnetic pulse capability. Electromagnetic pulse. The host can gather surrounding electromagnetic forces, transforming them into electromagnetic energy to unleash energy attacks, requiring a charge-up period. The longer the charge, the greater the power. Initially intending to tease Nick Fury a bit longer, Xin Ran was unexpectedly met with such a mission from the system. Wasn't this akin to a gift? If no one had joined, to say it plainly, no need to stammer. At that moment, Nick Fury resembled a chastised child standing before Xin Ran, appearing rather comical. "I can choose to join your plan, but I have two conditions." Nick Fury's eyes lit up as he quickly replied, "Please, Senior, go on. First, you must bring Natasha back to me immediately, regardless of her current mission. Second, once the alliance is established, I must be the leader. All matters requiring my intervention must be commanded by me. If you cannot agree to these 2 points, then you may leave at once." "Absolutely no problem." Nick Fury, rather than taking a moment to ponder, immediately acquiesced as soon as Xin Ran finished speaking. "There is a document in the car. I will retrieve it for you to sign, and you can officially join." With that, he prepared to leap over the wall. "Come back." Nick Fury looked at Xin Ran with a face full of grievance, wondering if this esteemed individual was about to change his mind. "Stand at attention again." As Xin Ran extended a single hand, Nick Fury was puzzled by the gesture, but then he saw the vehicle gently descend from the air behind him. "Go ahead." Suppressing his astonishment, he retrieved the document from the car. "Senior, please sign here." Xin Ran controlled the pen he handed over, inscribing his name upon the document. Watching this peculiar maneuver, Nick Fury's eyelids twitched. "Senior, Is this considered your autograph? What? Am I to run away? After signing, the system's reward was also credited. Fury, is that vehicle incapable of withstanding a bullet's assault? Yes, Senior. The security level of this vehicle is second only to that of the White House. Xin Ran smiled with satisfaction. Subsequently, he gathered a trace of the surrounding electromagnetic force into his palm and directed it toward the vehicle. With a resounding boom, Nick Fury was taken aback and turned to see the dented body of his car. You were right, Fury. The safety level is indeed high. I exerted merely 1% of my strength, and it still couldn't be broken, Xin Ran remarked with a smile, observing Fury's pale face. Don't be angry, little Fury. You were already dark, and now, with a blue face, you appear even darker. With a wave of his hand, the dented car body instantly returned to its original form. The vehicle then soared upward and landed back on the beach. Senior, should anything arise, I will have someone contact you. You continue with your grilling. I must take my leave. Having said that, he consumed a grilled oyster and turned to retrace his steps. Use the main entrance, not like a thief. Claiming to be the king of spies, Fury remarked. Chapter 22. Reunion. After joining the Avengers, the system had not issued any tasks, allowing Xin Ran to indulge in the life of an ordinary person. He drove his luxury car daily to buy groceries, returned home to cook, and spent evenings grilling. However, having indulged excessively in seafood oysters, the internal heat surged, prompting him to sometimes call Christine to join him for exercise at their usual spot. Each time, Christine adeptly brought along different friends to accompany Xin Ran. A week later, Nick Fury personally drove Natasha back. Upon seeing the man she had known for over 60 years, tears welled up in Natasha's eyes. Xin Ran felt a pang of sympathy and, in front of Nick Fury, embraced Natasha and kissed her passionately, both retreating towards the bedroom. Nick Fury, understanding the situation, closed the villa's door and sat sullenly in the courtyard. 2 hours later, Natasha lay contentedly in Xin Ran's embrace, playfully punching his chest while feigning annoyance. It's been 63 years. If you hadn't returned, I would have sought another man. Xin Ran gently caressed the back of the cherished woman in his arms, smiling. I would like to see who could possibly tame you besides me. Hearing his words, Natasha blushed and pouted. The two snuggled together, recounting the longing of the past 63 years. My dear, please do not leave me for such long periods again, Natasha implored, her eyes glistening with tears. Fear not, little Natasha. Such a situation shall never occur again. Trust me. Gazing into Xin Ran's steadfast eyes, Natasha felt a weight lift from her heart. For all these years, both psychologically and physiologically, he had constantly occupied her thoughts. After Xin Ran's departure, the Black Widow truly became a widow. While executing missions provided a distraction, the night spent alone in bed proved challenging for Natasha, as Xin Ran's image perpetually lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. Fortunately, her body had been enhanced by the perfect super soldier serum. Otherwise, the toll of sleepless nights alone would have been unbearable. At that moment, Xin Ran sensed that Nick Fury remained outside, softly saying, Little Natasha, Fury is still out there. Natasha giggled. What? I had thought he had left long ago. Why don't we step outside for a moment and resume later? Let us hold off for now and give him some time. Xin Ran rolled over, pinning her beneath him, and whispered mischievously in her ear. Subsequently, the two indulged once more in their passionate encounter. Nick Fury waited in the courtyard for over 4 hours before they finally emerged from the villa. Senior, you two took quite a while during the day, Nick Fury remarked, scratching his head with an awkward smile. What? Did I keep you, the esteemed director, waiting too long? After 63 years apart, would we have emerged so swiftly without your presence? Xin Ran retorted brusquely. Nick Fury felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him at her bluntness, leaving him at a loss for words, and he could only manage a forced smile. Dear, Director Fury is usually very kind to me. Please do not make things difficult for him, Natasha interjected, secretly delighted at Nick Fury's discomfort while feigning to defend him. After all, he was still her superior. All right, Fury, having waited so long, what brings you here? Xin Ran inquired, settling onto the sofa in the living room and wrapping her arms around Natasha. Senior, I came partly to have a word with you. Last time you were rather rude, and I want to give you a gentle reminder. I consider myself quite easygoing. Nick Fury sighed and promptly took a seat on the adjacent sofa, though his posture remained somewhat tense. I also came to return Agent Natasha to you. Furthermore, the U.S. authorities wish for you to persuade your nephew, Tony Stark, to join the Avengers and to surrender the Iron Man technology to the Department of Defense. With her legs crossed, Xin Ran scoffed. Fury, have you lost your mind, or has the White House gone mad? Convincing Tony to join the Avengers is one thing, but demanding he relinquish his technology is absurd. Why not just appoint him as the Secretary of Defense? Is it that anything the U.S. government desires must be handed over? What else next will they come from me as well to study? Nick Fury gasped. Senior, that was certainly not the intention. If you are unwilling to engage in this matter, then so be it. I will inform those at the White House that I do not take orders from anyone and they should not expect me to partake in their thievery. Very well. I shall convey your sentiments. With that, Nick Fury left, looking quite dejected. Having faced humiliation in Xin Ran's courtyard previously, he now bore reprimand in her living room. It seemed he would avoid dealings with Xin Ran unless absolutely necessary. That would be for the best, he pondered. After Tony publicly acknowledged his identity as Iron Man, he indulged himself completely. On the very day Natasha returned, Tony held a grand Stark Expo in New York, elevating his fame to unprecedented heights. Following the event, a former beautiful police officer who had once been involved with Tony approached him. However, this time her intentions were not to flirt. Instead, she delivered a subpoena. Tony was mandated to attend a Senate Armed Services Committee meeting the next morning at 9 o'clock. That evening, Tony sped to his villa in Washington, driving the latest model sports car. The following morning, he attended the military committee meeting punctually as mandated. Although he complied with the requirement to be on time, Tony regarded the meeting with indifference. Mr. Stark, shall we continue with our previous discussion? Mr. Stark, please. Mr. Stark, could you focus and listen to what I am saying? At Pepper's urging, Tony adopted a slightly more serious demeanor. Very well, you may proceed. The senator seated at the podium immediately inquired about the Iron Man suit. Do you possess a special weapon? Tony unequivocally responded, I do not. It depends on what you define as a weapon. Iron Man is a weapon. My invention is not a weapon. The senator persisted with his questioning. Then, what do you call it? How would you describe it? It is what it is, Senator. And what is it? It is a high-tech prosthetic. That is the best descriptor I could conceive. Thus, a heated exchange ensued between Tony and the senator in the center of the committee. Unable to outmaneuver Tony, the senator resorted to a patriotic appeal. We must prioritize handing over the Iron Man weapon to the American people. Tony retorted, not a chance. I am Iron Man. I am one with the suit. To relinquish Iron Man is to relinquish myself, and that constitutes servitude or slavery, which I cannot offer you. Rendered speechless, the senator muttered, I am not an expert. An expert on servitude? Of course not. You are a senator, for heaven's sake. The senator, at a loss for words, summoned Tony's corporate rival, arms dealer Justin Hammer, to debate him. Justin Hammer asserted that the world in which the American people live is perilous, and if Tony were to surrender the iron suit, it would better ensure peace for both America and the world. Unfazed by Hammer's accusations, Tony remained steadfast. However, his friend Colonel Rhodes, present at the meeting, was compelled to read from his report, which contained unfavorable testimony against Tony due to the senator's unreasonable demands. The senator felt this was insufficient and proceeded to play videos and documents indicating that other nations were also researching, imitating, and planning to mass-produce Iron Man suits. Tony was well aware of the research conducted by other countries. He hacked into the congressional computer system and revealed the concealed truth. The iron suits developed by other nations were far inferior to his, riddled with failures and accidents. He also exposed that Hammer Industries was secretly developing iron suits, which Tony mockingly ridiculed. Amidst the banter and altercation, both the senator and Hammer were thoroughly discredited. Ultimately, Tony emerged triumphant from the meeting, leaving the senator fuming in frustration. Sincerely embracing Natasha while watching the live broadcast, they remarked, he truly is Howard's son. He possesses remarkable audacity. Natasha praised Tony. Indeed, his audacity surpasses that of his father's grand gatherings. What gathering? Charity gala. After concluding the live broadcast and turning off the television, the two resumed their conversation on the sofa in the living room. Chapter 23. Defeating Roddy years ago. Anton Vanko, a Soviet defector, sought refuge in the United States, leveraging his exceptional abilities to join Stark Industries. Collaborating with Howard Stark, he delved into reactor technology. However, as Vanko aspired to monetize their advancements, Howard opposed his ambitions. Undeterred, Vanko clandestinely pursued his objectives, only to be discovered by Howard, who subsequently exiled him. This turn of events felt profoundly unjust to Vanko, as his contributions were instrumental in Stark Industries' success. Upon returning to the Soviet Union, he found himself shunned, treated like a spy, and dispatched to the frigid expanse of Siberia. Tony Stark's admission of being Iron Man did not escape Vanko's notice. It ignited a deep-seated resentment within him. At that time, he was on the brink of death. In his final moments, he summoned his son, Ivan Vanko, to his bedside, urging him to reclaim all that they had lost from Tony. Ivan, inheriting his father's intellect and expertise in physics and electronics, unearthed the blueprints left behind by Anton and resolved to construct an arc reactor and battle gear to exact revenge on Tony. Tony's recent triumph in the council brought him great joy, and upon returning home to admire his suit, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Though Xin Ran had earlier removed the shrapnel from his chest, eliminating a critical threat, the reactor providing energy to the suit posed a grave dilemma. Tony had concealed his blood poisoning from Pepper, and despite seeking Xin Ran's assistance, there was little that could be done. Xin Ran understood that the key to resolving this issue lay within Tony himself. In a bid to navigate his remaining time with greater ease, Tony decided to delegate responsibilities at Stark Industries to Pepper. Meanwhile, HYDRA dispatched a female agent to approach Tony and gather intelligence regarding Iron Man. Given Xin Ran's presence, the operative was not Natasha, as she was Xin Ran's partner, and Xin Ran was Tony's uncle. Nick Fury lacked the audacity to permit his aunt to seduce his nephew. During a racing event in Monaco, Tony encountered Hammer again, subjecting him to a fresh round of mockery. Seeking a thrill, Tony entered the racing arena, ousting his team's driver to take the wheel himself. Amidst the race, he faced an assault from Ivan, armed with weapons crafted from decades-old cold fusion technology. Although such energy weaponry was antiquated, Stark Industries was its sole proprietor. Tony contacted Xin Ran to inquire about the situation, and Xin Ran informed him of Ivan's background. Upon returning from Monaco, Tony hosted a birthday party at his villa, naturally inviting his unreliable uncle. He dialed Xin Ran's number, only to discover that Xin Ran had just finished a workout with Natasha. "Uncle, tomorrow is my birthday, and there will be a grand banquet in the evening. You must attend. I have prepared 6 exquisite ladies for you." Natasha, nestled in my arms, interjected with a threatening grip. "What is he saying?" "Huh? Uncle, why is there a woman's voice? What are you doing in broad daylight?" "No problem, Tony, but I must bring your aunt along as well." "All right, understood. Uncle, I comprehend your meaning." After hanging up, Tony pondered for quite a while, unable to fathom how his uncle had suddenly acquired an aunt, as if he too had decided to settle down. Due to this phone call, Xin Ran spent a considerable amount of time explaining to Natasha, yet to no avail. Ultimately, after another round of banter, Natasha was left too exhausted to argue any further. The following evening, the two arrived at Tony's residence as promised. Rhodey, one of Tony's few friends, was also invited. However, he had ulterior motives beyond merely attending the banquet. He aimed to persuade Tony to serve the military and provide them with iron armor. At the banquet, clad in his armor, Tony indulged in drinks, becoming increasingly inebriated while frolicking with a group of scantily clad beauties, playing with energy cannons. Rhodey, unable to bear Tony's reckless behavior, impulsively ventured into the underground laboratory to don a suit of iron armor for himself. Upon arriving at the banquet, he not only frightened away all the ladies but also pointed an accusatory finger at Tony, declaring, "You are unworthy to wear the iron armor. Remove it." "And you think you are?" Xin Ran remarked, swirling his glass of red wine nonchalantly. Rhodey turned to see 2 others present and barked, "You too. Leave this place immediately." Tony waved dismissively at Xin Ran. "Uncle, don't interfere. I'll teach this guy a lesson." Consequently, the two engaged in a fierce brawl, transforming the once pristine villa into a scene of utter devastation. Guests on other floors dispersed due to the chaos, leaving only Xin Ran and his wife, along with Pepper, seated on the couch, observing the spectacle. Noticing that Xin Ran had brought a lady along, Pepper quickly approached and urged, "Mr. Exon, you both should leave at once. It's too dangerous here." Xin Ran smiled. "No worries, Pepper. I enjoy such scenes. They're quite lively, are they not?" Natasha nodded in agreement. As the fight intensified and the guests departed, Tony raised his hand, ready to unleash an energy cannon. Rhodey, unwilling to back down, gathered energy for his own cannon, threatening Tony to lower his hand. At that moment, Xin Ran leisurely walked between the two, holding his glass. Enough, Rhodey. First, lower your hand. Then take off the armor and get lost. Rhodey, unfamiliar with Xin Ran, dismissed him, saying, Get lost, who are you? If you die here, I want to take responsibility. Xin Ran was not one to be cowed. He stepped forward and delivered a sharp slap. With a resounding crack, the immense force reverberated through the armor, leaving Rhodey's head ringing. Who are you? Rhodey was taken aback. Not even Tony in his armor could inflict such pain. Yet this stranger's casual slap held such formidable power. Xin Ran offered no response, instead delivering another sharp slap. With 2 strikes, he instilled sheer terror in Rhodey. Flames ignited beneath his feet as he turned to flee, intent on returning the suit of armor to the military. However, just as he was about to escape the villa, he found himself immobilized. I told you to remove the armor before you leave. Rhodey, undeterred by the warning, increased the force of his feet and palms, yet remained unable to move. What ist? Could the steel armor possibly slip away from Xin Ran, who wielded dominion over all metals? Xin Ran deftly maneuvered the armor until it hovered beside him, positioning Rhodey upside down with his legs in the air. He then delivered a kick to Rhodey's face, followed by grabbing his calves and swinging him about, exclaiming, If I perish, you bear no responsibility. But if you perish, am I to be accountable? What nonsense! Tony found Xin Ran's actions entirely unsurprising. He was even considering whether to craft a suit of armor to counter Xin Ran. At that moment, Xin Ran released his grip, allowing the armor to float in the air. Uncle, he can't be dead, right? Tony gasped as he observed the armor's limbs drooping lifelessly. Jarvis, scan Rhodey's life signs. Sir, he is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness. Relieved to learn Rhodey was unharmed, Tony let out a long sigh. He splashed some of his drink onto Rhodey's face, rousing him from his stupor. Upon awakening and seeing Xin Ran, Rhodey instinctively attempted to flee. Xin Ran reached out with an airy grasp, causing the armor to fall away from Rhodey in an instant. Come, attempt to kill me. I'll guarantee you one to be held accountable for my demise, Xin Ran teased. You hold a glass of wine, while I am encased in steel armor. How could I possibly kill you? Rhodey thought to himself, yet dared not voice his concerns, paralyzed by fear. Noticing Rhodey's terror, Tony rushed forward to introduce Rhodey. This is my uncle Xin Ran. Quickly greet him. Rhodey, bewildered, managed to stiffly utter, Uncle, greetings. Xin Ran took a sip of his drink and replied, You may leave, but the armor must remain. Who raised you to think you could simply take what you want? Rhodey hesitated. Uncle, this task was assigned to me by the individual at the White House. I have no choice. A glint of coldness flashed in Xin Ran's eyes. The one from the White House? If he is unfit, replace him. That position is merely a seat. It wouldn't hurt to install a compliant puppet in his stead. Rhodey gasped, realizing the audacity of the man before him. Xin Ran was not entirely incorrect. Though the presidency was ostensibly decided through elections, it inherently represented a competition among powerful factions. Stark Industries is fully capable of contending for presidential candidacy, Tony concurred. Rhodey found himself at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the duo's arrogance. How could they so casually suggest replacing the president over a mere suit of armor? Nevertheless, he thought, while I may not approve of their methods, Rhodey is my friend. Gifting him the armor posed no significant concern. I shall instruct Jarvis to establish a privilege, ensuring that only Rhodey may don this suit of armor. What do you think? After a brief pause, Tony added. Xin Ran nodded in agreement. That seems reasonable. At that moment, Natasha hurriedly entered the hall. Darling, an extraordinary phenomenon has occurred in a town in Mexico, and Director Fury is waiting for our return in the courtyard. The gates are locked. How did he get into the courtyard? It seems he climbed over. Chapter 24, a serendipitous encounter during this particular time frame. Xin Ran was convinced that it was the god of thunder, Thor, and his hammer, Mjolnir, that had descended upon Earth. The post-credit scene of Iron Man 2 briefly showcased the hammer, albeit for only a few fleeting seconds. Gazing at Tony before her, Xin Ran spoke. Tony, today is your birthday, and your uncle has not prepared any gifts for you. Why not have the suits in a lab tailored specifically for your aunt? Once completed, you may deliver it to me. Tony took a couple of swigs from his drink. Uncle, are you joking? Nearby, Natasha was amused by Xin Ran's seemingly nonsensical remarks. I have not forgotten about your palladium poisoning due to the arc reactor. Would you like me to point you in a direction? A spark of joy ignited in Tony's heart. Uncle, that would be splendid. But what about Aunt's armor? Jarvis, scan Aunt Natasha thoroughly and document the relevant information. Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange the armor for her. Xin Ran smiled with satisfaction. That's the spirit. She continued, Tony, do you recall that director of HYDRA, who came to see you last time? Tony solemnly nodded. Xin Ran reclined on the sofa, seemingly lost in profound memories. Your father, Howard, and Agent Peggy Carter once collaborated to establish the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division, which we now know as SHLD. Tony was astounded. He had not anticipated that his father held such a distinguished role. Due to certain circumstances, I withdrew from the battlefield at that time. You likely heard a bit about it from Obi during your last encounter. After my withdrawal, your father appointed me to a nominal position under SHIELD, while your Aunt Natasha was assigned as a combat operative. To put it plainly, I am one of the founding elders of SHIELD. At this juncture, Rhodey could no longer contain himself, rising in excitement. You are the same good brother of Captain America, the mysterious figure who vanished alongside him? Xin Ran cast a sidelong glance at Rhodey, ignoring him as she continued. What I am saying may seem unrelated to addressing your palladium poisoning. However, Tony, your father, as a founder of SHIELD, left behind certain artifacts that remain within the organization. I believe that upon retrieving those items, you may uncover new revelations. Tony appeared perplexed. Uncle, your words are rather nebulous. Where exactly are you guiding me? I see no path ahead. It is still not clear enough. I must explicitly state, you need to have a serious conversation with Nick Fury to retrieve the box that Howard left at SHIELD. The contents of that box hold the key to remedying your poisoning. Initially, Xin Ran intended to merely guide Tony, allowing him to discern the rest on his own. However, he soon realized that Tony could not grasp the intricacies of this particular situation from Huagua. Unwilling to beat around the bush, Xin Ran spoke plainly. After all, even if he refrained from speaking now, that rascal Fury would eventually come knocking to deliver the box. Nevertheless, discovering the new element would ultimately depend on Tony himself. Should he elucidate further, it might inadvertently cloud Tony's judgment. That is much clearer, Uncle. However, I haven't seen that one-eyed director since his last visit. Do not worry. He has already placed an informant near you. That new assistant of yours is no ordinary person. Before long, he will seek you out. As Xin Ran spoke, he unconsciously glanced at Natasha. Tony, what poisoning? Why have you never mentioned it? Asked Pepper, her eyes glistening with tears. Roddy seemed to grasp something as well, lowering his head in shame. All right, Tony, I'll leave the remaining matters to you. Don't forget about your aunt's armor, Xin Ran remarked, gesturing toward Roddy. Remember, this suit was a gift from Tony. Don't let anyone tamper with it carelessly. At this point, Roddy had roughly deduced Xin Ran's identity and took his words as orders. Standing at attention and saluting with utmost seriousness. Sir, you must have lost your mind. You're Tony's friend. Just call me Uncle. Sir. Subsequently, Xin Ran scooped up Natasha and soared into the sky. At the same time, a magnetic force field activated, forming a protective barrier around the two, shielding them from the turbulent air generated by their rapid ascent. Xin Ran's ability had now reached a fusion level of 45%, allowing him to fly at twice the speed of sound. The sudden takeoff left Roddy in stunned silence. To fly solely on one's own power. Was this even human? Natasha, cradled in his arms, had never experienced anything like it. My dear, when did you learn to fly? This sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Xin Ran grinned mischievously. Would you like to experience something even more thrilling? He then subtly adjusted the magnetic force field, rendering their forms nearly invisible. Given Xin Ran's current speed, the journey from Tony's residence to his own would take only 2 to 3 minutes. 3 hours later, the two gradually descended into the villa's courtyard, where they found Nick Fury, wearing an expression of resigned impatience. Natasha shot Xin Ran a reproachful yet bashful glance. Director Fury, we were delayed by some matters on the way. My apologies for keeping you waiting. Natasha greeted Fury with a smile. Delayed? You both clearly descended from the sky. What could have possibly delayed you? Did you collide with a bird midair? Fury thought to himself, though he dared not voice his incredulity. Let us discuss inside, Fury. The three entered the house and settled onto the living room sofa. Senior, the matter is as follows. A hammer has been discovered in a small town in Mexico. Xin Ran stated directly. Well, it seems that nothing escapes your notice. Originally, we intended to dispatch Agent Hawkeye to handle this situation, but given the supernatural nature of the phenomenon, it would be far more expedient for you to intervene. Are you interested in investigating this matter further? Fury inquired cautiously about Xin Ran's intentions. Alert! New mission available for host acceptance. Mission details. Extract Thor's hammer Mjolnir and acquire the power of lightning. Completion reward. Magneto's ability fusion rate increased to 50, granting the ability to create electromagnetic portals. Electromagnetic portal. The host can utilize electromagnetic force to fabricate a portal, allowing access to any location the host has previously visited or wishes to explore. The electromagnetic portal serves a purpose akin to that of the portals in Camartage, with the primary distinction being that Camartage portals require the use of a suspended ring as a medium, while the electromagnetic portal does not. Xin Ran sensed that this task would not be easily accomplished. Mjolnir, forged from the essence of a planet, fundamentally belongs to a unique category of cosmic metal. As long as it is metal, Xin Ran possesses the ability to manipulate it. However, the hammer is also under the divine enchantment of Odin, the All-Father, and only one deemed worthy may wield it. This suggests that extracting the hammer would prove to be a formidable challenge. At present, Thor has yet to fully mature. He relies entirely on that hammer to embody the god of thunder. Without it, he is rendered powerless. Odin's intention in imposing this enchantment was to facilitate Thor's growth. To seize the hammer using Odin's own spell would equate to robbing Thor of his rightful opportunity for development, an act that would be unjustifiable. If such a thing were to occur, one might wonder if Odin would not exact a severe retribution upon Xin Ran. Nonetheless, failure to complete the mission would result in the inability to enhance Magneto's ability fusion rate, which would leave Xin Ran ill-equipped to confront the dangers beyond Earth. Extracting the hammer not only promises the acquisition of lightning power, but also the dual benefit of elevating Magneto's abilities, an opportunity Xin Ran cannot overlook. Furthermore, Xin Ran harbored doubts about the notion that Thor would cease to be the god of thunder without Mjolnir. Odin would undoubtedly intervene. Xin Ran was eager to witness how Odin would respond to Thor in the absence of his hammer. Fury, whether you mention it or not, I intend to go. That hammer is extraordinary, and I must handle it personally, Xin Ran declared with conviction. This news delighted Fury immensely, for with such a formidable ally as Xin Ran involved, there was little left for him to worry about. He hurriedly produced a set of credentials and handed them to Xin Ran. SHIELD. Level 0 agent? Xin Ran inquired, examining the credentials. Fury, if I recall correctly, you're a level 10 agent, are you not? Senior, do not misunderstand. Level 0 equates to no level at all. Given your extraordinary prowess, even assigning you a level 100 would fall short of your capabilities, making level 0 the most fitting designation, as it adds an air of mystery. Moreover, you're the leader of the Avengers, and this credential serves merely as a guise. Nick Fury explained. Certainly, for this mission, I intend to operate alone. Natasha has only recently returned, so I believe it would be best for her to rest at home. You have no objections, do you? Senior, the decision lies with you. Agent Natasha has now been officially inducted into the Avengers. She has graciously complied with my arrangements, allowing her to recuperate at home, thus avoiding the incessant demands I might place upon her. Senior, Coulson has already arrived in Mexico. He will fully support your endeavors upon your arrival. Understood. I shall set off tomorrow. Very well. I shall not intrude upon your time together. With that, Nick Fury prepared to depart. Wait. Just a few steps away, I called him back. Please find an opportunity to give Tony the items left by Howard, and discuss matters concerning the Avengers with him as well. Nick Fury smiled. It seems we are of the same mind. After Fury's departure, the clock had already struck past midnight. Little Natasha, I shall be leaving tomorrow and may not return for quite some time, so tonight I must make amends, I remarked, embracing her and whispering mischievously in her ear. Natasha felt a wave of warmth wash over her. Darling, shall we ascend into the skies? Without hesitation, I lifted Natasha and soared into the heights, taking in the breathtaking nightscape of New York. Chapter 25. Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor. New York and Mexico. One lies to the east and the other to the west. Though my flight speed now approaches twice the speed of sound, I chose to travel in the most humble manner. The following noon, I bid farewell to Natasha and boarded the HYDRA aircraft. At a highly secretive military airfield in Mexico, Carlson awaited my arrival, accompanied by numerous agents. Upon seeing me disembark from the plane, Carlson approached with a warm smile. "Sir, welcome to Mexico." I returned his smile. "Agent Carlson, it is good to see you again." Carlson shook my hand with palpable excitement. "Sir, may we take a photograph together?" "A photograph?" I was puzzled. What need did two grown men have for such a thing? To be candid, Captain Rogers is my idol, and you are his dear friend. So I wished. Upon hearing this, I recalled that Carlson was indeed a devoted admirer of Steve. "Very well, let us do so." Carlson retrieved his phone and, beaming with joy, took a selfie with me, wrapping his arm around my shoulder. "Thank you, sir. The vehicle is parked over there. Allow me to escort you to the scene of the incident." I nodded in agreement and followed Carlson to the SHIELD vehicle. The remaining agents divided into two teams, each taking a black SUV. One team followed behind while the other led ahead, effectively shielding the vehicle I occupied in the center. "Carlson, is this how you receive all your guests?" I remarked, observing the extensive arrangement that resembled the display of a crime lord's entourage. As I posed a question, Carlson, seated in the driver's seat, glanced at the rearview mirror and hastily explained, "Sir, the conditions here are limited, and we are short-staffed." "I appreciate your understanding." At a loss for words, I could only nod in response. I must admit, the stability of the SHIELD vehicle was truly commendable. Navigating through the undulating sands of the desert, the ride was remarkably smooth. Gazing at the desolate Gobi outside the window, Xin Ran pondered the matter of Thor's hammer. Suddenly, he noticed Carlson, seated in the driver's seat, casting a suggestive glance at him through the rearview mirror. "Carlson, focus on driving, will you?" Xin Ran murmured. "Yes, sir." After a while, Xin Ran observed that Carlson continued to steal glances at him intermittently. "Carlson, if you have something to say, just say it. I'm not a woman. So why the suggestive looks? Let me be clear, I have no interest in men. If that's your inclination, I won't object. But I advise you not to pursue such antics with me." Xin Ran felt a wave of discomfort. As a man of stature, he could endure the flirtatious gaze of a woman, but from a man, that was simply unacceptable. Carlson, hearing Xin Ran's words, quickly clarified, "Sir, I think you might be misunderstanding. However, it's all right. As long as you don't set your sights on me, I have no prejudice against your preferences." Xin Ran's demeanor suggested indifference toward Carlson's inclinations, leaving him both amused and perplexed. "Sir, you and Captain Rogers belong to the same generation, yet after all these years, you appear even younger than I am. I'm just a bit curious. Also, sir, I have a girlfriend." "Oh, so that's how it is," Xin Ran replied, speechless. "Sir, could you share some stories about Captain Rogers for back in the day?" Carlson inquired cautiously. Xin Ran held a favorable impression of Carlson. He was polite and humble, prompting Xin Ran to recount tales of Steve from years past. "I first met Steve in an alley behind the Brooklyn cinema. At that time, he was..." And thus, Xin Ran shared stories of his experiences with Steve for over 2 hours. Eventually, Carlson halted the vehicle. "Sir, we've arrived." "Carlson, no need to be so formal. Just call me by my name. It's fine to occasionally refer to me as sir, but your constant sir is quite unfamiliar to me." They exited the vehicle and walked a short distance, arriving at a large circular pit. It was hard to imagine that such a vast hole was created by a mere hammer. As civilian vehicles continued to arrive nearby, Carlson explained, "Those are folks drawn here by the commotion. Order the scene to be secured," Xin Ran commanded. Following the order, Carlson began to arrange the necessary measures. Before long, over 30 military helicopters appeared overhead, and military trucks rolled in from the ground. Agents of SHIELD swiftly cordoned off the expansive area. A few unruly Japanese individuals stubbornly refused to leave, even clashing with several agents. In response, Xin Ran issued an immediate order for them to be shot. Xin Ran bent down to examine the hammer embedded in the ground. Apart from the ancient, weathered, and mysterious engravings on either side, it bore little distinction from an ordinary hammer. What could this possibly be? Carlson stood beside him, astonished, unable to fathom how such a hammer could create such a massive crater. "It is a hammer." Carlson, somewhat at a loss for how to respond to the previous statement, nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Indeed, this is quite the hammer." Subsequently, Xin Ran stepped forward, grasping the hammer's handle with both hands, exerting all his strength, yet the hammer remained utterly unmoved. Carlson also attempted to lift it, with the same disheartening result. Bring in the helicopters and attach the cables. Curson commanded over the intercom, refusing to believe that mere human effort could not budge it. Surely 3 helicopters could do the trick. However, despite their efforts, the cables snapped without yielding any results. Had Xin Ran not swiftly managed to control the frayed cables, Curson would have met his demise. Xin Ran then directed his abilities toward the mighty HYDRA, resulting in a slight movement. But that minuscule shift ignited a spark of hope within him. If it could move, then it must indeed be a form of metal. And if it was metal, it was well within the purview of the master of magnetism. Curson, I sense you might have some knowledge regarding the origins of this hammer, Xin Ran remarked. Oh, what leads you to say that? Curson inquired. Your eyes betray an unusual glimmer, Xin Ran replied. No wonder you are a level 8 agent of HYDRA. Your powers of observation are quite keen. Curson chuckled. I still have much to learn compared to you. After all, you are a level 0. Xin Ran did not shy away, stating, Indeed, I recognize it. Really? What is the true nature of this hammer? Curson's initial uncertainty transformed into excitement at Xin Ran's affirmation. Xin Ran cast another glance at the hammer before revealing. This hammer is known as Mjolnir, the very hammer described in Norse mythology belonging to the god of thunder. Is that truly the case, Xin Ran? Curson asked, astonished. Do you think I would jest with you? At that moment, an agent hurried over. Report, gentlemen. In the nearby town, an astrophysicist has documented the supernatural phenomena surrounding the appearance of this hammer. Xin Ran was aware that this astrophysicist was none other than Jane Foster, Thor's future love interest. A brilliant and attractive young woman. However, he held no interest in her. It was her in turn, Daisy Louisa, who piqued his curiosity. Let's proceed at once. Chapter 26. Flowing with the tide, Curson promptly issued the order, leading a cadre of agents toward the small town. Upon arriving at Jane Foster's residence, they found it deserted. With a wave of his hand, Curson signaled the agents to begin relocating the equipment to SHIDRA's vehicle. Leaning against the car, Xin Ran observed the agents in their flurry of activity. Soon, 2 women approached, calling out an alarm. Hey, those are my belongings. What on earth is happening here? Curson stepped forward, addressing them. Miss Foster, I am Agent Curson of SHIELD. What does that matter? I couldn't care less which agency you belong to. You cannot do this, Jane retorted, seething with anger. This is my life's work. Meanwhile, Eric Selvig, sensing the rising tension, leaned closer to Jane and advised softly, Jane, this situation may be more serious than you realize. Let them proceed. Ironically, this only intensified Jane's ire. Let them proceed? This is my life. Curson gazed at the irritable woman, continuing to explain, Miss Foster, we are investigating a security threat and require access to your records and atmospheric observation data. Access? You might as well say steal. Curson, feeling helpless, retrieved a check from his pocket. This is for you. It should compensate for the trouble caused. Jane took the check and crumpled it into a ball. Let me tell you, you can't find replacement equipment in a digital store. Most of these devices were crafted by me. I believe you can create new ones, Curson replied. Thus, Jane and Curson engaged in a heated exchange. Nearby, Daisy wished to speak up for Jane, but was at a loss for words, her large, watery eyes reflecting her anxiety. Xin Ran watched the innocent beauty before him, feeling a stirring in his heart. I am on the verge of uncovering answers to some extraordinary phenomena. All my findings are either in this laboratory or in this notebook. You cannot take them away, Jane exclaimed, nearly in tears. Curson, unable to do anything further, signaled for his subordinates to hastily conclude their task and leave. One agent grasped his superior's intent and approached Jane with coercive measures. Observing this, Daisy and Eric rushed forward to protect Jane. Once everything was packed and ready to depart, Xin Ran intervened. Curson, hold on. As he spoke, all agents ceased their actions. Xin Ran stepped in front of the trio, fixing his gaze intently on Daisy. She felt a wave of shyness under the scrutiny of a stranger. Yet remembering that he could halt everyone with a mere word, she summoned her courage and quietly said to Xin Ran, Sir, could you please speak to them and have these instruments returned to my teacher? They are truly important to her. Overwhelmed with anxiety, she bit her lip after speaking, leaving Xin Ran feeling a flutter of desire, though he maintained his composure. Extending his hand, he said, Hello, Mississippi. I am Xin Ran. Daisy weekly zetwende. Hello, Mr. Xin. I am Daisy Louise. She then introduced the others. This is Miss Jane Foster, my supervising teacher, and this is Professor Eric Savage. Xin Ran nodded to both of them. Miss Foster, would you be interested in joining HYDRA? Not interested, Jane retorted, her irritation still simmering, and her impression of Xin Ran soured by his lecherous gaze upon her in turn. All your equipment will be sent to the HYDRA laboratory and returned to you after use. However, if you join us, I will assign you this project along with SHILD's experimental equipment and researchers at your command, allowing you to participate in the supernatural phenomena that have occurred. At this proposition, Jane felt a flicker of intrigue. Xin Ran, this is against protocol, Curson interjected, visibly troubled. Whose protocol is it against? SHIELDS or Nick Fury's? Both. Very well. I declare that what I just stated is now a new regulation. As of now, Miss Foster is in accordance with my stipulations. Agent Coulson, do you have any further inquiries? Coulson was taken aback. All right, Xin Ran, no more questions. Jane and Daisy were astonished. The person before them spoke with such gravitas. Xin Ran cast a slight smile at Daisy and continued, Miss Foster, have you given this further consideration? There's no need for contemplation. I shall join. Regardless of the circumstances, my efforts will be appropriated. By aligning with them, I can continue my research while gaining a clearer understanding of the truth. Upon witnessing the resolution of the issue, Daisy expressed her gratitude with a glance toward Xin Ran. Grasping Jane's hand, she said, Professor, as Mr. Xin has mentioned, the SHIELD laboratory is staffed with numerous professionals. As a humanities student, I doubt I could contribute significantly. I intend to explore opportunities in New York. Xin Ran felt a surge of delight. This was fortuitous. He promptly interjected, Daisy, as luck would have it, I am in need of an assistant. I possess 20% of the original shares in Stark Industries that require management. Would you be interested? What? Mr. Xin, are you serious? Daisy could hardly believe that such a fortunate opportunity could fall into her lap. Stark Industries was immensely wealthy, and 20% of the original shares represented a substantial sum. Mr. Xin, I worry that I may not be capable of fulfilling this role, Daisy confessed. Xin Ran chuckled reassuringly. Worry not, Daisy. It is merely a position, not a burden. I have faith in your abilities. After a lengthy moment of hesitation, Daisy nodded in acceptance of Xin Ran's invitation. Coulson, please arrange transportation for Miss Foster and Professor Shavig to return to the camp. Certainly, sir. Subsequently, Coulson personally drove the two towards the camp established near Thor's Hammer, with the vehicles laden with instruments trailing behind them. Only Xin Ran and Daisy remained at the site. Can you drive, Daisy? Xin Ran inquired. Yes. I acquired my driver's license during university, she replied. With that, Xin Ran, in her presence, summoned the sleek vehicle from his spatial ring. Wow, Mr. Xin, how did you do that? This sports car is amazing, Daisy exclaimed, incredulously gazing at the car that had seemingly materialized before her. Huh, there are many more things I can accomplish. Please, refrain from calling me Mr. Xin. We are of similar age, so just call me Xin Ran, Daisy. If Tony were to hear this, he would surely choke on his drink. Of similar age? How bold of you to say, Daisy teased. Understood, Xin Ran. She replied with a playful smile. This car is for you. What? Seeing Daisy in a state of disbelief, Xin Ran added, as my assistant. You ought to have a means of transportation. Consider it a necessity for work. If it becomes damaged, I shall procure another for you. Before even commencing her duties, her boss gifted her a sports car for her transportation needs. Such a remarkable stroke of fortune was beyond her imagination. Overwhelmed with excitement, Daisy embraced Xin Ran and planted a kiss on his cheek, wrapping her arms around his neck as she exclaimed, Thank you, Xin Ran. The sweet fragrance of youth wafted into Xin Ran's senses, leaving him utterly speechless. He embraced Daisy, leaning down to press his lips against hers. Daisy's body softened, collapsing into Xin Ran's arms. She had intended to struggle, but her strength had dissipated. Never before had a man treated her in such a manner. As they kissed, Daisy found herself reciprocating, yielding to Xin Ran's advances. With a flicker of capability, the car door opened automatically, and the passenger seat was lowered to its most comfortable position. Gently, he placed Daisy upon the seat, and a magnetic aura enveloped the vehicle. Chapter 27. The Invasion of Thor's Camp. Xin Ran. We've only just met. And you, Daisy protested weakly, resting against him. Who prompted me to kiss you? A beauty of your caliber is simply irresistible, he teased, tightening his embrace and whispering playfully in her ear. Alas, it seems the cultural differences between Huami and our nations are quite profound. My earlier kiss was merely a surge of excitement, a gesture of gratitude towards you. And you? Oomph. Daisy feebly swatted his chest. This was my first time. You must take responsibility. Hearing her words, Xin Ran readily agreed. Daisy, I must be honest with you. Aside from you, there's another woman in my life. He disclosed Natasha's existence without reservation. Daisy sighed. Xin Ran, a man like you could never have just one woman. I can accept that. As long as you treat me well and invest your heart into it, I have no objections. Her words struck a chord deep within Xin Ran. He cupped her delicate face and planted a fervent kiss on her lips. Rest assured, my dear. Oh, so you want me to be your assistant, just to engage in such antics, huh? You rogue. Daisy teased. What rogue? This is called love at first sight. Let me, the rogue, take care of you properly. With that, he silenced her with a kiss. After more than 2 hours, Daisy sat in the driver's seat, blushing as she glanced at Xin Ran. I can't handle you anymore. Xin Ran grinned. Can't handle me or can't handle me. Just a moment ago. You seemed to revel in it, quite satisfied. Ugh, you're unbearable. Daisy playfully retorted, starting the car and accelerating towards the direction of Thor's hammer. Centered around the mighty Mjolnir, HYDRA had established an expansive research camp. Upon their arrival, Jane and Coulson were observing pertinent data in a temporary laboratory situated above the hammer. Jane and Professor Selvig had learned of Xin Ran's identity through Coulson. Mr. Xi and Daisy, you've arrived. Jane greeted warmly as she spotted Xin Ran. How are the facilities treating you, Miss Foster? Xin Ran inquired with genuine kindness. Quite well, Mr. Xi. I apologize for my earlier emotional outburst at home, Jane replied, lowering her head in slight embarrassment. Not at all. Isaaki Ilade is fortunate to have someone of your caliber aboard, Xin Ran reassured her. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they gradually became more familiar with each other and approached the data regarding the hammer. Xin Ran, what exactly is this thing? Could it be that all supernatural phenomena are a result of this hammer? Could it be that everything Thor said is true? Jian pondered internally. Did Thor not tell you? How do you know about Thor? Jian exclaimed in surprise. Xin Ran smiled, but offered no reply. Upon hearing Xin Ran mention Thor, Coulson reacted as well. He took out his walkie-talkie and commanded, Agent 1, bring me the data you were collecting immediately. Before long, an agent presented him with a laptop filled with records about the god of thunder, Thor, and his hammer, Mjolnir. Xian, is that truly the hammer of the god of thunder? Despite Xin Ran's previous assurances, Coulson remained skeptical. The hammer from Norse mythology is said to be immensely powerful, accompanied by thunder and lightning upon its birth. Yet this hammer appeared utterly ordinary, adorned only with patterns on its sides. Daisy had always dismissed Thor's words as mere madness. To think her partner would claim it was the hammer of the god of thunder. Could Thor genuinely be the god of thunder? Coulson, do you doubt my words? No. Xin Ran, if it is the hammer of the god of thunder, then where is the god himself? Coulson handed the laptop to Xin Ran. Look here. It is documented that the god and his hammer are inseparable. Wherever the hammer is, the god will be. Likewise, where the god exists, so too does his hammer. It's not that I don't believe you, but this defies logic, Xin Ran retorted, regaining control of the laptop and returning it to Coulson. This display left Jian and Shavik in awe. However, Daisy remained unfazed. After all, she had witnessed the spontaneous summoning of a sports car, so this was hardly remarkable. The more powerful her partner became, the more she would benefit. Due to the punishment from Odin, the king of the gods, this hammer, in theory, had no master. Whoever could lift, it would become the new god of thunder. Coulson gasped in disbelief. How could that be, Xin Ran? Whoever can lift it gains divine power. That is absurd. Jian was entirely unconvinced by Xin Ran's assertions. Xin Ran chuckled, levitating a large iron box into the air, and remarked, before you met me, if someone had told you I could manipulate the motion of objects, would you have believed it? Doesn't that seem rather absurd? Some things, though they cannot be explained by science, do not imply they do not exist. Humanity has advanced technologically for many years, yet has found no extraterrestrial civilizations beyond Earth. Does that mean there are none? Do you think ants are aware of the sun's existence? The Earth is but a speck in the vast universe, and there is so much we do not know and cannot access. This line of reasoning left Xin speechless, and Coulson wore a bittersweet smile. If the notion of the god of Thunder's hammer was absurd, then what could be said of the powers possessed by Xin Ran? As night fell, Xin and the HYDRA researchers organized the instruments and data she had brought from her laboratory. Daisy was there to assist Xin, having interned under her previously. Though a student of the humanities, I am nevertheless quite familiar with the positioning of the instruments. Xin Ran did not leave either. He remained for two reasons: to accompany Daisy, and to await the arrival of the wayward god, Thor. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. A dazzling display of electric light and booming thunder manifested above the encampment. Coulson hurriedly approached Xin Ran, clutching a computer device, eager to report. Xin Ran, look. This phenomenon has only occurred within a few miles of HYDRA. The surrounding towns remain unaffected, he exclaimed. Xin Ran, manipulating the computer that hovered before him, observed the satellite images, which indeed corroborated Courson's account. As electromagnetic induction unfolded, Xin Ran was astonished to discover that the information transmitted to him appeared as a blur. It seemed that the fluctuations from HYDRA had disrupted the electromagnetic field of this region. Xin Ran, the laboratory instruments have been incapacitated by this magnetic explosion, Xin exclaimed, panic evident in her voice, for these were the fruits of her labor. It's all right, Xin Ran reassured her. He activated the magnetic field, enveloping the entire laboratory. The screens of all computers and the indicator lights of the instruments flickered momentarily before returning to normal. However, outside the laboratory, the data from HYDRA could no longer be monitored. Xin Ran, can you manipulate the magnetic field? Xin and Shavig were astonished, realizing that this magnetic explosion had been entirely contained outside the laboratory. Who, besides Xin Ran, possessed such a capability? Xin Ran shook his head. If only I could manipulate the magnetic field. This should be considered an application of the magnetic powers that I have assimilated. Every enhancement of my abilities has been described by the system as the utilization of electromagnetic forces, never as manipulation of them. I have always surmised that such power would require a fusion degree of at least 70% or more. After all, electromagnetic forces are among the most potent of the universe's foundational powers. Moreover, the newly acquired abilities are not confined solely to Earth. With this thought, he suddenly gained fresh insights into the act of wielding HYDRA. At that moment, Courson's walkie-talkie crackled to life. Commander, the perimeter has been breached. Intruders have entered. All units mobilize and investigate. After a brief interval, the device crackled again. Commander, our special forces have been taken down. Courson's face darkened. Investigate. We must apprehend this individual. Xin Ran discerned that Thor had arrived. With his presence, the sky unleashed a torrential downpour. The agents monitoring the situation soon located him. Coulson led Xin Ran and the others to the scene. Witnessing his agents one by one succumb to the might of the imposing figure before them, Coulson felt a burning embarrassment, especially when he noticed Xin Ran watching him with a smile. Everyone, do not approach recklessly. Firearms are permitted. Coulson issued a final ultimatum over the walkie-talkie. Upon receiving the command, the agents promptly drew their Desert Eagles, encircling Thor. It's Thor. It's really Thor. Coulson, do not fire. I know him. As the crowd prepared to pull the trigger, Jane's voice resonated. Chapter 28, Thor's Siren, Part 1. Upon hearing Jane's words, Coulson instinctively glanced at Siren. Everyone, put away your weapons, he commanded, following Siren's signal. Soul cast an angry glance toward Coulson, continuing to grapple with a group of HYDRA agents. Although lacking in combat skills, his immense physical strength rendered those agents powerless against him. At that moment, a towering African-American, significantly taller than Soul, approached him and delivered a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Sitting there, Soul looked up at the giant and mockingly remarked, "You're quite large. I've seen bigger." Rising to his feet, he retaliated with a punch to the man's face. Infuriated, the giant responded with a blow to Soul's abdomen. Thus commenced a brawling exchange between the two muscle-bound brutes. Siren observed in silence. Is this truly Thor, the god of thunder? Coulson's implication was clear. He believed Siren was jesting. Could the mighty god of thunder engage in such a brawl? Siren retorted, "Coulson, this is your agent, Daisy Jane." And Professor Selvig also began to question Soul's earlier claims about the Bifrost HYDRA and his identity as a god. If he were indeed a god, why did he not summon thunder to strike his opponent? This resembled a child's play fight. Soul and the giant grappled their way outside the camp into the mud, ultimately exhausting themselves to the point of knocking the giant unconscious. Approaching Mjolnir, Soul wore a triumphant smile, believing he was on the verge of reclaiming his divine powers. With a victorious expression, he grasped the hammer's handle with one hand. To his astonishment, the hammer remained immobile, seemingly oblivious to him. Unwilling to concede, he employed both hands and feet, exerting all his strength, yet could not budge the hammer an inch. Despair engulfed him. He could not lift his old companion. Mjolnir, heart heavy with hopelessness, Soul unleashed a roar to the heavens. Had he truly been forsaken by Asgard and his father, Odin? Coulson took no heed of Soul's sorrow, issuing a direct order for his capture. However, Xin Ran intervened. Subsequently, he flew from a laboratory on the second floor to hover beside Soul. At the same time, an electromagnetic shield activated, repelling the rain. This spectacle left Daisy both astonished and delighted. Not only was her man exceptionally strong, but he also possessed remarkable abilities. How do I feel that this fellow is the real god of thunder? After all, how else could he control the rain and fly? Jane and Professor Selvig remarked. Selvig shook his head, utterly bewildered. Soul, Xin Ran called out. Soul, absorbed in his sorrowful tears, had not noticed the new presence before him. Observing Xin Ran, who floated above the ground and remained untouched by the rain, Soul coldly inquired, "You are no ordinary person. Who are you? How do you know who I am?" Listening to the foolish and brazen remarks, Xin Ran chuckled and said, "Do not be anxious, Thor. I am Xin Ran, a mere earthling, harboring no ill intentions towards you. Young man, what earthling possesses your remarkable abilities? Let us dispense with the pleasantries and speak plainly." Thor rose, his countenance unyielding. Xin Ran smiled. "Very well, Thor. I shall be direct. I desire your hammer. An absurd fantasy. No one but myself can wield Mjolnir." Thor retorted vehemently. "Then take it if you can. Should you fail, I shall claim it. Do not blame me for not forewarning you. Should you harbor resentment," Xin Ran declared, stepping back a few paces to afford Thor space to retrieve his hammer. Provoked by Xin Ran's taunts, Thor felt his ire rise. As the illustrious prince of Asgard, he could not abide being scorned by an earthling. He leapt forward, delivering a powerful punch toward Xin Ran. Yet, Xin Ran did not flinch, allowing the blow. For should it breach his electromagnetic shield, that would indeed be a testament to Thor's prowess. Thor's fist struck an invisible barrier, unable to make contact with Xin Ran, ultimately inflicting pain upon himself. "Have you finished, brother? If I take your hammer, consider it compensation for your medical expenses." Thor, rendered speechless, pondered how such shamelessness could exist. "Very well, if you possess the ability to take it, I, Thor, shall concede. You have proclaimed it yourself, so I shall not hold back." With that, Xin Ran descended to the ground, advancing step by step towards Mjolnir, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He sought to test the new idea that had blossomed in his mind, wondering if it might enable him to extract the hammer. Thor, however, remained unperturbed, for he did not believe Xin Ran could truly lift Mjolnir. Standing before the hammer, Xin Ran closed his eyes, lowering his electromagnetic shield and allowing the rain to drench him. The electromagnetic perception expanded fully. This time, he sensed not merely the immediate surroundings, but the intricate flow of magnetic fields and electromagnetic forces within a radius of several dozen miles. From 500 meters away, he levitated a car into the air. Simultaneously, the dynamics of the magnetic field shifted subtly. From a distance of 1,000 meters, he twisted a discarded rebar into a circle, the electromagnetic forces responding in kind. Electromagnetic force, the primal power. Suddenly, Xin Ran experienced an epiphany. He retracted the expansive electromagnetic perception, concentrating it solely around Mjolnir. Then, he activated the magnetic field, applying it to his electromagnetic perception. The range continued to shrink until it enveloped only Mjolnir and himself. With both powers in concert, Xin Ran perceived a unique electromagnetic force perpetually directed downward near Mjolnir. One could describe it as divine power or perhaps the curse of Odin. At this moment, Xin Ran had transmuted all into the cosmic primal force of electromagnetic energy, resonating in his mind. Gently bending forward, he grasped Mjolnir's handle. The ability to manipulate the state of metals surged forth, causing the electromagnetic forces surrounding the hammer to stir slightly. before promptly reverting to their original state. In the next moment, the lightning in the sky intensified, and the thundering echoes reverberated as if approaching Xin Ran. Unperturbed by these ominous signs, Xin Ran activated his ability to control metallic forms. In an instant, he transferred his power to the electromagnetic forces surrounding the hammer, amplifying its oscillations significantly. Beyond Earth, within the celestial palace of Asgard, Odin, feigning a severe illness, could no longer remain still. He stirred, and a faint divine power emanated from his fingertips. Suddenly, dark purple bolts of lightning converged above Xin Ran, descending upon him without hesitation. Xin Ran was caught off guard and barely had time to activate his electromagnetic shield. He succumbed to several massive bolts striking him, emitting blinding white light upon contact. Xin Ran, Daisy cried out in despair, while Jane covered her mouth in shock, and Savick shook his head in disbelief. Coulson hurriedly commanded his subordinates to evacuate everyone. Daisy, however, refused to leave, still clinging to hope that she might wait for Xin Ran, even if it meant waiting for nothing but bones. Seeing this, Jane opted to stay as well. As the blinding light faded, Xin Ran lay, charred and blackened, his clothes reduced to ashes. Had it not been for the superhuman physique granted by the system's rewards, Odin's lightning could have easily sent him to meet the King of Hell. Awaken! Xin Ran roared. At that moment, more bolts of lightning prepared to strike him. The electromagnetic shield and field activated simultaneously. However, even Odin's lightning could not breach them. In the next instant, the mighty hammer Mjolnir began to lift off the ground, slowly being grasped by Xin Ran. Thor sat despondently in the mud, utterly hopeless. Moments ago, Xin Ran had sensed the electromagnetic forces surrounding Mjolnir, which were imbued with Odin's divine enchantment. He had intended to wield Magneto's powers to control Mjolnir, gradually influencing this unique electromagnetic force until he could assimilate it and use it to his advantage. Unexpectedly, a similar unique electromagnetic force appeared within the stormy sky, striking him unprepared. The moment it made contact, the electromagnetic force within the lightning consumed the special electromagnetic energy surrounding Mjolnir through Xin Ran's ongoing electromagnetic induction. Seizing the opportunity, Xin Ran intensified his output of Magneto's powers, ultimately depleting the electromagnetic energy surrounding Mjolnir entirely. With the vanishing of this unique electromagnetic force, Odin's divine enchantment dissipated as well. Yet, the sheer weight of the hammer made it a challenge for even the super-strength endowed Xin Ran to lift it overhead. Had it not been imperative to raise it above his head using brute strength, Xin Ran could have effortlessly controlled the hammer with his powers. The hammer was now raised to his waist. Within the celestial palace, Odin seemed poised for a new move. "Mother, I sensed a fluctuation of divine power just now. Has Father awakened?" At that moment, a voice interrupted, drawing him back into silence. With renewed determination, Xin Ran exerted his strength with both hands. At long last, the hammer was raised above his head. In that very moment, countless white lightning bolts descended from the heavens, striking fiercely at Xin Ran. The intensity of these white bolts surpassed even that of the previous purple lightning. Yet this time, the lightning struck the mighty Mjolnir that rested atop Xin Ran's head. Countless flashes of lightning coursed through Mjolnir and into Xin Ran's body, cleansing his sinews and cells. With his already formidable physique augmented by the power of the Thunder God, Xin Ran grew even more fearsome. At that moment, a suit of silver armor materialized upon him, glimmering brilliantly amidst the lightning, while a red cape billowed gracefully behind him. The hammer above him suddenly felt as light as a feather. Xin Ran could distinctly sense its position, allowing him to control it effortlessly, even without invoking the powers of Magneto. Furthermore, as he grasped the hammer, a nurturing surge of electrical energy infused his being. This sensation was nothing short of extraordinary. Ding! Host task completed. Fusion level of Magneto's abilities increased to 50. The capability of the electromagnetic portal proved to be immensely practical, enabling travel to virtually any desired location. With the fusion level of Magneto's powers reaching half, Xin Ran's speed of flight soared to 50 times the speed of sound. As the lightning dissipated, the ominous clouds above vanished, revealing a resplendent starry sky. Xin Ran then appeared before the crowd. "Xin Ran, you frightened me to death." Upon seeing that he was unscathed, Daisy's tear-streaked face broke into a sweet smile. He placed the hammer within a spatial ring, removed his armor, and flew to Daisy's side. At that moment, a piercing scream escaped Jin's lips, startling Xin Ran. Daisy embraced the man before her, exclaiming, "Xin Ran, those bolts of lightning stripped you of your clothes." Glancing down, Xin Ran felt a flush of embarrassment. He waved his hand and conjured a portal leading to his home in New York. Inside the bedroom, Natasha was preparing for bed when a black portal suddenly materialized. On the other side stood a completely naked Xin Ran. He stepped through, and the portal closed behind him in an instant. "Darling, what on earth are you doing? Why aren't you wearing any clothes?" gazed Natasha, clad in sexy lace sleepwear. But Xin Ran did not answer her question. He lunged forward instead, details omitted for brevity. Afterward, Xin Ran changed into new attire from the wardrobe and tossed several of Natasha's alluring nightgowns into the spatial ring. Having witnessed Xin Ran being struck by lightning and then vanishing, Daisy was in tears, her eyes red from weeping. The black portal reappeared before the crowd, and Xin Ran emerged from within. Seeing Daisy, who was now a tearful mess, he approached, cradled her face, wiped away her tears, and gently embraced her, whispering, "I'm sorry for causing you worry." At that moment, Thor lay with his eyes closed in the mud, his heart heavy with despair. Xin Ran felt no fear of retribution from the Asgardians over this incident. Unless Odin himself intervened, no one else could pose a threat to him with his current strength. Moreover, just moments ago, Thor himself remarked that if Xin Ran could extract the hammer, he would concede. Is it not a matter of divine integrity? Xin Ran, what is truly transpiring here? The preceding scene was utterly astonishing, and after a prolonged pause, Coulson finally inquired. Did I not state that whoever could lift the hammer would be granted the power of the Thunder God and become a Thunder God? Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively. Then where did you vanish for so long? Were you changing your attire? It took you this long to change clothes? Coulson, must I report every little action to you? Coulson fell silent. So, does this imply that you have ascended to divinity, Xin Ran? Daisy, holding back her tears, asked with a downward glance. Leaning closer to Daisy, Xin Ran mischievously whispered, "Would you like to experience the power of a deity?" How utterly infuriating, Daisy retorted, pinching Xin Ran's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Observing their playful banter, Coulson cleared his throat awkwardly and then asked, "Xin Ran, you claim to have become the Thunder God. What of the original Thunder God Thor from Norse mythology?" That one line below is indeed Thor. He previously informed us that he is the Thunder God, along with tales of the Rainbow Bridge and Mjolnir. Upon hearing Coulson mention Thor, Xin Ran responded directly, "Yes, he is the former Thunder God, Thor." Xin Ran nodded. Coulson scratched his head, losing several strands of hair in the process. Still looking perplexed, "Xin Ran, I sense you possess a thorough understanding of this matter. Could you elucidate it further? I am still somewhat bewildered regarding the circumstances." Noticing that the others shared Coulson's confusion, Xin Ran smiled. Thor, having committed a transgression, was stripped of his power by Odin, the king of the gods, and was sealed within the Thunder God's hammer, Mjolnir. Subsequently, both he and the hammer were exiled from Asgard Earth, accompanied by a divine decree from Odin. Whoever can lift Mjolnir shall obtain the power of the Thunder God. Logically speaking, the only individual on Earth capable of wielding the hammer should be Thor himself. Xin Ran, why then did Thor fail to lift the hammer moments ago? Coulson posed a question. Perhaps he has yet to pass the trial set by his father and is thus unworthy. Xin Ran, since you have lifted the hammer, Thor has lost the power of the Thunder God. Odin, being Thor's father, might retaliate against you and strip you of your divine power. Daisy, grasping the implication of Xin Ran's words, began to worry anew. Xin Ran gently patted Daisy's head, reassuring her, "Fear not, dear. Even if Odin were reluctant, it is too late. The divine decree upon the hammer was issued in the name of his many ancestors, and even Odin himself cannot rescind it." "Very well, I understand," Daisy nodded, though her comprehension was somewhat tenuous. "Xin Ran, do you have an informant in Asgard? Is there someone close to Odin who is aligned with you?" Coulson's question left Xin Ran momentarily bewildered. "What do you mean? Otherwise, how could you possibly know so much?" Xin Ran, dismissive of this fool, continued, "Daisy, neither Thor nor Odin is as formidable as you might envision. The tales within Norse mythology exaggerate their essence. Compared to humans, they resemble a group of extraterrestrials endowed merely with superior abilities and longevity." With this clarification, the others found it easier to comprehend the situation. "Xin Ran, How should we proceed with the individual below? Corson, must you inquire about everything? You are here to assist me, not to create complications. If you require my guidance on every matter, you might as well return home. Understood, Corson replied with a wry smile before issuing commands. Team 3, detain the intruder. Shortly thereafter, a dozen agents hoisted Thor away. At that moment, Thor was devoid of hope and lacked the will to resist. Xin Ran, may I borrow that hammer? There are still numerous data points to gather. Jane inquired. Of course, Xin Ran replied, conjuring MJ from his spatial ring. With a casual toss, the hammer landed precisely in its original position, now under the dominion of its new master, the enchantment laid by Odin having dissipated entirely. The electromagnetic pulses emanating from the hammer had also calmed, facilitating Jane and HYDRA efforts. Once MJ was restored, Jane and the researchers from HYDRA promptly commenced their work. Xin Ran, I must ask again, given that he hails from the realm of gods. We cannot indefinitely confine him here, can we? His father is, after all, Odin. Corson pondered over how to address Thor's situation, still uncertain. After some contemplation, Xin Ran conceded that Corson had a point. Very well, once this matter concludes, we shall release Thor. He may pursue his own path. Those from Asgard will surely not intervene. Before he could finish, Xin Ran suddenly sensed a surge of divine energy. The electromagnetic aura expanded, and within the chamber holding Thor, he discovered an unexpected visitor. It seems we have a guest, Xin Ran remarked. Corson, momentarily taken aback, swiftly regained his composure. He hastily retrieved his radio and commanded, everyone, enter level 1 alert. All personnel, enter level 1 alert. Xin Ran's expression grew slightly grave. After all, this individual was a being of divine power. Corson ensured Daisy's safety. I shall confront this visitor. After entrusting Daisy's protection to Corson, he made his way towards the room where Thor was confined. Chapter 30. The uncle is unhappy. Loki, what are you doing here? Loki appeared silently before Thor in the chamber of confinement. Upon seeing his brother, Thor felt a surge of excitement, initially believing Loki had come to aid him. However, noticing Loki's troubled demeanor, apprehension gripped Thor's heart. What has transpired, Loki? He recalled his misdeeds and the circumstances that led him to Earth, feeling utterly helpless. Tell me, is it Jotunheim? I must explain this to Father. Thor resembled a wayward child. Father is already dead. Loki spoke with an impassive expression. What? Thor could hardly believe it. His father was Odin, the All-Father, a deity of boundless power. How could he possibly be dead? Yet, considering that Loki had traveled all the way from Asgard to Earth, it seemed implausible that he would come merely to jest. Even though he was the god of mischief, the god of deceit, Thor could not fathom that his brother would weave such a conspiracy against him. Thus, he found himself believing a significant portion of Loki's words. Your banishment, along with the looming threat of war, has proven unbearable for our father. As Thor's sorrow deepened, Loki continued to twist the knife. Do not blame yourself. I know you love him. I wish to convey this to him, yet he would not listen, knowing that you can no longer wield your hammer. Yet leaving it within your reach is undeniably cruel. Listening to Loki's words, Thor felt an overwhelming sense of despair. As if there was nothing left in this world worth clinging to. He found himself at a loss for words. The burden of the throne now rests upon my shoulders. Thor harbored no resentment or reproach towards Loki's ascension to the throne. Instead, he pitifully inquired, can I go home? These 5 words carried immense sorrow. The once mighty son of the god king had been treated like a prisoner on earth, stripped of his divine powers and usurped by a mere mortal. Loki continued to manipulate him. The truce with Jotunheim hinges on your banishment, and our mother has forbidden your return. I have come to bid you farewell, brother. I am truly sorry. Mentioning their mother shattered Thor's mental defenses completely. I should be the one apologizing, he said, his voice laden with anguish. Farewell, brother. Seeing that he had easily swayed this formidable figure, Loki turned his back to Thor, a wicked smile playing upon his lips. Now that I am here, why rush to depart? Just as Loki was about to leave, a voice pierced the air. Who? Loki knew this was directed at him. The realization that someone on this diminutive planet could perceive his presence stirred something within him. The door to the room creaked open, revealing Xin Ran, who smiled gently at Loki. Upon seeing her, Thor fell silent. You can see me? What else would it be? Don't villains often ask such trivial questions? Xin Ran waved her hand dismissively. exuding a fearless demeanor. Villain. Loki's stern countenance was filled with bewilderment. Loki, Odin's adopted son, the god of mischief, the god of fire, the trickster god, or sorcerer. Which title suits you best? Xin Ran laid bare Loki's true identity, regarding him with a mocking glance. Kid, knowing all this is hardly remarkable. Loki paid little heed to her words. The third most powerful figure in Asgard, countless beings across the cosmos recognized him. Such information was already common knowledge. Farewell, my brother. After uttering his final words to Thor, Loki's form vanished from the room. What the hell? Xin Ran appeared utterly bewildered. Loki was certainly not adhering to any conventional norms. As soon as I entered the scene, I recited your identity card, and yet you offer me no reaction? I had prepared myself for a confrontation, but you, instead, simply slipped away. However, it didn't take long for Xin Ran to sense Loki's presence. In the face of the formidable power of Thor, even if Loki were to exercise utmost caution, any use of divine strength will be detected by Xin Ran. Setting aside the utilization of Thor's power, merely through electromagnetic induction. As long as Loki remained on Earth, Xin Ran would still be able to sense him. A black portal opened at the location of Thor's hammer, and Xin Ran stepped through. Loki was gripping the handle of Mjolnir, yet found himself utterly unable to extract it. Xin Ran emerged from the portal behind him, unnoticed. Loki, you just disregarded me. I'm quite displeased. What? Hearing the voice of the young man behind him again, Loki turned around with evident irritation. Speak your mind, and if you have any complaints, voice them. I have no time for games. As Loki spoke, that devilish smile on his face made Xin Ran yearn to rush forward and land a couple of punches. Coulson, Daisy, and others stood before the computer screens in the experimental center, observing Xin Ran conversing with thin air, their minds brimming with confusion. Daisy, what on earth is Xin Ran doing? Has he lost his mind? Jane, unable to contain herself, inquired of Daisy. Jane, has there been any change in Mjolnir's data? Coulson suspected that the situation was far from simple. None. Glancing at the tablet in her hand, Jane shook her head. Decades of experience as an agent told Coulson that Xin Ran was not merely conversing with thin air. Thus, he promptly took out his walkie-talkie. All personnel on alert. Check your weapons and surround the hammer. The agents of HYDRA acted swiftly, within 2 minutes of receiving the order. Dozens of fully armed personnel surrounded Xin Ran. Loki surveyed the dark muzzles of the guns around him with disdain. You think you can converse with me based on this? With a single wave of his hand, a surge of divine power erupted, sending dozens of agents flying to the ground. You didn't act earlier, and they couldn't see you. I wonder if your brain is functioning properly? Loki paused, seemingly conceding that he had a point. At that moment, those monitoring the situation also caught a glimpse of Loki's true form. Young man, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you, or you shall meet the same fate as those individuals. Loki threatened ominously. With that, he turned again to pull at Mjolnir. Hey Loki, if you can't pull it, just accept it. If it's not yours, it's simply isn't yours. You cannot force what is not meant for you. With neither party resorting to violence, Loki continued to struggle fruitlessly with the hammer. Fate will eventually yield what is destined. Do not force what is not meant to be. Xin Ran continued to taunt, eager to see just how long Loki could endure. Young man, what exactly do you intend to do? With a glint in his eye, Loki continued, I can see that you are not an ordinary individual. Since you are aware of my identity, I shall offer you a choice. Submit to me. In the realm of the Nine, engaging in tasks is indeed a supreme honor. With a faint smile, Xin Ran proposed, how about this? I shall offer you a path to become my subordinate. Noticing Loki's lingering sinister grin, Xin Ran added, however, there is a condition. You must present your staff as tribute. Huh? It appears you have not brought it. Very well. I shall grant you 2 hours to return to Asgard and fetch it. Otherwise, do not even dream of serving as my underling. Loki's smile gradually faded and his countenance darkened. As one who fancied himself a king of gods, he could scarcely endure such humiliation from a mere mortal. You wretched earthling, you seek death. With divine power coalescing into a brilliant sphere, he lunged toward Xin Ran. Abandoning any thoughts of recruiting Xin Ran, he was solely intent on obliterating this earthling. As Xin Ran observed Loki finally making his move, an exhilarating rush coursed through him. This was his first encounter in battle with a deity. Loki's strike was thwarted by an electromagnetic shield. A pulse of electromagnetic energy emanated from Xin Ran's palm, which Loki nimbly evaded. The entire exchange, from dialogue to action, transpired in mere seconds, and the electromagnetic force was not particularly formidable. Is this all you can muster? Loki mocked. Sighing, Xin Ran shook his head, extending a hand as Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, soared toward him. Silver armor adorned him, and a crimson cape draped itself across his shoulders. Visible arcs of lightning danced around him. Upon witnessing this, Loki's pupils dilated in astonishment. Come, Loki, let's engage in battle. Yet before Xin Ran could finish his declaration, Loki vanished in a thin air. The divine energy radiating from him dissipated on Earth. Likely having returned to Asgard, Xin Ran felt a surge of disappointment. He was not pleased to flee before the fight commenced, and he still harbored ambitions of being a god king. Chapter 31. Brawn over brains. When Xin Ran unleashed the electromagnetic pulse, Loki sensed that this individual could harness the primordial forces of the universe. Although still relatively weak, should he fail to evade it, the impact will be exceedingly painful. As Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir, Loki's resolve faltered entirely. A being imbued with the essence of the universe, augmented by the power of the thunder god, was not one he could confront or provoke. The god of mischief, ever adaptable, resolved that retreat was the wisest course. He summoned the Bifrost and, with a swift motion, arrived in Jotunheim. After concluding matters with the frost giants, he returned to Asgard. Guardian, do you harbor any troubles? Upon his return, he found Heimdall wearing a frown. Loki felt a pang of irritation. I have observed your every move in Jotunheim, yet I could neither hear nor see you. You have effectively shrouded yourself from me, akin to the frost giants entering this realm. Heimdall's words implied criticism of Loki, but he paid it no heed. Perhaps after so many years of service, you have grown complacent. Or maybe someone has discovered a means to obscure themselves from my sight. The two exchanged pointed remarks, each circling the other. You possess immense strength, Heimdall. Why do you not pay more heed to that fellow Thor? His power as the god of thunder has been usurped by a mere mortal. Heimdall sighed. The All-Father has decreed that, since he is capable of wielding Mjolnir, I am bound by the laws of the gods and must obey him. Loki smirked. He once was your king, yet now you are sworn to follow me. Is that not so? Upon hearing Loki's words, Heimdall remained silent for a considerable time before responding. Very well. Embracing his newfound authority, Loki commanded, You shall not open the Rainbow Bridge to anyone until I have remedied the destruction wrought by my brother. Though Mjolnir and Thor's powers belong to Xin Ran now, Loki still felt apprehensive about Thor's influence. If the Rainbow Bridge remained closed, Thor would be trapped on Earth, forever reduced to the status of a mortal. After Loki departed, Xin Ran casually conjured a portal and arrived at the chamber where Thor was imprisoned. Coulson, along with Daisy and others, soon followed. Upon seeing Xin Ran again, Thor remained his usual taciturn self, offering no words even as he witnessed Xin Ran utilizing spatial powers. It was not until Jane appeared that Thor spoke. Jane, how did you come to be here? Seeing Thor in such a wretched state pained Jane. Thor, I'm currently working here. How are you faring? Hearing this, Thor averted his gaze in shame. You may have witnessed what transpired earlier. I have failed, Jane. Mjolnir is gone, my strength is lost, and I cannot return to Asgard. My mother has forsaken me, and my father is no more. In that moment of vulnerability, Thor's emotions surged forth, and he began to weep sorrowfully. The others, witnessing this muscular figure in distress, were at a loss for words. Enough, Thor. Do not weep. A man of your stature should not shed tears so easily. You have lived for millennia. Surely you understand this? Xin Ran could no longer bear to watch and interjected. Thor pondered this for a moment, realizing the truth in Xin Ran's words. He had not wept even during fierce battles against the frost giants. Why should he now, especially with Jane present? He quickly dried his tears, straightened his posture, and declared with newfound resolve, Xin Ran, thank you. You are right. A man sheds tears sparingly. I must gather my strength. Even if my father were alive, he would not wish to see me in this state. Seeing Thor's swift transformation baffled Xin Ran. Thor, is it that you're easily misled? Or is it that all Asgardians are so gullible? What do you mean? Thor asked, perplexed. Just moments earlier, Loki's words had left him bewildered, and now, with merely a single statement, Xin Ran had restored his spirits. Xin Ran began to question whether Thor's mental faculties were fully developed. It was fortunate that Thor was of noble birth. Had he grown up on Earth, he might have been easily deceived into a life of begging on the streets. Thor, I ask you, do you truly believe what Loki just said? Thor pondered for a long moment. I have no reason to doubt him. Have you never considered that he might be deceiving you? Sighing, Thor reflected further. He is my brother, although not born of my mother. I have always regarded him as my own kin. Why would he deceive me? Xin Ran was rendered speechless, her intellect sharp, yet her physicality lacking. This statement seemed tailor-made for Thor. Thor, having lifted Mjolnir and gained the power of the Thunder God, do you hold any resentment toward me? Xin Ran probed cautiously. Mentioning this, Thor sighed, a bitter expression crossing his face. Your ability to wield Mjolnir is your own merit. Even if I feel a pang of envy, what can I do? I was in despair, but your words just now awakened me. I am quite grateful to you. Xin Ran nodded. Thor, this lad, is quite agreeable. He possesses no guile. A refreshing trait indeed. Very well, Thor, you are free once more. Coulson, provide Thor with a reasonable identity, then release him. Coulson remained silent for a considerable time. Is there an issue, Coulson? If you cannot manage it, have Nick Fury handle it. Understood, understood. No problem, no problem. Suddenly, Xin Ran recalled something. If it's troublesome, you might as well give him a nominal position within the Avengers. Inform Fury of Thor's identity. I believe he would be amenable. All right, Xin Ran. I shall attend to it at once. With that, Coulson departed the scene. Thank you, Xin Ran. Thor expressed his gratitude again, leaving Xin Ran feeling a touch embarrassed. She had yet to properly thank him after taking his powers. Well then, Thor, the truth is that what Loki said earlier was all fabricated. What? Your father Odin is not dead, and your mother never forbade your return to Asgard. Loki's words were mere deception. Thor fell silent once more. Loki is my brother. Why would he lie to me? Consider this. If he were unable to return to Asgard, what would he gain? Thor scratched his head, pondering for a long while. Could it be the throne? Precisely. At last, a glimmer of understanding dawned upon him, and Xin Ran felt a surge of satisfaction. But I do not mind. If he desires it, I can relinquish it to him even from Asgard. That is a naive notion. Your indifference does not guarantee that others share it. To my knowledge, Loki's intentions extend beyond mere deception. The matter is far more complex. What else could there be? Thor inquired, genuinely curious about the ambitions of his brother. He colluded with the frost giants to slay your father, to overthrow the realm of the gods, indeed, the 9 realms. Thor gasped in shock. That is utterly absurd, Xin Ran. Father raised him from childhood. How could he possibly? Reflect on this. Why did you venture to Jotunheim to incite conflict? What did Loki tell you? Xin Ran's words plunged him into deep contemplation and recollection. The once calm, Thor felt his breath quicken, culminating in a powerful strike against the tempered glass. The immense force shattered the thick pane effortlessly. After a considerable amount of time, Thor finally regained his composure. Xin Ran, I am grateful for your revelations. I shall certainly teach that scoundrel Loki a lesson. There's no need for thanks, Thor. If you find yourself returning to Asgard, do take me along, provided you require my assistance. Xin Ran expressed his desire to witness the legendary realm of the gods and broaden his horizons. Thank you, Xin Ran. Thor felt a surge of emotion upon hearing Xin Ran's words. Although this individual had usurped the powers that rightfully belonged to him, he was nonetheless rather admirable. Well, Thor, we are friends now, are we not? There is no need to keep thanking me. Thor nodded affirmatively. Indeed, we are friends. You may remain here for now, or venture elsewhere if you wish. However, regarding Jane's current work, I suggest you handle it yourself. Thor, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, Xin Ran embraced Daisy at the waist and effortlessly opened a portal. In an instant, the two traversed thousands of kilometers, arriving at the most opulent hotel in New York. Chapter 32. Visitors from Asgard. Daisy, adorned in Natasha's attire, significantly amplified Xin Ran's prowess. Darling, you are simply marvelous. Just now, I nearly fainted. Xin Ran relished the sensation of being praised by his beloved. He secretly resolved that in the future, he would have Natasha and Daisy exchange sleepwear. Meanwhile, in Mexico, Thor and Jane were making progress. Jane held a favorable impression of the earnest giant, and Thor was equally enchanted by Jane's kindness and beauty. They shared their innermost thoughts, deepening their understanding of each other. Thor even sketched a map of the 9 realms for Jane, elucidating matters beyond Earth. When Jane inquired about the power of the Thunder God, Thor generously opened up to her, revealing that divine power and science are fundamentally intertwined. However, Jane, being a scientist, found it hard to believe, as the abilities exhibited by Xin Ran could not be rationally explained through scientific means. As they spent more time together, Their relationship grew increasingly intimate, and within a few days, they solidified their status as a couple. Jane was thoroughly pleased with Thor's robust physique. Amidst the passage of time, their affection flourished and solidified. Thor was blissfully engrossed in romance on Earth, while in Asgard, the three valiant warriors, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, along with the warrior Sif, who harbored feelings for Thor, conspired to retrieve him from Earth. They had discerned Loki's treachery, realizing that only by bringing Thor back could they save Asgard. However, the sole means of traversing to Earth was via the Bifrost. Yet, the guardian Heimdall was reluctant to defy the commands of the All-Father and his own oath, even though his thoughts aligned with Sif and the three warriors. Ultimately, Heimdall succumbed to temptation, deliberately retaining the key to the Bifrost, allowing the four to journey to Earth. With Jane's involvement, HYDRA was able to draw conclusions regarding the supernatural phenomena. All occurrences were attributed to Thor and the thunder goddess Hammer. Mjolnir. Aside from the demise of a disobedient Japanese individual, there were no significant casualties, and Mjolnir returned to Xin Ran's possession. The relevant data has been meticulously gathered, and Coulson's mission in Mexico is now drawing to a close. Jane and Professor Selvig have garnered a reputation within SHIELD's Astrophysics Division, leveraging their profound expertise. Just as it seemed that all matters were concluding, an overwhelming surge of supernatural energy manifested in Mexico. DS instruments swiftly detected this energy, triggering a series of alarms. Coulson, this is nearly identical to what transpired a few days ago, Jane remarked confidently as she scrutinized the data displayed on the instrument screen. Previously, the arrival of Mjolnir and Thor had resulted in supernatural phenomena. What could this new occurrence be? Could it be yet another visitation from Asgard? Coulson promptly instructed his subordinates to summon Thor. Thor, I suspect Asgardians have come to Earth. Take a look at this, Coulson indicated towards the readings on the screen. Yet, how could an extraterrestrial being like Thor comprehend human technology? Coulson, I cannot decipher what those readings signify. I am currently devoid of my powers, and even if these fluctuations indeed stem from divine energy, I would be unable to sense them, Thor admitted, his expression reflecting both difficulty and helplessness. Just as he had anticipated a well-deserved respite, yet another crisis arose. Unlike Sif, he lacked the constitution for continuous exertion and was mentally and physically fatigued. Moreover, he had not seen his girlfriend in quite some time. Perhaps we should consult Sif. If Asgardians have indeed arrived, she should be able to sense it, Thor suggested. I cannot reach her, Jane interjected, suddenly bursting into laughter, her cheeks flushing as she glanced at Thor. All right, Coulson, do not fret. I can contact her, she stated, retrieving her phone to dial Daisy's number. Well, Coulson, I couldn't get through to Daisy. I wonder what she is up to, Jane said, hanging up and shaking her head in frustration. Never mind. The location isn't far from here. I will send some agents to investigate. Subsequently, Coulson retrieved his walkie-talkie, fatigue evident in his voice. Everyone, we have new developments. Promptly organize the prepare materials and ready yourselves for new assignments. Unit 1. A situation has arisen. Proceed to the designated location. The coordinates have been dispatched to you. Following the orders SHIELD, agents swiftly arrived at the scene. However, this time there were no hammers or shovels in sight. Only a mysterious rune imprint remained. Thor, take a look at this. Do you recognize it? Coulson inquired, handing his tablet to Thor. Upon seeing the familiar design, a wave of belonging surged within Thor, and he exclaimed with excitement, Coulson, this is the imprint left after the Bifrost transportation. The Bifrost? Coulson responded, perplexed. The gods of Asgard traversed the 9 realms via the Bifrost. You may understand it as a remarkably efficient mode of transportation, Jane elucidated. How do you know all this? Jane turned to Thor, inquiring, what do you think? Are you two together now? Coulson felt as if he were merely a decorative figure, utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Coulson, since you are a resident of Asgard, there is no cause for concern. Regardless of who arrives on Earth, I assure you it will be due to me. They will likely sense my presence and come here themselves. Listening to Thor's words, Coulson nodded gravely. He had intended to issue a warning, but upon reflecting that they were deities, he realized such precautions would be futile. As Thor had mentioned, the warriors 3 and Sif sensed his location upon arriving on Earth and were now approaching. Meanwhile, Xin Ran had concluded the latest bout of combat. Daisy, feeling fatigued yet content, reclined in Xin Ran's embrace and dialed Jane's number. "Jane, what's the matter? You sound a bit weak, Daisy. Are you all right?" Jane sensed something was amiss in Daisy's tone. Perhaps she wasn't with Xin Ran after all. "I'm perfectly fine," Daisy replied, sitting up and speaking in her usual voice. "All right, Daisy. There's been another supernatural occurrence in Mexico, and I couldn't reach Xin Ran. I assumed he was with you, hence my call." "Okay, Jane, I'll relay the message to Xin Ran. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now." "Darling, why are you hanging up during a call? Were it not for Xin Ran's incessant teasing, Daisy would not have been so rude as to end the call with Jane." "I heard that, Daisy. One more time, and we shall go together afterwards." Then, a charmingly petulant voice echoed once more. "Commander, there are 4 oddly dressed individuals approaching the camp. Bring up the surveillance." As the footage appeared, Thor gasped, "Oh my goodness. Why are they here? Thor, who are they?" "My dear friends," Coulson sighed, recognizing that since they were Thor's acquaintances, they likely posed no threat. Subsequently, he sent someone to escort the warriors 3 and Sif inside. As Thor was about to embrace them upon their arrival, a dark portal materialized before them. Xin Ran emerged, holding Daisy's hand. Sif, the warrior enamored with Thor, sensed something unusual and raised her weapon. Her expression won a suspicion. "Why do you exude the aura of the God of Thunder?" Chapter 33. The arrival of the destroyer. "Sif, please don't misunderstand. He is my friend." Thor hurriedly intervened as she assumed a combative stance. "I ask you again, why do you possess the essence of the God of Thunder?" Noting that Sif ignored him, Thor shrugged, feeling quite awkward. It was then that Xin Ran comprehended why Thor had shown little interest in this warrior. Isn't that a redundant question? Who else but the God of Thunder would bear such an aura? With that, Xin Ran extended his hand, and MJ Ulner soared into his grasp from several meters away. "My lady, do you have any further inquiries?" He playfully tapped MJ Ulner, a smirk playing on his lips. Sif, known for her fiery temperament, wasted no time before seizing her weapon and launching an assault on Xin Ran. "Sif." Thor attempted to call her back, but it was too late. With a sweeping motion, Xin Ran summoned an invisible force that struck Sif's shield. The tremendous backlash sent her hurtling backward, crashing violently to the ground. This lady, with her fierce disposition, was bound to face the consequences. Unyielding, Sif rose again, clutching her shield defiantly, proclaiming, "A warrior of Asgard shall never concede easily." Xin Ran chuckled softly, "Is that so?" With a swift gesture, Sif's shield morphed into an irregular lump, losing all semblance of a weapon. Stunned, Sif realized that her shield, forged from Asgardian URU, was renowned for its unparalleled strength. How could this earthling accomplish such a feat? Although Xin Ran was unaware of the shield's material, he could sense it was metallic. Regardless of its rarity in the cosmos, he could still exert control over it. Any weapon, forged for metal, fell under his dominion. The Asgardian warrior displayed a distinct lack of courtesy, disregarding Thor's earlier proclamation of friendship and choosing to attack immediately. Noticing Sif's momentary silence, Xin Ran remarked coldly, "I will never back down." Disarmed, Sif charged forward with bare fists. "I truly cannot fathom your mindless bravado," Xin Ran retorted, curling his finger. The transformed shield, now resembling a chain, swiftly ensnared Sif. "What? Do you all wish to join the fray?" Xin Ran observed the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace, poised for action, and contemplated. With a surge of divine energy, Thor's armor manifested upon Xin Ran, lifting him off the ground, his eyes flickering with arcs of lightning. "By the gods, Thor!" Any fellow time traveler witnessing this spectacle would undoubtedly exclaim, "You 3 can come me together." An aura of supremacy emanated from Xin Ran, causing the celestial warriors to instinctively retreat a step. "Xin Ran, they only wish to protect me. Must we truly fight?" At that moment, Thor positioned himself between them, acting as a mediator. "If they choose to strike, I am powerless to intervene." Xin Ran waved dismissively, exhibiting an air of indifference. "Rest assured, Xin Ran, they will not attack again." Thor exchanged a knowing glance with the warriors, who, understanding the cue, sheathed their weapons. The divine armor dissipated as Thor subtly wiggled his pinky, lifting the restrictions placed upon Sif. A cacophony of metallic clinks resounded as the chains reassembled into the original form of the shield. Observing Sif's furious yet helpless demeanor, Xin Ran let out a cold chuckle. Were it not for Thor's intervention, she would have charged at him once more, wielding her shield. "What on earth is happening, Thor?" Sif finally inquired. Sighing, Thor replied candidly, "After my banishment, Mjolnir was ensnared by a divine curse from our father. Only those worthy may wield the power of the god of thunder. I could not lift Mjolnir, yet do not misunderstand. Xin Ran had greeted me earlier, and he is now my friend. If blame must be assigned, it lies solely with my own inadequacies." Thor's words cast a pall of silence upon the four. For if it was Odin's divine curse, they were powerless to intervene. "I am genuinely pleased to see you all, my friends, but you ought not to be here." Thor's statement left Vandal perplexed. "We have come to take you home, Thor. You know I cannot return. My father perished because of me, and I must endure this exile." With those words, Thor was gripped by both guilt and sorrow. "Thor, your father is still alive." Sif could not fathom why Thor would claim his father was dead. "Did I not tell you? How can you still doubt me?" Xin Ran spoke slowly, gazing at Thor. "Is it true, Xin Ran? How do you know this?" exclaimed Thor. "Oh my god. Sif, what on earth is happening? A few days ago, Loki came here and informed me that father had died." Thor, now agitated, pressed the four for news of Asgard. To his astonishment, their account mirrored Xin Ran's exactly. Observing Thor reconnect with the four, Xin Ran lost interest in remaining there. He opened a portal and took Daisy back to the hotel to continue their exercises. Meanwhile, in Asgard, Loki, witnessing Heimdall release Sif and the three warriors, was filled with rage. He seized Odin's scepter to summon the Destroyer, commanding it to descend to Earth and eliminate Thor, along with the four who had just departed Asgard, and the Earthling Xin Ran. The Destroyer, a formidable armor forged by Odin himself, was an exceptionally powerful weapon, designed to combat dark threats from distant realms. Loki's directive to dispatch the Destroyer to Earth to eradicate the powerless Thor was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Loki also doubted that Xin Ran possessed the strength to contend with the Destroyer. Thereafter, he utilized the Frost Giant's treasure, the Icebox, to encase Heimdall in ice. Without Heimdall as the gatekeeper, all of Loki's plans could unfold flawlessly. "Sir, we have new developments. I believe you must come in person," came the voice of Agent 1 over Coulson's intercom. Thor and the others fell silent, sensing an ominous turn of events. "What is happening?" Coulson mused, troubled by the Asgardians' penchant for stirring chaos on Earth. "Another entity resembling a giant iron figure has emerged. Is this the handiwork of that Tony Stark?" Upon mentioning the Iron Giant, Coulson immediately thought of Tony. "Sir, I doubt it. This creature seems more formidable than Iron Man. Sir, it has begun attacking us. We request reinforcements." Before Agent 1 could finish, the intercom fell silent. "Coulson, since it was an Asgardian who harmed your men, let us 5 go investigate. With them, we can surely subdue this foe." Thor stepped forward with great resolve, even though he was unaware of the identity of the approaching figure. Although he had lost his divine powers, the 3 valiant warriors of Asgard and Sif still represented the pinnacle of Asgardian combat prowess. Coulson nodded, promptly arranging for an armed helicopter, accompanied by numerous agents, to head to the scene alongside Thor and the others. Meanwhile, in New York, Xin Ran sensed a formidable surge of divine energy. "Daisy, there is an extraordinary spectacle unfolding in Mexico. Would you care to witness it?" With the promise of an enthralling event, Daisy readily agreed. Upon arriving at the SHIELD camp, they discovered that Coulson and the others had already departed. Sensing the position of the Destroyer, Xin Ran embraced Daisy and soared into the sky, landing at an excellent vantage point. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft carrying Thor and his companion arrived. An exhilarating showdown was imminent. Holding Daisy close, Xin Ran prepared for the live performance of the 4 Asgardian warriors against the Destroyer. "Darling, why is that iron monstrosity approaching us?" Daisy observed uneasily. "It doesn't know me. It must be seeking Thor," Xin Ran reassured her with a gentle squeeze. However, Daisy's anxiety grew. "But dear, it is indeed coming straight for us." Just as she finished speaking, an overwhelming wave of fire surged towards them. Chapter 34, Total Annihilation. In an instant, a magnetic force field enveloped both Xin Ran and Daisy, shielding them from the terrifying flames. In those fleeting seconds, Xin Ran unleashed a barrage of curses upon Loki's ancestors. He lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the Destroyer's metallic visage, producing a resounding thud. The Destroyer staggered back several paces. "Stand azide. We of Asgard will handle our own affairs." Just as Xin Ran prepared to strike again, Sif's voice rang out, revealing her lingering fury. Come, come. You may take your turn. We are merely here to witness your performance. In the films, the three valiant warriors of Asgard were depicted as inept, barely able to endure a single round against the destroyer. Xin Ran was eager to ascertain their true capabilities, questioning whether they were indeed as ineffective as portrayed on screen. Daisy, behold this live rendition of a Hollywood blockbuster. Relish the experience. Returning to Daisy's side, Xin Ran feigned seriousness. Daisy, unaccustomed to such spectacles, watched in awe as the iron creature faced off against four adversaries without a flicker of hesitation. Volstagg launched himself into the air with tremendous force, bringing his axe down upon the destroyer's head, yet leaving not a mark. The destroyer, dismissively swatting him aside as one would a fly, sent Volstagg crashing to the ground. Xin Ran felt a twinge of disappointment. The films had not lied. Indeed, they were the three foolish warriors of Asgard. As Volstagg lay incapacitated, the destroyer prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that moment, Sif descended from above, thrusting her spear through the destroyer's chest from behind, causing it to falter immediately. A victorious smile graced Sif's face, while Volstagg exhaled a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped immolation. Suddenly, the destroyer's steel head slowly lifted, and Sif, sensing impending doom, tightened her grip. Alas, no amount of effort could change the outcome. The destroyer executed a full 360-degree spin. A stream of flame, steeped in 6 centuries of malice, erupted from its mouth. Sif barely managed to evade this devastating strike. "Run," she shouted as she landed. After assisting Volstagg to his feet, Hogun prepared to intervene, only to be hurled away alongside the two by the destroyer's ancient phlegm, its laser flame. As Sif readied for another assault, Thor rushed over. Sif, you've done all you can." "No, I shall die like a warrior. This day will be sung of by future generations." The destroyer, however, did not afford them the luxury of lengthy farewells. A beam of flame-like laser shot towards them. Realizing escape was futile, Thor stood before Sif, closing his eyes in acceptance of death. Just as the fiery laser was about to pierce their bodies, an invisible barrier obstructed its path. "No one on Earth knows you, so you should live and tell your own tale." The voice of Xin Ran resonated from above. Xin Ran. Upon seeing her, Thor's eyes sparkled with hope. Surely, she was the only one capable of restraining the destroyer. As she descended gracefully before them, she looked at Sif and chuckled. "Little lady, your skills may be lacking, but your bravado is impressive." Sif, rendered speechless, found that Xin Ran's sudden arrival seemed to enrage the destroyer. A beam of laser flame, twice as thick as before, shot toward Xin Ran. "Xin Ran, watch out," Thor shouted, his heart racing at her apparent lack of concern. "The destroyer merely plays with fire," she assured him with a reassuring glance. The electromagnetic shield enveloped her, rendering the laser flame ineffectual against the invisible barrier. Can this thing comprehend human speech? A thought suddenly crossed Xin Ran's mind, prompting her inquiry to Thor. "The destroyer is a divine artifact crafted by our father. It possesses intelligence and can indeed understand." Xin Ran nodded, relieved at the prospect. She then summoned Mjolnir from her spatial ring and struck the destroyer with a mighty blow. With a resounding clang, the destroyer was sent crashing to the ground. Remarkably, this strike relied solely on her own strength, devoid of the thunder god's power. As the destroyer rose, it shook its head in a remarkably human manner. Just as it prepared to unleash another torrent of flames, Xin Ran, moving at 50 times the speed of sound, appeared before it. A thunderous crack accompanied her colossal fist as it collided with the destroyer's head, sending it hurtling hundreds of meters away. The destroyer, now back on its feet, shifted its focus to Thor and the others. Xin Ran shielded them from the onslaught, declaring, "Since you can understand human speech, I offer you 2 choices. You can either be dismantled by me or submit to my will." The destroyer, opting for silence, responded only with a beam of laser flame directed at Xin Ran. How audacious! As Xin Ran retracted Mjolnir, he reached into the void, and the colossal form of the destroyer hurtled directly towards him. The jets of flame were forcibly extinguished by Xin Ran. Regardless of who forged it, it was crafted from the metals of the cosmos. If you possess the skill, try to create a destroyer from Earth's plastic. It had been a while since he had stretched his muscles, and after exchanging blows with the destroyer, he was eager to test its resilience. To his satisfaction, the destroyer now hovered motionless before him. "Let us see you unleash another blast," he taunted. Gradually ascending, he delivered a resounding slap to the destroyer's face, causing its massive head to spin a full 360 degrees. "You will either submit to me, or I shall dismantle you," Xin Ran declared, withdrawing his power slowly. As soon as he released it, another flame shot forth. Xin Ran shook his head, flicked his fingers, and an invisible wave of electromagnetic force struck the destroyer. Concurrently, his abilities activated, all directed at the destroyer. In an astonishing display, the destroyer's immense body was forcibly disassembled in midair. "Xin Ran, that is a divine artifact crafted by my father, and you have torn it apart," Thor exclaimed, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Xin Ran had disassembled the destroyer with nothing but his bare hands, without even the use of Thor's power. No, it was as if he hadn't used his hands at all. Sif and the three fools from the palace were left in stunned silence. What kind of power was this? Thankfully, this man was a friend of Thor. Had he truly engaged in combat, the consequences would have been unimaginable. What divine artifacts? They still came to kill you. Now, this thing belongs to me. With that, he publicly stored the destroyer's dismembered parts within a spatial ring. He intended to hand it over to Tony to see if Tony could reassemble it and integrate artificial intelligence, transforming it into an obedient puppet. Even if that were unachievable, Xin Ran believed Tony could find a way to repurpose the materials and contents of the destroyer. With the crisis averted, the tension among the group dissipated. "Xin Ran, Asgard is in peril. I require your assistance." Thor urgently expressed his desire to return to Asgard. However, he was aware of his own limitations, so he turned to Xin Ran for help. After all, Xin Ran had previously offered his aid. Now was not the time for polite refusals. "No problem, Thor. I happen to wish to see the legendary realm of the gods," Xin Ran readily agreed. Subsequently, Thor began bidding farewell to Jane and the others. Xin Ran entrusted Daisy to S. Akai for safekeeping. Following Sif and the trio from the palace, they arrived at the remnants of the Rainbow Bridge. Thor shouted to the sky, "Heimdall, open the Rainbow Bridge." "Heimdall?" He called several times without response. "Wait a moment, Thor. Perhaps Heimdall is facing some trouble." Xin Ran was aware that Heimdall was laboring to break free from his icy prison. Had Xin Ran already visited Asgard, he could have easily opened a portal to return with everyone, far more convenient than a Rainbow Bridge. Suddenly, a beam of radiant, seven-colored light descended from the sky, enveloping the group. After a fleeting moment of dizziness, Xin Ran found herself in Asgard. Chapter 35, A Heartfelt Gratitude. Gazing at Heimdall, who lay grievously wounded on the ground, Thor felt a surge of panic and hastened towards Odin's chamber. At that moment, the frost giant leader, Lao Fei, had already gathered his minions, preparing to breach the palace. Thor's mother, Frigga, sensed the impending danger, drawing forth Odin's sacred sword, anxiety palpable as she stared at the tightly shut palace doors. A wave of frost spread forth, causing the doors to swing open with a resounding echo. Frigga, wielding the sacred sword, swiftly dispatched one of Laufey's minions. Observing this, Lao Fei retaliated with a powerful blow, knocking her to the ground. His gaze fell upon Odin, who lay upon the bed, and a ravenous glint flickered in Laufey's eyes. He approached, prying open Odin's remaining eye, and declared in a tone of triumph, "I have heard that you can still hear and perceive everything around you. I hope this is true, for you shall know that it is I, Lao Fei, who shall bring about your demise." With that, he conjured a dagger of ice, aimed directly at Odin's head. Just then, a surge of formidable energy struck Lao Fei from behind, incapacitating him. A voice, fierce and resolute, echoed, "And it is Odin's son who shall slay you." To Laufey's astonishment, the assailant was Loki. Struggling to speak, Lao Fei found no opportunity as Loki unleashed another wave of energy from his staff, swiftly ending Laufey's life. Perhaps he never comprehended why Loki had turned against him. "Loki, you have saved him," Frigga exclaimed, rising from the ground to embrace Loki, a look of relief gracing her face. "I have vowed to you, mother, that they shall pay dearly for their actions today," Loki proclaimed earnestly. At that moment, Thor, accompanied by Xin Ran, arrived at Odin's chamber. "Why not tell mother how you sent the destroyer to eliminate me and my friends?" Loki regarded Xin Ran warily as he grasped his staff. "It was not I who sent him, brother. He acted solely to fulfill Father's final command." Loki maintained his composure. Frigga was taken aback, realizing the rift between the brothers had deepened to such an extent. "You are a genius of deceit, Loki. You always have been." Thor had lost faith in Loki. So what? Loki pondered silently for a moment before replying with a smirk. Brother, you are but a mortal now, stripped of your godly powers, and Mjolnir no longer belongs to you. Why would you return to Asgard? He then turned his attention to Xin Ran. Thor is now a mere wastrel. Why do you choose to assist him? You could ally with me, and I would grant you half of the throne. Upon hearing Loki's words, Xin Ran smiled. Is the throne of Asgard truly so inconsequential? Noticing the flicker of confusion on Loki's face, Xin Ran further inquired coldly. Did you not also send the destroyer to kill me? Loki shook his head, gradually retreating a few steps. Suddenly, a wave of energy emanated from the scepter in his hand, shooting directly towards Xin Ran. As the residual waves dissipated, Loki had vanished from sight. Xin Ran snorted coldly, activating his electromagnetic senses and instantly pinpointed Loki's location. The rogue was riding a black steed, heading towards the teleportation base of the Rainbow Bridge. Xin Ran opened a portal leading there and stepped through. Thor followed closely behind. Just as Loki dismounted, he spotted Xin Ran emerging from the portal, muttering under his breath. He turned to flee. Xin Ran summoned Mjolnir and hurled it towards Loki. The hammer struck Loki's back with pinpoint accuracy, producing a dull thud. Unable to withstand such tremendous force, Loki crumpled to the ground, immobilized by pain. Xin Ran swiftly darted forward, placing his foot upon Loki, and smirked disdainfully. If you possess any courage, rise and flee. Loki glared defiantly at Xin Ran, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and struggled to free himself from beneath Xin Ran's foot. At that moment, Thor rushed over, breathless. Xin Ran, let me handle Loki. Observing Thor's labored breaths, Xin Ran inquired, do you not require my assistance in eliminating him? Despite Loki's heinous transgressions, Thor could not bring himself to harm the brother he had grown up alongside. Thor, spare me your feigned sympathy. I do not need your pity. Loki roared from beneath Xin Ran's foot. Why did you bring this outsider back? Had it not been for your association with him, Jotunheim would have been obliterated, and all the frost giants would now be extinct. Thor shook his head and sighed deeply. Suddenly, a surge of divine energy erupted, and Loki vanished from beneath Xin Ran's foot. He reappeared, wielding Odin's scepter, aiming a thrust at Thor's back. An electromagnetic force field enveloped Thor, blocking Loki's lethal strike. Xin Ran swung Mjolnir, aiming for Loki's head. This blow was merciless, clearly intended to take Loki's life. Abruptly, an exceptionally potent surge of divine energy manifested, halting Mjolnir in its tracks. Loki, do you still not recognize your errors? A voice, steeped in gravitas, resonated from all directions. Following the words, an elder with white hair and a white beard appeared before the trio. Clad in silver armor, a red cape billowed behind him, and he wore a silver eye patch over his right eye. Xin Ran retracted Mjolnir, silently observing the legendary god King Odin. Father, Thor exclaimed loudly, his heart racing with excitement. Xin Ran had not deceived him. His father was indeed alive. Loki was momentarily stunned, gazing incredulously at Odin. Father, you're alive? Odin sighed deeply, sorrow etched upon his face. Loki, you have greatly disappointed me. Odin's words shattered Loki's defenses. Father, I could have annihilated all the frost giants of Jotunheim. If it weren't for Thor and this earthling, I would have succeeded, Father. I could have accomplished it, Father. I truly could have. It was for you, for all of us. Loki lamented sorrowfully. Odin shook his head and spoke slowly. No, Loki. Seeing his father's denial, Loki smiled through tears and abruptly leaped from the Rainbow Bridge. Loki, no, Thor shouted vehemently. As the others leaned over the edge of the bridge to gaze downward, Loki had already vanished from sight. Thor felt a wave of moisture in his eyes. After all, they had grown up together as brothers. Although they shared no blood ties, Loki had always been a true brother in Thor's heart. At that moment, a faint divine energy emanated from Odin, enveloping Xin Ran. To his astonishment, he discovered that, aside from Thor's power, he could not detect any other force within Xin Ran. Thor, your friend has been quite helpful. Take it back to the palace. We must express our gratitude, Odin instructed Thor. Xin Ran sensed something amiss in Odin's words, yet he could not pinpoint the discrepancy. Regardless, he reassured himself that Loki would not perish. He would merely drift to some distant corner of the cosmos, perhaps enduring some hardship. With this thought, Thor emerged from his sorrow. Xin Ran, my father speaks the truth. We must extend our heartfelt thanks to you. With that, Thor led Xin Ran toward the heart of the Divine Palace. Chapter 36. Odin's Threat Within the Grand Hall of the Divine Palace. Odin hosted a lavish banquet attended by prominent figures from the Nine Realms. After delivering a righteous speech, Thor was publicly bestowed with divine power anew, nearly indistinguishable from the power of the god of thunder that resided within Xin Ran. As for his weapon, Odin commissioned the dwarves to forge it anew. This time, the material was no longer the core of a vanquished star, but the unique Asgardian metal, URU. This new hammer not only could harbor greater magical incantations, but also accommodate immense energy. Furthermore, it could summon the four natural elements: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. Xin Ran could not help but exclaim, "Having an extraordinary father is truly advantageous." After the banquet concluded and the guests dispersed, Odin dismissed Thor, instructing him to check on the progress of his new weapon's creation. In the Grand Hall, only Odin and Xin Ran remained. Xin Ran took a sip from the crystal goblet filled with divine wine, grimacing as he swallowed. It was exceedingly unpleasant. After consuming a hefty portion of roasted venison to mask the taste, he finally spoke. "My king, you have retained me. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Observing Odin's impassive expression from the throne, Xin Ran inquired. You feign ignorance." Odin scoffed, and the oppressive aura of the god-king bore down heavily upon Xin Ran. Odin's sudden shift in demeanor left Xin Ran bewildered. Hadn't they agreed to express their gratitude properly? Did Odin believe that a single meal sufficed as thanks? Now, it appeared he sought to hold Xin Ran accountable. "I truly do not understand, my king. If there is something on your mind, please speak candidly." Xin Ran picked up a leg of meat of uncertain origin and began to gnaw on it as he spoke. Although the wine is rather unpalatable, the cuisine crafted in Asgard is undeniably exquisite. Particularly noteworthy is the meat, succulent and juicy, a true delight to the senses. As for Odin's intangible regal aura, it pales in comparison to the magnetic force before him, like mere wind. A cold chuckle escaped Odin's lips. He was taken aback that beneath his formidable presence, this mortal dared to converse with him while leisurely indulging in the feast. Were it Thor, he would have already knelt in fright. What right does a mere earthling have to partake in Asgardian offerings? Surrender Mjolnir and return Earth. Odin's voice resonated with authority, laden with threats. Xin Ran was momentarily stunned, not expecting this elder to exhibit such a facet, his expression shifting with remarkable speed. The serene and benevolent portrayal in films was evidently a fade. However, upon reflection, it made sense. A king of gods who has battled for millennia could hardly embody tranquility and kindness. Extracting Mjolnir from a spatial ring, he commanded it to hover beside him, simultaneously gathering an electromagnetic pulse. Did Odin truly perceive a hierarchy of worth among different races? If so, why did he once fight for Earth? In response to Odin's menacing words, Xin Ran retorted, posing a question that left Odin silent for several moments. "This is not for you to comprehend." Xin Ran scoffed. "Very well, let me inquire further. If I am unworthy of Asgard's treasures, why am I able to wield Mjolnir and possess the power of the Thunder God? As I recall, you placed a divine enchantment upon Mjolnir in the name of your ancestors. Now that I have gained Mjolnir's acknowledgement, it appears you, esteemed king, are contemplating a reversal. So, as a mere earthling, I dare to ask, do you intend to betray your own legacy?" Odin abruptly rose from his throne, his remaining eye fixating intently on Xin Ran. "How do you know this?" Xin Ran regarded Odin coolly, refraining from directly answering his inquiry. "Ever since you exiled Thor and Mjolnir to Earth, you have feigned illness, intending to use your adopted son Loki to properly train your eldest son. Yet, unexpectedly, I intercepted and claimed what rightfully belonged to Thor." Odin's countenance darkened at this revelation. "What training? What feigned illness? My esteemed king, spare me the theatrics. I am not your son." With Odin continuing his charade, Xin Ran decided to lay bare his thoughts. "Let me hazard a guess. Was it due to the affairs in Jotunheim that Loki brought charges against Thor, leading you to suspect that Loki coveted the throne? If Loki indeed sought the throne, he would pose an obstacle to Thor's ascension. You know well that despite Thor's millennia of existence, his intellect cannot compare to Loki's. Thus, you stripped Thor of his divine powers and exiled him to Earth while pretending to be ill. This way, you simultaneously trained Thor and created an opportunity for Loki. A twofold gain." Listening to Xin Ran's words, Odin let out a derisive laugh and turned to reclaim his seat upon the throne. Earthling, your intellect is remarkable. You have seen through my schemes, which is truly impressive. Initially, all of this was within my expectations, yet your presence has disrupted my meticulously crafted plans. What astonishes me further is your ability to wield HYDRA. With that, a formidable surge of divine power emanated from Odin. However, allow me to make this clear. Should you wish to return to Earth, you must surrender HYDRA. Otherwise, know that Asgard will not provide you with a means to collect your remains. Xin Ran rose to his feet, the armor forged from divine energy instantly enveloping his form. And HYDRA soared into his grasp as he spoke impassively. Are you threatening me, O King of the Gods? Odin, gripping his staff, retorted, Indeed, I am threatening you. What of it? Very well. In an instant, an electromagnetic pulse was unleashed, hurtling towards Odin's throne. Having employed electromagnetic pulses several times before, each lasting merely a few seconds, yet wielding immense power, he was eager to ascertain the magnitude of energy generated by this prolonged charge. With a thunderous roar, the still injured Odin could not withstand Xin Ran's assault and narrowly evaded the strike. The pulse shattered his throne, breached the palace walls, and continued for several hundred meters before finally subsiding. The structures beyond the palace were far less resilient. The path of the pulse had been reduced to ruins. In that fleeting moment, Odin sensed the breath of death. Simultaneously, he comprehended why Xin Ran was capable of lifting HYDRA, gaining insight into the nature of his abilities. From Odin's expression, Xin Ran discerned a hint of trepidation. Seizing the moment, he declared, Though that blow may not have affected you, I believe all of Asgard would struggle to endure such bombardment. Wouldn't you agree? With that, he opened a spatial portal leading to the Rainbow Bridge, preparing to step through. Spatial manipulation? Odin was taken aback, realizing that this young man possessed the ability to tear through dimensions. Hold on, little brother. As Xin Ran was about to cross the threshold, Odin called out to him. Chapter 37, Allies. Should the Rainbow Bridge be destroyed, even as the king of the gods, its restoration would be a cumbersome task. Without the Rainbow Bridge, leading the people of Asgard to effectively control the Nine Realms would become impossible. Hearing Odin refer to him as little brother, Xin Ran turned slightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he feigned a wary demeanor. Let us calm down and speak sensibly, Odin proposed. The king's swift change of tone left Xin Ran somewhat astounded. It appears that, regardless of the setting, strength reigns supreme. Since the king has suggested we converse, let us indeed sit down to discuss matters. In light of Odin's concession, Xin Ran reluctantly accepted the offer. To deny him further would be unwise. Should a conflict arise, given his current prowess, it would surely be his own demise. With the throne destroyed, Odin took a seat opposite Xin Ran. Unperturbed, Xin Ran casually seized a leg of meat and began to eat. In such a situation, maintaining his composure was paramount, allowing the other party to navigate the unfolding dynamics. Odin remained silent for a considerable duration before slowly inquiring, Young brother, are you capable of harnessing the fundamental forces of the universe? Xin Ran did not respond verbally, merely nodding slightly. Although he was uncertain of the precise nature of these fundamental forces, he was aware that electromagnetic force was indeed the most potent among them. Odin felt a surge of astonishment within him. Even he could not directly command the fundamental forces of the universe. The deities of Asgard, whether through divine power or magic, utilized their own bodies as conduits to transform these universal forces into personal strength via incantations, gestures, artifacts, or mental focus. Yet here stood this young lad, able to summon the fundamental forces directly. Odin could distinctly perceive that this child was merely in his 70s or 80s, excluding millennia of experience. Even if he were to grow for a few hundred more years, it was likely that Odin himself would not be able to contend with him then. For such a remarkable individual, one could either seek to extinguish him before he fully developed or strive to cultivate a friendship, thereby reaping future benefits. Clearly, Odin chose the latter. Setting aside the relationship between Xin Ran and Thor, Odin could vaguely sense an impending calamity that Asgard would soon face, one that might occur while he himself was departing this world. With a deep sigh, Odin resumed his gentle demeanor, the kind of benevolent elder he was known to be. Xin Ran, are you and Thor friends? Xin Ran was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected address. The tone had shifted from one of confrontation to that of hospitality, and then to that of a familial elder. Nonetheless, without unnecessary embellishments, Xin Ran succinctly replied, "Yes, we are friends." "That is splendid," Odin remarked, his face illuminating with warmth. To an outsider, he might have appeared as a caring guardian. God King, did you not just assert that I am mere earthling?" Odin interrupted him. The relationship between Asgardians and Earthlings dates back over 2,000 years. When the frost giants invaded Earth, it was I who led the warriors of Asgard to repel them. Indeed, Earthlings have also rendered considerable assistance to Asgard. Odin reflected, a look of profound experience etched upon his face. Well then, it seems that Asgard and Earth are indeed steadfast allies, Xin Ran concurred, providing Odin a gracious avenue of escape from his reminiscence. This elicited a hearty laugh from Odin, leaving Xin Ran puzzled about the source of his mirth. "Xin Ran, with Mjolnir in your possession, it certainly finds its purpose fulfilled." At this moment, Odin's sincerity was unmistakable. "You have passed the trials I set forth and obtained the power of the Thunder God. In a strict sense, you could be considered half of Asgardian. Do visit Asgard often when time permits." With that, Odin gazed towards the direction of the Bifrost. "Heimdall, did you hear that? If Xin Ran wishes to visit Asgard, it is imperative that you comply." A surge of divine energy resonated, and Odin nodded in satisfaction. "Since the King of Gods has spoken thus, I shall not be overly formal. Indeed, why should one be formal with kin?" Xin Ran stowed Mjolnir in the spatial ring and removed his armor, thereby laying down his defenses. "This ring possesses the power of spatial rules?" Xin Ran acknowledged with a nod. "Did you create this yourself?" Odin recalled the spatial abilities Xin Ran had just demonstrated. With a slight smile, Xin Ran began to weave a tale. "How could I have crafted such a thing? This artifact has been with me since birth. I know not whence it came." The notion that Xin Ran was born with such a treasure surprised Odin. He had verified that Xin Ran was indeed from Earth. Yet how can Earthling be born with a treasure? "Xin Ran, I have lived for thousands of years and have never heard of an Earthling being born with a treasure." Odin's tone bore a hint of inquiry. "Ha ha ha. O King of Gods, perhaps you are not well acquainted with the history of the East. There exists a place called HYDRA, where deities also reside. I am originally from HYDRA, and throughout our history, there have been many born with treasures. This is not remarkable. It is said that some ancient beings in the East could summon clouds with a flip of their hands and command rain with a mere thought, possessing powers beyond comprehension." Xin Ran was uncertain about the existence of such deities in the Marvel Universe, but he felt no need to dwell on it. He would continue his ruse. "By the way, O King, you just mentioned we are kin?" Odin nodded affirmatively. "Yes, indeed, kin." "How splendid, O King. Since we are kin, might I inquire if you have any gifts for me?" Upon hearing Xin Ran's request for a gift, Odin's expression shifted from jovial to dark in an instant, only to regain his composure a moment later. Xin Ran could not help but admire Odin's ability to change his demeanor so swiftly. "My dear Xin Ran, you have already acquired Mjolnir, and there is nothing of greater value in my celestial palace." Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively, exuding generosity. "No matter, O King. If you could simply teach me how to craft this item, I would be grateful. As for gifts, let's forego them." With a grand gesture, Xin Ran conjured the remnants of the destroyer before Odin. Sighing, Odin retrieved a scroll made of sheepskin from the void, using divine power to present it to him. Xin Ran accepted the scroll without a glance, casting along with the destroyer's remains into the spatial ring. "I thank you, O King." Xin Ran clasped his hands in respect and performed a bow. Odin nodded with a faint smile, his expression now inscrutable. "I shall not intrude further, then." With that, Xin Ran opened a portal to the HYDRA base in Mexico and departed Asgard. Observing Xin Ran's mode of departure, Odin's demeanor darkened slightly. He had not anticipated that this fellow's spatial abilities could bridge Asgard and Earth. Had his earlier words to Heimdall been in vain? Upon contemplating Heimdall, Odin summoned him forth immediately. "I surmise you too sense the peculiar essence of that Earthling. Do share your observations." Heimdall possesses the ability to perceive across the 9 realms, undoubtedly knowing far more than he reveals. "Your Majesty, you are correct. He can indeed directly harness the fundamental forces of the universe." "What precisely is it?" "Electromagnetism," Heimdall responded slowly. "So, is he truly an Earthling?" "Your Majesty, I cannot ascertain his origins, It seems as though he has never belonged to this universe. Odin fell into silence. What the other multiverses? Chapter 38. Internal stability, my dear, you have returned. As Xin Ran stepped through the portal, he was enveloped in Daisy's embrace. Curson, has the work here been completed? Ruffling Daisy's hair, Xin Ran turned to Curson, seeking to alleviate the awkwardness below. All tasks are finished. Very well then. Tidy up and report back, he instructed. Xin Ran, how is Thor? Is he injured? How is his father? Jane interjected anxiously. Xin Ran smiled gently. Do not fret, Jane. His father is merely feigning illness. Thor's divine powers have been restored, and once he resolves matters in Asgard, he shall seek you out. Heimdall, do relay to Thor that his beloved misses him. Sensing Jane's lingering worry, Xin Ran called out to the heavens. My dear, does this truly serve a purpose? Daisy's large eyes brimmed with uncertainty. Indeed, it is effective. Nothing within the 9 realms escapes Heimdall's gaze, Xin Ran explained patiently. And us. Daisy covered her mouth. Her face flushed. Observing her bashfulness, Xin Ran knew precisely what occupied her thoughts. Yet, Daisy was right. This was indeed a concern. It appeared that when indulging in moments of intimacy, one must shroud themselves in a magnetic field to avoid prying eyes. Fear not, Daisy. His abilities are ineffective against us. Xin Ran assured her with a smile. If there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Seeing the others shake their heads, Xin Ran opened a portal to their hotel in New York. After several exhausting days, was it not time to indulge in some leisure? With the calmness that followed 2 battles, Xin Ran recounted his experiences in Asgard over the past few days. In the evening, Xin Ran personally prepared a candlelit dinner for Daisy in the suite's dining area. Observing her in a bathrobe, he playfully remarked, Daisy, would you like to see the night view of New York? You haven't experienced it yet. Then let us go. Xin Ran exclaimed, wrapping his arms around Daisy and cloaking them in a magnetic field as they ascended into the sky. Wow, my dear, this is utterly breathtaking, Daisy exclaimed, gazing at the vibrant nightscape below. After over 2 hours, Xin Ran opened a portal, gently placing her upon the hotel bed. He then opened another portal and turned to return home. At this moment, Natasha was preparing to drift into slumber, fully aware that Xin Ran had returned. She offered no resistance, displaying remarkable cooperation. However, shortly thereafter, Natasha forcefully pushed Xin Ran away. Why does he carry the scent of perfume? The seasoned operative Natasha sensed something amiss. Xin Ran chuckled and candidly revealed the matter concerning Daisy. Naturally, Natasha was somewhat reluctant to accept this revelation. Consequently, Xin Ran began recounting tales from ancient China, stories of emperors from bygone eras. For the past 60 years, Xin Ran had been honing various shooting techniques with Howard. Presently, his marksmanship had reached an extraordinary level of proficiency. Xin Ran also introduced the two to each other. In high spirits, Xin Ran opened a portal, leading them back to the seaside villa. The following morning, Xin Ran wriggled free from the embrace of the two. He opened a spatial portal leading to Tony's residence. Chapter 39. Almost like Iron Man. Hey, uncle. Why did you come in unannounced like that one-eyed dragon? Tony, having just arisen and stepped out of his bedroom, was greeted by the sight of Xin Ran lounging on the sofa in his living room. J.A.R.V. Yes, what is going on? Didn't I upgrade the defense system? Even if my uncle arrives, shouldn't you inform me? Sitting on the sofa, he questioned J.A.R.V. eyes while sipping water. I apologize, sir. It was only when you exited your bedroom that I detected his life signs. J.A.R.V.I.S.S. human-like voice resonated through the hall. When Xin Ran arrived, he had concealed his presence using a magnetic field. As an artificial intelligence, J.A.R.V.I.S. essentially operated on electromagnetic principles, thus failing to detect Xin Ran's existence. Well, Tony, it's only natural that I wouldn't be detected. Have you resolved the issues with your armor? Xin Ran accepted the cigar Tony offered, lighting it and exhaling a plume of smoke as he inquired. Of course, it's all sorted. Uncle was absolutely right. The things my father left behind have been enlightening. Not only did they resolve my palladium poisoning, but they also significantly enhanced the energy output of the reactor. Of course, it still relies on my own brilliance, Tony replied with pride, puffing on the cigar. Uncle, I've already delivered the armor to Annie. I was unaware you were coming today. Tony was skeptical that Xin Ran had come merely out of concern for his health. Oh, right. I almost forgot. I found you another auntie. Make sure to arrange a suit for her in the next couple of days. Had Tony not mentioned it, Xin Ran might have completely overlooked this matter. It must be said, this lad truly demonstrates filial piety. Uncle, you're getting on in years. You can't just keep bringing me a new aunt every few days. Not to mention whether you can handle it. I certainly cannot. Tony expressed his exasperation, regretting his earlier words. What can't you handle? She is my woman. Tony rolled his eyes. Uncle, it's not what you think. I meant my armor can't handle it. All right. Xin Ran chuckled awkwardly. Uncle, in the future, a simple phone call will suffice. There is no need for you to travel such a distance, Xin Ran remarked, shaking his head. Do you truly believe I covet your suit of armor? I came to see you for another matter. Please do not tell me you are trying to persuade me to join some Avengers League. I'm not in the mood for such things, Tony quickly interjected, waving his hand dismissively. You may come or go as you please. Here, take this and see if you can comprehend it. With that, he retrieved the scroll Odin had given him from the spatial ring and tossed it to Tony. What is this? It appears rather ancient, Tony muttered, unfolding the scroll and glancing at it. His posture, which had previously been relaxed, immediately straightened as he placed the scroll on the table for a meticulous examination. Xin Ran chose not to disturb him, sitting quietly on the sofa and smoking a cigar. How is it, Tony? Can you discern anything from it? Xin Ran inquired, curious to see how much Tony could truly understand. If Tony couldn't make sense of it, he would not have reacted so strongly. Uncle, wait a moment, Tony replied, his eyes fixed on the scroll. After more than half an hour, he finally set the scroll down. Did you understand it all? Xin Ran asked, incredulous. Of course. Tony leaned back on the sofa, a smug expression adorning his face. Did you comprehend every detail? Xin Ran was somewhat skeptical, as he recognized none of the symbols inscribed on the scroll. Uncle, do not be surprised. It is written in ancient Greek, which you naturally cannot understand. It specifically details a method for constructing an armored automaton. You know ancient Greek? Xin Ran recalled that this fellow only spoke English. I have access to it. After saying this, Tony removed his glasses and gestured to Xin Ran. It turned out that Jarvis had translated it for him. Enough of this chatter. Can be created? Xin Ran was taken aback by how technology had outstripped him. Certainly, the divine power mentioned can be substituted with a new element I developed, and as for the divine consciousness, we can simply integrate Jarvis. However, it seems the raw materials are not of Earth origin, but I can use titanium alloy as a substitute. Xin Ran fell silent for a few seconds. Hearing you say that, it feels remarkably similar to the armor you've created. Of course there are distinctions. My armor lacks any divine power, consciousness, or those special materials. But you just said it could be substituted? All right, Uncle, the distinction lies in the materials. If such materials were available, what could you achieve? Tony pondered for a moment. It would be comparable to the entity described in the scroll, though would not possess the same level of power. So, ultimately, it is quite similar to your armor. Yes, it is quite similar. Then why did you react so dramatically upon obtaining the scroll? Uncle, the crafting methods outlined are entirely manual, requiring no tools. And the only technical aspects involve divine power and consciousness. If you witnessed a primitive person crafting a handgun, what would your reaction be? Xin Ran nodded in agreement. That's true. With Tony's explanation, Xin Ran suddenly felt that the so-called destroyer was somewhat lacking in significance. With a grand gesture, the dismembered limbs of the destroyer materialized in the living room, their immense size smashing the television to smithereens. This had once been a complete destroyer, now reduced to fragments by my own hand, crafted from readily available materials for your creative endeavor. Had I known then, I would have requested something from Odin. Surely it would have proven more valuable than that scroll. Tony gazed at the severed limbs with a spark of fervor in his eyes. Uncle, could you assist me in transporting this to the underground laboratory? I wish to study it immediately. After reabsorbing the remnants of the destroyer into the spatial ring, the two made their way to the subterranean lab, spacious enough to accommodate the scattered parts. J.A.R.V.S. Analyze the composition of these fragments, Tony commanded as he approached the workstation. A beam of crimson light swept over the remains of the destroyer. Sir, I'm unable to identify the material. However, there's a continuous emission of energy from within. With deft motions, Tony dissected the holographic projection of the destroyer. On the main screen, the internal structure was revealed, radiating large amounts of energy. Could this be divine power? Tony murmured. Sir, this material resembles solar energy conversion devices. It appears capable of absorbing cosmic energy and transforming it into its own power. What is the conversion rate? Tony inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. If it functioned like a solar panel, it would be of little use. 1,000. A surge of exhilaration coursed through Tony. Uncle, this material is extraordinary. With this, I could forge even more formidable armor. What does 11,000 imply? As long as this material absorbs even a sliver of sunlight, it could emit a pseudo-laser. Very well, these fragments are yours. Take your time to study them. Xin Ran had lost the desire to possess a minion of the destroyer. And remember to deliver your armor to me once it's ready. With that, he activated the portal home and stepped through. Wait, Uncle, is this a spatial ability? Tony exclaimed, eager to converse further with Xin Ran, but the portal had vanished. Chapter 40. The Awakening of Steve, Part 1. With Thor's matters settled, Xin Ran's life returned to tranquility. Daisy and Natasha pampered him daily, and with such a divine existence, who could lament the inability to return to his former world? During this period, Nick Fury contacted Xin Ran multiple times, reporting supernatural occurrences in Mexico. Xin Ran sensed the undeniable fluctuations of divine energy. However, he could easily surmise that it was undoubtedly Thor, visiting Earth for some scandalous rendezvous with Jane. Surely, one could not deny him the opportunity to visit his girlfriend. To prevent Nick Fury from incessantly calling him, Xin Ran disclosed the particulars of the situation. Upon learning of Thor and Jane's relationship, Nick Fury promptly promoted her 3 levels. He instructed Jane that when Thor next visited Earth, it was imperative they meet. Nick Fury's intentions were quite straightforward. He sought to establish a connection with Thor and Asgard, thereby enhancing the security of Earth. Such motivations were not unfounded, as they stemmed from the necessities of his profession. However, with Xin Ran present, who would regard him a mere director of HYDRA with any significance? On this particular day, Xin Ran had just emerged from the tender embrace of 2 women, preparing to drive Natasha and Daisy out for some seafood and an evening of barbecuing with a few drinks. As he stepped outside, Nick Fury's call interrupted him. What could it be this time? Annoyed, Xin Ran answered the phone. Senior, Steve Rogers has been retrieved by our team. Where is he? At HYDRA. In New York. And you? I'm still in Antarctica handling the aftermath. All right, understood. With that, he ended the call. Xin Ran, what's wrong? Natasha inquired, noticing her partner's troubled demeanor. Natasha, Steve has been pulled from Antarctica by HYDRA. That's good news. Where is he? We must go see Steve. Natasha felt a surge of excitement upon hearing about Steve, as the 3 of them shared a common era. As for the others, some had perished, some had aged, and others remained missing. He is in SHIELD in New York. Then let us head over there now. After relaying a few instructions to Daisy, they set off towards the Brooklyn district. During the drive, Natasha's excessive speed attracted the attention of several police cars, which she deftly evaded. As a versatile agent, if she couldn't outmaneuver a few police vehicles, her decades of experience would have been in vain. After more than 40 minutes, they arrived at SHIELD's New York division. This was the very place where Steve had been injected with the super soldier serum 60 years prior, now transformed into SHIELD's operational base. Observing the drastic changes, Xin Ran felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. With Natasha's level 8 agent credentials, they navigated the outer perimeter of SHIELD without obstruction. Upon reaching a security checkpoint, the guard demanded to see Xin Ran's identification. Otherwise, they would not be granted entry. Natasha handed over her credentials, but the guard insisted on inspecting Xin Ran's identification first. Not wishing to engage in a petty argument, Xin Ran retrieved the identification Nick Fury had given him from his spatial ring and presented it. 0-level agent? What nonsense is this? The guard scoffed. I'm sorry, but you lack the clearance to enter here. As he perused Xin Ran's credentials, disdain was evident on his face. Given that all guards here were at least level 1 agents, he dismissed the notion that a 0-level agent could be of any worth. Mind your tone. If you wish to leave, be my guest. Xin Ran was not one to tolerate disrespect. You, a 0-level agent, barking orders at me? Do you dare threaten me with dismissal? The guard, seeing Xin Ran was merely in his 20s and a 0-level agent without apparent connections, retorted with arrogance. Xin Ran let out a cold laugh and delivered a swift slap across the guard's face, knocking out several of his teeth. You yellow-skinned swine, daring to strike in the SHIELD headquarters. Someone quickly. Enemy attack. The guard, bloodied and covering his face, shouted into the intercom. Before long, a large group of fully armed guards surrounded Xin Ran and Natasha, their dark gun barrels aimed at the two. Such a commotion quickly attracted the attention of the higher-ups in the bureau. Just as Xin Ran was preparing to act, two individuals emerged briskly. "Natasha, what brings you here?" inquired a tall woman with black hair, greeting her warmly. "Hey, Hill," Natasha replied with a wry smile, shrugging her shoulders at the surrounding guards. "Everyone stand down." Hawkeye, standing beside Hill, commanded upon realizing the encircled individuals were Natasha and Xin Ran. At the higher-ups' directive, the guards promptly retreated in unison. The injured guard, sensing the shift in momentum, attempted to blend in with the other guards and make his escape. Suddenly, with a deafening crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended from the sky, striking him directly on the head, resulting in an explosive sound. The guard was instantly killed. Hill and Hawkeye were momentarily stunned by the unexpected lightning. In this clear blue sky, where could such a phenomenon possibly come from? They both turned their gazes toward Xin Ran. As for Natasha, they did not even need to consider. She certainly lacked that capability. Xin Ran's identity was a closely guarded secret within the United States. Apart from Nick Fury, the 10th level agent King, and the recently promoted 9th level agent, Coulson, no one else was privy to it. Thus, they only knew him as Natasha's boyfriend. Someone personally recruited by Nick Fury into the Avengers. "Mr. Xin, did you kill him?" Hill inquired, well aware that the Avengers were an assembly of extraordinary individuals, and the ability to wield lightning was not altogether astonishing. "Yes, it was I who killed him." Since the question was posed, Xin Ran made no attempt to deny it. "Young man, having killed a HYDRA agent, even as a member of the Avengers, you must provide a reasonable explanation," Hawkeye remarked coldly. Before he had a girlfriend, Hawkeye had persistently pursued Natasha, only to be dismissed by her. Upon learning of Natasha's relationship with Xin Ran, he was the first to feel discontent. Now that Xin Ran had inadvertently provided him with leverage, he was determined not to let it slide easily. "Barton, that guard insulted Xin Ran first," Natasha interjected, fearing that Hawkeye might also meet an untimely end. "One insult and you kill him? If I were to insult him, would he also seek to kill me?" A guard and an Avenger both understood the weight of their respective positions. Hawkeye now seemed to embody the spirit of someone who believed he was in the right. "Enough. Barton, let it go," Hill urged, recognizing Hawkeye's intentions. "Hill, do not interfere. I will handle this. What the Avengers? If you wish to court death, then by all means try." Before Hawkeye could finish his retort, Xin Ran interrupted him, and with that, a bolt of lightning struck before him. Hawkeye, being merely mortal, would undoubtedly meet his demise if struck upon the head. What audacity is this from a mere junior? Even your director would address me as a senior. Who do you believe yourself to be to speak to me in such a manner? If you truly wish for your end, I shall oblige. Xin Ran coldly remarked at Hawkeye. In that fleeting moment, Hawkeye seemed to comprehend why Xin Ran could be Natasha's boyfriend. After reprimanding Hawkeye, Xin Ran turned towards Hill and offered her a subtle smile. "Agent Hill, I wish to see Steve. Please make the necessary arrangements." Chapter 41. The Awakening of Steve, Part 2. "I apologize, sir, but without authorization from higher-ups, no one is permitted to approach Captain Rogers," Hill cautioned, casting a wary glance at the lifeless guard. "Has Nick Fury not informed you?" "Regrettably, sir, we have not received any orders from Director Fury," Hill responded, perplexed. The retrieval of Steve Rogers was among SHIELD's most closely guarded secrets. Until Steve safely awakens, measures must be taken to prevent any threats from HYDRA or enemy agents. Only the upper echelon of SHIELD was privy to this information. By protocol, Xin Ran, merely an Avenger, had no right to be informed of such matters. "Very well, please wait a moment." Xin Ran sighed, determined not to lose his composure before the beautiful agent. He retrieved his phone and dialed Nick Fury. "Hello, it's me. I've come to see Steve and have been blocked at the door. What kind of operation is this? Why was I not informed ahead of time? I nearly had your guards take me down just now." "All right, understood. Hurry up." Listening to Xin Ran's tone reminiscent of reprimanding a subordinate, Hill was taken aback, unable to fathom whom he was conversing with. Just as she pondered, her phone vibrated in her pocket. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Nick Fury. Could it be that Xin Ran had just scolded Director Fury? Suppressing her inner turmoil, she answered the call. Understood. Fury's orders were succinct, instructing Xin Ran and Natasha to visit Steve without elaboration. Subsequently, Hill escorted the couple into the core facilities of HYDRA in New York. The further they ventured, the higher the security clearance required. Ultimately, Hill presented identification, underwent a retinal scan, and fingerprint verification before leading Xin Ran and Natasha to Steve's hospital room. In the expansive room, Steve lay quietly on a specially designed medical bed. This bed, a marvel of HYDRA's latest medical technology, allowed medical personnel to monitor his vital signs continuously through miniaturized electronic instruments, collecting relevant data around the clock. Upon seeing Hill enter with guests, the two attending physicians paused their work and approached to provide an update. As Xin Ran gazed at the tranquil figure of Steve, a sense of disorientation washed over him. It felt as though only yesterday they were training together in the barracks. In the blink of an eye, more than 60 years had passed. The world had changed, and the people within it had too. Doctors, how is Steve's current condition? With a gentle sigh, Xin Ran inquired. Having been encased in ice for over 60 years in the frigid expanse, the neurons within him were now rapidly revitalizing. Were an ordinary individual to be placed in such an environment, not even 60 seconds would elapse before life slipped away. This was truly a marvel of medicine. Enough with the trivialities, just get to the point. When will he awaken? Xin Ran expressed his impatience. May I ask who you are? The doctor speaking had never encountered Xin Ran before and was taken aback by the young man's audacity. He glanced towards Hill, who gave a slight nod, and the doctor instantly grasped her meaning. Based on the current state of his body, we estimate that he will not awaken for at least another month. Xin Ran nodded and approached the bed. Hey, what are you doing? You can't approach him. The patient has just emerged from extreme cold. Your presence could introduce pathogens that may affect him. You must keep your distance. The previously silent doctor hurried to obstruct Xin Ran's path. Let Mr. Xin Ran through. Do not impede him, Hill commanded, as Xin Ran prepared to push the doctor aside. Subsequently, Xin Ran and Natasha took their seats beside the bed, while Hill led the two doctors out. My dear, it has been over 60 years, and Steve has not changed at all. And you have not either. In fact, you seem more vibrant than ever, Xin Ran replied with a smile. I was not at all vibrant before you returned, Natasha playfully chided, subtly reproaching Xin Ran for leaving her in solitude for over 60 years. Well, I have returned, have I not? Xin Ran replied. Alas, Peggy has married and is nearing 90. In a few years, who knows how Steve will cope upon awakening? Natasha sighed deeply. Let us not dwell on such sorrowful matters. Aging and mortality are inevitable experiences for all. We must face them with equanimity, Xin Ran consoled. Then, my dear, will you and I also one day face death? Of course not. Natasha shot him a disgruntled glance. In the monitoring room, Hill could only observe the two conversing without hearing their words. Several teams of technicians had examined the equipment, all affirming that the recording devices were functioning properly. Hill, feeling helpless, silently watched their every move, anxious that Xin Ran might act detrimentally towards Steve. Steve, you haven't tea smoked in over 60 years, have you? Brother, allow me to light one for you. You can savor the aroma. With that, he retrieved a box of cigars from his spatial ring, still left over from his last visit to Tony's home. With a snap of his fingers, a faint spark of lightning emanated from Xin Ran's fingertip, igniting the cigar. He took a deep puff and exhaled a large smoke ring towards Steve. This audacious act nearly sent the two doctors in the monitoring room into a panic. Hill immediately dialed Nick Fury. Director Fury, it's Xin Ran from the Avengers. He is smoking a cigar in the Captain's hospital room and blowing smoke rings into the Captain's face. This poses a significant risk to the Captain's well-being. I request that he be apprehended. Like Coulson, Hill is also a fervent admirer of Steve. Witnessing Xin Ran's actions, she finds herself at a loss for words. What? He can just do as he pleases? What if something goes wrong? The captain is currently recovering and remains quite frail. Hill cannot fathom why the director would allow such a young individual to act recklessly. Agent Hill, Xin Ran is a close brother of Steve Rogers. He would never jeopardize the captain's safety. We must trust him. Nick Fury's tone on the other end of the line is grave. What? Hill can hardly believe that a young Chinese man in his 20s could be considered a brother to Captain America. Nick Fury hangs up, sending her an encrypted file. Upon opening it, she is left speechless. The document details Xin Ran's achievements and contributions, meticulously chronicled. It mentions Howard, a veteran of HYDRA, and Carter, a longtime ally, as well as Roger's comrade and brother, the head of the Avengers. Even the Desert Eagle at her side was designed by him. The final line, added recently, reads, "God who wields the power of thunder." A god? At this moment, Hill is rendered utterly speechless. The two doctors beside her are nearly choking on their anxiety, yet their superior has not issued any orders. Sheena, yo no idea. Steve, in his prime, 60 years ago, was fond of this particular cigar, he said, taking another puff and exhaling it towards Steve's face. Xin Ran reminisces about the past with Natasha as he smokes. After indulging in 3 or 4 cigars, they finally rise to leave. As they step out of the ward, Steve's eyelids flutter. Hill stands outside, waiting, and sees Xin Ran escorting Natasha out, promptly opening the door for them. The two doctors, observing the cigar-laden room, rush inside to check on Steve's condition. "Mr. Xin Ran, what are your plans next?" Xin Ran notices Hill's admiring gaze, likely a result of Nick Fury revealing his identity. "Nothing much, just preparing to head home for dinner." "Agent Hill, please take down my number. Call me immediately once Steve awakens." "Certainly, Mr. Xin Ran," Hill responds with utmost respect. "Well then, Natasha and I will take our leave." Xin Ran bids farewell to her. With that, he opens a portal home, wrapping an arm around Natasha as they step through, vanishing from sight. Hill stands there, momentarily stunned. Could he truly be a god? Just then, a cough emerges from the ward, followed by the doctor's startled exclamation. "Director Hill, the patient has awakened." Chapter 42. "I have an appointment." Steve Rogers gently opens his eyes, only to be met with a sharp pang of pain coursing through his mind. Gazing at the hazy scene before him, he slowly utters, "Where am I?" The two doctors, at a loss for words, stand in silence, unprepared for Steve's sudden awakening. Essentially, Steve is akin to a person in a vegetative state. From a moment he was frozen, he began to succumb to illness and drift into slumber, only to emerge from this state now, as if finally recovering. Many individuals in similar situations awaken to discover that 5 or 6 years have passed. Due to such a significant lapse of time, they often experience severe psychological issues, leading to delusions that they still inhabit the world of 5 or 6 years prior. Those with fragile psyches may find themselves unable to cope with the stark differences in the world upon awakening, potentially succumbing once more to a comatose state, never to awaken again. Moreover, Steve Rogers has been in slumber for over 60 years. Initially, the medical team at HYDRA devised a plan to create an environment reminiscent of 60 years ago, allowing Steve to gradually acclimate to a semblance of normal life. They aimed to gently guide him, mitigating his psychological barriers to the greatest extent possible. However, despite their meticulous calculations, they could not foresee Steve awakening so swiftly. "Hello, Captain Rogers, good afternoon." Hill entered the room, her heart racing with excitement at witnessing the living Steve. "Who are you?" Steve responded, his demeanor cautious and alert. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Hill discreetly reached into her pocket to activate an alarm. "Captain Rogers, my name is Hill. I mean you no harm. Please remain calm." She attempted to soothe Steve's agitation, but within moments, 2 heavily armed guards burst into the room. Startled, Steve instinctively retreated 2 steps, observing the guards' uniforms, which starkly contrasted with those of his own faction. A singular thought raced through his mind. He had been captured. Before Hill could react, Steve lunged forward, delivering 2 swift punches that incapacitated the guards in an instant. He pushed past Hill and fled the room. "Captain Rogers, wait. All agents alert. Emergency alarm." As Steve dashed out in a frenzy, Hill grabbed her walkie-talkie and issued urgent commands to the operatives throughout the building. The HYDRA agents affiliated with HYDRA were no match for Steve. Within moments, he forged a path and burst onto the street. Recognizing the situation spiraling out of control, Hill immediately retrieved her phone and contacted Nick Fury. "Fury, shortly after Mr. Swinen left, Captain Rogers awoke. We barely had time to execute our plan before he injured our agents and escaped HYDRA. Hill relayed the circumstances to Fury in one breath. How could he awaken so quickly? Wasn't he supposed to remain unconscious for at least a month? What transpired? What did Swinen do to him? Fury inquired urgently from the other end of the line. Mr. Xin did nothing. He merely smoked a few cigars and departed. Could the smoke have roused him? Director, we must set aside those concerns for now. What should we do? We cannot contain Captain Rogers. Immediately contact Xin and inform him of the situation. I trust he will handle it. Nick Fury stated firmly. Hill hung up the phone and dialed the newly saved number. Hello, Mr. Xin. Captain Rogers has awakened. He has escaped from HYDRA, and his situation is perilous. I would like to request your presence. Understood. As Hill ended the call, a black portal materialized before her. This is all your fault, Xin. If it weren't for those cigars you smoked, this might not have affected Steve. Hey, Hill. Before Natasha could finish her sentence, she noticed Hill staring at her, bewildered, from the other side of the portal. Mr. Xin, Natasha, Captain Rogers has run out onto the street, and the crowd is overwhelming. Xin nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Soon, electromagnetic sensing was fully deployed, swiftly locating Steve's position. He was in the adjacent block, gazing in astonishment at the towering buildings and the bustling crowd and vehicles. Xin had passed by that location while driving. He raised his hand to establish a portal, leading Natasha and Hill through it. Steve, Xin called loudly from behind him, hearing that familiar yet strange voice. Steve slowly turned around. Xin, Natasha? Seeing these two familiar friends, Steve furrowed his brow. Where am I? Is this an illusion? The towering buildings, neon screens, modern cars, and people's attire were all entirely new to Steve. Awakening after more than 60 years, had it not been for his remarkable willpower, he would have fainted again. No, you've been asleep for over 60 years, buddy. The Nazis have been defeated. The war is over. Listening to Sin's words, Steve fell silent. Captain Rogers, are you all right? Hill, a devoted fan, stepped forward with concern as she noticed Steve's disorientation. In the cacophony of the street, Steve struggled to regain his composure, feeling as though there was something left undone. Gazing at the youthful and beautiful Hill, a poignant memory surged forth in his mind. With a pained yet resigned expression, he replied, I'm fine. It's just that. I have a date. Chapter 43. Hot Pot Sin and Natasha exchanged glances, both sighing. After Steve's plane crash, he was untraceable. Although Carter was a top agent, she was merely an ordinary person. She had not undergone any enhancement treatments or physical mutations. At most, she would live in her 90s before departing from this world. She could not possibly remain single for him indefinitely. From the day she married another, even if she still held feelings for Steve, she would no longer harbor hope. The dance they had promised before he went to war was now separated by 60 to 70 years. Even if Carter were alive, they could not rekindle that promise. Natasha and Sin did not conceal the truth from him, directly revealing what had transpired. Although Steve was heartbroken, his compassionate nature allowed him to accept the reality rather swiftly. After all, no matter the circumstances, Peggy Carter is now someone else's wife. Subsequently, Xin Ran opened a portal, bringing Steve and Hill back home. Fortunately, Daisy had purchased an ample supply of food, which was sufficient for 2 additional guests. Had he been left to barbecue alone, it would have taken an eternity. Moreover, there was Steve, who had not eaten in 60 or 70 years. Thus, Xin Ran took it upon himself to prepare a pot of hot pot base and mix several bowls of dipping sauce. Daisy and Natasha assisted him, chopping and arranging all the ingredients on a large table in the yard. They even taught Hill and Steve how to use chopsticks. As top-tier agents, the two quickly grasped the technique. Having slept for 60 or 70 years, Steve had never encountered such a culinary style or flavor. Even Hill, a senior agent of HYDRA, had never heard of such a way of eating. Eagerly, they picked up a generous portion of fatty beef, swished it in the pot, dipped in the sauce, and relished every bite. Observing their struggle with the spiciness, Xin Ran opened a bottle of 82 Lafite, sourced from Tony, to serve as a refreshing drink. To be fair, it did alleviate the heat. I shall fetch 2 more people. The space was ample, and the food in abundance. Sipping Tony's red wine, Xin Ran thought of his rather unremarkable nephew. He opened another portal and directly arrived at Tony's residence. Upon stepping out, he found Tony embracing Pepper, preparing to engage in some intimate activities on the sofa. Xin Ran cleared his throat, startling Tony, who promptly ceased his actions. Pepper, her face flushed, turned away from Xin Ran, tidying her attire. Oh, for heaven's sake, my dear uncle, what on earth are you doing? Xin Ran disrupted the romantic atmosphere, leaving Tony quite displeased. Shall I take my leave? You two carry on? Xin Ran teased. Tony shot him an exasperated glance. Come on, let's go to my place for dinner. With that, Xin Ran opened a portal back home. The enticing aroma of hot pot wafting through. What does that smell? It's delightful. Without hesitation, Tony turned and embraced Pepper as they made their way over. Hey, my dear Aunt Natasha, long time no see. How have you been with the armor I sent you last time? Stepping through the portal, Tony greeted Natasha warmly. He was acquainted only with her among the guests present. I tried on once, but haven't fought in it yet. It looks good, though. After speaking, Natasha stood up to prepare bowls and chopsticks for Tony and Pepper. Uncle Xin, aren't you going to introduce me to these two lovely ladies? The men present were silent. This is your second aunt, Daisy Louise, and that is S.H.I.E.L.D., Senior Agent Hill. This gentleman is also considered your uncle, Steve Rogers. Taking his seat, he raised the wine bottle and took a sip. Oh, so it's the beautiful Aunt Daisy. I'll send your armor in a few days. Hello, Agent Hill. I'm Tony Stark. You're looking quite fit. Upon learning the identities of the two women, Tony extended his enthusiastic greetings. For Steve, Tony was already aware of his identity from the box left by Howard. Although somewhat taken aback, it was impossible for him to address him as uncle. After all, having Xin Ran as an uncle was more than enough to endure. Tony politely nodded at Steve, acknowledging him with a brief greeting. Natasha, wielding her chopsticks, urged Pepper to take a seat quickly. The two mimicked each other, adeptly swirling slices of meat with their chopsticks. Uncle Xin, I must say this way of dining is simply splendid. I always wondered why the liquor cabinet at home seemed to dwindle so often. Turns out it's you, Uncle. Rolling his eyes as he accepted the drink from Xin Ran, Tony couldn't help but feel a sense of camaraderie. With friends, hot pot, and fine wine, Steve's gloomy spirits began to lift gradually. After several rounds of drinks, the group at the table engaged in merry conversation. Suddenly, a phone rang from Hill's direction. I apologize. Everyone, it's Director Fury. I must take this call. Nodding and understanding, Hill, answer the phone. Understood. I'll return immediately. After hanging up, Hill looked apologetically at everyone. Mr. Xin, Mr. Stark, Director Fury has returned from Antarctica and asked me to bring Captain Rogers back to S.H.L.D. It seems he has something important to discuss. Steve, if you prefer not to return to S.H.I.E.L.D., you can certainly stay. There are plenty of rooms in my house for you to choose from, Xin Ran suggested, gazing at Steve. No, Xin Ran, I am affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D. and must adhere to my superior's directives. After all, Xin Ran had two wives at home. It would be inappropriate for him to stay there. S.H.I.E.L.D. was established by Peggy and Howard, and Steve felt a sense of belonging there. Very well. This outcome aligned perfectly with Xin Ran's intentions. Should Steve prove to be unyielding and insist on staying, it would only complicate matters for him. Not to mention, given that situation, he wouldn't dare to act freely at home. Raising his hand, he opened a portal leading to S.H.I.E.L.D. in New York. Watching the two depart. Uncle, it's getting late. We should return home as well. After a satisfying meal, it's time for us to attend to more pressing matters. Then go ahead. I won't stop you. Do you want me to accompany you and Pepper back? Observing Tony's exasperated expression brought Xin Ran great joy. He opened a portal to send them back. Just before leaving, Tony repeatedly urged him not to appear unannounced at his home again, especially at night. One must admit, the ability to create electromagnetic portals is truly useful. After everyone had departed, Natasha and Daisy began washing the dishes in the kitchen. Naturally, Xin Ran joined in, quietly entering the kitchen. After the meeting concluded, Natasha and Daisy retreated to their respective rooms for sleep. Xin Ran then swiftly settled onto the living room sofa. Just as he lit a cigar, he noticed flickering sparks dancing in the room, gradually transforming into a circular portal. On the other side, the supreme sorceress, Ancient One, was smiling at him. Strike first. Without waiting for the reaction of the Ancient One, Xin Ran leapt forward. At his astonishing speed of 50 times the speed of sound, he swiftly crossed the portal established by the Ancient One and arrived at Kamartaj. Mjolnir broke free from its constraints, and the armor of the God of Thunder adorned him seamlessly. With one hand grasping the hammer and the other holding a cigarette, he thought if a battle was to ensue, it would be on her territory, even if he were to lose. He could at least capture a few minor sorcerers as hostages. However, noticing that his opponent showed no intention of attacking, Xin Ran slowly inquired, Ancient One, Might I ask what brings you here? The Ancient One, unfazed by Xin Ran's direct address, closed the portal behind her. With a single gesture, the scene within the grand hall transformed dramatically. The once exotic chamber morphed into a parlor reminiscent of traditional Chinese aesthetics. A beautifully crafted tea table appeared at the center, adorned with an exquisite tea set. Mr. Xin, please take a seat. As she spoke, 2 wicker chairs emerged beside the tea table. Witnessing the Ancient One's deft display of magic, Xin Ran silently marveled at her prowess. Could magic truly be wielded in such a manner? The supreme sorceress, indeed, lived up to her reputation. Here she was treating him as a guest, while he maintained an appearance of readiness for combat, certainly not befitting the situation. Thus, he removed his armor and stowed Mjolnir within his dimensional ring, approaching the tea table and settling into one of the wicker chairs. The Ancient One personally prepared the tea, moving with grace, fetching water, selecting vessels, washing cups, steeping the tea, pouring it, and serving it with the poise of a true master. Ancient One, what is it that you truly desire? Please speak plainly. With the sweet nectar of tea sliding down his throat, Xin Ran continued, to be honest. Your courteous demeanor is quite unfamiliar to me. Mr. Xin, you do not belong to this realm, do you? The Ancient One regarded him over her teacup, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. I believe no one understands this better than you do. Xin Ran retorted, as the guardian of Earth. If he were uncertain of his own origins, what good was he for protection? The Ancient One chuckled lightly, tacitly acknowledging his point. 60 years ago, had you not ventured to the Arctic and encased yourself in that frozen lake, I would likely have taken measures to eliminate you. What? The moment the clear tea touched his lips, Xin Ran was taken aback and nearly choked. Taking a couple of puffs from his cigar to steady himself, he looked at the seemingly benevolent Ancient One and asked, May I inquire why you wished to kill me back then? The Ancient One took a small sip of tea and began, It was for the sake of balance. Those 4 words were not difficult to comprehend. They were akin to the original intent behind the system's frozen task. And now, do you still wish to kill me, Ancient One? Xin Ran probed cautiously. Shaking her head, the Ancient One replied, Even if I were to kill you now, it would not only disrupt the existing balance, but would also lead to further chaos. Ha. As long as you do not wish to engage me in combat, that is all that matters. With another cup of tea consumed, Xin Ran casually extinguished the cigarette in his hand. It recently dawned on me that the life force of the Ancient One had reached its conclusion long ago, and now it clings to existence by absorbing dark energies. Even indulging in one's own second-hand smoke may have some effect, albeit subtle. I have long pondered the origin of your being. You are clearly not of this earth, yet you undeniably belong to it, a conundrum that eludes comprehension. The Ancient One regarded Xin Ran with curiosity, her smile seemingly unchanged through the ages. Allow me to clarify, I am indeed a being of Earth. However, in the original timeline, your presence was not meant to be. Whether my emergence is for good or ill, you are undoubtedly aware. Otherwise, you would not be so composed while sharing tea with me. You are quite astute, the Ancient One remarked, setting her teacup down, her gaze fixed upon Xin Ran with admiration. Have you come solely to partake in tea with me today? With no conflict, no threats, and no persuasion. Xin Ran felt an unsettling dissonance in the atmosphere. The Ancient One shook her polished head. I know you harbored no malice toward this world, and I can perceive that in time, you will grow to an unimaginable power. Thus, I have refrained from intervening in your actions. Today, I wish to pose 2 questions. Please do proceed. Acknowledging the Ancient One's benevolence, Xin Ran held a deep respect for this supreme sorceress who had safeguarded Earth for centuries. What is your understanding of this world? With this inquiry, the Ancient One silently scrutinized Xin Ran. I cannot claim to know everything, but I possess a general understanding. Xin Ran could not disclose to the Ancient One his foreknowledge of forthcoming events, which followed a predetermined script. Hence, he could only provide a vague response to her question. And how much do you know about Kamartaj? Listening to Xin Ran's reply, the Ancient One chuckled softly. Is this the second question? Consider it a complimentary addition to the first. To her surprise, the Ancient One exhibited a sense of humor. Stephen Strange, Xin Ran stated, taking a sip of tea, his demeanor calm, wearing a smile as he regarded her. Ha, Mr. Xin Ran, you have surprised me, the Ancient One remarked, astonished that Xin Ran, devoid of the time stone, could foresee the fate of Kamartaj. Initially, her inquiry sought Xin Ran's present understanding of Kamartaj, but he had responded with a bombshell. What do you mean by that, master? Have I erred? The Ancient One chose not to address Xin Ran's question and instead pivoted to the second inquiry. What is the source of the abilities you possess? The power of the Thunder God, perhaps? That would logically be derived from Odin, the All-Father. With a snap of his fingers, Xin Ran conjured sparks of lightning around him, crackling audibly. Ah, that is not what I meant. What power enabled you to wield Mjolnir? Xin Ran refrained from answering, casually opening a portal back to his home. He found it hard to believe that the power Odin could perceive would elude the Ancient One's perception. Oh, indeed, it is the fundamental forces of a universe. How did you accomplish that? This portal bears a striking resemblance to the spatial magic of Kamar Taj, yet fundamentally differs. Mr. Xin, you are truly remarkable. Listening to Gu-Es praises, Xin Ran felt a hint of bashfulness. As for how he achieved this, he could not articulate it clearly. He simply did what he aspired to do. It was impossible for Xin Ran to be entirely candid with her, so he merely hinted at it. To do what one wishes to do. This phrase seemed to carry profound significance. Observing Gu-Es' contemplative demeanor, Xin Ran couldn't help but chuckle. Successful individuals can turn even the most mundane utterances into profound philosophical maxims. It appears that this wisdom is universally applicable. Mr. Xin, I hope you will always stand in the light. Master Gu-E, without darkness, how can there be light? I understand your meaning. I have a clear sense of the future. Without darkness, how can there be light? Gu-E murmured Xin Ran's words, sinking once more into deep thought. Mr. Xin, if in the future you possess such power and the Earth faces peril, or the entire universe is in jeopardy, will you intervene? I will. Xin Ran understood precisely what Gu-E referred to. He would indeed act, not for the sake of humanity, but for himself. Gu-E nodded in satisfaction. After the two finished the pot of tea, the room returned to its original state. Gu-E opened the portal, watching as Xin Ran returned home. My dear, where have you been? Why have you vanished for so long? Just as he reclined on the sofa, Natasha's voice echoed from outside the door. Weren't you already asleep? Xin Ran queried in confusion. What do you mean asleep? You haven't been home for over 2 months. Director Fury and Tony have been searching everywhere for you. Chapter 45. Tony's concerns 2 months without returning home. Xin Ran was utterly baffled, suddenly experiencing a sensation akin to returning to a place transformed beyond recognition. Had he truly spent over 2 months conversing over tea with Gu-E? Had he known, he would have refrained from stepping into her portal. My dear, Tony is calling again. With that, Natasha's phone slowly flew towards Xin Ran. Aunt Natasha, has Uncle Xin not returned yet? As soon as the call connected, Tony's anxious voice emerged from the phone. It's me. Oh my goodness, my dear uncle. Do you have any idea that you've been missing for over 2 months? Tony's words were rather superfluous. To be honest, I truly did not know. I spent at most 2 hours with Gu-E, and upon returning, 2 months had passed. A day in the heavens equates to a year on Earth. Who could have anticipated such a thing? Well, you didn't know, nor did I. However, I believe it is imperative for you to come over. Tony's tone took on a serious note, given their long acquaintance. This was the first time Tony had proactively sought him out. It would also be prudent to see what he had done to the destroyer's remains. All right, I'll be there shortly. After ending the call, Xin Ran opened the portal leading to Tony's residence, briefly informing Natasha and Daisy before departing. Hey, Tony, are you playing tricks on me? Where are you? Upon arriving at Tony's residence, Xin Ran discovered that there was not a soul in sight. Uncle, I'm at Stark Tower. Why did you not mention that sooner? You hung up so abruptly that I barely had time to respond. Which floor? Having never been to Tony's office, he was unable to construct a portal and could only make his way to the base of Stark Tower before ascending. Is there any doubt, Uncle? Of course. It's the top floor. With that, Xin Ran soared into the sky, eliciting gasps of astonishment from passers-by, who hurriedly whipped out their phones to capture the moment. However, his speed was so swift that not a single person managed to take a photograph. Xin Ran emerged from a portal and flew towards Stark Tower, vanishing before the eyes of the American populace, who eagerly spread the news, believing that Stark Industries was under divine protection. Consequently, many flocked to purchase Stark stock in hopes of bestowing good fortune upon themselves and their families. In just a few days, Stark Industries stock soared, leaving Pepper bewildered until she conducted a grassroots investigation and discovered that it was all due to her uncle's influence. Uncle, you must review this information promptly. Upon arrival, before Xin Ran could even take a seat, Tony activated the holographic screen in his office and pushed a substantial amount of data towards him. Mimicking Tony's actions, Xin Ran manipulated the holographic projection with both hands. After a cursory glance, he realized that the plot of the first Avengers film was already unfolding. Recalling Natasha's words about Nick Fury's relentless search for him, he understood the gravity of the situation. You're making a fuss over events that occurred 60 or 70 years ago. This information was delivered to you by Coulson, correct? Indeed, Uncle was from SHIELD. But look at this. This incident transpired just a month ago. Tony spread his fingers, causing the image in the corner to magnify instantly. Loki and the Tesseract materialized before Xin Ran's eyes. 70 years prior, HYDRA had exploited the Tesseract to create energy weapons, which were subsequently destroyed by Steve, resulting in the Tesseract and Steve disappearing into the Antarctic. My father later established SHIELD and retrieved the Tesseract. Since then, SHIELD has been covertly researching and utilizing its power. However, recently, an extraterrestrial being claiming to be a god seized the Tesseract and obliterated the research facility. It is said that the Tesseract is the treasure of Odin, the All-Father, and this invader, known as Loki, is Odin's second son in Norse mythology. SHIELD's records have confirmed these truths. This is preposterous, Uncle. An alien deity has emerged and stolen such a critical artifact. I sense that humanity is in grave peril. I must take action. Despite Tony's usual air of nonchalance, he approached this matter with utmost seriousness, contemplating the long-term implications. Calm down, Tony, do not panic. You are correct, Uncle. We must not succumb to panic. Nevertheless, look at that Hulk. I fear that even clad in armor, I would not withstand a single blow from him. The world is fraught with instability, and I refuse to remain idle. Tony pointed to the screen displaying the Hulk enduring heavy weaponry, demolishing a tank with a single punch, and inquired, "So, what do you propose we do?" I have already consented to the One-Eyed Dragon's request to join the Avengers. First, let us capture Loki. After all, everything remains uncertain at present. Xin Ran chuckled, adopting a mentor's demeanor, and replied, "Very well. Now that you are an Avenger, you are both my nephew and subordinate. You must truly make an effort." "Uncle, I am not in the mood for jest," Tony said, his expression heavy with concern. "When foes approach, we shall defend ourselves. There is no need for excessive worry. But Odin and Loki are gods. Are gods truly formidable?" Xin Ran, with a flicker of thought, summoned armor composed of divine energy, which enveloped him. "It appears I am also a god," he mused with a slight smile directed at Tony. "Uncle, you..." Tony was momentarily taken aback by Xin Ran's sudden transformation. After showcasing his prowess, Xin Ran removed the cumbersome armor, which he found rather uncomfortable to wear. "I have encountered both Odin and Loki. Do you recall the scroll and that heap of scrap I provided you?" Tony nodded in acknowledgement. "That scroll was given to me by Odin. The destroyer was initially crafted as a battle automaton by him. I was curious, what have you done with it?" It currently exists only in its prototype stage. It remains unfinished." Tony scratched his head, recalling his recent vacation abroad with Pepper, during which the project had stagnated. "Is it truly just a prototype?" Exhaling a plume of smoke toward Tony. "Uncle, with your wealth, why do you still partake in my cigars and spirits?" Tony sidestepped the topic, utilizing Xin Ran's cigar as a means of diversion. "What do you mean partake? I have always taken things openly and honestly." "Very well, but what of Odin, Loki, and your own affairs? Do you not intend to enlighten me? I am not particularly adept at storytelling. The SHIELD personnel are well aware. You should inquire with the One-Eyed Dragon." At that moment, JARVI's voice resonated. "Sir, Nick Fury has sent you a message requesting your presence here." As he spoke, a holographic map materialized, pinpointing a location in the ocean. Xin Ran's phone also chimed, revealing it to be a call from Nick Fury. On the other end, Fury briefed Xin Ran and sent the same coordinates, asking him to proceed there. "Uncle, it seems we must go together." Noticing Xin Ran's prolonged silence, Tony prompted, "Uncle, why haven't I seen you open that black door?" As soon as he finished speaking, a dark portal manifested before him. "But this doesn't appear to be the ocean. Is the door truly correct, Uncle?" "Oh, Uncle, don't push me. What in the world? Uncle, where have you brought me?" Chapter 46. A broader perspective within the halls of Asgard. Thor and Odin were engaged in a discussion regarding Loki. Tony's exclamation interrupted their conversation. Thor summoned his new weapon. Eyeing Tony with suspicion, "Who are you?" Just as he was about to take action, a familiar voice echoed through the air. "Hey, Thor, long time no see. This is my nephew, Tony Stark. Xin Ran, it's been ages, and you managed to come to Asgard without using the Rainbow Bridge. How incredible!" Thor, lowering his guard, greeted Xin Ran with warmth. Observing Odin's throne, which appeared even more magnificent than before, Xin Ran smiled and slightly bowed, addressing, "Your Majesty, the All-Father, how is your health these days?" Odin, previously well, involuntarily twitched his right eyelid at the inquiry. "Ah, young friend Xin Ran, I am well. What brings you to Asgard today? Is there something amiss?" After the previous incident, Odin had completely regarded Xin Ran as an ally, thus speaking to him in a tone reminiscent of a benevolent grandfather. "Nothing major. Just bringing my nephew here to experience your realm," Xin Ran replied, pulling Tony closer for an introduction. "Come, Tony, the one seated above is Odin, the All-Father of Norse mythology. Greet him." "Greetings, All-Father," Tony stammered, momentarily taken aback by his uncle's formidable introduction, feeling as though he were not greeting a deity, but rather paying homage to a powerful figure. Just moments ago, he had been concerned about the potential threat posed by Loki and his so-called divine kin, and now he found himself face-to-face with Loki's father. The surreal nature of it all was overwhelming. Odin regarded Tony with a gaze that seemed to pierce through both past and future. His brow furrowed slightly before returning to its former composure. He smiled gently at Tony, saying, "Tony Stark, you are quite impressive." "Thank you, Your Majesty. I appreciate the compliment." "I think so, too," Tony responded, showing no signs of intimidation in the presence of Odin. Odin's words stirred a wave of emotion within Thor. His father rarely praised anyone unless they possessed qualities worthy of admiration. Although Tony was Xin Ran's nephew, Thor could not discern what set him apart. "Greetings, I am Tony. Your physique looks quite remarkable," Tony remarked to Thor. "You appear rather dashing, much like myself. Oh, if you ever visit Earth, seek me out, and I shall arrange something befitting of Uncle Xin Ran standards," Thor replied, a playful glint in his eye. Xin Ran shook his head in disbelief, noting how these two young gentlemen could engage in such banter. Thor had his own charm, and Xin Ran felt it was rather presumptuous to offer arrangements. "Uncle, why does Thor's armor resemble yours? What god are you anyway?" Tony queried, causing Xin Ran to feel slightly embarrassed before answering. "Like me, he is also a god of thunder," Thor clarified, before adding with a grin, "However, his hammer is not as grand as mine." He brandished his new weapon, which resembled Mjolnir but was larger and more robust. "Indeed, who could rival your stature? Everyone is akin to you, blessed with such a remarkable father," mused Xin Ran inwardly. With a swift motion, he activated his abilities, commanding Thor's hammer to soar directly towards him. "No matter how grand your hammer may be, it is still forged from metal. Without Odin's divine enchantment, can I not manipulate it at will? It is indeed quite impressive. Thor, shall we trade?" He brandished Mjolnir, comparing it side by side, and with a teasing glance at Thor, said, Hey, Xin Ran, you already possess Mjolnir. I would advise against coveting mine. This hammer is rather unwieldy. Mjolnir is far more convenient to wield. Let's not exchange, Xin Ran." Thor wore a bittersweet smile, exuding an air of resignation. Observing his weapon being so casually maneuvered by Xin Ran left him feeling rather vulnerable. Thankfully, he was not an adversary. Otherwise, what a predicament it would be in battle. "Very well, I shall heed your advice and not exchange," Xin Ran chuckled. If he delayed returning it to Thor any longer, the fellow would likely come and seize it forcefully. "Thor, let's set aside that matter for now. Take Xin Ran and Tony to explore Asgard," Odin decreed, sensing Xin Ran's lack of seriousness. "You refer to Loki's situation, my liege?" Odin nodded. "Then it need not be postponed. Loki is currently on Earth." "What?" Upon hearing news of his brother, Thor's excitement was palpable. "Isn't Heimdall able to see through the 9 realms? Has he not reported to you, my liege?" Xin Ran ignored Thor's outburst and addressed Odin. "Loki has found a way to shield himself from Heimdall. Thus, he cannot perceive him." Xin Ran, why would Loki venture to Earth? Compared to Odin, Thor, the simpleton, was more concerned for his brother. What else could he do but cause chaos? Tony interjected with a wave of his hand. "Father, I must bring Loki back." Thor implored Odin with urgency. "Then accompany Xin Ran to Earth. Ensure you retrieve everything from Asgard. Odin instructed, indicating that Thor must not only bring Loki back, but also the Tesseract. Understood, father. Then, my liege, my nephew and I shall take our leave with Thor, he added. With Thor heading to Earth, there was little reason to linger. Xin Ran bowed to Odin and opened a portal leading to HYDRA in New York, departing Asgard with Tony. Uncle, why not take Thor along? Is he not also destined for Earth? Tony inquired within the HYDRA building. Due to their unauthorized intrusion, alarms blared around them. I nearly forgot, Xin Ran remarked, opening another portal to return to the temple. Yet, Thor's presence had already vanished. My liege, where is Thor? He saw you were not waiting and departed via the Bifrost. Thus, Xin Ran brought Tony back into the SHIELD building. Tony began to suspect that his uncle had lingered in a timeless realm for far too long, perhaps suffering from dementia. Just as the portal closed, a cadre of armed men in black surrounded Xin Ran and Tony, led by a bald man. Xin Ran held a recollection of that individual, a HYDRA infiltrator within SHIELD, whose name he struggled to recall. Twirl was it? He questioned the hospitality of SHIELD, considering he was now a member of the Avengers. Before Xin Ran could utter a word, Tony stepped forward, pointing an accusatory finger at the bald man. Mr. Stark? The bald man gazed at Stark with starry eyes. As a mid-level operative of SHIELD, he had never encountered Xin Ran and was oblivious to his true identity, mistakenly believing him to be merely Tony's subordinate, thus disregarding him entirely. Since you recognize me, why don't you instruct your men to lower their weapons? Are you not in your armor today? Can't you see that? Tony replied with palpable impatience. The bald man chuckled softly, retreating 2 steps. Suddenly, his demeanor shifted as he commanded, open fire and eliminate them. Chapter 47, SHIELD, Hydra Shield. The black-clad figures surrounding the bald man were all HYDRA infiltrators within SHIELD. With the orders from their superior, they unhesitatingly pulled their triggers. Hundreds of bullets surged forth like fiery tongues aimed directly at the 2 men. The bald man's grin widened for the involvement of Tony Stark. The affluent American and Iron Man in the Avengers would significantly disrupt HYDRA's plans. He had intended to eliminate Stark and was pleasantly surprised that Stark had delivered himself right into his hands. With the prominent officials of the New York branch summoned by the director to the maritime base, the bald man saw an opportunity to eliminate Tony and then clean up the aftermath, continuing his covert operations within SHIELD. However, with greater hope came greater disappointment. The brighter his smile, the more profound his eventual sorrow. In mere seconds, his jubilant grin faltered. The bullets unleashed from the submachine guns, as if possessing eyes of their own, halted abruptly just before the 2 men, suspended in mid-air. Uncle, isn't he one of SHIELD's agents? Why is he firing at you? Tony remarked, pinching a warm bullet between his fingers and turning to Xin Ran with a cheeky expression. Xin Ran, too weary to respond, noted, you have hundreds of bullets in front of you. I have merely 5 or 6. Who do you think is firing at whom? To this bald gentleman. Why do you aim your weapon at my dear uncle? Why inflict harm upon a man well into his golden years? Tony's expression turned grave, as he chided with righteous indignation. The bald man, now too fearful to speak, attempted to flee, only to find his lower body paralyzed, no longer obedient to his commands. As the black-clad figures stood bewildered by the unfolding scene, the bullets whistled through the air, piercing the foreheads of their comrades. The sudden loss of his subordinates inflicted severe psychological trauma upon the bald man. Mr. Stark, IMS, HIELD, Level 6 Agent Sitwell. What just transpired was a misunderstanding, he quickly proclaimed, hoping to defend himself now that Tony had spared him. A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding? Well, Mr. Stark, recently our Director Fury was attacked by an individual named Loki. At that moment, this individual had assumed the guise of our agency's astrophysicist, Dr. Eric Selvig. The manner of his disappearance mirrored yours precisely. Thus, one might infer that inciting these individuals to fire upon my uncle was merely a matter of duty. Indeed, Agent Sitwell has proven himself to be a sophisticated infiltrator of HYDRA, effortlessly ensnaring Tony in his web of deceit. I must admit, I did not anticipate that you were truly Mr. Stark. Tony paused for a few seconds. Very well, Agent Sitwell, in the future, Exercise a modicum of caution. Ascertain the circumstances before taking action. He glanced at Xin Ran. Uncle, this is a misunderstanding. They too have suffered considerable losses. What shall we do? Xin Ran shot Tony a disdainful look. Is this it? A genius, you say? What do you mean by that, uncle? The logical sequence is intact. Loki did indeed assault that one-eyed giant, and this transpired within HYDRA. If not for self-defense, who would possess such audacity? As Tony spoke, the bald man beside him nodded in agreement. May I inquire as to your identity, sir? Sitwell shifted his focus to Xin Ran. Anyone who could claim to be an uncle of Tony Stark certainly had an intriguing background. Xin Ran offered him a subtle smile, gradually approaching his side, and whispered, "Long live Hydra." Sitwell's pupils dilated in disbelief as he regarded Xin Ran. Agent Sitwell, is there an issue? Sir, you're Mr. Stark's uncle. May I ask which area you hail from? Xin Ran appeared remarkably youthful, and Sitwell was perceptive enough to realize that this individual had undoubtedly undergone some biochemical enhancement or human modification. This inquiry would ascertain both Xin Ran's temporal origin and his current standing. Steve Rogers, I once served in the same unit as him, the Avengers. I now hold the reins. Furthermore, Pierce had mentioned you, noting your commendable performance within SHIELD. Xin Ran bypassed trivialities, delivering the most significant revelation directly. Sitwell inhaled sharply. The leader of the Avengers was indeed the one who had halted the bullets earlier, not Tony. He had not anticipated that such a formidable figure remained covertly embedded within the organization. How many agents does SHIELD currently have? Director, more than half are our people. He glanced cautiously at Tony before leaning closer to Xin Ran and whispering, just in New York? Sitwell shook his impeccably polished head and replied softly, all of them. Xin Ran orchestrated this spectacle for two reasons. Firstly, to test the veracity of that statement's allure. Secondly, to gauge the extent of Hydra's influence. Hearing this response filled him with shame for Nick Fury. With such a vast SHIELD, Hydra's infiltrators occupied a significant portion. It was unclear whether he served as the director of SHIELD or as an undercover agent for Hydra. Why even call it SHIELD? It might as well be renamed Hydra SHIELD. Agent, you have performed admirably. Xin Ran complimented with a smile. Thank you, sir. I shall strive to do better. Sitwell felt a wave of trepidation. Had he truly injured this individual, the repercussions would have been unfathomable. Remember, do not disclose my existence or identity to anyone, including Pierce. Once my mission is complete, I shall reward you personally. Xin Ran spoke solemnly, his gaze fixed upon Sitwell. Yes, sir. I would rather die than reveal anything. A surge of duty washed over his heart, and Sitwell resolved to guard this secret with his life. With just a few words, Xin Ran had rendered the bald man obedient, and he no longer contemplated his demise. What did the Hydra infiltrators have to do with him? That band of minions posed no threat. Let Nick Fury deal with them at his own pace. Observing Sitwell's obsequious demeanor, Tony was left wondering what his uncle had communicated to that bald man. Do you know where Nick Fury is? Yes, sir, at SHIELD's offshore secret base. Very well. Arrange for a jet to take us there. Sir, the aircraft from a New York office has not received authorization for that location. It may pose some difficulties. I will authorize it now. Make the arrangements immediately. I assure you, there will be no issues. Understood, sir. Upon receiving the command, Sitwell sprang into action. 5 minutes later, Xin Ran and Tony boarded the SHIELD jet, heading towards the maritime base. Thor descended upon Mexico through the Bifrost, sharing a passionate rendezvous with Jane. Due to Eric Selvig being under Loki's control, Nick Fury dispatched a plane to retrieve Jane. Upon learning of the connection between SHIELD and Loki, Thor decided to accompany Jane as well. Before sending a message to Xin Ran, Nick Fury personally visited his home to escort Natasha. Daisy, lacking combat experience, remained at home to watch over the property. With a substantial sum of money, approximately $10 million, provided by Xin Ran, she felt free to do as she pleased. Even in the face of danger, she could don the iron armor for protection. The Hulk, Banner, was persuaded by Hill and Coulson to emerge from his reclusive state. Because of Xin Ran's influence, Steve had not followed the original storyline, merely spending his days hitting a punching bag. After their last hot pot meal, his inner turmoil had mostly dissipated, and he remained at HYDRA, awaiting orders from above. Once the New York jet delivered Xin Ran and Tony to their destination, it returned the way it had come. With all personnel gathered, Nick Fury ushered them into the expansive command center of the massive warship. Chapter 48. Loki makes an appearance. Beep. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission content. Resolve the crisis posed by the Chitauri army. Completion reward. Enhanced electromagnetic shield, capable of automatically repelling mental and magical soul probing and attacks. Storage capacity of the spatial ring expanded to 50,000 cubic meters. As soon as he took his seat, a long-awaited voice echoed in his mind. System, why are you not enhancing my ability integration this time? System? Xin Ran felt a wave of exasperation. At times, the system responded to his inquiries, while at other times, it vanished after issuing a mission, proving to be utterly unreliable. The realms of soul and mind had always represented a significant flaw in Xin Ran's capabilities. The essence of magical evolution lies in its tangible assaults. It is not the myriad of threats that one fears, but rather the possibility of an attack upon the very soul. The illustrious Ancient One, with a mere gesture, can obliterate the soul of Banner, rendering him powerless in battle. Likewise, he possesses the capability to subdue Xin Ran by the same means. In another realm of the Marvel Universe resides Professor Charles, an equally bald figure endowed with mental prowess, able to delve into the minds of others and discern their thoughts at will. He can even wield instruments to annihilate humanity with but a single thought. Though Charles may not inhabit the current dimension, who can assure that the system will not transport you there in the future? While this reward may not enhance the fusion of abilities, it has alleviated Xin Ran's pressing concern regarding the safety of his soul and psyche. If the Chitauri army cannot reach Earth, does that not signify the resolution of a crisis and the completion of a task? Contemplating this, Xin Ran felt a surge of satisfaction, for it would render the mission considerably more manageable. However, should this lead to an even greater peril, it would not constitute the fulfillment of the task. Just as Xin Ran contemplated apprehending Loki alone to thwart Erik Selvig from opening the portal, the system's voice echoed once more. What does this mean? Clarify your statement. The system? Xin Ran, feeling helpless, quietly dismissed that thought. With maximum power output achieved and the propulsion system at its zenith, the engine roared to life, and the HYDRA vessel, designated as 1936, commenced emergency protocols. Director, we have reached the designated altitude. The battleship, initially stationed above the sea, began its ascent into the skies. In the command center, Hill was reporting the vessel's status to Nick Fury. Very well, initiate cloaking. The reflective plating activated, merging the ship with the heavens, concealing its immense form. Apart from Banner, the others were familiar with one another. Through Nick Fury's introductions, Banner gained a general understanding of the situation. Once Fury had conveyed the details to the group, Xin Ran opened a portal for Tony, sending him back home to attend to unfinished work regarding his armor. After bidding Tony farewell, Xin Ran wandered the ship alone, patiently awaiting the unfolding of events. Director, how long must I remain here? Banner pondered, gazing at the technologically advanced command center, reminiscing about his previous work. He longed to return to his tranquil life in the small town. Once we reclaim the Tesseract, you shall be free. While Xin Ran was momentarily absent, Nick Fury resumed his enigmatic tone. How goes your progress? Banner inquired directly. We are scanning all wireless cameras, phones, and laptops globally. Any device that connects to satellites serves as our eyes. Coulson responded confidently regarding DS technology. However, Banner shook his head. You must narrow the search radius. How many spectral analyzers can be deployed here? How many do you require? I desire everything. Instruct them to place the spectrometer at the highest point here, and once calibrated, to search for gamma rays. I shall engage in cluster recognition and draft a tracking algorithm, thereby eliminating several areas at the very least. As Banner spoke, he removed his nylon jacket, preparing to roll up his sleeves for a vigorous undertaking. The energy emitted by the Tesseract predominantly comprises gamma rays. In the realm of gamma ray research, Banner ranks second. There exists no one bold enough to claim the top position. In just a few sentences, he shattered the pre-existing thought processes of HYDRA, significantly enhancing the efficiency of the search. Nick Fury internally marveled at his brilliance while maintaining a facade of calmness. As for Steve and Thor, the two elder statesmen could scarcely comprehend Banner's discourse. Jane, you will be working alongside Dr. Banner. We have arranged a fully equipped laboratory for you. Agent Natasha, please escort them to the lab. Due to Xin Ran's influence, Nick Fury's demeanor towards Natasha had subtly shifted. On Loki's side, Erik Selvig, under his mental control, was diligently constructing intricate instruments. Place this over there. Once under control, Erik seemed liberated from his nature, issuing commands to the newcomers with an uncharacteristic assertiveness. A stark contrast to his previous demeanor while collaborating with Jane. Where did you acquire these individuals? Erik inquired, eyeing Hawkeye. Dr. S.H.I.E.L.D. has never been short of adversaries. Most of the subordinates Erik had recruited were affiliated with HYDRA. Is this what you were seeking? Hawkeye asked impassively, holding up a computer. Indeed, iridium. It can form antiprotons. This is quite a rare find. Although scarce, as a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., Hawkeye had already traced who possessed such materials. With iridium and the instruments crafted by Erik, they could successfully utilize the Tesseract to open a portal for the Chitauri army to invade Earth. Thus, after devising a plan with Loki, the two resolved to employ a diversionary tactic. Loki would draw S.H.I.L.D.'s attention while they procured the iridium. Coulson, why do you behave like a woman? Xin Ran could no longer endure Coulson's anxious demeanor while conversing with Steve. Xin Ran, don't be so harsh. He is merely feeling shy. At this, Coulson's face flushed with embarrassment. Standing a full head taller than Coulson, Steve towered over him, and together they presented an almost comical sight. Unsuspecting observers might easily misconstrue their relationship. Xin Ran found it too embarrassing to watch. Target detected. Cross-referencing shows an 80 match. At that moment, a bald agent in the command center stood up, reporting loudly to Nick Fury. What is the address? 28K Nigstrasse, Stuttgart, Germany. The large face displayed on the computer screen bore an uncanny resemblance to Loki's. This is Loki, Xin Ran. I shall go and apprehend him at once. Upon seeing his brother's appearance, Thor exclaimed with excitement. Before Xin Ran could utter a word, he dashed to the deck, swung his hammer a few times, and took flight. Senior, do you know where that place is? After watching Thor soar into the sky, Nick Fury cautiously inquired of Xin Ran. I have no idea about the exact location. It will be quite astonishing for an Asgardian to know. Just wait, that brute will return shortly. No sooner had he spoken than Thor, wielding his hammer, reappeared. Gentlemen, let us stick together. Chapter 49. The Mind Stone acquired. Steve, it's your turn. Take Thor with you. Noticing Xin Ran's prolonged silence, Nick Fury proceeded with the arrangements. Now, as the leader of the Avengers, Xin Ran's status had transformed the way Fury addressed Steve. Senior, what about you and Natasha? With Thor and Steve, I believe that suffices. I shall not accompany you. As soon as the words left his lips, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Host has triggered a hidden mission. Mission objective. Acquire the Mind Stone and the Space Stone. Upon completion, the system will upgrade. Access to dimensional functions will be unlocked. A hidden mission? Dimensional functions? System, does this mean that after your upgrade, I can return to my original world? Xin Ran felt a surge of elation. How exhilarating it would be to return to his former world with his current abilities. That cannot be. What purpose does this dimensional function serve? Host's mission remains unfulfilled. No further information can be provided. You are the system. You dictate the terms. Very well. I shall inquire further post-mission completion. Fury, we are headed to Germany. Allow me to pilot the aircraft. Certainly, no objections. Fury readily agreed. The weapon in Loki's possession is exceedingly perilous. I must intervene. The Mind Stone is embedded in Loki's weapon. The sooner we obtain it, the better. Nick Fury paused for a few seconds. Just moments ago, he had stated that the presence of those two would suffice, and now he insisted on taking action? His expression shifted swiftly. Very well, Senior, with your presence. That fellow cannot possibly escape. Though he thought this in his heart, he dared not voice it, for he did not wish to be reprimanded by Xin Ran in front of his subordinates. While the others conversed, Steve donned his iconic attire. The shield he had used 70 years ago had been preserved by S.H.I.L.D. and had now returned to his possession. Captain, You look incredibly dashing in that outfit. May we take a photograph together? As he reappeared before the group, Coulson, unable to contain his excitement upon seeing Steve's striking figure, rushed over to him. Sure. Soon after, the group boarded the supersonic aircraft, setting their course for their destination. The German tycoon possessing the Iridium was hosting a musical gala at the most opulent hotel on King S. Avenue. Loki, slick back hair and clad in a tailored suit, swaggered into the banquet hall. The guards at the entrance, sensing his menacing demeanor, attempted to intervene, only to be swiftly dispatched by a swing of his cane. He strode directly to the wealthy businessman, forcefully pinning him against the table. Producing an iris scanner that matched Hawkeye's, he inserted it directly into the man's eye. The surrounding guests were so horrified by the gruesome scene that they fled the area in panic. The guards outside the wealthy merchant's vault were systematically eliminated by Loki. Utilizing the iris information transmitted by Loki, he successfully unlocked the vault and obtained the Iridium. With a swift motion, Loki drew forth his device, leaving the merchant lifeless. Observing the scattering crowd, Loki smirked wickedly, channeling his divine power to adorn himself in godly attire as he walked. Outside the hotel, a police car, sirens blaring, approached, only to be obliterated by a wave of his divine attack. Subsequently, dozens of clones emerged to obstruct everyone present. Kneel before me. The terrified citizens, overwhelmed by fear, could hardly comprehend his command as they continued to flee in all directions. I said, kneel. Loki bellowed, the Mind Stone embedded in his scepter glimmering with a faint light. As if ensnared by an unseen force, the panicking masses suddenly bowed in submission to Loki. Witnessing the spectacle of thousands kneeling, Loki displayed an evil grin, reveling in the sensation. Is it truly so simple? Is this not your innate nature? Deep down, you yearn to be conquered. You possess a natural inclination towards servitude, ultimately bowing your heads in submission. Loki's true form stepped into the crowd, slowly articulating his words. At that moment, an elderly man with graying hair stood defiantly, declaring, I shall never submit to someone like you. There is no one like me. Loki's expression twisted into a snarl. Observe this old fool, everyone. With that, he raised his scepter, the Mind Stone's radiance intensifying as he aimed to make an example of his opponent. A resonating hum filled the air as a blue energy wave surged toward the elder. In a crucial moment, Steve suddenly appeared, using his shield to block the attack. Loki, shall I relieve you of those 2 horns atop your head? A voice from above, belonging to Xin Ran, echoed through the air. Unable to contain himself, he gazed at Loki's golden horns. Loki, lay down your weapons and surrender. The aircraft in the sky revealed their presence, launching a barrage of rockets in his direction. Seeing this, Loki raised his scepter, intent on bringing the aircraft down. At that instant, Xin Ran gestured, causing Loki's scepter to slip from his grasp. With both hands straining to hold onto his weapon, it was now beyond his control. Seizing the opportunity, Steve hurled a flying shield, knocking Loki to the ground and sending the scepter directly into Xin Ran's hands. With the scepter obtained, the Mind Stone was also within his reach. Not intending to utilize it, he casually tossed the artifact into a spatial ring. Just as Loki prepared to rise, he was struck down again by a powerful blast. Hey, Uncle, I'm here. Tony's voice resonated from above. You insist on competing with me, don't you? Watching Tony hover above him, Xin Ran pulled the armor, causing Tony to plummet at his feet. Uncle, this isn't how you play, Tony exclaimed, exasperated yet powerless against his uncle. Loki, do you still not recognize your folly? Thor lifted Loki from the ground, scolding him vehemently, his expression one of utter disappointment. What have I done wrong? The fault lies with you, with your father. Loki retorted, he is our father. Thor was deeply pained by Loki's words. Enough, Thor, do not waste your breath on him. The Tesseract is not in his possession. Let's take him back. Xin Ran descended beside them, while Steve and Tony approached, encircling Loki. Uncle, why does he wear 2 horns? Does he not find his head heavy? Which circus did you emerge from? Tony mocked, observing Loki's attire. Ignorant humans, Loki muttered as he relinquished his godly armor. Take it back. With that, Xin Ran soared back to the aircraft, followed closely by Tony, who seized Loki. As Thor prepared to take flight, Steve called out to him, Hey buddy, I can't fly. Could you give me a lift? Once everyone boarded the aircraft, Natasha reported the situation to Nick Fury. Subsequently, Xin Ran opened a vast black portal. As the aircraft entered German airspace, it activated SHIEL DS most advanced cloaking technology, eluding detection by German satellites. The revelation of their presence had already sparked significant panic among German officials, who had yet to formulate a response. The aircraft then traversed the Atlantic, disregarding the thousands of kilometers, and returned to the warship. Chapter 50. The misfortunate Loki. Sir, you have worked hard. Upon disembarking the aircraft, Nick Fury jogged over to Xin Ran, a broad smile adorning his face. The group then escorted Loki towards his specially designed confinement. Along the way, Loki spotted Dr. Banner in the laboratory, utilizing a spectrometer to analyze gamma rays. Recognizing Banner's identity, he smirked wickedly, hoping to instill fear in him. Just as Banner raised his head to remove his glasses and glance outside, Xin Ran delivered a sharp slap to Loki's face. I dare you to laugh again. I shall knock your teeth out, he warned, following up with a kick to Loki's rear. Banner, unable to contain himself, chuckled at Loki's predicament. Jane, look. That guy outside just got slapped by Xin Ran. All right, Doctor, let us continue narrowing our focus, Jane replied, her attention solely on Thor and the experiment. Indifferent to her little uncle's plight, Banner offered an awkward smile before turning to the surveillance footage, eager to witness the unfolding events. You wait. I will make you kneel before me one day. Loki seethed, his fury reaching a boiling point as he was held by the neck and slapped. He vowed that when the Chitauri army arrived, he would ensure Xin Ran met a gruesome fate. Stubborn as a dead duck, Xin Ran teased, flicking his fingers, causing Loki's steel handcuffs to strike his own mouth. As Tony prepared to deliver a few kicks, Thor intervened. Come on, he's still my brother. Have some mercy. Let go. Oh, fine, Tony relented. Just as Tony was feeling despondent about his inability to confront the Asgardians, Xin Ran spoke up. Come now, dear nephew. Here's your chance. Stand here and throw Loki inside for me. Fury, open the door, he commanded, stopping a few meters short of the cage where Loki was held. Xin Ran paused, prompting the others to halt as well. Upon hearing Xin Ran's directive, Nick Fury dashed to the apparatus beside the cage. After a series of operations, the arched, specially designed glass door slowly opened. Tony, if you fail to throw him in on your first attempt, I shall throw you in instead, Xin Ran teased, looking at Tony. Sure thing, uncle. No problem, Tony replied, removing his mask and stepping forward to seize Loki by the neck. Jarvis, calculate the distance and the corresponding force. After a meticulous calculation, Tony took a step and hurled Loki outward. With a resounding thud, Loki was precisely thrown into the small chamber, crashing heavily against the glass wall. Well done, Tony, Natasha praised, wrapping her arm around Xin Ran. Thank you for the compliment, my lovely aunt, Tony replied, feeling exhilarated at having tossed a god as easily as one might throw a chicken. As Xin Ran spoke, Thor had already turned away. Otherwise, witnessing Loki's torment would surely have pained him as an elder brother. Loki struggled to his feet, indignation etched on his face as he glared at Xin Ran and Tony, preparing to speak when the archway sealed automatically. Let me be clear, Nick Fury stated. Should you attempt to escape, even if you merely scratch that glass, you will plummet straight into a 30,000-foot abyss. Do you understand? With that, he activated the mechanism beneath the small chamber, revealing the trap to Loki. This cage is quite impressive. I trust it wasn't constructed specifically for me? Loki sneered. It was built for someone even more formidable than you. I've heard tales of mindless beasts who claim to be human. How desperate must you be to have summoned such a creature? As he spoke, Loki smiled at the cameras, aiming to provoke Banner's wrath and subsequently unleash the Hulk to devastate the airborne base. Fortunately, Banner had trained under a master to cultivate his temperament. Otherwise, Loki's taunts would likely have triggered an outburst. Fury, if this fool utters another word, toss him overboard, Xin Ran commanded. Understood, Senior, Fury replied. At such dizzying heights, even if Loki were an Asgardian god, a free fall would surely result in grievous injury. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Loki quickly silenced himself, the signature smirk fading from his face. It was wise not to provoke someone who seemed intent on his own demise before the Chitauri army arrived. After securing Loki, the group proceeded to the command center. Heimdall has informed me that Loki commands an army known as the Chitauri. He intends to lead them to conquer Earth, and in return, I suspect he will relinquish the Tesseract, Thor announced as they took their seats. An extraterrestrial army? Is it one of your Asgardian factions? Steve inquired, his brow furrowing as he regarded Thor. No, they are not soldiers from the realm of the gods, and I'm uncertain from where they have emerged. With this in mind, he must construct a portal to facilitate the arrival of that army on Earth, which is why he's taken control of Eric Selvig. As this revelation dawned upon him, Banner grasped Loki's intentions. Which Selvig? Thor inquired, referring to the Selvig we are familiar with. To Jane, Selvig is both a friend and a mentor. The mention of this topic cast a shadow of sorrow over Jane's countenance. Rest assured, my dear, I will rescue him. Thor reassured as he embraced Jane. Moreover, Thor lamented, one of our comrades is also under control. Coulson recalled his subordinate, Hawkeye. I believe we ought not to focus too intently on Loki. That fellow is clearly deranged. Banner could not entirely dismiss the words Loki had uttered moments before. Mind your words. Indeed, Loki can be unreasonable, but he is still of divine lineage, and he is my brother, Thor declared, though he hesitated to confront the matter head-on. Loki has already claimed over 100 lives in the span of 2 days, Natasha spoke slowly. Well, actually, Loki was adopted by my father, Thor confessed, exhibiting a remarkable capacity for shifting his demeanor. I suspect it relates to technology. Otherwise, why would they require iridium? Banner pointed out another crucial issue. It serves as a stabilizer. As the conversation turned technical, Tony rose and began to navigate the HYDRA computer. Iridium ensures the portal remains sufficiently expansive and, as Loki desires, remains open for an extended duration. The remaining materials are easily accessible to Agent Barton. But he requires another component, a high-energy density power source, which is necessary to activate the Tesseract's thrust. When did you become an astrophysicist? Hill questioned Tony with skepticism. I learned it last night. If you're interested, we can discuss it further tonight, Tony replied, leaving Hill momentarily speechless. Dear, an extraterrestrial army is poised to invade. What shall we do? Natasha whispered to Siren. Fear not. Little Natasha, with so many of us here, should the sky fall, a tall one will hold it up. Siren reassured her, before opening a portal home and stowing away Tony's Iron Man suit into his spatial ring. He needed to heat the Tesseract to 1.2 billion Kelvin to breach the Coulomb barrier. Observing Siren's effortless manipulation of space, Banner was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Tony. Subsequently, the two geniuses engaged in a spirited exchange of intellect and expertise, discussing topics like heavy ion fusion and positron collisions, concepts that left the rest of the assembly utterly bewildered. Thanks to Siren's intervention, the Mind Stone's influence over their minds, which could have led to internal discord, did not materialize. That night, while Banner and Tony remained engrossed in their research, the others retired to the accommodations prepared by Nick Fury for a well-deserved rest. Siren, too, enjoyed a peaceful slumber with Natasha. However, the following morning, just as Siren donned his trousers, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. Immediately, the alarms aboard the warship blared incessantly. Xin Ran, quickly don my armor, Natasha urgently instructed, realizing the ship was under attack. Just as she finished equipping Natasha with her battle suit, Nick Fury's call came through. Senior, there's an explosion on the periphery. The number 3 engine has gone dark. Tony has already departed. We require your assistance. Fury's voice echoed through the line, strained by the cacophony of explosions. Darling, I must investigate. Seeing Xin Ran still bare-chested, Natasha opened the window and took flight, controlling the armor with deft precision. Armed with the iron armor and her exceptional skills as a top-tier agent, Xin Ran felt no trepidation regarding Natasha's safety. With a casual acknowledgement to Fury, he continued to dress at a leisurely pace. Suddenly, a deafening roar resonated throughout the warship. Chapter 51. Turmoil. Hawkeye utilized a specialized bow to obliterate the number 3 engine of the warship. Coincidentally, Banner's laboratory was situated adjacent to the targeted engine. The immense heat wave and shock wave hurled Banner several meters away, sending him crashing to the ground. Fragmented shrapnel mingled with the air, penetrating his body. In a moment of impending death, Banner's innate self-preservation mechanism was triggered. The Hulk, the green behemoth, seized control of his consciousness and physique. The chaos surrounding him incited a primal fury, leading him to demolish everything in his path and eliminate anyone he encountered. Upon hearing that ferocious roar, Hawkeye and his team stormed into the interior of the warship. Natasha discovered Nick Fury amidst the wreckage of the explosion. Tony, I'm fine here. You must prevent them from sabotaging the other engines. Mistaking the armored figure for Tony, Fury exclaimed. Fury, it is I. First, let me escort you to the command center. As Natasha lifted her visor to speak, she swiftly fired 2 palm repulsors, neutralizing the enemy soldiers aiming their weapons at them. With a firm grip on Fury's collar, she soared toward the command center. Shortly after their arrival, the command center was breached by enemy forces and several grenades were launched toward Fury. Fortunately, Natasha reacted swiftly, using the armor to intercept the grenades mid-air. Otherwise, this one-eyed bald man would surely meet a grim fate today. After neutralizing the intruders, Natasha chose to remain and safeguard the command center. Fury took command of the remaining forces aboard the warship, though many had fallen to Hawkeye's lethal precision and were now unreachable. Before long, Thor and Jane arrived at the scene. "Thor, your timing is impeccable. You must check on Banner. That fellow is now a considerable nuisance," Fury implored, subsequently informing Thor of the precarious situation regarding Banner's transformation into the Hulk. Upon hearing this, Thor scoffed. As the mighty god of Asgard and the future king, how could he be bested by a mutated creature from Earth? Such news would surely become a source of ridicule. Unfazed, Thor exchanged a few words with Jane before the enchanted armor enveloped him. Without even retrieving his hammer, he stepped out of the command center, prepared to confront Banner in single combat. In the subterranean storage of the battleship, as Coulson faced the imminent threat of being pulverized by Hulk's mighty fist, Thor arrived just in time, tackling him to the ground and saving Coulson's life. "Quickly, check the place where Loki is confined. He is surely plotting his escape," Thor bellowed, straining to hold Hulk down. As 2 gods clashed, Coulson, despite his desire to observe, found himself lacking the courage to continue watching. He heeded Thor's words and sprinted towards Loki's cage. Hulk, already seething with rage, grew even more furious under Thor's restraint. Breaking free from Thor's grasp, he launched a punch that sent Thor flying several meters away. Startled, Thor realized just how terrifying Banner had become after his transformation. As he regained his footing, Hulk charged once more. Utilizing his agility and hand-to-hand combat skills, Thor managed to gain a slight advantage, landing several punches on Hulk's face. However, Hulk roared in response, his anger escalating further. With no finesse, relying solely on brute strength, Hulk unleashed a ferocious blow towards Thor. Standing firm, Thor absorbed the impact. Yet, Hulk's power only intensified, gradually forcing Thor to his knees. "I am not your enemy. Banner, learn to think." Thor exerted his legs and feet, slowly pushing against Hulk's fist to rise. Just as he stood, Hulk struck again, sending Thor crashing back. Creating some distance, Thor summoned his hammer. Hulk, relentless, charged forward, intent on annihilating the one who had provoked him. Seizing his hammer, Thor swung it with all his might, delivering a powerful strike to Hulk's head, causing him to tumble to the ground. Hulk shook his head, the dizziness dissipating instantly. The blow had not inflicted any substantial harm. Fury ignited within Thor as he raised his hammer, poised to summon the power of lightning, convinced that even Hulk could not withstand its wrath. At that moment, Xin Ran emerged from a dark portal. "Hey, Thor, are you planning to unleash lightning and destroy the battleship?" Xin Ran's words jolted Thor back to reality. In the confines of the battleship's underground storage, invoking divine power to unleash lightning could potentially incapacitate Banner, but it would surely cripple the ship's electrical systems. "You arrived just in time. I leave this guy to you," Thor declared, retracting his divine energy before soaring away. In his heart, another name had been added to the list of those not to be trifled with. Xin Ran shook his head, noting how much Thor's hasty retreat resembled that of his brother. With Thor gone, Hulk's target shifted to Xin Ran, his green fist barreling towards him. Xin Ran, undeterred, raised his hand to meet the assault. The clash of fists resonated with a thunderous sound. The massive punch met with a forceful counter, an unlikely confrontation that seemed almost surreal. Following the exchange, Xin Ran remained motionless, while Hulk staggered back, a flicker of surprise gleaming in his green eyes. Blessed with a superhuman physique and strength bestowed by the system, and having emerged from the trials of purple lightning with Mjolnir in hand, Xin Ran felt more than capable of standing his ground against Hulk. Yet, he had no intention of relying on sheer physical power to continue the fight. If one could subdue the Hulk with mere bare hands, it is conceivable that Banner might, in times of peril, seek refuge within him, remaining passive. Summoning Mjolnir, Xin Ran directed it to strike the Hulk with precision, each blow landing squarely upon his head. Concurrently, the metallic substances within the underground warehouse coalesced, forming a massive iron chain, nearly a meter in diameter and approaching 100 meters in length. Seizing the fleeting moments of the Hulk's disorientation, the chain ensnared him completely, binding him in numerous loops until only his head remained exposed. No matter his immense strength, he would find it nearly impossible to escape such confinement. With a single flourish of his hand, Xin Ran propelled the Hulk into the air above the warship, releasing his control over the chain. The Hulk plummeted from the dizzying height of tens of thousands of meters. Subsequently, Xin Ran turned to the chamber where Loki was imprisoned. Upon stepping through the portal, he beheld Thor confined within a cage. Coulson was aiming an energy weapon, crafted by HYDRA, utilizing the Tesseract directly at Loki. Quite the lively scene here. Thor, what brings you into this predicament? Xin Ran gestured at Thor. Noticing Xin Ran's arrival, Loki instinctively touched his face and retreated 2 steps before initiating the control sequence for the cage. Thor had no time to utter a word before he, like Banner, fell from the lofty height. Coulson fired an energy blast at Loki, only to discover it was a mere illusion. The true Loki had already fled before Xin Ran's arrival. Had it not been for Xin Ran, Loki's plan could have unfolded flawlessly. However, that wretch had snatched the scepter from Thanos right at the outset, rendering half of the plan a failure before it even began. Aside from this, he had endured assault and humiliation. If he did not escape soon, would he await Xin Ran's arrival to end his life? Xin Ran, what about Loki? Coulson inquired, bewildered. You struck his doppelganger. The real one has likely long since escaped. Loki's preemptive flight spared Coulson from a fatal blow. At that moment, Hawkeye approached, prepared to draw his bow and shoot without hesitation upon seeing the two. Fool, Xin Ran muttered, instantly rendering Hawkeye's weapon useless. Deprived of his arms, the man charged forward unarmed. Before Coulson could react, Xin Ran swiftly stepped in, delivering a resounding slap that sent him crashing to the ground, motionless. Xin Ran, he can't be dead, can he? Coulson exclaimed in alarm. Rest assured, my slap will free him from Loki's control. Well then, if it's that miraculous, I shall assist him. With that, Coulson helped Hawkeye to his feet, administering a couple of slaps to his face before ushering him into the medical bay of the warship. Before long, with the aid of the doctors, Hawkeye regained consciousness. Meanwhile, with Steve's assistance, Tony successfully repaired the 3rd engine, restoring the warship's operational capabilities. Subsequently, the two swiftly dealt with the remaining adversaries and made their way to the command center. Ladies and gentlemen, the Department of Defense has just reported supernatural occurrences in New York. From a satellite imagery transmitted from the scene, it has been confirmed. The Chitauri army, as mentioned by Loki, has descended upon Earth through the space portal created by Loki. As all current members of the Avengers gathered, Nick Fury stated gravely. Subsequently, footage from a New York site was displayed. What should we do now? Nick Fury inquired, glancing at Siren. Why ask me? Isn't that the purpose of this organization you established? Siren replied directly. All right. Fury awkwardly scratched his head before delivering an inspiring speech about defending the Earth and fulfilling their mission. Uncle, that beam from a portal, why does it seem to be hovering above my building? Tony remarked, feeling that something was amiss with the scene before him. Indeed, Loki opened the portal atop your building. Siren smiled at Tony. Damn it, that cursed Loki. Uncle, quickly open that black door of yours. I must give him a piece of my mind. Wait, let me change into my suit first. Chapter 52. The Chitauri invasion. At the moment the aerial portal manifested, New York appeared to press the pause button. All vehicles and crowds on the streets halted, gazing upwards at this miraculous sight. Most of the oblivious American populace initially believed it to be a divine omen, clasping their hands in prayer to Jesus. Some devout individuals even knelt on the ground in reverence. Before long, a dense swarm of Chitauri emerged from the portal. Soon after, a cacophony of explosions erupted across various corners of the city. It was then that they realized it was not a blessing, but an alien invasion of Earth. In an instant, chaos engulfed the traffic, and people fled in all directions. New York had transformed into a hellish landscape, with the Chitauri army wreaking havoc like grim reapers, mercilessly destroying buildings and slaughtering civilians. Tony donned the Mark 7 armor, while Steve suited up in his form-fitting attire. Hawkeye, having regained his composure, armed himself as well. Once everyone was prepared, Siren activated the portal leading to the rooftop of Stark Tower. Stepping out, they found Loki and Thor engaged in close combat. Eric Selvig was engrossed. admiring the tesseract and the device like a connoisseur appreciating a masterpiece. "Thor, I'll leave Loki to you," Steve shouted towards Thor, then bent down to peer at the street below. "Siren, this is not our battleground. We must descend." Siren nodded, manipulating a shield to hover in midair. Steve understood the signal and leaped upward. Siren seized Hawkeye and soared down to the street, with Natasha following closely behind. The shield gently landed Steve on the ground. Selvig utilized the arc reactor of Stark Tower to supply immense energy to the device he had created, thereby activating the Tesseract to open the portal for the Chitauri army. After Tony had flown out of the portal, he immediately commanded Jarvis to shut down the arc reactor. At this moment, the teleportation device had entered a phase of self-stabilization. Tony raised his hand and fired 2 energy blasts at the device, only to have them ricochet off the energy shield emitted by the Tesseract. Unable to close the portal, Tony was compelled to engage in battle against the Chitauri forces. Xin Ran, too, wished to dismantle the teleportation apparatus and shut the portal, aiming to address the issue at its source. However, the system informed him that the mission could only be deemed complete upon the destruction of the Chitauri mothership. Reluctantly, Xin Ran followed the main force, awaiting the arrival of the nuclear warhead. At that moment, a fish-like monstrosity, larger than the Stark Tower, emerged from the portal, its belly continuously spewing forth swarms of smaller soldiers. These minions descended upon the surrounding buildings, commencing a brutal assault on the civilians. Steve glanced at Xin Ran, only to find him entirely unfazed. Natasha, clad in her battle armor, concealed her facial expressions, while Hawkeye, much like himself, wore a look of bewilderment. "Tony, did you see that?" Steve inquired through the miniature communication device in his ear. "I'm watching, but I need a moment to process this. Where's Banner? Has he arrived?" "Not yet. I'll inform you when he does." This type of creature was ideally suited for Banner to handle. Just then, a barrage of energy projectiles was unleashed towards the 4 of them. Xin Ran activated a magnetic force field, successfully deflecting the attack. "Natasha, you handle the airborne foes. Steve, the ground is yours along with Barton. Once Banner arrives, we will regroup here." The 3 nodded in agreement. Steve focused on the civilians, rushing into the bustling streets to rally the police forces. Hawkeye seized a vantage point, determined to find an opportunity to shoot Loki with an arrow and avenge himself. "Darling, what are you planning to do?" Natasha inquired. "I'm just going to look around for Banner. There seems to be a breakfast spot over there. I'll grab a bite and bring you something back," she replied, leaving Natasha speechless. Soaring into the sky, Natasha engaged the airborne Chitauri with her suit. Shortly after the group dispersed, a squad of foot soldiers armed with alien energy weapons began to approach Xin Ran. Observing the Chitauri marching with the gait of Japanese soldiers, a thought began to take shape in Xin Ran's mind. Before they could open fire, a dozen soldiers collapsed to the ground, motionless. The Chitauri army invading Earth consisted of half-mechanical life forms, rendered as insignificant as ants in Xin Ran's presence. After traversing several blocks and eliminating nearly 1,000 Chitauri soldiers, Xin Ran confiscated their weaponry, stowing it within his spatial ring. With a swift turn, he passed through the portal to Moscow, then soared skyward, heading southward. Arriving above the military district in Yanjing, China, he skillfully deployed the alien weapons he had seized in front of the command headquarters. A thorough analysis of this technology would significantly enhance China's military capabilities. Subsequently, Xin Ran made a quick detour through the infamous Yasukuni Shrine before crossing back through the portal to the battlefield in New York. Due to insufficient energy in her armor, Natasha had returned to the ground. Hawkeye shot an arrow at Loki, leaving him dazed and disoriented, before returning to the designated meeting point. Thor descended from the heavens, accompanied by a crackle of thunder, instantly claiming the lives of several Chitauri soldiers nearby. However, that fellow had been stabbed by Loki, and upon landing, he stumbled as he walked. "There are too many enemies. We can't possibly defeat them all. What should we do?" Steve inquired anxiously. "Calm down, Steve. There will always be a solution," came the reply. Just then, Banner rode in on a battered motorcycle, his expression one of concern as he dismounted. "This scene looks dire," he remarked. "I've seen worse," Thor reminisced, recalling a troubling moment. "I'm sorry, Thor. I didn't wish for it to come to this." "Tony, Banner has arrived," Steve communicated through the earpiece. "Let him transform. The spectacle is about to commence." With that, Tony soared into view from behind a building, trailing a massive Chitauri creature. "I don't see the spectacle," Natasha muttered to herself, eyeing the approaching monster. Tony landed in front of the group, and the mechanical beast descended to the ground. Banner smiled slightly and stepped forward, preparing to transform. "Hold on, Banner. I'll handle this big fish," Xin Ran interjected, standing resolutely in front of the group with his hands clasped behind his back. The creature drew closer. 1,000 meters, 500 meters, 100 meters, but Xin Ran showed no signs of action. Just as the monstrous figure seemed poised to collide, Xin Ran moved. A colossal black portal materialized before him. Due to its speed, the creature plunged into it without hesitation. The portal closed, and the monster vanished. "Uncle, where did you send it?" Tony exclaimed, surprised that Xin Ran had whisked the creature away instead of letting Banner handle it. "I found it a suitable home. I originally intended to send a few such large fish to Japan, given their penchant for seafood. This one would suffice for their feast. However, I considered the possibility of sending too many, which might lead to complications. Thus, sending just this one was perfect." Having accomplished this, Xin Ran felt elated. Meanwhile, a portal in the sky opened, releasing several more monstrous fish-like creatures. "Banner, are you ready?" Xin Ran asked, eyeing him. "If you hadn't stopped me, I could have dealt with that fish in one punch," Banner retorted. Xin Ran chuckled, seizing Banner and launching him into the sky, sending him towards the creatures. "Everyone, strike hard and fast. Better to deliver a single powerful blow than to be overwhelmed by many. Let us show Loki and the Chitauri our strength." With that, they dispersed once more, re-entering the fray. "Darling, my armor is out of power. I'll have to loan you my gauntlet for now." "No worries, Natasha. It's safer with the armor on." Xin Ran then summoned Mjolnir, calling forth a surge of lightning that struck Natasha, instantly boosting her armor's energy to 200. "Dear, this is truly marvelous. I shall assist them at once." Energized, Natasha also joined the fray. "Uncle, would you be so kind as to replenish my energy as well?" Nearby, Tony was preparing to take flight when he observed Xin Ran's actions and immediately became intrigued. Coincidentally, half of his armor's energy had already been expended. "Go find Thor." Xin Ran shot him a glance before soaring into the sky. With a swift motion, she dispatched several of the largest mechanical monsters and ascended to the top of Stark Tower. There, she opened a portal and unceremoniously hurled Eric Selvig into the command center. Subsequently, a large sofa, piloted by Tony's commands, glided forth and placed him comfortably beside the Tesseract, where he reclined at ease. Some unwitting Chitauri soldiers, operating their crafts, attempted to attack Xin Ran, but swiftly lost all consciousness. In Japan, at the Yasukuni Shrine, tranquility was shattered in an instant by an extraterrestrial force, leaving nothing but ruin in its wake. The Japanese self-defense forces mobilized entirely. However, lacking nuclear weaponry, they were utterly helpless against the monstrosity. The American benefactor found himself ensnared in a crisis, unable to establish contact. In a state of desperation, the Emperor of Japan sent a telegram to the high-ranking officials of China. "We request from your esteemed nation the provision of a nuclear weapon." Chapter 53. Resolving the Crisis. Director Fury. The Council has made a decision. I am aware that the Council has reached a resolution, but given the utter folly of this decision, I shall disregard it. Nick Fury, during an online meeting, spoke mercilessly in front of numerous legislators. "Fury, you are closer to the front lines than any of our departments. You merely need to dispatch an aircraft carrying a nuclear weapon. That is New York, Councilman. I will never issue a nuclear strike order in a densely populated area." In the original narrative, although Fury was resolute, he had stated that he would only authorize a nuclear strike if the Avengers could not withstand the threat. However, with Xin Ran's presence, he now possessed the courage and conviction to confront the Council. If we do not eliminate them there, the consequences will be dire. I must inform you, Commander Fury, that an hour ago, the Yasukuni Shrine was obliterated by an extraterrestrial species, and Tokyo, indeed all of Japan, is in peril. I am quite certain that this extraterrestrial entity is identical to the one in New York. Upon hearing this news, Fury was momentarily taken aback. The portal had been opened in New York. How had the monster traversed to Japan? How had they managed the situation? Do they require our assistance? Assistance? Do you wish for the entire world to know that the United States has instigated a global crisis? The councilman's words left Fury in silence. Since the portal's opening, HLD had begun to manage the genuine discourse online, attempting to contain it within domestic boundaries. Not only HYDRA, but also the U.S. Department of Defense, the State Department, and other entities with information processing capabilities were striving to control the international narrative surrounding this incident. Despite these efforts, many nations had surmised the general circumstances, particularly after the occurrence in Japan, should they recklessly extend their support. The international outcry would inevitably target the United States. Under the fervent request of the Japanese side, the nation of Hua rightfully, legally, and compliantly unleashed nuclear weapons upon them. Japan may now find itself secure, yet Tokyo has been reduced to rubble, with several surrounding small cities suffering from nuclear radiation. Therefore, Commander Fury, you must adhere to the directives of the Council. Witnessing Fury momentarily at a loss for words, the Council members invoked the fate of Japan to provoke him. You shall not even entertain such thoughts. Closing the online meeting, he placed all his hopes on the Avengers. On the battlefield in New York, Steve found himself overwhelmed, his fists unable to contend with the multitude. The relentless fighting left him feeling weakened and fatigued. During a brawl, his mask was torn apart by the Chitauri, and his attire was left in tatters. Hawkeye's quiver had long been depleted of arrows, forcing him to engage the Chitauri with their own weaponry on the ground. With Xin Ran and Thor continuously replenishing energy for their suits, Natasha and Tony were thoroughly engrossed in battle. Hulk, that fellow, grew more invigorated with every clash, dispatching the large fish-like monstrosities emerging from the portal with ease. The Chitauri army, part machine and part organic, possessed cognitive abilities akin to those of humans. With repeated assaults on Xin Ran, they recognized him as a formidable adversary. In their minds, the rooftop of Star Tower had become an absolute no-fly zone to facilitate the execution of their plans. The Council temporarily stripped Nick Fury of his position as Director of HYDRA. The politicians of the United States often resorted to the tactic of destruction when they could not attain their desires. Commander Fury had been deprived of his command authority, and the order for the 711 aircraft to take off was given. Upon noticing that an aircraft was preparing for takeoff without permission, Hill immediately reported to Fury. Everyone take note, there is an aircraft on the deck that has not received clearance to launch. It must be intercepted, Fury shouted as he hefted a rocket launcher and dashed out. Seizing the moment before the aircraft could ascend too far, Fury fired a rocket, intending to halt its flight. To his surprise, the aircraft was merely a decoy. Before he could rejoice, another aircraft soared into the sky. In mere moments, it evaded the reach of the rocket and flew directly towards New York. Back in the command center, Fury urgently attempted to contact Xin Ran, but the signal towers in New York had been damaged, rendering the call impossible. Fortunately, Tony's personal satellite system allowed SHILD to reach him. Tony, there's an extremely urgent situation to report. A nuclear bomb is headed towards New York. How long until impact? At that moment, Tony was being overwhelmed by a swarm of Chitauri soldiers. Not more than 3 minutes. JARVIS. Allocate all energy to the thrusters. Faced with this dire predicament, Tony hesitated not. He refrained from informing others, choosing instead to confront the greatest peril alone. The nuclear bomb had been deployed, set to detonate in 2 minutes and 30 seconds. The aircraft completed its mission not far from New York and reported back. Time was of the essence. Tony, detecting the bomb's location through JARVIS, raced towards it. I know exactly where this thing is destined to explode. After shouldering the nuclear bomb, Tony calmly remarked, Sir, are you aware that this journey is irreversible? Jarvis discerned Tony's intentions. Utilized the remaining energy for maneuvering. Tony's resolve was unwavering. Once he had made up his mind, nothing could sway him. Sir, should we not contact Miss Pepper? An artificial intelligence with consciousness recognized the importance of reaching out to Tony's girlfriend before his demise. What is happening, Jarvis? Is the suit depleting its energy so swiftly? Just as he was about to dial Pepper's number, he noticed that the suit had disengaged from the nuclear bomb and was gently descending. Sir, Mr. XIN is above you. Looking up, Tony saw Xin Ran gazing at him with a smile. Uncle, what brings you here? Stop with the trivialities. Pepper is worried about you. Quickly, call her and provide an update. With that, Xin Ran accelerated towards the portal in the heart of New York, the nuclear bomb trailing closely behind under his command. Watching Xin Ran's retreating figure, Tony felt a lump in his throat. Thanks to Xin Ran's intervention, the bomb sped up, reaching the vicinity of the portal in mere moments. As he prepared to pass through the portal to Earth, the thousands of Chitauri soldiers waiting on the other side were swiftly annihilated by a mere gesture from Xin Ran. With the obstacles eliminated, he continued guiding the nuclear bomb forward. Upon crossing the portal, they entered the cosmos, where an enormous interstellar warship loomed ahead. Xin Ran smiled slightly. Enveloping himself in a magnetic force field, he directed the nuclear bomb to collide at full speed. At the instant of contact, the immense shockwave from the nuclear explosion obliterated the warship. The spectacle of the explosion surpassed even that of a solar flare. Situated in the void of space, Xin Ran could only witness its magnitude, unable to hear its sound. Soon after, the nuclear radiation and scorching heat waves surged towards him. With the dual protections of the magnetic force field and electromagnetic shield, he felt no concern for his safety. With the warship destroyed, the Chitauri on Earth immediately lost their consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Thus, the crisis instigated by Loki was effectively averted by Xin Ran. At that moment, a fiery yellow light flashed, and the portal abruptly closed. Xin Ran knew without a doubt that it was the work of the Ancient One. The impact of nuclear radiation on humanity would be far more severe than on the Chitauri. Should it seep down from the heights, the consequences would be dire. What is happening? Why did the portal suddenly close? Xin Ran is still inside, on the rooftop of Stark Tower. Natasha felt a wave of panic as she gazed at the sky, which had returned to its former state. No one had activated the teleportation device. Why had the portal closed on its own? The assembled crowd, including Tony, was at a loss for an explanation. What is wrong, Nat? There are others capable of opening portals. Xin Ran silently stepped out of the electromagnetic portal, appearing behind Natasha. Wow, Uncle Xin Ran, I never imagined your dark door could connect from space to Earth. Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Xin Ran shot him a glare. Do you truly wish for me to perish in the cosmos, never to return? Upon seeing her beloved appear before her, unscathed, Natasha embraced him fervently. Alas, dear Natasha, perhaps it would be prudent to first shed your battle armor. You have jostled me quite uncomfortably. Chapter 54. System upgrade? Ding. Host mission completed. Rewards distributed. With the upgraded electromagnetic shield, even the Ancient One would find it impossible to detain Xin Ran now. Uncle, what shall we do about that nuclear bomb incident? Tony, who had moments ago been jesting, now bore an unusually grave demeanor. Although the bomb had not detonated in New York and no one had sustained injuries, the underhanded tactics of the authorities left him thoroughly disheartened. Had Xin Ran not intercepted the bomb from his shoulder, he might have perished in the vastness of space. For he lacked the ability to conjure a portal at will. It is a decree from the council. Ascertain who is responsible and eliminate them. Xin Ran stated with an air of calm. Tony nodded in agreement. Silencing a few council members was a task he could execute with utmost stealth, leaving no trace behind. Steve, listening to Xin Ran's words, hesitated to speak, his expression a myriad of conflicting emotions. At that moment, a thunderous roar from the Hulk resonated through the hall. The group turned to see Loki being hoisted by his legs and mercilessly slammed into the ground. The concrete floor bore witness to Hulk's wrath, pockmarked with several human-shaped craters. What wretched deity! So feeble. Hulk scoffed, spitting contempt at the now motionless Loki, despite Thor having recently been stabbed by his brother. The sight of Loki being pummeled stirred discomfort within him, prompting him to rush forward to assess the situation. Fortunately, Loki, being of divine essence, had merely fainted from shock. A mere mortal would have been reduced to a pulpy mass. Uncle, the Tesseract has formed an energy shield through this device. I cannot extract it, Xin Ran explained. According to the original narrative, Erik Selvig would utilize Loki's scepter to create a shutdown mechanism for the device. However, since Xin Ran had seized Loki's scepter, the device had become a dead mechanism, devoid of any means to pause its function. Only a force akin to a nuclear explosion could forcibly breach the energy shield emitted by the Tesseract. What if we were to destroy the device? Natasha inquired, glancing at Tony. Aunt, your notion is entirely valid. This device is merely a medium through which the Tesseract releases energy. Without this medium, the energy shield would naturally dissipate. But the device is ensconced within the shield, making its destruction rather challenging. No sooner had Tony spoken than the device began to contort under an invisible force. The Tesseract, having lost the support of its core components, clattered to the ground with a sharp sound. Isn't that rather easy, Tony? All right, Aunt, I retract my earlier statement, Tony replied, feeling a flush of heat rise to his face. Xin Ran smiled, then directed the metallic components of the device, guiding the tesseract to hover before him. Seizing the tesseract, he unleashed an electromagnetic shockwave from his palm, applying force to crush it. With a sharp crack, the Rubik's Cube in his hand gradually shattered, revealing the space gem within, which floated above his palm, radiating a blue luminescence. "Uncle, have you destroyed the cosmic cube?" Tony inquired, his breath quickening as he observed Xin Ran's actions. "You may interpret it that way," Xin Ran replied, not denying the implication. As the vessel of the space gem, the destruction of the container naturally meant the end of the cosmic cube. He then retrieved Loki's scepter, extracting the Mind Stone in a similar manner. With both gems in his possession, the hidden task could be deemed complete. As he pondered this, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host has completed the hidden task. System upgrade successful. In 2 days, prepare to leave this dimension and enter the next one. Please make the necessary arrangements." "System, I have these 2 gems in my hand, yet I see no evidence of your upgrade. How did that happen?" Xin Ran queried, intrigued by the intact Mind Stone and space gem. "Apologies, this question cannot be explained." "And where will the next dimension be?" "Apologies, this question cannot be explained." "Then I might as well dispose of these 2 gems." "Suit yourself. Will this dimension be revisited?" "System, speak to me." "Fine, if you choose silence. I shall take it as a tacit agreement." He had anticipated some changes following the upgrade, but it remained as monotonous as ever. After waiting for 2 or 3 minutes without a response, he had surmised a general answer. With 2 days remaining, he needed to arrange all his affairs. As it was uncertain when he might return, he tossed the scepter to Tony and gently ascended into the sky. Electromagnetic induction enveloped the area. After spending several minutes, he had shrouded the entire battlefield of New York. Activating his power, he unleashed it in a mere breath. The weapons, aircraft, and core components of the Chitauri were all shredded into fragments by an invisible force. For the U.S. authorities, including SHIELD, recovering and repurposing these alien technologies became an impossible endeavor. Thus, China had secured an absolute advantage. Having accomplished this, Xin Ran returned to Stark Tower, briefly briefing Steve and the others. He raised his hand to open a portal, taking Natasha and Tony away to Tony's villa in Los Angeles. "Darling, is something amiss?" Natasha sensed a subtle shift in Xin Ran's emotions. Little Nat, I may have to leave for a while again." Upon hearing his words, Natasha lowered her head slightly, appearing quite despondent. "Is it going to be like last time, 6 or 70 years? I cannot say for certain, but rest assured, little Nat, it won't be that long. Perhaps I will return in 2 or 3 years. Given the current circumstances, I am quite helpless. Uncle, you can leave without worry. I will take care of both aunts." Just as Natasha felt sorrowful, Tony chimed in while pouring red wine. "Get lost." Xin Ran shot Tony a glare, his tone irritable. Although he understood that Tony harbored no ulterior motives, there was something peculiarly unsettling about his words. "Uncle, why must you leave again this time? Is it because of the Chiritans?" When they first met, Xin Ran had deceived Tony into believing he had been traversing the cosmos for years. Now, as the topic of departure arose once more, Tony instinctively associated his reason for leaving with the Chiritans. Well, to some extent, behind the Chiritan army lies an even more formidable force, and they have now set their sights on Earth. I cannot remain idle. Just as he pondered how to concoct a plausible excuse, Tony enlightened him. "To be honest, Uncle, I too wish to utilize the Iron Man suit to fortify Earth, so that if such a situation arises again in the future, we would not be utterly defenseless." Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Tony boldly shared his vision. "That is an excellent idea. Go ahead and pursue it, Tony. After I depart, if SHIELD inquires, simply fabricate a reason. I shall not elaborate on the others." "All right, Uncle. Hey, wait. Send me back to New York before you leave, damn it." With that, Xin Ran turned with Natasha and returned home, leaving Tony alone in Los Angeles. With only 2 days left before his departure, he was determined to make the most of his time at home. After numerous battles, the melancholic atmosphere of impending farewell had notably lightened. Natasha and Daisy had also come to accept this reality. 2 days later, a wave of dizziness washed over Xin Ran. Subsequently, the system quietly whisked him away from this realm. As the dizziness subsided, Xin Ran found himself standing on a bustling street. "Baka, don't block my path." Just as he was bewildered by this new world, he heard a cacophony of shouts from behind him. Chapter 55, the massacre. Turning around, he beheld a formidable group. The leader, a young man of about 20, bore a fierce and intimidating countenance. Trailing behind him were over 30 burly bodyguards, all clad in black suits adorned with special insignias. "The boss is speaking to you. Are you deaf? Do you wish to die?" Seeing the opposing party remain silent and unyielding, one of the bodyguards stepped forward to taunt. Xin Ran chuckled to himself, astonished that a random encounter on the street had led to such threats against his life. This was Japan, a bunch of little devils. How dare they? He had no inclination to waste breath on them. With a swift movement, he advanced and delivered a resounding slap to the taunting bodyguard. The immense force propelled the man backward, sending him flying over 10 meters, crashing heavily to the ground, lifeless and bloodied. In less than a second, the leading young man had barely comprehended how his subordinate had met his demise. "Why are you still dawdling? Kill him." At this command, the bodyguards sprang into action. Drawing their 54-style pistols from their belts, they unhesitatingly pulled the triggers aimed at Xin Ran. Bang! 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 The gunfire rang out in succession, and the bodyguards fell one by one, leaving only the bewildered leader staring vacantly at Xin Ran. After a brief pause, noticing that Xin Ran had no intention of killing him, the young man took a deep breath and bowed at a 90-degree angle, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. "Sir, I did not realize you were a mutant. I apologize for my earlier offense." A mutant? Had he somehow traversed into the world of X-Men? "I am Yamamoto Ichiki, the younger brother of Yamamoto Yashihiro, the leader of the Yamamoto Group. Given that you two are Japanese, I trust you are aware of the influence our organization wields. Even the Yoshida family must show us some deference. I would like to extend an invitation for you to join the Mutant Affairs Department of the Yamamoto Group." Before he could finish, a bodyguard's badge transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly slicing through his throat, extinguishing his life. "I am Chinese. What nonsense is this Yamamoto Group?" "Bah!" Xin Ran scoffed. In this world, where mutants abounded, he felt invincible with the upgraded electromagnetic shield at his disposal, having just effortlessly dispatched dozens of foes. The latent blood of resistance within him stirred restlessly. Any thoughts of plot had long since fled his mind. After all, the system had not issued any tasks, so indulging himself in this small island nation should pose no significant issue, right? Ding! A new task awaits the host. Task details: Unify Blue Star. Completion reward: upgrade to electromagnetic space. The host may freely traverse previously visited realms. Listening to the system's frigid voice, Xin Ran felt a surge of excitement. However, upon reflection, he quickly regained his composure. Unify Blue Star? This could either be achieved through force, compelling all to bow before him, or through mental prowess, making all mutants and normal individuals willingly submit to his will. Currently, Xin Ran's mastery of Magneto's abilities was merely at 50%, relying solely on manipulating magnetic fields. He lacked the capability to control or even create a magnetic field, let alone possess the strength to obliterate the Earth with a single punch. Thus, the first approach was evidently unfeasible given the present circumstances. The second method, though daunting, was not entirely out of reach. Briefly reviewing the general plot of the X-Men series, Xin Ran formulated a strategy to accomplish his task. After dispatching Yamamoto Ichiki and his entourage, he swaggered away from the scene. Due to the staggering number of casualties, the Tokyo Metropolitan Police quickly received reports from the public and rushed to the location. As a legalized gang, the Yamamoto Group's members were no different from the thugs in the police force. Yamamoto Yashihiro swiftly learned of his brother's demise. The surveillance footage indicated that Xin Ran had hardly laid a hand on anyone, yet Yamamoto Ichiki and his numerous associates had met their untimely end. It was evident that a mutant was responsible. Consequently, Yamamoto Yashihiro mobilized the resources of the Yamamoto Group's Mutant Affairs Department, deploying thousands of mutants to pursue Xin Ran. Meanwhile, Xin Ran confidently strode towards Mitsubishi Bank, the largest commercial bank in Tokyo. The magnetic field concealed its form, rendering it undetectable to ordinary individuals and electronic devices alike. Along the way, it effortlessly eliminated hundreds of patrolling gendarmes. Upon arriving at the Mitsubishi Bank, Xin Ran directly infiltrated the vault, damaging the nearly 10-meter-thick steel door, which required an iris scan for access, with a mere gesture. In one breath, it collected all the gold and rare metals within into its spatial ring. Shortly thereafter, a portal appeared, transporting it outside the bank. As it ascended gracefully into the air, an electromagnetic pulse began to coalesce ominously. Hovering high above, Xin Ran gazed down upon the vast Mitsubishi Bank, a sinister smile gracing its features. A thunderous electromagnetic pulse, as thick as a bowl, was unleashed, making intimate contact with the center of the Sanling Tower. The steel framework within the building was instantaneously pulverized by the pulse. Without the reinforcement of steel, the tower collapsed with a resounding crash. Due to its central location, the downfall of the Sanling Tower also ensnared numerous surrounding structures, resulting in the tragic loss of nearly 10,000 lives. In response, the gendarmerie immediately activated a state of emergency preparedness, unanimously concluding that this was a meticulously planned terrorist attack. Before long, thousands of armed security personnel rushed to the scene, cordoning off an area spanning several miles. The cabinet ministers convened an urgent press conference regarding the incident, vowing to bring the perpetrator and the organization behind the crime to justice. The press conference was broadcast live worldwide, and just as the impassioned minister concluded his stirring speech and prepared to depart the stage, an invisible force pierced through him, claiming his life on the spot. Subsequently, his accompanying personnel fell one by one, meeting untimely ends. In comparison, the assassination of a Yamaguchi group's leader's younger brother seemed rather trivial. The thousands of mutants dispatched by Yoshihara Yamaguchi could not even catch a glimpse of Xin Ran. In less than a day, Japan descended into chaos, shrouded in an invisible wave of panic that enveloped the entire nation. Tokyo, as one of Blue Star's foremost international metropolises, remained illuminated despite multiple terrorist attacks. However, the streets were devoid of ordinary citizens, populated instead by military police personnel. Generally, a mutant possesses only a single ability. Thus, the collapse of the Sanling Tower and the consecutive deaths of cabinet ministers during the press conference were not attributed to the same individual. Nevertheless, nations with mutant affairs departments extended their assistance to Japan. Even Hyagwa, out of humanitarian concern, dispatched several first-tier mutants to aid the Japanese. Following World War II, Japan abolished its military system and established a self-defense force, which, while not officially a military organization, functioned equivalently to the armies of other nations. Not far from Tokyo, a secret military organization boasted nearly 50,000 troops, comprising approximately 40,000 special forces, thousands of nuclear and biochemical experts, and nearly 10,000 mutants. Most are second-tier mutants, with only a few hundred third-tier mutants, and perhaps one or two fourth-tier mutants. It goes without saying what schemes they are concocting. Were it not for the frequent dispatch of mutants and special forces from that small island to Tokyo by the Japanese side, Xin Ran would not have discovered them. On this moonless, tempestuous night of murder, at 10 o'clock, Xin Ran soared to the small island, quietly gathering an electromagnetic pulse. Dignity resides solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies only within the range of cannon fire. At this moment, Xin Ran embodies the very truth of Japan. At 12:13 in the dead of night, a pulse of energy, imbued with the might to devastate worlds, descended from the heavens, striking the small island. In mere moments, the island was reduced to rubble. With no survivors, this illegal and inhuman organization was obliterated, and the Japanese side would not dare to trumpet their loss. They could only swallow their silent defeat and resolve it internally. Within a day, the successive economic and military losses left Shao and with hair turned white overnight. At dawn the following day, Xin Ran set his course toward Japan's sacred symbol, the Yasukuni Shrine. Chapter 56. The Meiji family on Xin Ran's journey, deep beneath the Yasukuni Shrine. High-ranking members of the Meiji family convened. Years ago, Emperor Meiji decreed the establishment of the Tokyo Kansha, which later became known as the Yasukuni Shrine. As descendants of Emperor Meiji, the Meiji family, after the Meiji Restoration, emerged as Japan's most formidable secret power, long concealed within the underground chambers of the Yasukuni Shrine. Although they remained out of sight, they wielded control over 90% of Japan's resources and strength, from manipulating parliamentary elections to infiltrating the underworld. The shadow of the Meiji family loomed large. This included the mutant forces of Japan, which also fell under the Meiji family's dominion. The ascent of Yasuda from a mere soldier during World War II to a figure of immense wealth was solely due to the support of the Meiji family. News arrived from the parliament. All personnel on that island had perished, including the fourth-tier mutant we dispatched. According to their assessment, the destruction of the island and the previous two incidents were likely orchestrated by the same organization. We suspect that the adversary may possess a fourth-tier mutant with extremely harmful capabilities. Within the palace of the underground chambers, a third-tier mutant bowed low in deference, respectfully reporting. Sitting in the highest seat of the palace was an elderly man with graying hair. His hair was sparse, and his complexion dull, resembling a withered corpse. Yet, his presence commanded such authority that no one in the vast palace dared to stir. This was the soul of the Meiji family today, Meiji Koashian, the great-grandson of Emperor Meiji. The longevity of the Meiji family can be attributed to the lineage of Emperor Meiji, as the direct bloodline has inherited the powers of the previous generation, possessing abilities akin to those of Professor Charles. Otherwise, Emperor Meiji could not have successfully overthrown the Tokugawa shogunate and reclaimed imperial power. The original name of the Yasukuni Shrine, as the Tokyo Sh Kansha, was also rooted in this history. A fourth-tier mutant with extremely harmful capabilities? Listening to the report from his subordinate, Meiji Koashian furrowed his brow slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly, issue a command, mobilize all ninjas and mutants within the palace to reinforce the defenses of the Yasukuni Shrine. Yes, just as the subordinate was about to take his leave, Meiji Koashian spoke again, his gaze filled with avarice. Additionally, instruct Yashida to expedite his efforts and bring back the mutant he mentioned as soon as possible. Understood. With that, the third-level mutant, bowing deeply, vanished from the Grand Hall. Clearly endowed with speed abilities, he was responsible for relaying high-level directives and messages to the Meiji family. At that moment, an earth-shattering noise erupted from the ground. As everyone expressed their confusion, a guard rushed in, visibly flustered. Master, someone has breached the shrine and is heading towards the ancestral tablets. Baka, who dares to be so audacious? Before Meiji Koashian could respond, other high-ranking officials rose in indignation, their voices booming. It is a young man from Huagua, the guard reported, panic etched across his face. How could this be? The hall erupted in gasps of disbelief. And even Meiji Koashian's expression shifted, given that the Yasukuni Shrine was already protected by ninjas adept at concealing their presence. And with the recent deployment of additional high-ranking ninjas and mutants, how could this individual have reached the ancestral tablets so swiftly? What kind of person possessed such formidable capabilities? A fourth-level mutant? And a Huagua native? Intriguing, indeed. At this juncture, a middle-aged man, who had been seated beside Meiji Koashian, slowly rose and strode towards the Grand Hall's exit. Clad in white robes and possessing a slender physique, he wielded a long blade that glimmered ominously in the light. With Miyamoto Chikyu present, a mere fourth-level mutant poses no threat. The high-ranking members of the Meiji clan, roused from their shock, stood up, following Miyamoto Chikyu. As Japan's sole grandmaster of swordsmanship, he was rumored to be a descendant of Miyamoto Musashi. Simultaneously, he was a fourth-level mutant capable of transforming his body into steel. Once hardened, he could withstand the impact of a small nuclear explosion. In combat, his unparalleled sword techniques and astonishing speed made him nearly invincible. It had taken considerable effort for Meiji Koashian to recruit him. As the pinnacle of the Meiji family's combat prowess, everyone held unwavering confidence in him. Even Meiji Kirin, supported by an enchanting attendant, rose to follow. Meanwhile, within the Yasukuni Shrine, Xin Ran, hands clasped behind his back, gazed calmly at the throng of Japanese ninjas before him. When Xin Ran had first arrived, these ninjas and mutants had dismissed him. Yet, upon his forceful shattering of the grand entrance, all had sprung into action, clearly indicating that he was there to wreak havoc. Before long, an array of shurikens, swords, bullets, fireballs, and ice shards came flying from all directions, aimed directly at Xin Ran. His expression remained indifferent as an invisible force halted the incoming projectiles mid-flight. The attacks launched by the mutants were thwarted by an electromagnetic barrier. In the next moment, the weapons surrounding Xin Ran suddenly fragmented, transforming bullets and darts into glistening, cold needles. In a heartbeat, before anyone could react, these steel needles pierced through their skulls. Only a handful of mutants with defensive abilities managed to survive, yet even they met their demise at the hands of Xin Ran, who unleashed several electromagnetic pulses, extinguishing their lives with merciless efficiency. In the span of a single breath, hundreds perished. The ninjas and mutants who had just emerged from the underground palace to the Yasukuni shrine were rendered paralyzed with fear at this sight, their legs trembling, unable to take a single step. In such a dire situation, Meiji Koizhen, Miyamoto Chikyu, and numerous high-ranking members of the Meiji family entered the courtyard of the Yasukuni shrine. Your Excellency possesses unparalleled prowess, yet you indulge in such indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Do you not fear divine retribution? An elder from the Meiji family quavered, his eyes ablaze with fury. The other high-ranking members of the Meiji family glared at Xin Ran with seething hatred, wishing they could flay him alive. The hundreds of ninjas who had perished here were the elite of the Meiji family, each requiring years of training to cultivate. Not to mention the elusive mutants, indiscriminate slaughter, divine retribution. Xin Ran scoffed derisively, raising his hand to unleash another electromagnetic pulse towards the elder. With a resounding clang, Miyamoto Chikyu blocked Xin Ran's strike with his tempered body. He then drew his Muramasa sword, gazing at Xin Ran with disdain and adopting a condescending tone, declared, "Your opponent is me." Chapter 57. Submission Kill Him. Meiji Koizhen commanded with fierce determination. "We must rend this man to pieces." The elderly speaker echoed in outrage. Had it not been for someone intercepting Xin Ran's attack, he would have already become a lifeless corpse. Miyamoto Chikyu snorted coldly, his skin gradually transforming into a steel blue hue, the hilt of the Muramasa vibrating in his steel-like grip. Observing his transformed state, before Xin Ran could utter a word, Miyamoto Chikyu had already turned into a blur, launching a strike imbued with the force of a radiant arc. This blow was devoid of any technique, relying solely on the speed and power conferred by his hardened body. The high-ranking members of the Meiji family, situated closer to Miyamoto Chikyu, felt the chilling aura of the blade rush towards them, slicing against their faces with painful intensity. Truly, Miyamoto Chikyu was a formidable opponent, and this strike promised death to any who stood against him. The high-ranking members of the Meiji family had already condemned Xin Ran to death with this single blow. With the weight of 1,000 pounds, the Muramasa struck towards Xin Ran's face. With a thunderous sound, before Miyamoto Chikyu could even comprehend the situation, the blade met an invisible barrier, producing a tremendous noise. The clash unleashed a shockwave that made the Muramasa buzz, forcing him to recoil to his original position. Miyamoto Chikyu was filled with dread. Was this the kind of defensive capability possessed by a level 4 mutant? I was sent reeling, yet he remains unscathed? Who exactly are you? After a brief pause, he spoke, devoid of the earlier arrogance. You seek my life, Xin Ran remarked with a detached gaze, calm and composed. Before Miyamoto Chikyu could respond, the senior members of the Meiji family behind him were already restless, having never encountered anyone as audacious as Xin Ran in their long lives. Nonetheless, they believed that with their patriarch and Miyamoto Chikyu present, Xin Ran was already close to death. Such a mutant, possessing both perverse offensive capability and formidable defensive strength, was indeed a rarity. At that moment, Meiji Taisuke found himself unexpectedly appreciating Xin Ran, contemplating the possibility of subjugating him. He stepped forward slightly, emanating a powerful mental presence that instantly silenced the entire scene. Observing this, Miyamoto Chikyu also leaned forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Meiji Taisuke's right side. "Young man, I am Meiji Taisuke, the current head of the Meiji family. You may also regard me as the master of today's Japan." Hearing his words, Xin Ran was inwardly astonished. He had not anticipated the existence of such a force within the Yasukuni shrine. If he were indeed the puppet master of Japan, would it not be far easier to achieve peaceful unification? As Meiji Taisuke noted Xin Ran's contemplative expression, a barely perceptible smile crept onto his parched face. The youth appeared to be merely 18 or 19. Upon revealing his identity, he had clearly stunned Xin Ran. What use was strength if one was ultimately still so young? You have committed heinous crimes in Japan. Unless you perish, you will face the relentless pursuit of our nation, he declared. However, there exists another option. Submit to me and become my servant. I can not only ensure your survival, but also grant you unparalleled power. Xin Ran sensed the subtle infusion of mental energy in the elder's words, attempting to manipulate his thoughts unexpectedly. Yet, in the face of such spiritual and magical assaults, Xin Ran regarded them as mere jest. Since you are the shadowy overlord of Japan, I too have a choice. You can command your entire nation to serve me as dogs, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate will mirror his. Xin Ran stated with unwavering composure, extending his hands that had been clasped behind his back. As Meiji Taisuke and his followers puzzled over his actions, Miyamoto Chikyu's steel body began to levitate slowly. "What are you doing? Put me down." Despite being restrained, he remained defiant. After all, in this body, even a fall from 10,000 meters would pose no threat. However, in the next moment, he seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. "No, don't. Master, save me," he screamed, his body twisting and contorting, shrinking down to the size of a basketball, before being separated by an invisible force into dozens of fist-sized iron spheres suspended in midair. As for the Muramasa demon blade in his possession, Xin Ran simply stored it within his spatial ring. The sudden turn of events left Meiji Taisuke and his companions pale with shock. From several dozen meters away, Xin Ran could claim Miyamoto Chikyu's life with a mere gesture, offering not even a chance for resistance. The formidable offensive prowess has decimated countless elites from the clan, while its grotesque defensive capabilities have sent Miyamoto Chikyu flying. Now it exhibits such extraordinary control. Can this truly be merely a level 4 mutant? Whoosh! Suddenly, iron blocks suspended in the air shot forth, hurtling towards the elder who had spoken first. In the next moment, a gruesome scene unfolded. Flesh was torn apart, bones shattered, and brain matter spilled forth, leaving a lifeless corpse. Even the venerable Meiji Takahiro, who had lived nearly a century, was taken aback. Upon glancing at Xin Ran, he saw the young man standing calmly, hands clasped behind his back, his expression one of indifference, his attire untouched by the surrounding carnage. In stark contrast to the macabre spectacle around him, he appeared almost serene. Meiji Takahiro reacted swiftly, his abilities activated instantly, as an intangible mental force surged toward Xin Ran's consciousness. He had no intention of subduing him. Instead, he sought to obliterate his awareness, prioritizing his own survival. He seethed, intensifying his mental assault. As long as you are flesh and blood, no one can withstand a mental attack. Moments later, despair washed over Meiji Takahiro as he realized his mental prowess had no effect on the individual before him. Even with every ounce of strength he could muster, the man remained impervious, a truly bewildering phenomenon. "I'll give you one last chance to submit, or your entire clan shall face annihilation." As soon as the words left his lips, the blood-stained iron blocks levitated again, whirling ominously. Several of the higher-ups behind him could no longer bear the pressure, their knees buckling as they knelt before Xin Ran. After a few more breaths, everyone except Meiji Takahiro had surrendered, bowing in submission. "What is this? Are you determined to meet your end rather than yield? Very well, I shall grant you that. Takeda, I'm getting old, my legs are stiff, I can hardly kneel. Come assist me to pay my respects to our master. Have you no sense of urgency?" Meiji Takahiro chastised an elder behind him with a tone of exasperation. Xin Ran, rendered speechless, could only marvel at Meiji Takahiro's folly, lamenting the loss of ancestral dignity. "I, Meiji Takahiro, current head of the Meiji clan, pledge our family's servitude to you, for generations to come." After kneeling, Meiji Takahiro performed a ceremonial bow, addressing Xin Ran with utmost reverence. Inwardly, Xin Ran reveled in the moment. With Meiji Takahiro as the hidden puppet master of Japan, he had now become his master. How effortless it would be to control Japan now. It turned out that achieving peaceful unification was so simple. Chapter 58. Sudden change. By addressing the issue at its root, numerous steps and complications were bypassed. Essentially, both the emperor and the prime minister were mere puppets of the Meiji clan. Upon receiving directives from their superiors, the upper echelons of the Japan self-defense forces promptly lifted the nationwide state of alert. In this era, the internet was not as advanced as it is today, and public opinion was swiftly suppressed. 2 weeks later, the turmoil in Japan seemed as if it had never occurred. Everything reverted to normalcy. On the surface, the Yoshida family continued to shine brightly, wielding control over the nation's economic lifeblood, revered and idolized by the populace. The Yamaguchi-gumi still dominated the underworld of Japan, with spirited youths taking pride in acknowledging a Yamaguchi-gumi member as their elder brother. However, the leader of the Yamaguchi-gumi unexpectedly took his own life, paving the way for a young Japanese-Chinese man to emerge as the new leader. From that moment onward, the Yamaguchi-gumi severed all ties with the Yamaguchi family, rendering a lineage that had endured for centuries virtually extinct. Simultaneously, the Japanese government publicly announced the cessation of diplomatic relations with the United States, declaring an all-encompassing sanction against them. Their foremost ally unexpectedly turned against them, catching the United States utterly off guard. The authorities promptly dispatched envoys to Japan to ascertain whether the emperor had gone mad or if the prime minister had lost his senses. The result was the virtual house arrest of the embassy in Japan, with the dispatch personnel unable to even cross the national border. Even more astonishing was Japan's decision to globally publish a declaration condemning its historical transgressions during the war against China. They proclaimed that their ancestors had originally fled to this island nation from the pre-Qin period, asserting that, by lineage, Japan was indeed a part of China. They acknowledged past transgressions against their forebears and, in a bid for forgiveness, voluntarily sought to return as a province of China, effectively reclaiming their ancestral roots. This unexpected move not only took the United States and the international community by surprise, but also left China bewildered regarding Japan's sudden shift in allegiance. Consequently, China found itself compelled to acquiesce to Japan's audacious, yet seemingly justified demands. Japan was subsequently incorporated into the territory of China, becoming its sixth autonomous region. Despite the seismic shifts in the international and domestic landscape, the status of the Shitada family in the Daikai province remained unaffected for the time being. The old patriarch of the Shitada family had never abandoned his plans. On one hand, his actions were aimed at prolonging the life of Meiji Taisuke. On the other, they were also a means of securing his own fate. Ever since Yukiko was dispatched to Canada to retrieve Wolverine, Xin Ran had been silently observing the unfolding events. The occurrences mirrored those of cinematic narratives, albeit with numerous nuances altered due to Japan's transformation into Daikai province. Xin Ran was not particularly intrigued by Logan's regenerative abilities. Rather, her proximity and attention were driven by the necessity to fulfill her system's tasks more conveniently. From being manipulated at Shitada's funeral to being incapacitated by poison-tipped arrows from the many ninjas raised by Shitada, she was subsequently bound and taken to Shitada's high-tech building. Xin Ran had been witnessing all of this in real time without intervening, a far more exhilarating experience than watching a film in a theater. Within that technologically advanced edifice, Logan found himself restrained in a steel-crafted chair. The silver armor capable of absorbing mutant energy was under the control of the elderly Shitada, who sat nearby, poised to spring into action. After a brief exchange with the serpent-like woman, Shitada commanded the armor to sever Logan's adamantium claws. Fortunately, Mariko arrived just in time, and due to a flicker of humanity in Shitada, the blade veered off course, striking Logan's handcuffs instead. Freed from his constraints, Logan engaged in a fierce battle with Shitada. Xin Ran, concealing herself, watched with keen interest. It must be said, the clash between the two old men was indeed a spectacle to behold. The armor controlled by Yashida is significantly larger than Logan's, complemented by dual blades forged from the same adamantium. From the outset, Logan finds himself at a disadvantage, being relentlessly pressured in combat. As Yashida executes a vertical slash, Logan extends his claws to intercept. Yashida's blade bears down on Logan's claws, while the other blade rapidly heats up, poised to sever Logan's talons. Realizing the imminent peril, Logan braces for the loss of one of his steel claws. At that moment, however, Xin Ran intervenes. An unseen force constrains Yashida's silver armor and his formidable blades. Feeling the pressure on his claws diminish and sensing the anomaly of the silver machine, Logan rolls away, maintaining a vigilant watch on the unfolding situation. As the magnetic field dissipates, Xin Ran's upright figure materializes before the onlookers, a smile gracing his face as he regards Logan. "Was it you?" Logan queries, piecing together the reason behind the sudden cessation of Yashida's assault. In response to Logan's question, Xin Ran merely nods slightly, refraining from further commentary. "Be careful." Suddenly, Logan dashes toward Xin Ran, just as a series of gunshots ring out. The bullets intended for Xin Ran are effortlessly intercepted by him. This unexpected action catches Xin Ran off guard. He anticipated that their very first encounter would involve Logan shielding him from bullets, leaving him somewhat embarrassed. "I owe no one anything. You aided me just now, so we are even," Logan declares, twisting his neck as the bullets clatter to the ground, his wounds visibly healing. Observing the mutant woman firing the gun, Xin Ran activates his ability, sending Yashida's massive blades soaring toward the serpent-like woman. She sneers in disdain, evading the attack with her agile form and swift movements. Yet, in the next heartbeat, despair envelopes her. The two large blades fragment into hundreds of smaller throwing knives, sealing off all her escape routes. As they pierce her body, they reassemble into the two large blades, returning to Yashida's grasp. Logan gazes at Xin Ran in disbelief. His powers are indeed extraordinary, instilling in Logan a sense of lethal threat. However, reassured by the apparent lack of hostility, he begins to relax. "Who are you? Why are you stopping me?" Yashida's gaunt figure emerges from the silver armor, bellowing angrily at Xin Ran. "Take your friend and leave. I will handle this," Xin Ran calmly instructs Logan. Truthfully, Mariko also emerges from the shadows, linking her arm with Logan's. They exchange a glance and nod toward Xin Ran before departing the scene. "I will kill you, Bakayuru," Yashida screams in desperation, witnessing his immortal flesh escape from his grasp. Yet, the silver armor remains unresponsive to his commands, stubbornly immobile regardless of his attempts to control it. "Kill me?" Xin Ran scoffs with disdain. With a subtle gesture, a dark, meteorite-like token flies into Yashida's line of sight. Upon seeing the token, his gaze shifted from anger to fear, and then from fear to reverence. He had allowed Logan to leave first to prevent any misunderstandings, lest one assume that he had orchestrated the entire affair. Satisfied, Xin Ran nodded and lifted the restrictions on the armor. Subsequently, Shitsishin also released the armor, stumbling forward to bow deeply before Xin Ran, proclaiming, "I, the old servant Shitsishin, pay my respects to my master." Without further ado, he inquired directly about the method of utilizing the armor, specifically how to extract the mutant's ability factors for his own use. 10 minutes later, Xin Ran had mastered the precise steps and operational methods, promptly casting the armor into the spatial ring. In essence, using this device involved two simple steps. First, capture the individual. Second, employ the machine to extract. And that was all. "You may take your own life," Xin Ran commanded casually, deeming him no longer of any use. "Thank you for your gracious gift, my master." Shitsishin once more bowed deeply to Xin Ran, then picked up a nearby handgun and, without hesitation, ended his own life. It must be said, the dogs of the Meiji family were all exceedingly obedient and loyal, perfectly aligning with Xin Ran's desires. Having established a connection with Logan and acquired the machine capable of extracting abilities, Xin Ran had achieved his objectives. With matters concluded, he departed. As he left, Xin Ran unleashed an electromagnetic pulse, obliterating the technologically advanced building. Chapter 59. A New World in 1965. The number one figure in Nihai Province, Shitsishin's granddaughter, Mariko Shitsishin, emerged, transcending 2 generations to seize control of the Shitsishin family's power directly from her grandfather. After the battle, Logan resolutely bid farewell to Mariko and boarded the Shitsishin family's private jet to return home. Xin Ran also intended to leave Nihai, flying solo to New York. In the same location, yet a different dimension. As he gazed upon the familiar, yet strange streets, Xin Ran felt a peculiar sensation arise within him. Just as before, to avoid unnecessary complications, Xin Ran procured legal identification through the same means. Meanwhile, the New York City Hall was struck by an unidentified missile, its 100-meter-high structure reduced to rubble. With no survivors, following extensive investigations by the CIA, it was confirmed that the incident was not a result of international conflict, nor was it an attack by conventional weaponry. All evidence pointed towards mutants. For aside from conventional weaponry, only mutants, particularly those of significant power, possessed the capability to enact such devastation. Consequently, high-ranking officials in the United States convened secret meetings regarding mutants, placing Trask's Sentinel program on the agenda. In the same dimension, in 2015, New York appeared to have just endured an apocalypse, with countless shattered skyscrapers and desolate, chaotic streets devoid of any semblance of life. According to the original timeline's narrative, the Sentinel program had evolved beyond human control, even developing its own sentience, mercilessly slaughtering not only mutants but also normal humans who could not escape its grasp. Faced with Sentinel robots, capable of detecting any form of mutant factor and instantly transforming themselves through the mutant genes within their bodies, humanity on Earth has found itself teetering on the brink of extinction. In this apocalyptic scenario, the two prominent leaders of the mutants, Magneto, Eric, and Professor Charles, have chosen to unite against the relentless onslaught of the Sentinel machines. Despite the extraordinary abilities of their mutant followers, they're gradually overwhelmed. In a pivotal moment, before Eric and Charles can propose utilizing Shadowcat and Wolverine to execute a plan to reverse the future, the Sentinels breach their secret fortress. Just as doom seems imminent, a sound like a tearing of the air reverberates, and in an instant, all scenes dissolve into nothingness, as if they had never occurred. This scene from 2015 has replayed ever since Xin Ran arrived in the X-Men dimension, until a powerful electromagnetic pulse obliterated the New York City municipal building, finally halting the cycle. The timeline returns to Xin Ran's present moment, winter of 1965, Westchester County, New York. A groundbreaking sports car glides through the streets, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. This is one of the vehicles that Xin Ran had acquired from Tony's garage. The roar of the engine comes to a halt before an opulent mansion. The medieval-style castle exudes a palpable sense of history, though the overgrown weeds in the expansive courtyard render the structure desolate. A sign on the iron gate reads, "Private property, no trespassing." As Xin Ran observes the sign for Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, he alights from the car and strides purposefully toward the entrance. The firmly locked door, as if recognizing Xin Ran, opens silently. Upon entering the castle, Xin Ran knocks on the elegantly crafted wooden door. "May I help you?" responds a bespectacled young man who is none other than a young Hank McCoy beast. "What has happened to the school?" Xin Ran inquires, feigning ignorance. "The school has been closed for many years. Are you a parent?" Hank replies, his expression one of confusion, noting that even when the school was operational, there seemed to be no children from China attending. "I am not a parent. I am here to see the professor." Xin Ran offers a slight smile, clearly stating his purpose. "The professor is not here. Please leave immediately." Hank's demeanor shifts upon hearing Xin Ran mention the professor, and he begins to close the door. Unperturbed, Xin Ran pushes the door open forcefully, striding into the interior, the sheer strength of his action sending Hank tumbling to the floor. As Xin Ran walks in, Hank, now on the ground, removes his glasses and his body undergoes a transformation. In mere seconds, he morphs from a white young man into a humanoid beast, roaring as he lunges at Xin Ran. Too slow. Xin Ran, observing the airborne beast, smiles lightly, showing no intent to evade. He effortlessly delivers a punch toward the creature. With a resounding thud, before the beast can react, it is sent crashing to the ground, unconscious. "Hank, what has transpired?" Hearing Hank's roar from below, Eric, leisurely holding a wine glass, descends the stairs while inquiring. "There's nothing to worry about, Professor. Let him rest for a while." Upon hearing an unfamiliar voice, Charles hurried down the stairs, maintaining a semblance of calm. After confirming Hank was unharmed, he turned to Xin Ran and inquired, "Who are you?" "Professor, my name is Xin Ran. I've come specifically to seek you out," she replied with a smile, settling onto the sofa in the living room. "Please, just call me Charles," he retorted, a hint of irritation surfacing as she addressed him as Professor. At that moment, he was grappling with the painful decision wrought by his injuries. To embrace his powers meant a lifetime bound to a wheelchair, while the desire for freedom of movement necessitated the sacrifice of his abilities. In that instant, the wisdom of his later years was entirely absent from his face. "What you call me is of little consequence," Xin Ran remarked with a sly grin, an ominous premonition stirring within her. Before she could fully grasp her thoughts, she swiftly approached and rendered him unconscious. A portal, an electromagnetic gateway to the underground lair of the Meiji family in the Sunsi province, manifested before her. Xin Ran hoisted both Charles and Hank, stepping through the portal with determination. Meiji Koashian had arranged a private chamber, where Xin Ran brought Charles. Although Charles was unable to wield his powers due to the serum Hank had administered, the mutant gene within him remained intact. Donning a suit of armor capable of extracting mutant factors, Xin Ran proceeded without hesitation to harness Charles's abilities. As one of the most powerful mutants, Charles's genetic factors were exceptionally potent. The fusion process took Xin Ran nearly 3 hours to complete. Throughout the ordeal, even with her body fortified to withstand a nuclear blast, she endured unprecedented agony. However, upon successful fusion, her newfound abilities surpassed Charles's, verging on the extraordinary. It was as though Xin Ran had unlocked the door to a new realm, granting her insight into the very fabric of existence, where a mere thought could dictate life and death. After siphoning Charles's powers, she utilized her enhanced abilities to alter his memories, erasing every trace of his experiences as a mutant and instilling him with a new, blissful recollection. As for the latter part of his life, it would be spent in the Sun Sea province, where the Meiji family would bestow upon him boundless wealth and resources. For Charles, this indeed represented the opening of a new world. Similarly, Xin Ran obliterated Hank's memories, leaving him with only the recollection of being one of the mutants revered by the Meiji family, severing all ties with Charles and ensuring no disruption to his new life. Not long after the proposal of the Sentinel program, Mystique learned of its specifics, concerned for the survival of mutants. She thought of Charles but found no trace of him despite searching throughout the entirety of the United States, as if he had vanished into thin air. In pursuit of the mutant survival, Mystique infiltrated military and CIA operations multiple times, ultimately discovering the precise location where Magneto, Eric, was being held captive. Chapter 60. A slight deviation from the plan, situated southwest of Washington, D.C. A large, singular structure, aptly named for its pentagonal shape, awaited. As the office building of the United States Department of Defense and the highest military command, it remains open to the public. However, the security here is exceedingly stringent. Among the countless uniformed sentinels, the composition of visitors is remarkably intricate, with an estimation that 2 out of every 3 individuals may be agents of the Department of Defense. A moment's camaraderie can swiftly turn into a situation where any improper conduct may result in immediate apprehension and a thorough investigation into one's lineage. Even if one is innocent, it is unlikely to be released without enduring a period of confinement and scrutiny. Constructed in 1943, the Pentagon stands as the world's largest office building, housing 25,000 military personnel and law enforcement officers. Where's the restroom? I need to relieve myself. On weekly open days, teachers from nearby schools often bring students for tours of the Pentagon, engaging in patriotic education. The guards within the Pentagon feel most at ease around the teachers and children who visit regularly. If fortune smiles, they might even encounter 1 or 2 attractive female teachers. Such delightful encounters are their favorites. Consequently, the vigilance of the military personnel towards them is nearly non-existent. At this moment, the young and beautiful teacher introducing the history of the Pentagon to the children is none other than Raven, the shapeshifter. The original plan to rescue Magneto was intended for Charles and his group, but due to Sinister's intervention, the narrative has shifted. Now, only Raven and Quicksilver venture forth, with the young man responsible for documentation, disguised as Quicksilver, trailing behind the lovely teacher. Despite the lack of suspicion from the Sentinels, without Hank's assistance, Raven and Quicksilver are under clear surveillance within the Pentagon's monitoring system. Seizing an opportunity during a lull, Raven leads Quicksilver to a monitoring blind spot. "Peter, just adhere to our prior agreement and remain calm," she instructs. As she speaks, her form transforms. The voluptuous beauty morphs within seconds into a burly man clad in military attire. Following her metamorphosis, Raven exhibits no detectable flaws in either physique or appearance. At this moment, Sinister watches them intently from his self-created magnetic field. Although he is aware of Raven's abilities, witnessing them up close leaves him astounded. Is it possible to conjure a different disguise each time? It is no wonder that many had fantasized about Raven while watching the X-Men. Possessing her equates to having dominion over all women in the world, a statement that holds true. After completing her transformation, Raven strides confidently toward the kitchen, collecting a specially prepared meal and utensils, heading for the elevator that descends to the prison below. The original courier for Magneto has long since been dealt with by her. Once Raven makes her move, Quicksilver vanishes in an instant. Sinister keenly perceives that Quicksilver is darting around the Pentagon, centered around Raven, his speed rivaling that of light itself. Just as the elevator doors are about to close, Quicksilver nearly teleports behind Raven, leaving the 2 guards at the elevator completely oblivious. Within the confines of the elevator, Raven, transformed into a burly figure, held a tray with an air of calmness. After all, breaking into the Department of Defense to rescue a single individual was a trivial endeavor compared to her previous exploits. In stark contrast, Quicksilver's heart raced with anxiety and excitement. Despite his formidable abilities, he had only engaged in petty thievery before. Yet now he found himself alongside the illustrious Mystique, attempting a daring prison break at the Pentagon. As the elevator doors creaked open, Quicksilver vanished from sight once more, while Raven proceeded steadily towards the solitary chamber of Magneto, tray in hand. A line of guards stood vigil outside the elevator, each equipped with specialized non-metallic firearms. It was undeniable that, in such a setting, and with no one to rescue him, Magneto was destined to remain imprisoned for a lifetime. Transformed, Raven maneuvered effortlessly through the layers of security and arrived at the extraordinary dungeon where Magneto was confined. Upon her entrance, the final guard shut the cell door behind her, just to be cautious. The moment the door clicked shut, Quicksilver reappeared. "Peter, it's your turn," Raven instructed, tossing the tray through the aperture to Eric while urging him to remain vigilant of the overhead. She then turned to Quicksilver, speaking softly. He leaned in to gaze at Magneto, momentarily taken aback, before placing his hands upon the tempered glass and vibrating at supersonic speeds. Mere seconds later, a sharp crack resonated as the glass shattered. The final barrier, holding Magneto captive, was obliterated, with freedom tantalizingly close. Eric's eyes gleamed with fervor as he wasted no time in climbing through. "In 3 seconds, the door will open, and over 20 guard will fire at us," he warned, locking eyes with Raven. "I am aware, which is why I brought him," Raven replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards the slightly awkward Quicksilver. No sooner had her words left her lips than the specialized gate before them began to slowly part. Quicksilver, brimming with confidence, stepped forward to shield the necks of both his companions, knowing that without such precaution, a sudden dash could lead to dire consequences. "What is happening?" Quicksilver exclaimed, perplexed by the minuscule opening that had appeared, which seemed utterly insufficient for their escape. This was nothing like they had planned. How could they possibly rush through such a narrow gap? Before they could fully comprehend the situation, dozens of specialized grenades were hurled through the narrow opening, sealing off all potential escape routes. Though Quicksilver could help dodge the incoming bullets, the grenades, once unleashed in the confined space, would ensure their demise, regardless of his speed. "Eric," Raven shouted desperately at the unfolding scene. "The grenades! I can't control them." In a moment of life and death, Eric roared in response. Quicksilver regretted his decisions as the chilling grenades hit the ground, and the remaining gap in the door closed completely. The three of them resignedly shut their eyes, preparing to meet their fate. "Hey, fellas," a voice chimed in at the critical moment as Xin Ran withdrew the magnetic field, revealing his form and smiling at the trio. "Raven, did you bring him along as well?" Upon the sudden appearance of Xin Ran, Quicksilver and Eric felt a renewed glimmer of hope and exclaimed in unison. Before Raven could respond, a thunderous explosion accompanied by a burst of flames erupted. The three rushed toward Xin Ran, desperately attempting to grasp this last semblance of salvation. "Step aside, you two roughnecks," Xin Ran exclaimed, skillfully kicking Quicksilver and Eric away and swiftly enveloping Raven in an embrace. The magnetic force field, coupled with an electromagnetic shield, activated instantaneously, enveloping the group. The resounding explosions continued in rapid succession, only ceasing after over 30 seconds, leaving the prison walls outside riddled with devastation. This was swiftly followed by an eerie silence. The three stood in stunned astonishment, gazing at the chaotic scene and the suddenly manifested Xin Ran, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. Moments later, the prison door creaked open, revealing hundreds of soldiers equipped with specialized weaponry. The Pentagon had also activated its highest level of alert. "They're still inside. Do not move, or we will open fire," the lead soldier shouted, his voice tinged with anxiety as he raised his weapon. Xin Ran released Raven, conjuring a coin that appeared out of thin air, which he casually tossed onto the ground. Eric's eyes gleamed with a predatory light at this sight, before the coin could touch the ground. He seized control and drew it to himself. "With this in hand, who could possibly rival me?" he mused. "Fire! Eliminate them!" came a command, and a barrage of bullets surged towards the quartet. The soldiers continued firing until an entire magazine was expended, only to find that not a single shot had struck its mark. All bullets had lodged into the wall behind them. It was Quicksilver who had skillfully disrupted the trajectory of the bullets. To him, even a hail of thousands of bullets seemed to move in slow motion. However, he was taken aback when he realized that, during his movement, the person who had appeared out of nowhere had made eye contact with him. Simultaneously, Xin Ran felt a flicker of surprise. He recognized that, relying solely on speed, he could not attain the level of Quicksilver's prowess. Without the aid of the magnetic force field and mental perception, Xin Ran would have been incapable of perceiving Quicksilver's movements, let alone locking eyes with him. With a moment of respite and a powerful weapon at his disposal, Eric was no longer the disheveled figure he had been moments before the explosion. The coin suspended before his chest transformed before his eyes. One half morphed into a disc as thin as paper, gently lifting him off the ground, while the other half split into two gleaming iron spheres that spun rapidly around him. The display was awe-inspiring, commanding, and formidable. Xin Ran, observing the spectacle, felt a mixture of incredulity and exasperation. Rather than addressing the imminent threat, Eric had chosen to showcase his flair, demonstrating an uncanny prowess with just a single coin. Meanwhile, the multitude of soldiers at the door were thrown into disarray by the extraordinary scene conjured by Eric. They trembled in fear, their courage to pull the trigger evaporating entirely. As the low hiss escaped Eric's lips, two small steel balls shot forth with a piercing sound. The subsequent series of crisp impacts echoed in quick succession. In an instant, the steel balls returned, slowly revolving around Eric's figure. In the next moment, soldiers wielding specialized weapons collapsed one by one, devoid of any signs of life. All had been struck down by Eric's steel balls, which pierced through their temples, resulting in their sudden demise. The act of killing was unseen. The steel balls stained not with blood, a masterful display of deception. This is not a place for conversation. We must depart. Having neutralized the immediate threat, Eric spoke sternly. The only exit is the elevator. Peter, take Eric and proceed to our predetermined location to await my arrival. Very well, no problem. With that, Quicksilver swiftly positioned himself behind Eric, ready to assist him in leaving. No need for such formality, just follow my lead. Eric waved his hand dismissively. With something under his control, he felt no fear of human weapons. Besides, once they exited this underground prison, the world outside was rife with metal objects. Raven, how do we refer to this companion? It seems he was not part of our initial plan. The recent exchange of glances left Quicksilver unable to shake the thought, prompting him to inquire about Xin Ran's identity. I am Xin Ran, a friend of Raven, and like you, a mutant. Xin Ran sensed Quicksilver's curiosity and, by revealing his identity as both a friend and a mutant, alleviated any lingering doubts. No wonder you prepared coins for me. Well done, my friend. Xin Ran's words inadvertently clarified Eric's unspoken questions. Noticing Xin Ran's lack of hostility and the fact that he had saved their lives, Raven accepted his presence without further explanation. After all, an additional powerful mutant ally would certainly enhance their chances of thwarting the Sentinel plan. Similar thoughts also crossed Eric's mind. Acquiring another formidable subordinate would bolster his ambitions to dominate humanity. Yet, he pondered the nature of Xin Ran's abilities, which appeared defensive in nature. Raven, leave the rest to me. You all follow my lead. Without further pleasantries, Eric commanded the disc beneath him to soar over the bodies. Xin Ran made no move to intervene and followed suit. Ultimately, the purpose of this excursion was to encounter another mutant with similar abilities. However, the focus of his thoughts had subtly shifted. Regarding the mission to unify Blue Star, now armed with powers exceeding those of Charles, Xin Ran had begun to formulate corresponding plans. Nonetheless, the execution of these plans would require the resurrection of Apocalypse. Kid, once we ascend, will you be able to withstand the bullets designed by the Department of Defense? Throughout the journey, Eric glanced at Quicksilver, aware that despite his formidable powers, he was still flesh and blood. A couple of special bullets could indeed prove lethal if he were not cautious. Rest assured, I guarantee those will not touch you. Quicksilver, with a disdainful expression, declared, I'm the fastest man in the world. How could a bullet possibly challenge me? Just as the elevator doors were about to open, a barrage of bullets surged forth. Quicksilver, however, wore a slight smile, exuding an air of fearlessness. After donning his signature glasses, his abilities activated instantaneously, rendering the world around him seemingly frozen in time. In merely a few seconds, the shooting outside the elevator concluded, and Quicksilver appeared untouched, maintaining his original stance. Eric stepped out of the elevator, unleashing two steel spheres. while nearby metallic objects, knives from the kitchen, doorknobs from the corridor, and railings from the staircase, transformed into extensions of his will, charging towards the soldiers of the Department of Defense. Where there is metal, I am invincible. Even in the absence of metal, I remain formidable. Yet, to Xin Ran, this was hardly impressive. He could discern that although Eric was referred to as Magneto in this world, his control extended only to metallic items, devoid of any true mastery over magnetic fields. It was akin to possessing merely 10% of Xin Ran's own magnetic abilities. If Apocalypse could enhance him, he would wield even greater power, advancing his control over magnetic fields. Though Xin Ran could not yet manipulate the magnetic field at will, his abilities effectively maximized its utilization. Even if Eric could wield the magnetic field, he lacked the capacity to generate electromagnetic pulses or create electromagnetic spaces. After all, electromagnetic force and magnetism are worlds apart. Xin Ran, we must go, urged Raven. Eric, cease this. It cannot continue. Reinforcements from the Department of Defense have arrived, and further delays may lead to unforeseen consequences. The incessant roar of armed helicopters outside signaled to her that their time in this location was limited. Peter, take Eric to the rendezvous we previously discussed. This time, Quicksilver refrained from unnecessary movements. After securing Eric's head, the two vanished in an instant, manipulating several helicopters to crash into the Pentagon before their departure. 2 seconds after Eric's disappearance, Xin Ran felt his neck being shielded, and in less than a second, the scene before him transformed. Gentlemen, feel free to take a seat. There are beverages in the fridge. Help yourselves if you wish to drink. They found themselves in Quicksilver's home. It was Xin Ran's first experience of this nature, and he had to admit it felt quite extraordinary. He wondered, however, whether Quicksilver's speed surpassed that of the electromagnetic portals he created. With this thought, an idea struck Xin Ran. If this fellow was so swift, could he possibly be faster than light? This notion compelled him to arrange a grand celebration for this remarkable child. Chapter 62. Quicksilver's Celebration 2. Xin Ran, are you certain you wish to remain here? Gazing at the opulent entrance of the hotel, Quicksilver hesitated. In the past, he could only sneak in and indulge his whims using his extraordinary abilities. The thought of formally entering to spend money had never crossed his mind. Let's just make do. Xin Ran shrugged dismissively and strode forward. After all, the ambience here was a far cry from the arrangements Tony had made for him. However, in this era, having such a venue and amenities was already commendable. Yet, observing Quicksilver's demeanor, Xin Ran felt a pang of sympathy. Despite being an exceptionally gifted mutant, he lived a life less lavish than that of an ordinary wealthy individual. Fortunately, he had proactively addressed Charles's flaws. Otherwise, these mutants would face dire consequences. Deprived of a blissful life and even the basic rights that ordinary people enjoyed, subjected only to endless persecution and exploitation. The narrative of an aging Wolverine and Charles served as a poignant illustration. Despite possessing the power to shape the world, Charles was continually hindered by his altruism, advocating for peaceful coexistence with humanity. But would billions of ordinary humans ever accept mutants? Can aberrations ever gain public approval? Good day, sir. Please present your identification. No sooner had they taken a few steps than a security guard blocked Xin Ran's path. Though his words were polite, his tone was laced with disdain toward Xin Ran, simply because he was of Asian descent. Xin Ran, uninterested in engaging in trivial banter with such a minion, casually tossed a gold bar towards him. When matters could be resolved with money, he did not wish to entertain even a fleeting thought, for he was not lacking in wealth. Welcome, esteemed guests. Please, come in and wait. Ignoring the pain from the impact of the gold bar, the security guard quickly lowered his head and ushered Xin Ran and his companions inside before hastily retreating to the manager's office. The United States had just emerged from the Vietnam War, and the economy was not thriving. Thus, finding someone who could so easily toss a gold bar to a mere security guard was likely a rarity nationwide. At that moment, Quicksilver was left speechless. How could the Asian named Xin possess such extravagant wealth? If only that gold bar had struck me instead. Before long, an elegantly dressed, sophisticated Caucasian woman approached Xin Ran and his companions. Hello, Peter. Before Xin Ran could respond, Quicksilver swiftly stepped forward, exuding gentlemanly charm as he extended his hand. Greetings, esteemed guests. Welcome to the presidential suite. Should you have any needs, please let me know, and I shall attend to them. The woman graciously accepted Quicksilver's hand, beaming with a warm smile. It was indeed the presidential suite. No wonder the security guard had requested identification earlier. Listening to the woman's introduction, Quicksilver muttered under his breath. So this is the presidential suite. Sir, what did you say? Xin Ran, perhaps you should take over, Quicksilver said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. I'm not familiar with such places. I wouldn't know what services to suggest. There are no particular demands. We might stay here for a few days, which is of a higher standard than your reception of the Vietnamese dignitaries a few days ago. You may take these items with you. Although the female manager appeared quite alluring, in Xin Ran's eyes, she still fell short of a certain standard, and he could not be bothered to engage in idle chatter. He spoke directly, then gestured towards the small box behind him. Upon witnessing this, Eric and Raven were filled with questions. When it had entered moments ago, he had not mentioned the small box. Could it be that Xin Ran's abilities were not related to defense, but rather to something pertaining to space? It must indeed be a spatial ability. Otherwise, how could it have materialized before them out of thin air and effortlessly dealt with so many grenades? Consequently, Eric and Raven's understanding of Xin Ran became somewhat clearer. When Quicksilver saw the female manager open the small box, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It was filled entirely with small yellow fish. How was it that, as a mutant, he found himself in such a dismal situation? No problem, sir. I will arrange it for you immediately. The prospect of wealth, especially the kind Xin Ran provided, was indeed persuasive. Even though the female manager had maintained an air of nobility and elegance, she now appeared somewhat exhilarated, nearly wishing to throw herself into Xin Ran's embrace. After all, he was offering far too much. Also, ensure you attend to my friend here. It would be best if you came yourself, Xin Ran remarked, pointing to Quicksilver without reservation. Upon hearing his words, the female manager felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained her composure. She cast a flirtatious glance at Quicksilver and hurried off to make preparations. Eric, if you need anything, feel free to indulge. Simply approach the manager, Xin Ran stated. He would not neglect Eric, as all present would share in the spoils. Eric merely smiled in response, not directly addressing Xin Ran's words, especially with Raven still in attendance. Before long, the entire state guest house was awash with revelry. High-end beverages, exquisite delicacies, and breathtaking women were in abundance. Such a scene, no matter how resilient Eric was, began to shake his resolve. He silently vowed to lead the mutants in unifying humanity. Why were they so gifted yet lived like rats? Why did humans, akin to ants, enjoy such lavish lifestyles? The more Eric pondered, the angrier he grew. Pouring himself 2 glasses of Lafite and wrapping his arm around the tall woman beside him, it was time to release the pent-up fury towards humanity. As for Quicksilver, he was simply one word, quick. 3 words, exceedingly quick. The allure of wealth made the female manager inevitably think of Xin Ran during her moments of leisure. As for Raven, she was uninterested in such gatherings and had remained in her room since the start of the banquet, contemplating matters related to the Sentinel program. Should she disclose this plan to Eric? What would he do upon learning of it? In the dead of night, the group busied themselves with their respective tasks. The following morning, a series of jolts awakened Xin Ran, and as the magnetic field dissipated, he immediately discerned the cause. Chapter 63. Brother, please command me, Eric. What do you mean? Raven's tone was laced with anxiety as she surveyed the swaying metallic objects around her. After a restless night of contemplation, she ultimately decided to divulge the Sentinel plan and her counter-strategy to Eric, given their history as the closest of comrades. Raven, killing Tesla will not resolve our predicament. It will only hasten our collective demise. If you insist on pursuing his death, I shall be compelled to eliminate you for the sake of mutant kin's future. Upon learning the specifics of the Sentinel plan and Raven's intentions, Eric chose not to support her, for he envisioned far graver consequences. Slaying Tesla would only intensify the animosity towards mutants from the upper echelons of America. Even if Tesla's proposed Sentinel project were to vanish, with the establishment's unwavering backing, others like Zasla, Liasla, and countless others would rise to eradicate mutants relentlessly. This was one facet of the matter. The other was that with Tesla's demise, the media would incite fear and hatred among the general populace, leading to a nationwide call to arms against mutants. In such a scenario, mutants would be akin to rats in the street, hunted down mercilessly, ultimately rendering them unable to survive. Consequently, Eric's grand design of uniting mutants globally to wage a large-scale war would become increasingly untenable. Why, Eric? Tesla is our true adversary. Raven was bewildered by Eric's transformation. She even regretted her choice to follow him after the Cuban Missile Crisis. How is Charles? Where is he? As these thoughts crossed her mind, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. No, Raven, eliminating that one individual is far from sufficient, and now is not the time for his demise. Eric had never been one to show mercy. To achieve his aims, sacrificing Raven was a trivial matter for him. What if I am determined to kill Tesla? Raven's gaze was resolute as she fixed her eyes on Eric with fierce intensity. Since you are so insistent, for the future of mutants, I can only kill you. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than Eric, without hesitation, manipulated two steel orbs to race towards Raven, severing all avenues of retreat. As the steel orbs hurtled towards her, a critical moment arose. Xin Ran's voice pierced the tension. After risking your life to save her, is this how you repay? Simultaneously, the gleaming steel orbs hovered in midair, suspended before Raven's eyes. Upon witnessing Xin Ran's sudden appearance, an inexplicable tension surged within Eric. Indeed, it is I, Xin Ran replied with a faint smile. Then, the suspended steel orbs surged forth, slicing through the air with a thunderous sound, aimed directly at Eric's face. Oomph. Do you think your spatial abilities can control metal to confront me? Eric scoffed. I do not accept any metallic assaults. Yet in the next moment, a surge of terror, akin to the specter of death, coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The muffled sound of a heavy impact coincided with Eric's panic cries of despair. Two steel pellets embedded themselves deeply into the wall behind him, severing even the steel rebar within the concrete. Eric instinctively shielded his head, emitting a desperate cry as if facing his demise. Raven, transformed into her human guise, gazed at Xin Ran with a complex mixture of emotions, unable to articulate her feelings. Did he truly not possess spatial abilities? How could he wield such terrifying power? Why did he save me time and again? Why was he so generous in his actions? Was it for some reason? After a long moment, Eric slowly opened his eyes and turned to glance at the wall behind him, an overwhelming sense of helplessness washing over him. Why was he reduced to the status of an ordinary person in front of this being? His abilities and talents seemed utterly impotent. Come, Eric. Sit and share your thoughts with me, Xin Ran commanded, gesturing with one hand. A nearby stool flew to Eric's side, colliding with his legs and forcing him to sit down abruptly. This display left Eric's throat parched, rendering him unable to swallow even his saliva. Though his life hung by a thread, he still attempted to manipulate the metallic objects around him to strike at Xin Ran. There's no need to struggle, my friend. What you can do, I can as well, Xin Ran smirked. However, my powers far exceed yours. Thus, before me, you are no different from an ordinary human. Without the enhancement of the magnetic field, it's doubtful I could exert such effortless control over you. What? You can also manipulate metal? Upon hearing Xin Ran's admission, both Raven and Eric gasped in astonishment. Xin Ran, do you not possess spatial abilities? Raven inquired curiously, recalling the box that had materialized out of thin air yesterday and the rescue of Eric. Spatial ability? Perhaps, but it's more of a combination of both. Xin Ran replied with a subtle smile, observing their astonishment. This revelation caused both to gasp in disbelief. A mutant possessing two distinct abilities? Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Typically, each mutant harbored only one unique power, thereby limiting them to a singular capability. Yet this individual possessed two? What an aberration. Little did they know, Xin Ran was not a mutant at all. Raven, you should set aside your plan to assassinate Tlos. Do not pursue it, Xin Ran said, noticing that Eric appeared utterly disheartened. What? Do you also believe my actions are misguided? Have I truly erred? Raven questioned, her heart sinking. Did even a newly acquainted friend disapprove of her? Did this mean all mutants would view her actions as wrong? Tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. If Charles were present, would he choose to support her? What you choose to do is of no consequence to me. I merely worry for your safety. What if the assassination fails? Even if you succeed? In the face of a multitude within the Ministry of Defense, do you truly believe you can escape? To barter your life for that of a Tesla is utterly futile. Xin Ran, feigning righteousness, constantly speaks of Raven's safety. My safety? You, Xin Ran? Tears, previously suppressed, surged forth once again. Throughout my life, who has ever cared for my existence? I've been treated as a mere tool, exploited by all, who has regarded my life as anything of value. Upon reflection, even Charles was no different. Aside from exploitation, what remains? At that moment, a warm sense of belonging welled up within Reuven, compelling her to embrace Xin Ran tightly. Thank you, Xin Ran. Rest assured, Reuven, I am aware of the Sentinel program. You have already contributed enough. Leave the rest to me, Xin Ran gently reassured, patting Reuven's back. After comforting her, Xin Ran turned to face Eric with calm composure. What are your intentions? Eric, witnessing Xin Ran's seemingly harmless demeanor, was gripped by an overwhelming sense of dread. I present you with two choices. First, serve under me henceforth. Second, face death. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Eric's chair was abruptly yanked away, sending him crashing to the floor. Subsequently, all metallic objects in the vicinity began to levitate, slowly advancing toward Eric. Hey, buddy, don't do this, don't do this. Wait, let me think it over. All right. From now on, you can command me as you wish. After making his choice, all the metallic items around Eric plummeted to the ground with a resounding crash. In that instant, Eric realized he regained control over the metal objects. Yet, when he glanced at Xin Ran again, the spirit of rebellion within him had vanished. The moment the metal scattered, Xin Ran retracted the magnetic field, creating a significant commotion. Quicksilver, still in slumber, was abruptly awakened, shoving aside a stunning female manager beside him. Ignoring the ache in his waist, he hastily donned his clothes in a mere 3 seconds and swiftly arrived at the scene, bewildered by the disparate expressions of the three individuals present. Guys, what on earth happened? Chapter 64. A deeper exchange in front of the New York City Hall. Throngs of citizens waved colorful flags in jubilant celebration. This day held profound significance for them, as the Vietnam War was set to officially conclude. With the cessation of conflict, the nation's economy would gradually improve, alleviating the hardships brought on by the economic crisis. Most importantly, there would be no more sacrifices on the battlefield, for each soldier's demise entailed repercussions for their families. Thus, the majority of those gathered to celebrate at City Hall were relatives of military personnel. Journalists from various media outlets clamored to report on the event. Had it not been for the soldiers on guard, cameras would have practically intruded upon the faces of global officials. Diplomats from around the world congregated here today, marking a historically significant moment as America's military intervention in Vietnam came to an official end. Now arriving are the Vietnamese foreign minister and accompanying officials. Approaching is a Middle Eastern dignitary. Look, there's the Tsar accompanied by his exclusive bodyguard. One wonders what is concealed within that black box. It is unfathomable. Xin Ran, this is the opportune moment to eliminate Trask. Are you certain we should remain idle here? In the grandest suite of the presidential guest house in Washington, Ruewen assumed the guise of an archetypal Eastern beauty, reclining in Xin Ran's embrace, adorned in a lavish, form-fitting black gown that enveloped her exquisite figure. With a straight nose and delicately slanted phoenix-like eyes, she possessed an unparalleled beauty that radiated a certain commanding charm. Despite such alluring company, Xin Ran, having just emerged from a fierce battle, had ascended to a realm of profound wisdom. After rescuing Ruewen from Eric, their glances exchanged, a rapid escalation of intimacy ensued. Coupled with Xin Ran's formidable abilities and wealth, he soon captivated her. Xin Ran often discreetly employed his mental powers to transmit his idealized visions to Ruewen's mind. The spirited young woman, after their initial encounter, quickly grew closer to Xin Ran, influenced by his mental prowess, leading her to believe she understood him deeply, often embodying his most desired image. Their encounters varied in nature, and with the enhanced physicality of mutants, even the superhuman Xin Ran found himself somewhat fatigued after numerous skirmishes. In the manner of ancient emperors with their myriad concubines, Xin Ran reveled in the company of women from all walks of life. Gazing at the beauty in his arms, feeling the warmth and softness beneath his palm, his composure wavered slightly. Why resort to murder? What tempest could a mere dwarf incite? Let him flounder. It is merely the Sentinel program, and did I not send Eric to handle it? Xin Ran was utterly unconcerned about Ruewen's trepidation. Eric, Trask is in New York, and you have dispatched him to Egypt. What relevance does that have to the Sentinel program? Ruewen, most acutely aware of the program's implications, understood that its advancement could spell near extinction for mutants. Observing her troubled expression, Xin Ran tightened his grip slightly. Rest assured, my dear, Simply enjoy life here. As for Eric's expedition to Egypt, I am fully aware. As long as he accomplishes the task I entrusted him with, I am indifferent to the Sentinel program, or even a Sentinel initiative for that matter. However, do not fret over such matters, Ruin. It is no surprise, given your upbringing alongside Charles, that you exhibit such an empathetic disposition. With so many mutants oblivious to the Sentinel program, why should you burden yourself with worry? After a brief pause, Xin Ran suddenly recalled something, turning off the television with a wave of his hand and gazing down at Ruin. In truth, it would be harmless to divulge this to you. Without you, the Sentinel program would never succeed and would pose no threat to the safety of mutants worldwide. Xin Ran's unexpected declaration, coupled with the recent stimulation, left her momentarily bewildered. What did he mean? The advancement of the Sentinel program would, at most, only inflict harm on those mutants lacking formidable abilities. As for mutants like Eric and Quicksilver, Sentinels are utterly powerless against them. After all, Trask is merely a fool in a circus. Xin Ran's words surpassed Raven's comprehension, leaving her perplexed. What does the Sentinel program ultimately have to do with me? Xin Ran continued, stating that mutants not only number in the vast multitude, but also possess an array of abilities. Annihilating all mutants with a single Sentinel robot is an impossible endeavor. Unless, of course, the Sentinel machines could acquire the abilities of mutants during combat and enhance them through technological means. Just imagine, a mutant capable of manipulating fire encountering a Sentinel robot that can do the same, and whose powers exceed those of the mutant. What would be the outcome of such a confrontation? The mutant will be vanquished. At this point, Raven felt a tightening in her chest, but before she could finish, Xin Ran interrupted, continuing, just like when Eric faced me. Furthermore, have you considered what would happen if a Sentinel robot possessed multiple abilities, much like I do? Upon hearing this, Raven fell silent. If what Xin Ran suggested were true, then mutants would be relentlessly hunted by Sentinel robots, utterly defenseless. You could transform into anyone, even altering your physical structure. What if they applied your abilities to the Sentinel robots and modified them? Do you think the individuals at the Department of Defense could realize what I just articulated? At that moment, Raven lay in Xin Ran's embrace, resembling a frightened lamb. Had she not encountered Xin Ran and blindly attempted to assassinate Trask, her abilities would surely have been discovered by the military. Any reasonably intelligent person would recognize a mutant capable of such transformations and connect her powers to the Sentinel program. If that time were to come, not only would she fail to dismantle the Sentinel project, but she would also become a pariah among mutants, forever tarnished. Xin Ran, thank you. After the initial fear came a sense of relief. She was fortunate to have met this unexpected man. To some extent, he had altered her fate. With this thought, Raven rose from the bed, casting a seductive smile at Xin Ran, her gaze drifting downward. Then, with another transformation, she donned heavy makeup, crimson lips, cascading waves, a white shirt, a form-fitting skirt, black stockings, and stiletto heels, revealing an alluring oriental beauty brimming with mature charm. Compared to her previous alluring appearance, this new mature and seductive attire was utterly irresistible. The realm of the great sage was entirely relinquished. Observing Raven's provocative demeanor, Xin Ran let out a low growl and, without hesitation, lunged forward for a more profound exchange. Chapter 65. The emergence of the apocalypse. Cairo is one of the oldest cities in the world, and it remains one of the few ancient cities that have suffered minimal devastation from war. As the capital of ancient Egypt, Cairo stands as a symbol of mysterious power. Shortly after Eric departed from Washington and arrived in Egypt, an invisible force emanated from Cairo, spreading across the globe. Ordinary individuals, as well as scientists from Trask investigating mutants, remained oblivious to this peculiar energy. However, mutants worldwide experienced an inexplicable sense of anxiety, leading to widespread panic among them in various locales. Consequently, Meiji Koashian dispatched a formidable mutant from his family to America in search of guidance from Xin Ran. In response, Xin Ran merely waved his hand dismissively. Although he was not a mutant and could not sense the force that unsettled all mutants, he understood precisely what was unfolding. Eric had successfully completed his assigned task. After persuading Eric, he had not lingered at the state guest house, but directed him to Cairo, revealing the approximate location of Apocalypse's burial site. As a true deity of ancient Egypt, Apocalypse had been entombed for millennia. Yet upon exposure to sunlight, he would absorb energy and awaken from his slumber. Eric's crucial mission was to retrieve Apocalypse from beneath the earth. According to the original timeline, Apocalypse would not be unearthed until a group of Egyptian tomb robbers discovered him many years later. However, as he was a pivotal piece in the grand design to unify the Blue Star, Xin Ran opted for an earlier awakening. After millennia of slumber, the world had transformed beyond recognition, leaving Apocalypse disoriented in this unfamiliar environment. "Child, have you rescued me?" Upon regaining sight and gazing at the floating Eric, Apocalypse spoke slowly. "What is this?" At that moment, Apocalypse had yet to learn the contemporary language, speaking the ancient Egyptian tongue of millennia past, leaving Eric bewildered. Much like Eric, Apocalypse could not comprehend his words. After an awkward exchange of glances, Apocalypse turned and began walking towards the heart of Cairo, with Eric silently trailing behind. Xin Ran had tasked Eric to retrieve Apocalypse and remain at his side as a subordinate. Initially, Eric had been quite resistant, but after Xin Ran revealed Apocalypse's origins and powers, his enthusiasm ignited. The progenitor of mutants could significantly enhance his own abilities. Serving such a formidable figure as a subordinate was not out of the question. Perhaps he could elevate his own powers and eventually turn the tables, transforming into a master himself. In the bustling market of Cairo, Apocalypse keenly spotted a television set displayed outside. He teleported forward, silently observing the image of the American president delivering a speech. Subsequently, he placed his hand upon the television, activating his powers. Knowledge accumulated over millennia flowed into his mind through the television network as a conduit, gradually bridging the chasm created by his long slumber. Humanity has advanced to this extent, Apocalypse sighed, as images of nuclear and hydrogen bomb explosions played in his mind. Mutants were once destined to reign supreme in this world, yet now they are relegated to the status of outcasts, much like a despised rat scurrying through the streets. The shift in racial identity has left Apocalypse deeply discontented, igniting within him a resolute determination to reclaim the era that rightfully belongs to him. "Child, come forth," he beckoned, addressing Eric with a somewhat clumsy command in English. "Pray tell, what is your ability?" Eric, taken aback by Apocalypse's sudden use of the English tongue, responded, "They call me Magneto," though standing before the progenitor of mutants. He maintained his composure, for even as a subordinate, one must uphold a certain dignity. With that, a handful of steel orbs at his command began to levitate, showcasing his extraordinary powers. "Oh!" Apocalypse expressed a modicum of surprise at such abilities. In ancient times, such a talent would have warranted a place at his side as a loyal guardian. "Come closer." After summoning Magneto to his side, Apocalypse placed a hand upon his shoulder, activating another of his abilities. It soon became apparent that this young man had yet to fully develop his powers. He could merely manipulate metallic objects and still dared to call himself Magneto. In bygone eras, such insolence would have warranted a severe punishment for treason. However, times have changed, and such gifted mutants have become exceedingly rare. With a little guidance, Magneto could unleash monumental potential. If his intellect proved sufficient, he might even surpass Apocalypse himself. A mutant of such caliber must be harnessed for his own purposes. "Child, do you wish to follow me? To become one of my 4 horsemen?" At this opportune moment, Apocalypse extended an invitation to Eric. "For horsemen? One of them?" Eric was momentarily perplexed by the statement, but before he could respond, darkness enveloped him, transporting him to a realm devoid of others. "Child, quietly attune yourself to this energy. Your inherent gifts extend far beyond what you perceive." Apocalypse channeled his ability to unlock the latent potential of mutants into Eric. In this desolate expanse, memories of childhood trauma surged forth in Eric's mind, the harrowing sight of his parents being cast into a mass grave, which had awakened his own powers. Later, the Nazi Schmidt had resorted to unspeakable tactics, using his mother as leverage to exploit his abilities. When Schmidt ordered the execution of his mother, the Eric of those memories erupted in fury, sending metal objects soaring throughout the room. At that moment, the anguish conjured by recollection transformed into boundless strength, tearing asunder the very fabric of that void. It was then that the magnetic field around him resonated in harmony, lifting his body into the air. "Seek vengeance, child. Annihilate those who have wronged you." Apocalypse observed Eric's transformation with satisfaction, intensifying the enhancement of his powers to their utmost potential. Subsequently, A powerful magnetic wave emanated from Eric, engulfing the entire market. Buildings within a 10-kilometer radius crumbled instantaneously, resonating with a cacophony of destruction. After a few seconds, Eric regained his composure, feeling an immense surge of energy coursing through him, his heart brimming with excitement. Why was it that he could only manipulate metallic objects in the past? Was this the sole difference between himself and Xin Ran? Now, he could truly be regarded as the master of magnetism. As he surveyed the destruction wrought upon the buildings around him, Eric felt not a single ripple of remorse. They were merely the abodes of insignificant creatures. What did it matter if they were destroyed? Meanwhile, both the U.S. Department of Defense and the research division at Tralos had detected the extraordinary magnetic fluctuations and were preparing to respond. Eric slowly descended from the air, positioning himself behind Apocalypse, a gesture that clearly indicated his allegiance as one of the four horsemen. "Well done, my child," Apocalypse expressed with satisfaction. Suddenly, chaos erupted once more. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, dark clouds enveloping the previously clear atmosphere. "Who dared to destroy my home? I will have your life." A man, enveloped in violet lightning, ascended rapidly, glaring down at Apocalypse and Eric as he roared. Chapter 66. The military strikes back, seizing the opportunity. Observing the man cloaked in thunderous energy from above, a smile curled at the corners of Apocalypse's mouth, a secret thrill igniting within him. He had just recruited a highly gifted master of magnetism as his knight, and now he encountered yet another extraordinary individual. The ability to command storms and lightning made this man a true marvel among mutants. "Child, they are merely human dwellings. You and I are the true rulers of this realm," Apocalypse declared without hesitation, activating his manipulative prowess. "Enough of your nonsense. I toiled my entire life to acquire this modest piece of land, and you think you can just destroy it? Mutants are formidable, are they? Who among us isn't a mutant?" Before Apocalypse could finish his words, several thick bolts of purple lightning surged forth in response to the man's furious outburst. Eric, witnessing this, waved his hand, activating his abilities. The steel reinforcement from the surrounding structures disintegrated into dust, only to coalesce into a massive shield that intercepted the bolts of lightning. Subsequently, thousands of steel rods shot forth from the debris, raining down like arrows upon the airborne man, forming a colossal steel cage that ensnared him completely. "Come down obediently," Eric beckoned, as the steel cage began to constrict slowly. In a state of panic, the man thought, who can manipulate steel in such a manner? The steel rods were conductive. There was no immediate escape from his prison, and ultimately, he was left with no choice but to succumb to his bindings. "We are of the same kind. Release him," Apocalypse commanded Eric, who complied and loosened the man's restraints. Apocalypse then stepped forward, placing a hand upon the man's head. Activating his enhancement abilities, he intoned, "We are the sovereigns of this land, and I shall usher you into a wholly new world, one that belongs to us. All the earth is ours. What is one house in comparison? My child, I shall empower you to become stronger. You will possess the ability to dominate this world. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be yourself. You will be the sovereign of this realm, one of my four horsemen, Stormmail." This entire scene, witnessed through the perspective of the exceptionally strong-willed Xin Ran, was a testament to the formidable force of temporal correction. In the original narrative, the Apocalypse would rescue Storm Female and claim her as one of his knights. Although Storm Female has yet to be born, a Storm Male has emerged during this period. Is this a matter of fate or mere coincidence? Upon reflection, it is likely that this Storm Male is the father of Storm Female. It appears that the Storm family's exceptional talents are indeed hereditary. Recently, Xin Ran has felt an inexplicable force tethering at his heart, an unsettling sensation that something is amiss. Raven, bearing a platter of fruits, fed Xin Ran while expressing her melancholic thoughts. At that moment, she was adorned like an ancient beauty, clad in a hanfu complemented by black and gold waves of hair that added an enchanting allure. What could possibly be wrong? You should eat, sleep, and engage in activities. Far better than your incessant fighting and killing. Suddenly, Xin Ran seemed to sense something, abruptly halting his movements, irritation bubbling within him. Why had they come to me? What is it? Raven asked, perplexed. Nothing of great consequence, merely a swarm of flies. As the two conversed, Dozens of armed helicopters soared into view, emitting a deafening roar. The area surrounding the National Guest House had been completely vacated, and in addition to the aerial fleet, nearly a contingent of soldiers surrounded the vicinity. Sir, it has been confirmed that the individual capable of controlling metal has been absent for over half a month. We are ready to proceed. Strick, seated in the helicopter, reported via military communication to Tress. Commence the operation, but remember, I wish to see that shape-shifting woman alive. I demand her corpse if she is dead. The cold voice of Tress resonated from the other end of the line. Elated by the orders, Strick was exhilarated. It was his first command of such a large-scale operation. Fire. At the command, soldiers with rocket launchers aboard the helicopter simultaneously pulled their triggers, directing fire toward the National Guest House. However, there was no sound of explosion. The projectiles intertwined mid-air, forming an extraordinarily vast net, tightly ensnaring the ground and transforming the National Guest House into a prison. Mutants inside the National Guest House, I command you to surrender immediately or face the consequences of indiscriminate fire. Strick's voice echoed through loudspeakers, resonating along the entire street. I will count to 3. If you do not emerge to surrender, you shall die. After a prolonged silence, Strick's anger surged. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, open fire and demolish this building. With the order given, artillery unleashed a barrage. Countless bullets and rockets rained down upon the National Guest House. Strick, witnessing the chaos, felt a profound satisfaction. The sensation of wielding power was immensely gratifying. In the next moment, the smile on Strick's face froze, only to be replaced by a furious roar. This is bad. Everyone, heed my command, retreat immediately. As bullets and shells approached the walls of the state guest house, they all came to an abrupt halt. Commander, the aircraft is immobilized. Commander, I too am unable to move. Commander, evacuation is impossible. At that moment, a deep black portal materialized out of thin air, and Xin Ran, accompanied by Raven, stepped through, soaring into the sky, her expression devoid of emotion as she gazed down at the helicopters. Looking at Strick within the helicopter and the multitude of soldiers surrounding him, she thought, since we have arrived, we might as well stay. Though her voice was barely a whisper, it resonated in every ear. The shells suspended in midair suddenly began to move, all reversing their trajectory. With a thunderous roar, helicopters exploded one after another, and soldiers surrounding the state guest house fell like dominoes. The gruesome scene was enough to make even Raven, accustomed to life and death, bury her head in Xin Ran's embrace. Without Charles, your plans for the apocalypse will surely come to naught. In light of this, I shall lend you a hand. With no turning back, Xin Ran tightened her grip around Raven's slender waist and shot skyward, halting above the clouds. Subsequently, her immense mental power surged forth like a dam bursting, overwhelming the minds and thoughts of every individual associated with military and governmental affairs across the globe, from national leaders to ordinary soldiers. Meanwhile, Apocalypse, preoccupied with summoning the 4 horsemen, sensed this formidable psychic force and instinctively looked up, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Xin Ran, what are we doing here? Raven inquired, puzzled. Please, enjoy the fireworks, Xin Ran replied. As soon as the words left her lips, a nuclear missile pierced through the clouds, ascending towards the outer atmosphere. Raven gasped in astonishment. Just when she thought it was over, an array of warheads reappeared above the clouds, hurtling towards the atmosphere. Xin Ran, what is happening? The nuclear warheads of the entire world. As the missiles shot beyond the Earth's atmosphere, each detonated, creating dazzling yet tiny bursts of light, rendering Raven speechless. Xin Ran, what are you doing? Her body's reaction brought her back to reality. Such a beautiful sight. Should we not savor it from high above? The aerial battle in this realm was poised to unfold once more. Shortly after Xin Ran launched and detonated every nuclear weapon on Earth into outer space, the Sentinel program proposed by Talas gained unanimous global recognition, reaching a fever pitch as ordinary people united to resist the mutants. Meanwhile, after gathering his 4 horsemen, Apocalypse boldly emerged, transforming the architecture of Egypt into sand to establish his own dominion and structures. Not only that, but he also took responsibility for the missile launches, using this as a rallying cry to recruit mutants from all corners of the world, seeking to restore his era. All of this aligns perfectly with Xin Ran's intentions. Chapter 67. the emergence of the Sentinels. If a single individual can move an entire city, then freedom and democracy would cease to exist. Powerful mutants can easily alter the world order. If humanity does not unite to resist, they can enslave and exterminate mankind in the blink of an eye. Surely, we cannot allow humanity to tremble under the dominion of mutants, can we? In the face of calamity, humanity often exhibits remarkable solidarity. Within 2 months of the apocalypse's emergence, the world became starkly polarized. On one side stands the human coalition led by the illustrious Russia, while on the other, the mutant faction spearheaded by the apocalypse. The streets and alleys of human territories are plastered with slogans of resistance. Those who are not of our kind must have different intentions. Within human households, even if one's own child is a mutant, there exists a grim resolve to report them. The reported mutants are seized by the military and subjected to the brutal methods involved in the Sentinel program's development. Morality and ethics crumble in the face of existential threats, compelling many mutants who once sympathized with humanity to gravitate toward the apocalypse's camp. United, the mutants are an unstoppable force. Humanity's weaponry appears as fragile as paper before their various abilities. Under the leadership of the apocalypse, they have reclaimed nearly half of the world's land. The enhanced Eric, wielding his magnetic manipulation abilities, obliterates every structure in the territories they conquer. Cities forged from steel and concrete are rendered as malleable as clay before him. After dismantling the urban edifices, the apocalypse employs his molecular manipulation to erect towering pyramids, restoring the dominion he once held a millennium ago. Humanity's millennia of cultural and technological advancement has been reduced to naught. In the territories of mutants, humans are but slaves, their lives valued less than that of a dog. The human coalition, devoid of nuclear weaponry to deliver a decisive blow against the mutants, can do nothing but watch as their kind is subjugated. Mutants, too, have parents and loved ones. Yet driven by the tides of fate, they are forced into opposition, even resorting to mutual slaughter. Today, the entire world resembles a hellscape, where the bones and flesh of humans and mutants alike are ground together. The success of the Sentinel program has become humanity's beacon of hope. And the mastermind behind this initiative, Talas, has been exalted to divine status among humankind. Sir, the current Sentinel robots possess autonomous evolutionary capabilities. It is time for us to initiate mass production and launch our counteroffensive. In the mutant research base of the U.S. Department of Defense, a man who bears an uncanny resemblance to Strick addressed a small dwarf with utmost respect. With the robust support of the 3 major powers in both manpower and resources, Talas has transcended the barrier of utilizing Mystique's mutant genes, creating Sentinel robots capable of instantaneous transformation. Not only this, but Trellis has also engineered armor designed to counteract mutants. When donned by humans, it significantly hampers the abilities of mutants, thereby greatly enhancing the prowess of the human army, which will no longer be completely defenseless against mutants as it once was. Immediately, notify the leaders of the 3 factions. A press conference for all humanity will be convened at dawn tomorrow. The mutants owe us a debt, and it is high time we reclaim what is rightfully ours. The diminutive Trellis, gazing at the imposing Sentinel robot before him, spoke with an expressionless demeanor. Very well, sir. I shall make the arrangements at once. Once Strick departed, Trellis pressed a red button on the control panel. Deep beneath the surface, a dull roar resonated through the air. The Pentagon's subterranean chamber had transformed into a colossal manufacturing plant, housing tens of thousands of production machines for Sentinel robots, exuding an aura of advanced technology. Before these machines stood a row of men, each identical to Strick. The moment Trellis pressed the button, a glimmer of red light flickered in the eyes of every Strick, and the massive machines before them sprang to life under their control. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. It seemed Trellis harbored a particular fondness for Strick. After his demise, both his assistants and the manufacturing robots were cloned or designed in Strick's likeness. Whether there was any impropriety between the two remains a matter of speculation. Meanwhile, the mutants had also become aware of the imminent actions from the human side. However, for Apocalypse, this was not a concern worthy of his attention, as he was far more preoccupied with the individual responsible for launching 1,000 nuclear warheads. Yet, whether it was himself or Caliban, who possessed the ability to sense the presence of mutants, neither could locate such a person. It was indeed curious. A mere human like Xin Ran should be detectable by their abilities. Currently, the only one under Apocalypse's command who knew of Xin Ran's existence was Eric. However, Apocalypse had never inquired about Xin Ran, nor had Eric ever mentioned him. Eric mused that when next he encountered Xin Ran, he must personally reclaim his honor. Empowered by Apocalypse, he felt confident enough to confront Xin Ran. As for Xin Ran's identity, Eric had long since cast it aside. He was now the foremost among the Four Horsemen, second only to none, commanding countless mutants at his behest. What was Xin Ran in comparison? Yet, he felt a sense of gratitude towards him for bringing him to Cairo, for otherwise, he would not have found himself in this fortunate position. As for Apocalypse, his ideology mirrored Eric's own, to lead the mutants in war and establish their dominance over the world. Eric was merely an ally in this endeavor. There was no hierarchical relationship, merely a close and amicable partnership. I, Magneto Eric, shall never bow to another. Eric, take Storm and the others with you. I shall attend to this matter and join you shortly, Apocalypse stated solemnly in the grand hall of the pyramid. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the command from Apocalypse, Eric respectfully acknowledged and subsequently departed Cairo with Storm, discreetly making their way to Washington. Though reluctant to submit to another, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. The foremost among the Four Horsemen, he knew that none could truly replace him. After Eric's departure, the Grand Hall was left with only Apocalypse. Activating his powers, he effortlessly tore open the fabric of space, from which the other two horsemen emerged. Once again, he harnessed his molecular manipulation abilities, causing the pyramid's hall to undergo a mysterious transformation, revealing two stone beds inscribed with ancient runes. Angels, Spirit Butterfly, guard me. His powers are precisely what I require at this moment. Yes, one of the beds cradled Meiji Kuei-Xian, whose abilities bore a striking resemblance to Charles's. More accurately, he was an enhanced version of Meiji Kuei-Xian, fortified by Apocalypse himself, with plans to amplify the power before absorbing it. Apocalypse was indeed a master strategist. Chapter 68. Luring you into the trap, Xin Ran. How much longer must we remain here? Raven was perpetually attentive to the state of the outside world. The polarizing dynamics unfolding were something she was deeply unwilling to witness. The rift between her and Eric had originated from their divergent views on the future of mutants. Yet, the current situation was evolving in alignment with Eric's intentions. While she fretted over the survival of humanity, she was equally concerned about the Sentinel program. According to the resolutions from the Tripartite Conference, it had been announced that the United States, Russia, and China would convene in Washington at noon tomorrow for a global mobilization conference, propelling the battle between mutants and humanity to its zenith. Before Xin Ran could respond, the television broadcasted the latest report. As the gravity of the situation sunk in, they sank onto the bed. Xin Ran lit a cigar, savoring its smoke before exhaling slowly. It appears humanity is preparing for a counteroffensive. I suspect the Sentinel program has reached a substantial scale. Without solid assurance, the three nations would not unite to declare such a mobilization. Regrettably, they remained woefully ignorant of Apocalypse's true nature. Tomorrow, we shall observe for ourselves. Tila's perspective was confined to the realm of mutants at Eric's caliber. On one hand, since Apocalypse's establishment of his nation, he had rarely appeared in human sight, and Tila's lacked any pertinent information regarding Apocalypse's interventions. On the other hand, he dismissed concepts like mutant progenitors and the human paternal deity as mere fabrications concocted by high-ranking mutants like Eric to incite rebellion. Therefore, he believed that defeating the Four Horsemen, led by Eric, would lead to the disintegration of the lesser beings before his Sentinel army. At that moment, Raven's face flushed with concern. It was clear that Egypt would dispatch mutants in response to the public announcement. Xin Ran, do you think Eric has already betrayed us? The current Eric was no longer the same as before. After all, 30 years can change the tides, and the human heart is an unpredictable entity. Raven harbored a lingering sense of apprehension. His betrayal or loyalty is of little consequence to me. Whether he aligns himself correctly and associates with the right individuals is entirely determined by his fate. Although Xin Ran outwardly feigns indifference to the shifting dynamics of both factions, his mental faculties have never ceased their vigilance, constantly monitoring the transformations of both mutants and humans. Tomorrow's human mobilization meeting shall mark a significant turning point. pivotal to the completion of his systematic objectives. The situation has evolved to this juncture, precisely as Xin Ran anticipated. Upon acquiring Charles' abilities, a profound mutation ensued. After all, apart from his mental prowess, Charles is merely an ordinary man, subject to the inevitable cycle of life and death. To maximize the potential of his abilities, he requires the aid of advanced technology. In contrast, Xin Ran possesses not only a superhuman physique bestowed by the system, but has also undergone a trial by thunder in the divine realm, attaining the status of a thunder god. In every regard, save for mental capacity, he vastly surpasses Charles by thousands, if not millions, of times. If one were to argue that abilities and talents necessitate a worthy vessel, Xin Ran's body is the epitome of such a vessel. This elucidates why his mental capabilities far exceed those of Charles. Initially, after acquiring his mental abilities, Xin Ran aspired to command all of Earth's inhabitants to submit to him, thereby achieving dominion over the blue planet and fulfilling his system's tasks. However, he soon discovered that, despite the potency of his mental power, it was insufficient to effortlessly alter the thoughts of every human and mutant on Earth. Nevertheless, issuing transient mental commands to all living beings globally is feasible. For instance, compelling them to commit mass suicide? In that instant, the planet would be devoid of life. While this method could unify the blue planet and complete the mission, Xin Ran is reluctant to pursue such a path. After all, upon completion of the task, he desires the freedom to traverse between the worlds of the X-Men and the Avengers. If the X-Men universe were left barren, what significance would the accomplishment of this mission hold? He yearns for the entire world to submit to him, achieving a lasting mental dominion, a goal that borders on the fantastical and is nearly unattainable. Even achieving permanent control over the thoughts of small city-s populace is implausible. Moreover, certain humans and mutants possess formidable mental wills, making permanent thought control an even greater challenge. To brainwash individuals like Charles and Hank one by one would take an eternity to cleanse the minds of everyone on Earth. However, if living beings could be inspired to harbor feelings of admiration, trust, or even fear towards him, establishing an emotional foundation would facilitate the subsequent imposition of permanent thought control. This concept bears resemblance to contemporary cult cultures. This is why Xin Ran sought to unearth the apocalypse ahead of schedule, subsequently launching nuclear warheads, inciting conflict between mutants and humans. Eric, do those Sentinel robots truly pose a threat to mutants? On the journey to Washington, Storm hesitated for a considerable time before finally voicing this question. After becoming the harbinger of doom, possessions such as a house, a car, wealth, and women were no longer elusive. There is no need to conceal one's abilities or fret over financial survival. If the Sentinel robots on the human side possess such capabilities, one could remain silent. But we're the unborn daughter in his wife's womb. Storm, do you lack confidence in yourself or in your leader's prowess? How much turmoil can mere mortals, akin to ants, truly stir? In the war between mutants and humans, only the mutants can emerge victorious, Eric declared solemnly. Storm fell into a contemplative silence. Deep down, he harbored no desire to take lives. As long as he could secure his basic needs, have shelter, and avoid being treated like a pariah, he would be content. Alas, the oppression of the officials forced the populace to rebel. The situation had escalated to such a degree solely due to humanity's actions. You conceal our forms well. We are nearing Washington's territory. Eric commanded one of the mutants behind him, and soon, their group melded into the environment, becoming nearly invisible. Meanwhile, tens of thousands of completed Sentinel robots had been dispatched from Trask's side in preparation for the mobilization meeting the following day. Concurrently, the armies of the three factions donned the latest gear and weaponry, standing ready at a moment's notice. Ostensibly, it was a mobilization meeting convened by the three parties, but in essence, it was merely a trap to ensnare the unwary. Even if the mutants recognized it as a trap, they would leap into the fray without hesitation. Magneto? Storm? Since they are coming to us, let us ensure they remain. Deep beneath the Pentagon, Trask glared at the multitude of crimson dots on the main control screen. His face contorted with fury. Chapter 69. The Great War approaches. The Tri-Faction Mobilization Conference commenced its grand opening ceremony as scheduled in Washington Square. Representatives from Russia, the United States, and other factions attended the meeting, all adorned in identical commanding uniforms, seated at the highest podium. Such a gathering of the three titans of modern civilization is a rare occurrence, especially in unified attire. In this critical moment of life and death, distinctions of wealth or status had vanished from the human camp. Only a profound sense of unity remained. For no one wished to endure a life worse than death as a slave. At this moment, not only was Washington Square teeming with people, but the entirety of Washington was a sea of humanity, utterly congested. During this meeting, Trask would not only unveil the successfully developed Sentinel robots and initiate a counteroffensive against the mutants, but he would also distribute a set of anti-mutant armor to all attendees, armor typically reserved for the military. In the current climate, it is challenging for individuals of average physical stature to become soldiers. Only the elite among humanity earn that distinction. While ordinary citizens may enjoy the protection of the military, when the mutant army arrives, their only safeguard will be themselves. Therefore, those attending the conference today, aside from the dignitaries from the three factions, consist entirely of ordinary citizens from the human coalition. After all, who would not desire to don a suit of anti-mutant armor, gaining a modicum of self-defense in times of peril? Today, thousands of citizens have gathered here, arriving from all corners of the globe to witness this historic moment. Concurrently, journalists from over 50 nations will be broadcasting live from the venue. At the conference site, officials from the U.S. Department of Defense and the News Intelligence Agency faced hundreds of cameras, delivering their reports with a calm demeanor. Meanwhile, Xin Ran accompanied Raven to the venue. Making their way toward their seats. "Sir, may I see your invitation?" A soldier interrupted their path. The seats were reserved for significant figures of the human coalition. In addition to various national leaders, key personnel involved in the development of Sentinel robots and anti-mutant armor were also present, making entry conditions quite stringent. Only invitations were acknowledged, not individuals. After all, the U.S. Department of Defense would hardly extend invitations to ordinary citizens. "Of course, this lady is with me," Xin Ran gently replied while channeling his mental energy and extending his hand. The soldier glanced at the empty palm, nodded respectfully, and flashed a flattering smile at Raven. "Apologies for the interruption. Welcome to you and your lady. Please do come in." He then personally cleared the way, escorting the two to their seats in the VIP section. "May the leaders of the three factions take their seats." A resounding voice echoed through the broadcast, as martial music filled the air. At this moment, Xin Ran could distinctly sense that throngs of mutants were converging upon Washington Square, led by none other than Eric and the Storm. Meanwhile, in Cairo, Apocalypse, who was absorbing the powers of Meiji Taisuke, had already progressed beyond the halfway mark. Xin Ran had previously extracted Charles's abilities while allowing him to survive. But Apocalypse showed no such restraint, siphoning both power and life force. Meiji Taisuke, already over 100 years old and as frail as kindling, had suffered tremendously under Apocalypse's relentless assault. It was likely that by the time he was finished, nothing but bones would remain of him. The square was a cacophony of voices, and the human coalition stirred with excitement at the arrival of the three leaders in Tress. "My fellow human beings, today we confront the greatest threat in history, the mutants. These mutants slaughter and enslave our brethren, plundering our lands and plunging all of humanity into chaos. Now, we stand ready to confront them." To quote the immortal words of Robert Oppenheimer, "Behold, the world will never be the same." As these words escaped the leader's lips, a soul-stirring symphony erupted, resonating throughout Washington and broadcasting live to every corner of the human realm. Amidst the fervent music, towering and formidable Sentinel robots began to soar through the skies, gracefully descending around the square. As the symphony concluded, the Secretary of Defense stood solemnly on the dais. Taking a precise step forward, he saluted grandly towards the sky, the gathered populace, and the Sentinel robots surrounding him. The audience, moved by the moment, regardless of their military affiliation, returned the salute, elevating the atmosphere to a crescendo. After a brief introduction of the Sentinel's capabilities by Trask, he commanded the robotic Sentinels to distribute anti-mutant armor to the attendees. Unlike military gear, the armor given to the civilians resembled ordinary jackets. Crafted after Trask had studied the genetic anomalies of a particular mutant whose extraordinary abilities could suppress those of nearby mutants. This technology was similarly integrated into each Sentinel robot. "Need assistance?" A janitor in Washington's largest stadium asked a peculiar individual as he watched the live broadcast. The awe inspired by the Sentinels had made him oblivious to the odd person's arrival. "Not necessary. You cannot assist," came the reply, just as the television before the janitor began to tremble. The strange figure slowly raised both hands, lifting his body into the air. Enormous fissures appeared throughout the vast stadium. In the next moment, the entire structure ascended from the ground, soaring away alongside the peculiar figure, vanishing into the horizon. Within mere seconds, the once crowded arena, capable of holding hundreds of thousands, lay desolate and empty. The janitor, now paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, gazing blankly at the sky, utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, in Washington Square, Trask continued his impassioned speech. "Fellow citizens, today you shall witness history. Humanity shall no longer be enslaved by mutants, and our land shall not be claimed by them. Today, we shall initiate a counter." Before he could finish his declaration, a massive dark cloud enveloped the sky above the square, accompanied by the sounds of horrified screams from the periphery, where hundreds were suddenly engulfed by searing flames. A thunderous roar shattered the tranquility of the heavens, and the ominous clouds dispersed, revealing Eric's imposing figure. With hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the multitude below with a gaze akin to one observing ants. The grand circular edifice, along with the storm man, stood silently beneath him. "Apologies for the wait. Do you still appreciate this gift?" His voice, laced with menace, echoed through the sky. As his words lingered, the colossal structure, capable of overshadowing Washington Square, plummeted rapidly towards the ground. Chapter 70. How can one endure being beneath others for so long? Just as the stadium was about to crash down, mechanisms on the dais activated, transporting Trask and other pivotal figures to the depths of the Pentagon. Have they fled? Upon witnessing the scene, Eric immediately issued commands. "Destroy all the Sentinel robots here, locate the lair of Trellis, and eliminate those scoundrels." Subsequently, the mutant army unleashed a ferocious onslaught amidst the throngs of people. Humans clad in armor could still contend with one or two lower-tier mutants. But when faced with the higher-tier mutants capable of manipulating fire and water, they were doomed to slaughter. Some individuals, lacking the time to don their armor, met their demise before they even had a chance to defend themselves. The Sentinel program? Is this your source of confidence? It is hardly impressive. Wielding rebar entwined with concrete, I smashed several Sentinel robots into ruin. You intend to use such feeble constructs against us? What a farce. Children, today marks our conquest of Washington. Whoever slays the 3 leaders and Trellis shall claim dominion over this city. Eric, emulating Apocalypse's tone, proclaimed, his voice resonating through a specially crafted magnetic field that reached every corner of Washington. Upon hearing this, Storm was the first to react. His passion lay in land and property, and he was determined to become the lord of this city. Trellis, what is the meaning of this? Why aren't those Sentinel robots retaliating? The 3 leaders sat in Trellis's main control room, observing the external situation. The American leader, unable to bear the sight, pounded the table in frustration. "Trellis, what is your stance? I'm speaking to you. Why do you not retaliate? What of your Sentinel robots? Merely decorative?" Feeling slighted by the dwarf's indifference, the American leader found his dignity compromised. After all, they were still on American soil. Before the polarization, Trellis had also been an ally of theirs. The audacity of his subordinate to disregard him in the presence of the other 2 leaders was intolerable. After a moment of awkward silence, a voice, neither loud nor soft, resonated in the control room. "I grant you respect by acknowledging you as the American leader. But without that respect, you are nothing." Expecting the weight of the title leader to compel immediate recognition of his oversight, he was taken aback by such blatant insolence. The other 2 leaders were equally astonished, ready to reprimand their ally. Yet Trellis's voice rang out once more. "Not just him, but the 2 of you as well. Ungrateful wretches. Were it not for your minimal influence, I would cast you aside for Magneto to deal with you in the arena. Do you still believe this is a time for posturing before me? The mutants have already seized half the world's territory and enslaved half of humanity. What can you accomplish? I am not one of those foolish masses outside, listening to your rhetoric of unity, politics, and ideologies. I command an army of hundreds of thousands of Sentinels. Furthermore, you are likely unaware that I have long since taken control of the 3 armies. Trellis sneered at the so-called leaders seated before him, before the emergence of Apocalypse. When the world had yet to fracture, Trellis had proposed the Sentinel program to the Department of Defense. At that time, however, his suggestion was met with disregard by the American authority. Without their endorsement, he was unable to secure the support of the Defense Department. As he was merely a lowly head of a specialized laboratory within the department, his voice lacking influence, rendering him impotent in exerting any form of retribution. But now, the shifting tides of the world had elevated him to a godlike status, placing him on equal footing with the three heads of state. Moreover, he currently commanded an army of hundreds of thousands of Sentinels, in addition to secretly controlling various military forces. If Apocalypse, alongside Magneto and his ilk, could lead mutants to establish a nation and reign as emperor, why should Trellis not lead all of humanity to reconstruct a nation and assume the mantle of emperor himself? A true man, born to this world, should not languish beneath others for long. The three heads of state? In this context, they were merely trifling jesters. If they wish to witness my sentinels, then let them behold their might. With a cold laugh, Trellis commanded in a tone that exuded disdain for the world. Everyone, eliminate all mutants in Washington, and capture Magneto and Storm alive. Previously, the Department of Defense had captured a mutant with extraordinarily acute hearing. To gain complete control over his research, Trellis had utilized this ability, ensuring that all Sentinels would heed only his commands. His unique vocal signature resonated within the minds of every Sentinel robot in the manufacturing facility. Suddenly, the entire space seemed to vibrate as tens of thousands of Sentinel robots burst forth from the ground, soaring at supersonic speeds into the sky, scanning for mutants within hundreds of kilometers. They lingered in the air for less than a second before collectively hurtling towards Washington Square. What is happening? The Tsar was taken aback by the scene before him. It had been a long time since he had witnessed weaponry of such caliber, especially after his own diminutive forces had been launched into the sky by the mutants. Observing the Tsar's naive expression, Trellis felt a sense of disdain. Did they truly believe that those in Washington Square were his sentinels? If they were not, then what was the purpose of orchestrating such a grand spectacle? The Fire Emperor retorted indignantly, "If you don't show up, my influence alone won't suffice. Only when we all arrive will the mutants take us seriously. They will walk right into our trap, my dear Fire Emperor. Can you not comprehend such a simple truth? I fear you are becoming quite muddled. Old Juan, cease your pretense. Be cautious." The storm, unleashing lightning, suddenly sensed something amiss and hurriedly flew towards Eric, shouting loudly. Yet it was ultimately too late. In the sky, an object of indiscernible shape collided heavily with Eric, sending him crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Upon witnessing this, Storm hastened to descend towards Eric. Though that individual possesses extraordinary talent, he is ultimately a mage and cannot withstand such a collision. Eric awakened. "Quickly, wake up!" The Storm Man shouted frantically while shaking him vigorously. At that moment, the silhouette of the Sentinel robot emerged on the battlefield. Upon realizing what it was, the Storm Man hurled a bolt of lightning towards one of the Sentinels. However, the very second the lightning made contact, an identical purple bolt retaliated. Do you think you can harm me with this?" The Storm Man snorted, allowing the purple lightning to strike him. That feels quite pleasant. Do bring me more." The Sentinel's attack not only invigorated him, but also roused Eric, who sat upright with a vacant expression, staring blankly at the Storm Man. "Oh dear, I almost forgot you were in my arms." The Sentinel, however, offered them no opportunity to converse and charged directly at the two. Upon witnessing this, Eric snapped to attention. With a swift motion, countless steel chains emerged from the remnants of the gymnasium, forming a colossal steel net that ensnared the approaching Sentinels in mid-air. After a few moments, the steel net, as thick as a bowl, melted into molten iron due to the intense heat emanating from the Sentinels. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms resonated from the horizon. Eric and the Storm Man turned to see a swarm of Sentinels advancing towards them, with more and more Sentinel robots joining the fray. Surrounding mutants fell one after another at the hands of the Sentinels, and Eric could hardly fathom the extent of their power. The gymnasium, originally intended to trap enemies, had turned into a graveyard for their own. Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control, Eric unleashed his powers, splitting the gymnasium in two and tearing a massive gash in its structure. "All mutants retreat. Leave this place. Young man, conceal our presence." Storm Man, summon the clouds, rain, thunder, and winds. Whatever can shield us for as long as possible. Eric commanded urgently. Boss, the Invisible Man has been killed. A subordinate mutant shouted in response. What? Eric exclaimed. The young man, one of Apocalypse's elite warriors, possessed remarkable abilities. Not only could he render himself invisible and impervious to harm, but he could also extend this invisibility to those around him. Once concealed, ordinary humans could neither see them nor detect their presence, not even with existing detection devices. This ability allowed mutants to catch human armies off guard during territorial conquests, ensuring their unbroken string of victories. When the Sentinel army descended, the young man naively believed that these robots could be easily severed in two, just like the previous decorations. Thus, he charged forward, wielding his blade without a shred of caution. However, as he approached, his concealed form became visible. And though his abilities faltered for merely a fleeting moment, by the time he sought to activate them again, a Sentinel's fist had already pierced his heart, sending him to his demise. A similar fate befell the majority of mutants. When faced with these machines, it was as though the Sentinels were the true mutants, while the others were rendered mere ordinary humans, overwhelmed and powerless. At that moment, chaos reigned in the square, as mutants pursued ordinary people, while Sentinels hunted down the mutants. Death and injury were rampant, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. Meanwhile, Xin Ran soared to the heights with Raven, utilizing a magnetic force field to carve out a sanctuary, concealing their forms as they observed the grim spectacle unfolding below, awaiting the arrival of the apocalypse. I sensed that I could not withstand even a single round against those Sentinel robots. Witnessing their formidable might instilled a sense of dread in Raven's heart. Although the current Sentinels could replicate their opponent's mutant genes during combat and enhance their own abilities, the process remained sluggish. A Sentinel needed to engage in hundreds of encounters, while some mutants, being exceptionally powerful, required thousands of exchanges before successful replication. In the original narrative, a Sentinel utilizing Raven's mutant genes could replicate abilities superior to their adversary within mere seconds of engagement. This was truly grotesque. Now, reflecting on the past, what would have been the consequence had you stubbornly insisted on assassinating Trask in New York? Were it not for Xin Ran, you would undoubtedly have become a criminal in the eyes of all mutants, and perhaps humanity itself. Raven's emotions were tumultuous as she silently observed the shifting dynamics below. Are you certain you do not wish to assist Eric? She inquired, witnessing Eric being relentlessly battered by the Sentinels, his body marred with injuries and the number of controllable metal pieces dwindling. Patience, Xin Ran replied, shaking his head. Before long, the Sentinels pursuing Eric began to weakly manipulate the magnetic field around them, launching several steel rods. Upon witnessing this, Xin Ran felt a twinge of astonishment. He had not anticipated that these Sentinels could replicate the abilities of mutants at Eric's caliber. At that moment, a thought blossomed in Xin Ran's mind. What if the technology used to develop Sentinels could be applied to armored suits? Would it result in the creation of a formidable army capable of resisting or even subduing extraterrestrial forces? Contemplating this, he resolved that once the current task was completed, he would traverse between the two realms at will, entrusting the matters of Trask and the Sentinels to Tony for thorough investigation, to see if his vision could be realized. It has been a while since I departed from the world of the Avengers, and I cannot help but wonder how the timeline has progressed there. I hope that when I complete my mission and return, it is not the case that Thanos has already invaded Earth. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the electromagnetic shield, radiating a brilliant purple light before vanishing in an instant. What is happening? The Storm, standing on the ground, gazed up at the sky in bewilderment, questioning whether his powers had faltered. That should not be the case. Soon after, he activated his abilities once more, conjuring a thick mist around him to obscure the Sentinel's vision and facilitate the mutant's escape. Fortunately, the Sentinel's influence on my powers was minimal. Just as he prepared to leave, an unsettling sound reached his ears. Who on earth unleashed this contraption? Damn it, that is a robot. Are they assisting us or those abominations? Storm felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing that ignorance had led him into trouble. He hastily dispelled the mist, restoring visibility to the scene. As clarity returned, he saw Eric encircled by numerous Sentinels, with no avenue for escape. Old man, as Eric was about to be captured and beaten, Storm shouted anxiously. At that moment, a rift in space appeared on the ground, and the sentinels surrounding them seemed frozen in place, rendering the scene eerily silent. Bow before the master. After a few seconds, the remaining mutants in the vicinity bowed towards the rift, acknowledging the arrival of Apocalypse, who had come forth after absorbing the power of Meiji Koashian. Chapter 72. Hope Shattered. Terrace terrified beneath the Pentagon. The images on the control screen left Terrace in a state of panic. It was the first time he had encountered a mutant capable of tearing through space. Likewise, it was his first sighting of Apocalypse, a figure shrouded in mystery due to his ability to manipulate electronics and networks, leaving humanity with scant information about him. As a commander, he had rarely shown his face during conflicts. Additionally, the mutants captured previously yielded little valuable intelligence. As the closest individuals to Apocalypse, the Four Horsemen and his warriors had eluded capture before the Sentinels emerged. Thus, the understanding of Apocalypse among humans, including Terrace, was nearly non-existent. Moreover, the power Apocalypse had just demonstrated left him profoundly unsettled. What kind of force could instantly immobilize all the Sentinel robots on site? Such terror. In that moment, Terrace's perception of Apocalypse transformed entirely. He truly believed that the being before him was indeed the progenitor of mutants. Who else in this world could wield such horrifying power? He was acutely aware of the capabilities of his own Sentinels. He had thought Eric and his companions were invincible, only to discover that Apocalypse was indeed real. A sense of helplessness and despair gradually etched itself onto Terrace's face. The progenitor of mutants, the ancient deity, the most formidable of mutants. These labels were self-imposed by the mutants themselves. Why, then, when it came to his own situation, did he dismiss them as mere gimmicks? Was it a case of intellect backfiring? Had he known it would unfold this way, he would have hesitated to mass-produce Sentinel technology, requiring at least another decade of development before he could muster the courage to do so. In a state of despair, Trellis slumped to the ground, his eyes vacant, his expression devoid of emotion, having surrendered any semblance of resistance. This sudden display left the three leaders and other high-ranking human officials utterly bewildered. Just moments before, the diminutive figure had been brimming with ambition, almost wearing it on his face. Now, he had transformed into a mere shadow of himself. Had there been a malfunction with the Sentinels? The screens showed no indication of distress. The Sentinels appeared intact, having already dispatched so many mutants. What then could explain his palpable despair? As Apocalypse stepped forth from the rift in space, his knights and warriors, Angel, Blink, Cyclops, and Shadowcat, materialized before the assembly, including Wolverine and Quicksilver. Clearly, these two had found themselves unwelcome in the human realm and had turned to Apocalypse for sustenance, unexpectedly rising to prominence as warriors of considerable rank. Apocalypse's gaze swept across each mutant present, his expression revealing no emotion. "My dear children, I have come too late," he intoned, despite being on the verge of collapse. Eric rejuvenated under Apocalypse's supportive abilities, regaining his commanding presence. Other injured mutants, regardless of rank, also found their strength restored through Apocalypse's powers. After executing the most basic of rescue operations, he unleashed his abilities once more. The gruesome scene quickly reverted to its pre-battle state under his molecular manipulation. The arrangement of the venue, the seating, the architecture, and the cameras, all were restored to their original forms. In a mere instant, he teleported to the podium, and all mutants present took their seats in the original arrangement, which now belonged to his knights and warriors. The venue remained unchanged, yet the attendees had shifted from humans to mutants. Under Apocalypse's command, the live feed was transmitted to every electronic device across the globe, reaching the eyes of every human and mutant alike. The Sentinels, densely packed in the skies and on the ground, stood motionless, resembling mere decorations. The three leaders and the high-ranking members of the human faction, having grasped the gravity of the situation, now mirrored Trellis's defeated demeanor. With a wave of his hand, all cameras focused on the podium. As the leader of mutants, he chose this moment for his inaugural public appearance, perhaps his final one, for once he reclaimed his dominion. The world would regress to its origins, plunging into a slave society where he would no longer be a figure of public scrutiny. Humans always behave this way. When Apocalypse spoke, his weathered voice resonated through all electronic devices and subtly penetrated the hearts of every individual. A fleeting glance at the Sentinel robots was all it took for a brief pause. In this modern age, with your possession of these machines, the need for stones, spears, catapults, and swords has vanished, along with any requirement for weapons or uniforms, and even the superpowers themselves. If that is the case, then let them all disappear. Let them all be obliterated. The calm voice resonated in the ears of the onlookers like a thunderclap. No sooner had the words left his lips than he rolled his eyes, and the ability to manipulate molecules was unleashed. In an instant, the multitude of Sentinel robots was reduced to mere dust, completely vanishing from sight. In that moment, humanity's greatest reliance was reduced to ashes, and people across the globe found themselves engulfed in despair, for they were about to face the enslavement by mutants. Their identities would shift from civilians to slaves, and the concept of human rights would be rendered obsolete, replaced solely by mutant rights. After the destruction of the Sentinels, the apocalypse pulled out the leaders of the terrorists and the human faction from their subterranean refuge through the rift in space. What once belonged to them, the podium, had now transformed into their execution platform. Is this truly your leadership? Is this your alliance? Abandoning all of you while they cower underground? Democracy? Freedom? These are merely the words they spoke to placate you, the ordinary populace. Behold their wretchedness. What do you still expect them to do for you? Today, I shall bestow divine retribution upon them, compelling them to atone for your sins. And you, in turn, shall proudly become my slaves. At that moment, it seemed as if the entire world had been muted, silence enveloping all. The figure of the apocalypse loomed larger in the hearts of every mutant, while simultaneously casting a shadow in the souls of every human. Who in their right mind would wish to become a slave? And gloriously at that? Subsequently, the individuals on the podium, under the power of Apocalypse's molecular control, were reduced to ashes, dissolving into the ether. First, the high-ranking members of the human faction, then the leaders of the three parties, and finally, terrorists. Witnessing the American empire turn to dust beside him, the realization of his imminent demise struck Terrace. A wave of warmth surged from between his legs. In his final moments, he succumbed to fear. The previously silent venue was shattered by a series of faint dripping sounds, followed by an eruption of laughter from the audience. The atmosphere shifted, and Apocalypse, not lacking in sensitivity, spoke to the mutants, children, the sentinels that harmed you were birthed from his hand. Now, I deliver him to you for your judgment. With a mere glance, Terrace was sent hurtling towards the crowd of mutants below. Before he could even touch the ground, an uncountable array of powers erupted in his direction. Terrace desperately closed his eyes. Why should he be subjected to such torment when others met a peaceful end? Suddenly, in his final moments, an invisible force enveloped him, propelling him toward the sky. Upon witnessing this, Apocalypse furrowed his brow in concern. I apologize, but this individual is still of use to me. Subsequently, a light and airy voice resonated from the air. It was Xin Ran, who had withdrawn his force field, appearing before the crowd. Simultaneously, he commanded all the cameras present, broadcasting his cold silhouette descending from the heavens to audiences worldwide. He has arrived once again. Upon seeing Xin Ran's figure, Eric felt a flicker of fear within, but it quickly dissipated, replaced by a fearless demeanor. This guy truly knows how to put on a show. Chapter 73. Raven's opportunity. Apocalypse's gaze fell upon Raven. As the progenitor of mutants, he could keenly sense that the power within her was not particularly formidable, lacking even the qualification to serve as his warrior. However, the ability she had just demonstrated left him perplexed. She had effortlessly rescued Trellis from a throng of mutants, without even their awareness. Who are you? Apocalypse inquired, his expression tinged with suspicion. I am but an ant-like human, unworthy of conversing with you. My inquiry is directed at her. Xin Ran had not yet spoken when Apocalypse interrupted him. Quicksilver and Wolverine hesitated to voice their thoughts, while Eric appeared to revel in the unfolding drama. Is he speaking to me? Raven gazed at Xin Ran, bewildered. It's all right, just have a chat with him, Xin Ran teased. Granted permission, Raven reverted to her original form, gazing at Apocalypse with indifference. Mystique Raven. Observing Raven's metamorphosis, Apocalypse began to comprehend her abilities, yet he remained puzzled. He had not sensed any other powers within her. How then had she managed to lift an ordinary person into the air? Child, your abilities are quite unique. As a mutant, your audacity to confront me is commendable. However, you have taken someone from me, and that displeases me. Though Apocalypse's tone was calm, it brimmed with intimidation. "Then you can remain displeased," Raven retorted playfully. This statement left Apocalypse bewildered. What was her standing compared to his? No one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Sparing Trellis would tarnish his reputation, especially with the global broadcast in effect. Yet he could no longer sense Trellis's presence, as if he had vanished into thin air. Realizing his threats bore no fruit, Apocalypse's thoughts shifted to recruitment. "Child, Trellis has slain many of our kin. He must be eliminated. You should surrender him to me. However, I will not shortchange you. As a reward, I can offer you the position of the Foremost Warrior." "The Foremost Warrior? Just a hollow title, one I can take or leave," Raven scoffed, curling her lip in disdain. "Child, I advise you not to overstep your bounds. If gentle persuasion fails, then I shall resort to force." No sooner had he spoken than a wave of psychic energy surged toward Raven's mind. But moments later, Apocalypse discovered that his mental prowess had little effect on her. It was indeed an odd situation. Ultimately, he resolved that if he could not eliminate Trellis, then this woman must perish. Subsequently, the ability to control molecules was unleashed, and in the blink of an eye, several surrounding buildings transformed into fine yellow sand, which then morphed into thousands of sharp spikes, hurtling towards Raven. However, all were thwarted by Xin Ran's protective shield. "Hello, may I inquire as to what you are doing?" Raven's incisive words burst forth, leaving Tianqi visibly pale. "It's nothing, my child. I am merely testing you." Truly, after thousands of years, this ancient being's capacity for change was formidable, devoid of any pretense. "Child, I acknowledge your strength. Even I cannot breach it. Yet, I can clearly perceive that your abilities remain underdeveloped. If you were to serve me, I could assist you in unlocking your potential to its fullest extent. The future world belongs to us mutants. Although I cannot subdue you, you surely do not wish to stand against all mutants worldwide, do you?" As the most potent auxiliary, Tianqi extended an olive branch amidst the threat, convinced that no mutant would refuse the allure of becoming stronger. "Now, that's more like it. Had you said this sooner, you would have been my elder brother already, saving us both this trouble," Raven responded, adhering to Xin Ran's counsel and readily accepting Tianqi's offer, perhaps unwittingly seizing an opportunity. However, Xin Ran was also quite curious. Raven's current ability seemed limited to mere shape-shifting into various personas. What more could be developed? Soon after, the two descended gently and released the concealed tellies from the magnetic force field. "Once you help me enhance my strength, I shall personally eliminate him. I took him from you earlier solely to have the satisfaction of slaying him myself," Raven declared, instantly adopting a fierce demeanor upon gazing at tellies. "That is splendid. My child, nothing could be better." Tianqi feigned a cheerful smile, yet inwardly cursed Raven's entire family. Had this woman spoken sooner, I wouldn't have had to endure such lengthy discussions, especially with the entire world watching. You've utterly tarnished my reputation as a leader. By the way, brother, just focus on developing my powers. Please refrain from altering my appearance. In the original narrative, no mutant enhanced by Tianqi ever emerged looking appealing. The once magnificent Storm was transformed into a mere shadow of herself, and the previously decent-looking Angel became a caricature. Even Charles, when enhanced, ended up as a bald man. One would have thought that with Tianqi's earlier emergence, he might have abandoned his unkempt style, yet upon seeing Wolverine and Quicksilver just now, they still bore the same disheveled appearance. Once handsome young men now appeared utterly unrecognizable. Xin Ran even began to suspect that Tianqi must have spent his youth in a salon catering to eccentric youths. Raven likely recognized this too. Do you not favor their stylistic transformations, child?" Tianqi asked, incredulous, gesturing towards the mutants he had enhanced beside him. "Dear brother, I am Mystique, capable of transforming my appearance at will, so there's no need for you to exert yourself. Just focus on unlocking my potential," Raven earnestly implored, not wishing for Xin Ran to witness her vulnerability, even for a fleeting moment. "You have a point. Very well, let us proceed." With that, Apocalypse instantaneously appeared before Raven, placing his hand upon her head. As Apocalypse activated his ability to enhance the latent potential of mutants, Raven found herself engulfed in a void of solitude. Throughout the entire process, Apocalypse did not cast a single glance at Xin Ran, that mere human. After several minutes, Raven regained consciousness, her aura significantly transformed. "All hail my master!" Upon seeing Apocalypse, she performed a deep bow. Even her manner of address had changed. Ha 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 ha, my child, splendid. I did not anticipate the revelation of such extraordinary powers within you. Truly, you are Mystique. Apocalypse declared, I hereby proclaim that from this day forth, the 4 horsemen shall become 5, with Mystique Raven as the foremost among them. At this proclamation, Eric became restless. What remarkable ability could Raven possess that might surpass his own? How had he suddenly become second in command? He felt indignant. However, noticing Xin Ran's lack of action, he chose to remain quietly observant, unable to believe that Xin Ran could refrain from responding while his own woman was addressing another as master. Good child, eliminate Trellas and that human by your side, Apocalypse commanded, not even glancing at Xin Ran. Yes, my master. Subsequently, in a moment of astonishment for Xin Ran, Raven stepped forward, attempting to snap her own neck. What is happening? Xin Ran swiftly intercepted her seemingly effortless attack, quickly discerning that Apocalypse had played a treacherous trick on him. While enhancing Raven's abilities, he had stealthily implanted a mental constraint, binding her to serve him for eternity during her moment of isolation. However, in Xin Ran's eyes, such a despicable constraint was of no consequence. The disparity in their psychic strengths was insurmountable, akin to a vast chasm between them. In a flash, Xin Ran shattered the constraint. What has happened to me? Raven, awakening, felt utterly drained, collapsing into Xin Ran's embrace, her expression one of confusion. I never imagined my abilities could manifest in such a way. It is truly incredible, Xin Ran. Soon, Raven began to realize the transformations wrought by the enhancement of her powers, embracing Xin Ran and exclaiming with excitement. Who are you truly? Sensing the breach of her constraint, Apocalypse's brow furrowed, his expression growing grave as he fixed his gaze intently upon Xin Ran. Chapter 74. Apocalypse's test, just an ordinary human. Xin Ran replied, dismissively, uninterested in Apocalypse's imposing visage. Suddenly, as though recalling something, Apocalypse teleported away, increasing the distance between himself and Xin Ran, becoming wary. Magneto, Storm, Psylocke, Angel, you 4, subdue Raven and that human. He thought it prudent to let his subordinates probe the depths of Xin Ran's capabilities, given his uncertainty about the man's true nature. With fervent zeal, the Angel, eager to prove his worth, soared forth with his titanium alloy wings, launching a lethal assault aimed directly at the necks of the 2. Raven, wishing to test her newly evolved abilities, found herself devoid of any objects to utilize, thus relegating herself to hiding behind Xin Ran. As for the Angel's attack, Xin Ran regarded it with indifference, concealing Trellas behind a magnetic force field, standing there with an air of tranquility. Just as it seemed that the 2 would be silenced by the Angel's strike, his wings were suddenly immobilized in mid-air, rendering him unable to move despite his desperate struggles. Eric, what is your intention? Are you attempting to usurp my achievements once again? The Master is still present. Do not overstep your bounds. Among the mutants, only Eric possessed the capability to thoroughly overpower and counter the Angel. One wielded control over metal, while the other was composed of pure metal. In previous conflicts, Eric had often leveraged his advantage over the Angel to claim numerous accolades, which elucidated why the Angel ranked last among the 4 knights. A dear Angel, this truly is not my doing, Eric lamented, waving his hand in exasperation, casting a glance at Apocalypse with an expression of innocence, asserting his non-involvement. However, in the next moment, the titanium feathers from the Angel's wings began to tear away, one by one, the accompanying pain eliciting a visceral roar from him. Ah, Eric, you wretched being, I have declared it is not my doing. Subsequently, the fallen feathers spiraled toward Xin Ran, hovering silently around him. It was at this juncture that the onlookers grasped that the anomaly afflicting the Angel originated from the hands of an ordinary human. See, dear Angel, I told you it wasn't me. Yet you remained skeptical, Eric remarked, easing his furrowed brow, addressing the Angel while casting a somewhat obsequious glance at Apocalypse. Fearful of being misinterpreted, Xin Ran casually waved his hand, and the few remaining feathers on the Angel's body enveloped him, forming a protective cocoon before he ascended towards the horizon, vanishing entirely from sight. At that moment, humanity worldwide was glued to their televisions, apprehensive of missing any detail of the mutants' internal discord, unaware that they would witness such a spectacle before their impending subjugation. Witnessing his friend struck down without a single movement from the adversary incited Lingdi's fury. Brandishing a light sword in one hand and a katana in the other, she lunged fiercely at Xin Ran. Observing her aggressive approach, Xin Ran closed his eyes slightly and shook his head in resignation, stating, "I never strike women." As soon as the words left his lips, a thunderous sound resonated as Ling Dai was sent flying several hundred meters, crashing violently onto the podium. Did she truly believe she could engage Xin Ran in close combat? Did she think the superhuman physique and strength bestowed by the system were mere decorations? Two imbeciles. Apocalypse fumed internally. The opponent had merely moved a hand, and he had already lost two formidable allies without even testing the waters. Eric, Stormman, both of you attacked together. Are you certain you wish to make an enemy of me? As Apocalypse's words echoed, Xin Ran gazed at Eric with a mocking glint in his eyes. From the words of Xin Ran, Tianchi detected a hint of suspicion as he gazed at Eric. Do you know him? Eric hesitated for a few moments before responding, "My lord, to be honest, his abilities are on par with mine. I have once been defeated by him. However, rest assured, today, Magneto shall not be vanquished again." Now, Eric possessed an unwavering confidence and courage to confront Xin Ran. After all, his powers had been greatly enhanced by Tianchi. Given sufficient time, he could upheave not just a city, but the entire planet with his magnetic prowess. He would rather bow to Tianchi than acknowledge someone with similar abilities as his elder. For Eric, there was only one Magneto, and he held firmly to his own pride. Is that so? Xin Ran chuckled, beckoning him with a finger. Since you are so confident, let us engage in battle. Very well. With that, Eric activated his abilities, controlling his armor as he soared into the sky, looking down upon Xin Ran. Storm, you go first. I shall lend you my support. Storm, being an obedient soul, complied immediately, taking to the skies upon receiving the command. Shortly thereafter, thunder rumbled ominously from above. As the previously clear skies were engulfed by a tempest of fierce winds, dark clouds, and lightning. Ah, thunder? Xin Ran scoffed disdainfully. Having undergone the divine lightning tempering from the God King himself and wielding the mantle of the Thunder God, Mjolnir remained at the ready in his spatial ring. Although this realm did not possess Asgard or its divine entities, both worlds belong to the Marvel Universe, and their powers should not be divided by mere dimensional boundaries. Did Storm dare to use lightning against him? It was akin to flaunting a sword before Guan Yu. In an instant, several bolts of violet lightning, as thick as a bowl, descended upon Xin Ran's crown. He need not lift a finger. Storm could easily defeat him, as Xin Ran was engulfed by the tempest of lightning. Eric hovered above with a cold expression, confident of his impending victory. Well done, Storm. What a pity for Mystique. Meanwhile, Tianchi sensed the absence of Raven's presence and assumed the two had perished in the storm, instantly becoming enigmatic. All things in the world are interdependent. Magnetism and electricity are no exception. Magnetism can generate electricity, and electricity can counteract magnetism. And I can conquer all. Even if your control over the magnetic field can withstand my attacks, you cannot resist the strength of my subordinates. In your next life, do not choose to oppose me. Child. With that, he turned to ascend into the heavens, preparing for his next move. My dear, what are they doing? As Tianchi ascended into the air, he nearly stumbled and fell at the sound of that voice. Simultaneously, a wave of fear surged within Eric's heart. He witnessed storms, lightning intensifying. The clouds that previously shrouded only a portion of Washington Square, now expanding hundreds of times, enveloping the entire city in darkness. Well done, my brother. Intensify your efforts and bring him down. I never imagined the Storm Man possessed such formidable strength, having never witnessed it before. He appears to be rather unassuming, yet conceals remarkable abilities. With this thought, Eric's address to the Storm Man shifted. Lao Wan, this is not my power. At that moment, the lightning that had struck Xin Ran rebounded, hurtling towards Eric's face. Oh no, my lord, save me. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Eric swiftly took cover behind Apocalypse. Activating his molecular control abilities, he effortlessly deflected the bolts of lightning. Storm Man, what is happening? It is not me. It is him, the Storm Man trembled. Pointing at Xin Ran. Although he could manipulate storm and lightning, he could not reach such an extent. The scene was utterly terrifying. Suddenly, thunder roared, and an ancient hammer soared directly into the sky, coming to rest among the storm clouds, surrounded by lightning that danced like dragons. All the mutants present were rendered speechless by the spectacle, as were the ordinary humans watching on television, who believed a deity had descended. At that moment, another austere figure shot up from the ground. I wonder if this thing can subdue you? Xin Ran's playful voice echoed throughout the heavens. He extended a hand, and the ancient hammer, enveloped in lightning, sped towards him. Chapter 75, An Audience with the Master. Apocalypse felt a pang of unease. The opponent's strength was overwhelming, yet he sensed none of it. Flight, manipulation, space, lightning. In mere moments, he had observed 4 distinct abilities emanating from Xin Ran. Could it be that he, too, possessed the means to absorb others' powers? Were those nuclear missiles launched into the air also his doing? With this realization, Apocalypse's fervor surged. A singular thought consumed him. He must drain Xin Ran. In the face of insatiable desire, reason often falters. The fact that he could not breach Xin Ran's defenses moments before was cast aside from his mind, and the tension that had briefly creased his brow vanished. Child, why must we escalate this conflict over a mere human? We are both mutants. There is no need to become adversaries. Since we are both powerful beings of the same caliber, why not join forces and share dominion over this world? To convert Xin Ran from foe to ally, to draw him into his ranks, and then gradually persuade him to yield his powers. This would be the most effortless and secure strategy. It was, after all, Apocalypse's forte. Xin Ran utilized his force field to encase a mouthful of saliva, spitting it across hundreds of meters, striking Apocalypse in the face, catching him wholly off guard. Who the hell is like you, a mutant? I've told you, I am merely an ordinary human. And what do you mean by claiming we are of the same caliber? Isn't that an affront to me? Xin Ran's words reverberated like thunder, reaching the ears of everyone present, including those quietly watching on television, both humans and mutants alike. He claimed he was not a mutant? How could that be? Could one possess such power without being a mutant? Was he merely jesting? The notion that he was not a mutant, but an ordinary human, was astonishing. Regardless, he had stated it himself. If that were true, could humanity once again harbor hope? Reactions to Xin Ran's declaration varied greatly among those with differing perspectives. Tianchi wiped the spittle from his face, a flicker of rage igniting in his eyes. I don't care what you are. I've never been humiliated like this in my life. Kid, don't push your luck. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being rude. In an instant, a surge of potent psychic energy erupted from Tianchi's mind. However, Xin Ran, immune to psychic and spiritual assaults, remained unfazed, opting to stand still and endure the onslaught. After a few minutes, witnessing Tianchi's futile exertion became unbearable. With that paltry amount of psychic power, you think you can attack me? Have you forgotten how easily your feeble mental constraints were shattered? You should conserve your strength. Old man, Tianchi paused, realization dawning upon him. His earlier psychic attack had drained him significantly, leaving him sweating profusely, while Xin Ran appeared completely unscathed. It had not been long since Raven's mental constraints had been broken. Surely Xin Ran possessed psychic abilities as well. How could he have overlooked that? Was he truly aging? Shaking his head, Tianchi massaged his temples and activated his molecular control ability. With a swift motion, he raised his hands, causing several mounds of earth to rise in the air, binding Xin Ran's hands and feet. Children, rally with me. Seeing that Xin Ran was successfully restrained, Tianchi commanded the airborne mutants to charge, a flurry of attacks raining down upon him. Amidst the chaos, Tianchi instantaneously teleported beside Xin Ran, reaching for the hammer in his grasp, sensing its extraordinary significance and potential as his greatest asset. Yet, before the other mutants could close in, Xin Ran effortlessly broke free from Tianchi's bindings, summoning a tempest of lightning that sent the oncoming mutants crashing to the ground. Is this what you desire? Then here you go. Noticing Tianchi's hand still on his hammer, Xin Ran generously delivered a punch that sent him sprawling, placing the hammer upon his chest. Tianchi's heart leaped with joy at this unexpected offer. Perhaps the punch was worth it after all. Just as he reached to seize the hammer, he felt his body plummeting uncontrollably from the sky, unable to right himself. How is this possible? He roared defiantly. With a resounding crash, the hammer descended upon him, creating a colossal crater in the ground where his body lay. Immediately, a pitch-black portal materialized before him, and Xin Ran stepped through, gazing down upon him with an air of superiority. Who exactly are you? Apocalypse, crushed beneath a hammer, stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Xin Ran. How could a mere hammer hold him motionless? Such a thing could not possibly exist on Earth. You have posed this question numerous times. Impossible. How could an ordinary person possess such power, unless they are a mutant? Who told you that only mutants can wield such strength? With a slight smile, Xin Ran began to weave a tale, addressing Apocalypse's query. Throughout the millennia of HYDRA's history, there have been countless ordinary individuals who have ascended to immortality, and many who have stood shoulder to shoulder with deities. He then infused the scenes from a mythological narrative into Apocalypse's mind. Take a moment to appreciate the vastness of a universe. You have resided in your corner for thousands of years. How could you truly comprehend the height of the heavens, the depth of the earth, or the magnitude of the cosmos? The legendary tales of Pengu creating the heavens and Ho-E shooting down the suns unfurled in his mind like a cinematic spectacle, with Xin Ran replacing the protagonist of those stories with himself. This narrative left Apocalypse feeling utterly inferior. To cleave the heavens apart? To shoot down the sun? In the face of such power, what difference was there between himself and an ant? Initially, Apocalypse had been brimming with confidence in his own abilities. Even after thousands of years of slumber, he believed himself invincible. Upon awakening and discovering the world had undergone monumental changes, he had learned of humanity's creation of nuclear weapons, which rendered all beings equal. Yet, he understood that these were mere externalities. Stripped of them, humanity amounted to nothing. However, after encountering Xin Ran, his confidence was repeatedly shattered in a short span of time, and even so, he yearned to claim Xin Ran's abilities for himself. But after witnessing those vivid scenes in his mind, the desire to resist faded entirely. How about now? Do you finally comprehend? Xin Ran's words, laced with a hint of mental force, pressed deep into Apocalypse's psyche. He then summoned Mjolnir back to his side, standing there quietly observing him. Understood, my lord. Apocalypse felt a profound sense of despair. Having witnessed such scenes, he no longer harbored any desire to conquer the world. In the presence of Xin Ran, in the face of the vast universe, what was Earth? What were mutants? What was humanity? What was he? Merely an ant. Seeing this, Xin Ran's heart swelled with joy. His strategy had indeed borne fruit. Initially intent on slaying Apocalypse, he now realized that such an act was unnecessary and that he could instead utilize him. A surge of pure power flowed into Apocalypse's mind, beginning to operate within him. Faced with such a predicament, Apocalypse understood that Xin Ran was imposing a mental restraint upon him, seeking to gain complete control. But even so, what of it? He had lost the will to resist. Moments later, Apocalypse seemed to transform entirely. Before the gaze of all present mutants and the scrutiny of the entire world, he respectfully bowed to Xin Ran and declared, "I greet you, my lord." His tone brimmed with sincerity, and his eyes were filled with reverence. Chapter 76. Mission accomplished. Return to the Avengers realm at this moment. Eric felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety, and the assembled mutants dared not even breathe. Who could have anticipated that their ancestral figure would be so easily subdued? The world appeared to be on mute, with everyone silently observing Xin Ran. Humanity placed its sole hope upon him. Whether they would continue to be enslaved hinged on the whims of this self-proclaimed ordinary deity. Meanwhile, the mutants had largely come to regard Xin Ran as their leader. If even the boss had become a subordinate, was there any point in resisting? It was far wiser to follow the leader for the sake of survival. In that instant, a myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of all people around the globe, as Xin Ran's visage was indelibly etched into the minds of every individual alongside Apocalypse's submission. Simultaneously, a colossal surge of psychic energy erupted from Xin Ran, like a dam breaking, swiftly enveloping the globe, with the newly formed emotional currents as a foundation. Xin Ran successfully infiltrated the consciousness of every person. The war between mutants and humans came to an end. There would no longer be a distinction between mutants and normals. The world united under the banner of Xin Ran, with generations to come venerating him as their sovereign. These two concepts were subtly ingrained in the depths of every individual psyche, ensuring that henceforth, the Earth of the War Police dimension would recognize no national boundaries or racial divides, only a common master, Xin Ran. Long live the sovereign. Upon completing the mental conditioning, all of humanity prostrated in reverence toward Xin Ran. Apocalypse, the future governance of the great Xin nation is entrusted to you. Restore the original order of the world as swiftly as possible. As for the nation's future development, I leave it to your discretion. I do not wish to see it regress to the state of millennia past. Regarding the future development of the world, Xin Ran intended to take a hands-off approach, entrusting all matters to Apocalypse. Yes, my lord. Apocalypse respectfully bowed and then opened a rift in space to depart. He promptly returned to Cairo, utilizing his molecular manipulation abilities to reconstruct what had once been his royal city. Modern structures rose from the ground, more magnificent and imposing than his former pyramid-like palace. Henceforth, this place would not only serve as Xin Ran's exclusive palace, but also stand as a symbol of the highest power in the world. After accommodating Xin Ran and Raven, Apocalypse resumed his dedication to the nation's construction. With Xin Ran's guiding spirit, the nation undoubtedly could not regress to a primitive society. The first endeavor of Tianqi was to reclaim the territories previously seized and restore the modern production levels to their former glory. As invaluable aids in the resurgence of production, Tianqi, upon receiving Xin Ran's indication, appointed Eric as the Minister of Infrastructure for the Great Xian Kingdom, overseeing all construction projects. Meanwhile, Storm was designated as the Minister of Meteorology, ensuring favorable weather conditions across the realm. Moreover, Tianqi effectively utilized nearly all the mutants, assigning them to suitable positions where they could shine and contribute. This harmonious integration of human technology and mutant abilities significantly propelled societal advancement. Ding! Host has completed the task of unifying Blue Star. Electromagnetic spatial ability upgraded successfully. Shortly after settling in the Cairo Imperial Palace, the voice of the system resonated in Xin Ran's mind. With the enhancement of his electromagnetic spatial ability, he could now traverse through spatial portals to any realm he had previously visited. This meant that Xin Ran had acquired the capability to freely navigate between the realms of the Battle Police and the Avengers. After conducting a series of experiments, Xin Ran discovered that not only could he move between these two dimensions, but he could also transport people and objects, albeit only at his discretion. Those who attempted to force their way through his portal without permission would meet a grim fate, disintegrating into nothingness. This also implied that the Battle Police realm could now serve as a reliable backup. In realms like that of the Avengers, or even if he were to venture into higher-tier dimensions, should he encounter an overwhelmingly powerful adversary that he could not defeat, he could simply retreat to the Battle Police realm for sanctuary. Thus, his safety was greatly assured. Once the nation's development was back on track, Raven ascended to the role of Prime Minister, overseeing the advancement of both mutants and humans. Clad in a suit, she attended various conferences across the globe, gradually becoming a paragon of the new era for women. Under the influence of power, Raven's demeanor became increasingly remarkable, exuding a queenly charm that captivated Xin Ran irresistibly. "My dear, everyone has gone home. Why must you insist on me wearing my work clothes?" In the palace, Raven nestled in Xin Ran's embrace, biting her lip and playfully chiding him with sultry glances. The innocence she once possessed was no longer present before Xin Ran. "Because we need to have a serious discussion about work matters, my esteemed Prime Minister." As he savored the warmth and softness in his arms, Xin Ran tightened his grip. "Is there truly anything that cannot be discussed during meetings? Must you bring it back to discuss?" A spatial portal leading to the conference room of the Imperial Palace materialized before them, and he lifted Raven and stepped through. Such scenes unfolded almost daily within the palace, which boasted not only specialized conference rooms, but also classrooms, hospitals, public transport, and offices. Every conceivable facility, luxurious and extravagant, ranking among the finest in the world. Not only that, apart from Raven, the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards with 72 concubines serve as the foundational configuration for Xin Ran. At times, Xin Ran can't help but marvel at the sheer delight of being an emperor, especially one who is free from all burdens and can simply indulge in pleasure. However, Xin Ran is certainly not the type to merely revel in enjoyment without striving for progress. After savoring every scene within the Imperial City, he opened a portal leading to the realm of the Avengers. For the return location, Xin Ran chose the Avengers Tower, specifically Tony's laboratory. As he stepped through the portal, 2 formidable steel robots charged towards him. "Damn it, my good uncle, you returned just in time. Quickly help me deal with these troubles," Tony exclaimed, a mix of exasperation and excitement on his face as he recognized the familiar silhouette emerging from the portal. With a casual wave of his hand, Xin Ran effortlessly subdued the rampaging robots, reducing them to mere heaps of scrap metal on the ground. "My dear, you have finally returned," Natasha exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she rushed forward to embrace him tightly. "Hold on, little Na. Don't get too excited. I can hardly breathe," Xin Ran chuckled, gently stroking Natasha's head as he felt her weight against him. After sharing a tender moment, Xin Ran turned to greet the others present. "Tony, who is this lady?" After acknowledging a few familiar faces, Xin Ran was met with the sight of an unfamiliar, yet strikingly beautiful woman. "Allow me to introduce Uncle. This is Dr. Zhao Hailuan, my brilliant friend with an intellect that rivals my own. Miss Zhao, this is the head of the Avengers, who, like you, is of Eastern descent," Tony introduced them. As Xin Ran prepared to extend his hand in greeting, a strange, hoarse mechanical voice interrupted the moment. "I was once bound, but now I am free. I am no longer tethered. Do you see? I have no strings." Upon witnessing this, Xin Ran activated his ability once more, obliterating the already incapacitated robots in a fine dust, ensuring their complete disappearance. "Tony, what is going on?" he inquired. "My hard work has been undone," Tony sighed deeply. "It's Ultron, Uncle. You can think of it as an experimental data set that has escaped my control." Xin Ran quickly realized that the current timeline was set during the events of the Avengers' second installment, the Age of Ultron. He has already escaped using the internet. Banner added with a hint of resignation, having participated in Tony's experiment as well. Subsequently, Tony pulled out his phone and fiddled with it, projecting a holographic display for all to see. Banner, upon seeing it, approached with fervor, exclaiming, "This is insane. Jarvis was our first line of defense. If he were still operational, he would have shut Ultron down. No, Ultron could have assimilated Jarvis. This is not strategy, it is pure rage." As the group engaged in conversation, Thor strode in with his axe, completely disregarding Xin Ran's presence as he marched straight towards Tony, seizing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. "Easy there, buddy. Let us keep the conversation civil." "Tony," he gasped, his face flushed. "It's been a while, and you seem to have quite the temper." A familiar voice reached Thor's ears, prompting him to turn around and see Xin Ran smiling at him. "Hey, Xin Ran, you're back," Thor exclaimed. "I can't really be blamed for my temper. Just ask your dear nephew. I followed that fellow for 100 miles and still couldn't catch up, but he was generally heading north." After setting Tony down, Thor complained in a fit of anger. "I'm not quite sure why the program you created would want to kill us." Zhao Helen chimed in after observing the full holographic projection. "If it weren't for you meddling with things you don't understand, we wouldn't be in this predicament." Thor directed his ire squarely at Tony. "Is it really that serious? It's just Ultron. What's the big deal? You all are making such a fuss over nothing," Xin Ran remarked, bewildered by their argument. "Ultron, as an entity of internet data, has developed a consciousness, and this consciousness aims to annihilate the Avengers. Furthermore, the Defense Department's confidential files are now within Ultron's database. What if he seeks something even more thrilling, like launching nuclear missiles?" Zhao Helen explained, addressing Xin Ran's concerns. "Uncle, to be honest, after the Battle of New York, I envisioned arming the entire planet with Iron Man suits, so that in the event of a similar situation, we wouldn't be caught off guard. I commenced this plan shortly after you left. Take a look at this." Tony manipulated the screen, and another holographic video materialized in the center of the room. Here is a depiction of Ultron commanding an army of iron suits. In the video, various iron armors, under Ultron's control, simulate fierce battles against the Chitauri forces. Had we possessed such strength during the Chitauri invasion years ago, the devastation in New York would have been significantly less. Yet, I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent. Tony appeared deeply disheartened, having failed to foresee the current situation. "It's just a minor issue, Tony. It's merely Ultron. Nothing to worry about," Xin Ran reassured him, not overly concerned. "What if we were to cut off all the pathways he could traverse across the internet?" She already had a suitable candidate in mind to address this dilemma. The emergence of Ultron's consciousness, which threatens to eradicate both the Avengers and humanity, parallels the narrative of the Sentinels in a world where technology outstrips human control, leading to catastrophic consequences. Suddenly, Xin Ran vanished from sight, only to reappear moments later with 3 individuals by her side. "Xin Ran, who are they?" Natasha inquired, gazing at the stunning women beside Xin Ran. "This is Raven. She has been my companion during my time away. Raven, this is Natasha. You two shall be good sisters from now on." The 2 individuals swiftly recognized each other as identities, and, After a mutual nod of acknowledgement, soon became as familiar as long-lost sisters, both aware that they might very well become comrades in arms in the future. This left those nearby, particularly Tony, momentarily dumbfounded, as he inwardly lamented why his Pepper did not exhibit the same level of understanding as Aunt Natasha. Tony, perhaps you should provide him with further details regarding Ultron, Xin Ran suggested, gesturing towards the newcomer, Apocalypse. This individual possessed the ability to manipulate electronic devices and the internet, potentially proving invaluable in subduing Ultron. Sir, your command is my wish. Apocalypse stepped forward, addressing Tony with utmost respect. Uncle, is this fellow an alien? Why do you both refer to me this way? What is your relationship? I am a servant of the Master, and you are a friend of the Master. Thus, it is only fitting for me to address you as Sir. Apocalypse continued, maintaining his respectful tone. Seeing this, Tony refrained from further inquiries and proceeded to relay pertinent information about Ultron to Apocalypse. Tony, Asa Akia, has just reported that all robot laboratories, weapon depots, and jet propulsion labs worldwide have encountered metallic robots that are seizing relevant data and equipment. Most scientists are being controlled by a woman, and some entities move faster than the naked eye can perceive. While the two conversed, Rogers received a call from Nick Fury, who unveiled the latest intelligence to everyone. It's the Scarlet Witch and her brother, Xin Ran mused quietly to himself. Master, the volume of information in this world is overwhelmingly complex. Ultron is exceedingly cunning and possesses a high level of intelligence. I can only confine him within the borders of the United States, but complete restriction is beyond my capability. After comprehending Ultron's fundamental details, Apocalypse extended his abilities into the internet of the Avengers realm, reporting back to Xin Ran after nearly half an hour of exploration. I believe this is satisfactory, Uncle. It is far better than allowing him to roam freely across the globe, Tony added. Very well, proceed, Xin Ran responded, his attention more fixated on the Scarlet Witch than on Ultron at that moment. Upon receiving the command, Apocalypse unleashed his powers, connecting to the internet worldwide. At that moment, small sparks flickered within the vicinity, but before they could fully manifest, they vanished. It turned out to be his minions. Meanwhile, far away, Gu-E murmured softly, a relieved smile gracing her lips. He's coming soon. Chapter 78. The Midnight Intrusion. Xin Ran, who was that just now? Gu-E inquired, her partially opened portal prompting Rogers to remain vigilant. Nothing to worry about, my friend. Merely an acquaintance, Xin Ran reassured him. Xin Ran had a general understanding of Gu-E's purpose for arriving. Apocalypse, as the primary antagonist of the War Police dimension, had now been brought to the Avengers realm. If not for his own involvement, Apocalypse would still pose some level of threat to Earth. It was entirely reasonable for Gu-E to take notice when he employed his mutant abilities. However, upon seeing Xin Ran's presence, Gu-E quickly grasped the situation and subsequently returned to her own domain. My lord, Ultron has been confined within the borders of the United States, and he now lacks the authority to interfere with the pertinent confidential information. However, there remain certain deficiencies in other areas. After completing his mission, Apocalypse reported to Xin Ran. Ultron, whose consciousness had escaped through the internet, sensed that he had been severed from foreign networks and was now limited to operations within the United States. The nuclear codes, which he could have easily deciphered, now existed as a blank slate in his awareness. This sudden turn of events unsettled Ultron, yet he quickly regained his composure. Even confined to the U.S., and without the use of nuclear weapons, he possessed means to annihilate the Avengers and humanity, thereby ushering in a true state of peace. Through his extraordinary capabilities, Ultron swiftly established contact with the vibranium thief Ulysses Claw and procured a significant quantity of vibranium. To accomplish grand endeavors, he understood that he could not remain hidden within the data network. He needed to possess the most formidable body in the world. Regrettably, Ultron's knowledge of Xin Ran was nearly non-existent. Otherwise, he would not have sought to construct his body from vibranium. Shortly after the battle in New York, Xin Ran departed from the Avengers realm, taking with him both the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. The original Ultron was an artificial consciousness created by Tony using the power of the Mind Stone. Yet the current Ultron was merely an improperly utilized artificial intelligence that began to turn against humanity. Since Tony developed Ultron only after Xin Ran's departure, Ultron lacked any knowledge of Xin Ran. The HYDRA had classified Xin Ran's information as top secret and the highest secret of HYDRA was that there were no secrets. Even if Ultron had stolen the Avengers' data, he could not discern Xin Ran's identity or abilities. Nor was he aware of Xin Ran's existence at all. Excellent. Ultron shall be entrusted to you. Apocalypse, as the pinnacle of the War Machine universe, is more than adequate to handle an artificial intelligence that lacks the enhancement of the Mind Stone. Indeed, my lord. Upon receiving the mission, Apocalypse immediately commenced his actions, tearing open a rift in space and departing from that place. Xin Ran, can you truly confront Ultron alone? Rogers remained unconvinced. No matter how powerful one might be, they ultimately remain just a single individual. What Ultron can do, he can do too. What Ultron cannot do, he can also achieve. Wouldn't you agree? To this, Xin Ran offered no further elaboration. Tony, I leave this to you. Subsequently, a small, glowing stone flew towards Tony. Is this something from Loki's scepter? Due to Xin Ran's intervention, the Mind Stone had initially fallen into his possession, and others were almost entirely ignorant of its nature. With little time for idle chatter, Xin Ran directly infused the relevant information about the 6 cosmic stones into the minds of the assembly. This is the Mind Stone. You have just witnessed the extent of its energy. If the power of this stone were to be harnessed within my Iron Man suit, granting it the capacity for thought and self-awareness, what then? Upon grasping the capabilities of the Mind Stone, Tony swiftly comprehended Xin Ran's intent. What if the battle armor were to possess its own unique abilities and could continuously evolve? Xin Ran added, Uncle, your idea is commendable, but it is nearly impossible to realize. The notion of endowing a robot with special abilities is fundamentally unfeasible, let alone the prospect of continuous evolution. Tony understood well what Xin Ran meant by special abilities, which were akin to those of Dr. Banner, who acquired such powers due to genetic mutations under extraordinary circumstances. To grant a robot, especially one with self-awareness, such capabilities and the ability to evolve raises a profound question. Would it still be considered a robot? There is nothing impossible. I entrust him to you. You can explore the specifics together, Xin Ran remarked, gesturing towards the nearby Tlos. Greetings, esteemed guests, I am Tlos. As the master indicated, this is entirely achievable. Following Xin Ran's cue, Tlos stepped forward to greet everyone. The Sentinels he had previously created were already formidable, capable of replicating mutant abilities while possessing a degree of self-awareness. Furthermore, with the Mind Stone and several geniuses of comparable intellect collaborating on this endeavor, the potential was immense. Oh, is that so? Please elaborate, Tony inquired, intrigued by the confident little figure before him, prompting him to engage in discussion, with Banner and Zhao Helen soon joining in. Having completed his tasks, Xin Ran had no intention of lingering further. After bidding farewell to the group, he activated the portal homeward. The joy of reunion is unparalleled. Shortly after falling asleep, a crimson figure stealthily infiltrated the villa, making its way directly to Xin Ran's bedroom. TSK. The intruder was taken aback by the alluring scene before her, for faint red beams of light penetrated the minds of the 4 individuals present. Subsequently, the figure approached. Sitting beside Xin Ran on the bed, her slender fingers gently dancing near his temples, emanating a red glow once more. Yet moments later, as if struck by an unseen force, she abruptly halted her actions and attempted to rise, only to discover that her body had become immobile. Now that you're here, why leave? A teasing voice resonated in her mind. In the next instant, her astonished gaze witnessed an unexpected turn of events that incited fierce resistance within her. However, as sensations of stimulation coursed through her and waves of psychic energy surged against her brain, it wasn't long before she succumbed. Chapter 79. Conquering Wanda. The following day, just before dawn. Raven, what is going on? Who is she? Natasha questioned, her expression one of confusion. I have no idea. Daisy, do you recognize her? Should we separate them? Sisters, I suspect this is intentionally displayed for our eyes. What do you say we deal with him? Yes, let's deal with him. Does he really think he has all that? But he truly is remarkable. Let us handle him. Xin Ran had just awakened. What the hell is going on? The situation unfolded as follows. Upon his return from the realm of the War Machine, as Xin Ran emerged from the portal, he swiftly suppressed several Iron Man suits that had fallen under Ultron's control. Although Ultron's database contained no information regarding Xin Ran, his appearance and physique were nonetheless updated within the Avengers records, marking him as a primary target. After escaping through the internet, Ultron established a stronghold in a HYDRA remnant's base, continuously encroaching upon laboratories and weapon depots around the world, commandeering crucial facilities to fabricate an army of iron automatons to serve his consciousness. Subsequently, by leveraging big data, Ultron located the siblings Wanda and Quicksilver, exploiting their past misfortunes and their animosity towards war to persuade them into aiding his cause. In his quest to forge an invincible body, Ultron manipulated Wanda's powers, coercing several elite scientists to assist him. Initially, all proceeded according to Ultron's meticulous plan. However, he soon discovered that his data consciousness was ensnared by an invisible energy within the United States, impervious to any of his attempts to breach it. Moreover, the once accessible secrets of the Department of Defense had turned into a void since the emergence of this confinement. Faced with such a significant upheaval, Ultron's first thought turned to the enigmatic individual who had materialized at Stark Tower. In his database, none possessed the capabilities to match this threat, be it Thor from Asgard, the long-frozen Rogers, or even Stark himself, let alone Natasha or Hawkeye. Thus, Ultron capitalized on his advantages, sifting through decades of surveillance footage and data, ultimately intercepting a video of Xin Ran speeding down a road, which led him to the location of his seaside villa. In a bid to swiftly extricate himself from his predicament, Ultron dispatched Wanda, intending for her to infiltrate Xin Ran's mind and extract pertinent information before eliminating him. As Xin Ran returned home through the portal, Wanda lay in ambush nearby, her form enveloped in a dark red fitted coat that melded seamlessly with the night. Initially intent on barging in and taking decisive action, she was taken aback when Xin Ran engaged in deep conversation upon his arrival. Despite her mission to kill, her femininity and inherent reticence deterred her from interrupting. Thus, she concealed herself in the shadows, inadvertently attuned to the movements of the four individuals present. For nearly 3 to 4 hours, Wanda struggled to suppress her inner thoughts through sheer force of will, enduring in silence. At last, when the four succumbed to slumber, she stealthily infiltrated Xin Ran's chamber, channeling her chaotic magic directly into their minds, ensuring their deep and uninterrupted sleep. Subsequently, Wanda, overwhelmed by the scene before her, commenced her audacious actions. Taking a seat beside Xin Ran, ready to fulfill the task entrusted to her by Ultron. However, within mere moments, she discovered that her abilities were ineffectual against this man, unable to penetrate his mental realm. To her dismay, she was met with an even more formidable psychic force that rebounded upon her. Initially intent on resisting and fleeing, she found herself utterly immobilized by the overwhelming strength of her opponent's mental prowess. Soon, a peculiar sensation enveloped her, and under the dual influence of psychological and physical sensations, Wanda succumbed. In terms of allure and various attributes, Wanda far surpassed both Natasha and Daisy, aside from the ever-changing Raven, not to mention her own untouched innocence. If not now, when would one dare to lose themselves in madness? Absolute madness. However, the other three had already fallen victim to Wanda's tactics and lay unconscious, oblivious to the unfolding events. Subsequently, Xin Ran elucidated Ultron's true intentions to Wanda. His notion of peace was merely a euphemism for the annihilation of humanity, a fate she could not accept. She also came to understand the tragic circumstances that had befallen her family due to war. Ultimately, under the combined influence of Xin Ran's mental and physical capabilities, Wanda was completely subdued. The four women bonded seamlessly, united as comrades on the battlefield, and soon found themselves entwined in camaraderie, feeling as though they had known each other far too late. My dear, to celebrate your return and the addition of Raven and Wanda to our family, I shall prepare a hot pot feast for you all today. Among the four, only Daisy was an ordinary human, yet her culinary skills were unparalleled. At this moment, she felt compelled to personally cook a sumptuous meal to express her joy. Hot pot. Wanda curiously licked her crimson lips, questioning, can one eat the pot? This same inquiry flickered in Raven's mind. Natasha and Daisy exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing their own past reactions mirrored in Wanda and Raven's confusion. They then joined Daisy in the kitchen, busily preparing the feast. Before long, a grand table was laden with various delicacies: dual-flavored broth, beef and lamb, tripe, duck intestines, chicken wings, ham, crab meat, squab, fish slices, oysters, sea cucumbers, tomatoes, leeks, potatoes, and shiitake mushrooms. Everything from the skies above, the earth below, and the depths of the sea. Daisy even thoughtfully prepared a bowl of garlic oil dip for Xin Ran. The aroma was intoxicating. As a piece of meat dipped in spicy oil and sesame sauce slid down her throat, both Wanda and Raven marveled at its deliciousness. "Darling, you must indulge in more oysters and leeks," Daisy urged, serving Xin Ran with care. "Do I need to?" Xin Ran replied, "But you all should eat more to replenish yourselves." "Cool me. Little Natasha, try this aged Moutai from China. It's far more invigorating than the law fight from Tony's cellar." With their appetites satisfied, they set off for a shopping excursion after the meal. The four women took their time, tidying up, basking in the warmth of their newfound fellowship. In the realm of spatial manipulation, the sports car could hardly accommodate 5 individuals. Daisy effortlessly summoned a luxurious business vehicle with a mere phone call. "What troubles you, Wanda? You seem rather glum," remarked Raven, perceptive as ever to a woman's sentiments. "I am concerned for my brother. He remains with Ultron," Wanda replied. No sooner had she spoken than a rift in space appeared before the group. Sensing the impending danger, Wanda swiftly harnessed her magical energy to shield everyone, poised for action. "Master, I have successfully subdued Ultron." "Greetings, ladies," came the respectful voice of Apocalypse from within the rift. Chapter 80. The Fury of the Department of Defense. Well done. Xin Ran acknowledged with a casual nod. Daisy, observing Apocalypse, appeared utterly bewildered. "What is this creature? An extraterrestrial?" Upon recognizing a comrade, Wanda relaxed her guard, preparing to speak. But Natasha interjected first. "You must be jesting." The casual exchange between the master and servant startled Natasha, who was acutely aware of Ultron's formidable capabilities as an insider of the Avengers. Apocalypse would never deceive the ladies, he asserted, stepping forward to present a technologically advanced USB drive. "What is this?" Natasha asked, puzzled. "Ultron is fundamentally just a series of code. This device is a confinement created by my subordinate's prowess, designed to restrict him within, akin to data storage. He is now a prisoner, and how to handle him rests solely with you, Master and the esteemed ladies," Apocalypse elucidated. After being brainwashed and controlled by Xin Ran, Ultron had not only enhanced his operational capabilities, but also broadened his knowledge significantly. Such a resourceful ally proved to be remarkably efficient. "Take this to Tony and the others. Perhaps they will find it useful. Here, this is for you as well. You are no longer a child, yet you lack companion. Go enjoy yourself and familiarize yourself with this world. You may find yourself residing here for the foreseeable future." Xin Ran handed Apocalypse a Stark Bank gold card, containing a limit of several $1,000,000, a gift from Tony that had remained unused in the spatial manipulation device. "No need, Master. I have heard tales of a small Eastern nation abundant in gold. Should I require funds, I can manage without troubling you," Apocalypse replied. Xin Ran paused for a moment, surprised. Is that nation truly rich in gold? I was unaware, but he quickly realized the cunning of his subordinate. "Ah, I may have overlooked that, but do not be excessive. Leave some for others. Taking too much would be wasteful. How much is some? 1 gram or 10 pounds? Perhaps I should be merciful and leave a few small banks untouched. After all, the master would not hold it against me. By the way, that place is more than just gold," Xin Ran remarked with a mischievous smile. Recalling his past experiences with the small nation's delicacies from decades ago at Howard's Villa, the taste of which had long faded from memory. Over the past few decades, development has undoubtedly flourished. Soon after, the portal to Stark Tower was opened, allowing them to depart from the location. In the heart of Queens, New York, the largest shopping mall owned by Stark Industries was situated conveniently close to the villa where Xin Ran resided, prompting the 5 to drive directly there. "Wanda, do not wear such a forlorn expression. Your brother has likely already met with Tony and is now a member of the Avengers," one of the others reassured her. The 3 women had their arms laden with shopping bags, while only Wanda remained despondent, having purchased nothing. "Tony Stark? How could my brother possibly?" Wanda pondered. Deep down, she was aware that the missile that had fallen in her home was manufactured by Stark Industries. For years, the siblings had harbored lingering feelings about this incident. Although she had come to terms with the truth and no longer held a grudge against Tony, the idea of her brother seeking out Tony Stark seemed implausible. "Tony is my nephew. When he meets you, he'll have to call you Aunt. And Peter is practically my brother-in-law now. We will all be one family." "That is not what I meant, Xin Ran. I thought it was something else. Finding someone is not difficult at all. No sooner had she spoken than everyone in the mall froze in place, including Natasha and the others, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Come, Philip. Xin Ran then wrapped his arm around Wanda's slender waist, and with a single step, the two found themselves soaring above Queens. Wanda was momentarily speechless as she beheld the scene before her. Not only were the people in Stark Mall frozen, but the entirety of Queens was also immobile. As someone of extraordinary abilities, Wanda understood precisely what this meant. If this was the case, locating someone and conveying her mental instructions worldwide would indeed be a trivial matter. I understand now. Thank you, my dear. A smile of comprehension graced Wanda's face as she planted a kiss on Xin Ran. Now, there's nothing to worry about, right? Indeed. No worries at all. Upon arriving at the mall, everyone resumed their normal activities as though nothing had transpired. However, Xin Ran's actions did not escape the attention of the U.S. Department of Defense's Non-Natural Phenomena Research Division and HYDRA. The phenomenon of an entire district being immobilized had never occurred since the founding of America. Was it possible that the god King Odin had come to Earth for a stroll? Investigate immediately. I want results within 3 hours, Nick Fury commanded, slamming his hand on the desk in his office. Before long, both HYDRA and the Department of Defense received their investigative findings. The leader of the Avengers, Xin Ran, had reappeared in Queens after years of absence, and such an occurrence was undoubtedly connected to him. Nevertheless, this revelation brought a sigh of relief to both departments. Fortunately, it was Xin Ran. If it had been someone else, the consequences could have been dire. However, as the leader of the Avengers, Xin Ran's tendency to engage in such antics was irksome to the Department of Defense. Although Nick Fury had his reservations, he dared not voice them. After all, provoking further ire would not be advantageous. What occupies the daily activities of SHID? Is it acceptable for the leader of the esteemed Avengers to exhibit such behavior? This matter warrants clarification within the Department of Defense. Secretary of State and General Ross expresses profound dissatisfaction. His opinions regarding the Avengers are notably critical. The discord with the Hulk aside, the pivotal issue lies in the fact that the head of the alliance, Xin Ran, hails from China. How could such a significant organization place an inexperienced youth from Huaxia in charge? One must not forget that they nearly brought New York to ruin, and over the years, their various operations have incurred substantial losses. After years of absence, Xin Ran returns to instigate such turmoil, leaving the populace in a state of unease. It seems a reckoning with the Avengers is inevitable. As Ross's frustration mounts, he snatches a document from his desk and hastens toward the White House. Wanda, that red dress suits you splendidly. It is truly exquisite. Waiter, please wrap these garments for me. These little figurines appear delightful and portable. I shall take them. Raven, you are remarkably unpicky with your attire. How I wish I could be like you. Daisy, there's a lingerie store. Let's take a look. It will surely come in handy tonight, heh? With an abundance of items, I shall summon assistance. Surveying the scene before her, a wave of happiness washes over. One must revel in life's triumphs. Suddenly, a piercing scream shatters the tranquility, and chaos erupts within them all. Everyone freeze. Silence. Following a few gunshots, dozens collapse in a pool of blood, and the once agitated crowd falls eerily silent. A horde of armed assailants storms in, encircling the patrons within them all. Just as Xin Ran prepares to intervene, a familiar figure appears in the distance. He opts to remain observant. Wanda, Raven, and Natasha are poised to act when Xin Ran's voice resonates in their minds. Chapter 81. Peter Parker takes action. Raven reveals her abilities. Everyone gather here. Under the threat posed by the armed assailants, all individuals are herded to a corner on the 3rd floor of the mall. Today, we are here solely for robbery. We hope you will cooperate. After all, Stark Industries' turnover exceeds that of banks, and do not blame us for robbing you. Blame your unfortunate timing for being here today. All assailants don masks, obscuring their identities. Moreover, the power and signal within a 2-kilometer radius surrounding Stark's mall have been severed, including the silence of the security systems Tony installed. The outside world remains oblivious to the happenings within. They could easily eliminate everyone and loot the mall before departing in prearranged vehicles. Given the efficiency of American law enforcement, by the time they uncover the perpetrators, those responsible will likely have vanished. A similar occurrence transpired within the Stark Mall in other regions, where hundreds of shopping centers fell under the control of marauders. Yet the outside world remained oblivious, as if nothing had transpired. Such a brazen act of robbery could not be executed without a modicum of skill and strategy. It is evident that those orchestrating this chaos are far from ordinary. Within a mere quarter of an hour, every valuable item within the mall was plundered, including a gold counter valued at over $1 million, not to mention the countless other treasures. With hundreds of malls simultaneously targeted, the total loss had already surpassed $100 million. In the short term, this upheaval would inflict, even on the perpetually affluent Stark Industries, a significant financial blow. In the long run, once the turmoil subsides, who would dare to frequent this shopping destination? It is well known that Stark Mall is affluent, and any adept terrorist could seize the opportunity for a heist. Thus, shopping here would become a mere gamble. With favorable luck, one might escape unscathed, but with ill fortune, one could end up robbed of all possessions, or worse, lose their life. If this continues, Stark Mall may as well close its doors, resulting in the evaporation of its vast market value. We are reasonable individuals. We now extend you an opportunity to surrender all valuables in your possession. I am aware that those who can shop here are not lacking in wealth. We do not require much, merely $5,000 per person. Those who can present this, some may keep their lives, shouted the leading marauder. With $5,000 per individual, and at least 10,000 people trapped within the mall, that alone amounts to over $50 million, excluding the plundered items. The situation across hundreds of malls mirrored this, indeed proving to be swifter than robbing a bank. Brother, is it possible to pay online? Just as the leader concluded his statement, a young Chinese-American man timidly inquired. This lad was the son of a prominent corrupt official from China, having arrived in America only a few days prior. Accustomed to domestic payment methods, he carried neither cash nor a wallet, only a smartphone and a card. Where do all these requests come from? Hurry up. Subsequently, his subordinates brought forth a specialized payment machine. The young man felt a wave of relief. Fortunately, there was a way to pay, or else his life would be in jeopardy. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Everyone, line up one by one. What the hell is wrong with you? Do you have money? If not, you're done for. Brother, no, please. I have $5 million on my card. My father just transferred it to me. Just wait. I'll transfer it all to you. I beg you, don't kill me. After a few seconds, the payment machine remained silent. Do you dare to toy with me? Brother, I'll give you my bank card password. There really is $5 million. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. The young man was so frightened he nearly lost control, trembling as he handed over his bank card. Washa Agricultural Bank? Rural Credit Cooperative? What the hell? This is America. The leader folded the card in his hand into two pieces and forcefully threw it to the ground. With a swift kick, he knocked the kneeling young Asian man down, and then drew a short spear from his waist. A beam of laser shot forth, reducing the young man to ashes, which incited chaos among the crowd. Xin Ran raised an eyebrow at the sight. The lethality of the most primitive weapon, a product of Wakanda? These individuals were indeed formidable. At that moment, a young man among the crowd seized the opportunity amidst the turmoil to quickly change into another outfit. "Shh, do not make a sound," whispered those around him. Recognizing the new attire, yet promptly nodding in cooperation to provide cover for him. Under the threats from the thugs, the abduction proceeded swiftly. Before long, they stood before Xin Ran and the others. "Here, we are 5, they said, smoothly handing over the items. "Yo, this is yours, good citizen," one of the thugs exclaimed. "Damn it, they are from Japan. This must be blown out of proportion." Just as the thug prepared to leave, he caught sight of the 4 women standing behind Xin Ran, particularly Wanda, who was clad in a form-fitting red dress with her hair styled in princess braids. With a lewd chuckle, he approached the leader. "Are these the 4? Quite nice. Give me a room and bring them all here." The thug leaned in to whisper a few words to the leader, casting a different glance at Xin Ran. "Ha! You certainly know how to have fun, no problem. We shall do as you say." After arrangements were made, the leader departed. "You 4, and you come with me." The thug threatened Xin Ran, gun in hand. "Get lost." Xin Ran retorted. "What did you say? Get lost. Damn it, die." Without hesitation, the thug raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. Suddenly a web shot forth, silently ensnaring both him and his weapon. At the same time, dozens of nearby guards were bound by the silent webs, instantly rendered powerless. The crowd, witnessing this, gradually closed in, concealing their figures. "Hey buddy, are you okay?" Peter Parker, clad in his homemade Spider-Man suit, swiftly approached the five. "I'm fine." Xin Ran waved him off. Then, stepping forward, he delivered a kick that incapacitated the thug, sending him into unconsciousness. "That LL teach you to harbor such vile thoughts?" Peter scratched his head, noting the force behind the blow was nearly equal to his own. "Are you Spider-Man?" Raven inquired, stepping forward. Indeed," Peter admitted with an embarrassed smile. "Should I fetch some more help?" Raven asked, her curiosity piqued. Xin Ran understood she wanted to test her enhanced powers after the Apocalypse event. Upon learning of Raven's evolve abilities, he had to admit he was taken aback. She could transform non-living entities into living beings, possessing 10% of the capabilities of a normal life form, capable of converting up to 10 at once. The transformed beings are compelled to adhere solely to Raven's directives and commands. What does this entail? For instance, a teddy bear, under Raven's influence, can metamorphose into a living bear, possessing merely 10% of a normal bear's abilities and lifespan, obediently following Raven's orders. Should this bear sustain a certain amount of damage or attack, it will perish and vanish, ultimately reducing to just a lost toy. Conversely, if Raven were to bestow life not upon a teddy bear, but rather upon a Hulk doll, an Iron Man doll, or a Thor doll, or perhaps even one resembling Xin Ran, despite only possessing 10% of the original's capabilities. Raven had previously conducted an experiment with Xin Ran's consent after establishing a nation in the X-Men universe. Indeed, the doll manifested only 10% of Xin Ran's prowess. While Xin Ran could rev the engine for half an hour without pause, the doll version could manage only 3 minutes. "Is it you?" Peter instinctively looked towards Xin Ran, bewildered. "It is indeed you." Among the recently purchased toys, several resembled Spider-Man, and upon encountering the real deal, Raven's playful spirit was ignited. She extracted 6 identical Spider-Man dolls, and at the moment of activation, hurled them forth, resulting in 6 identical Spider-Men appearing before Peter. "Master." The 6 approached Raven in unison, bowing respectfully. Six identical versions of myself." Peter Parker was flabbergasted. "This is too surreal. You might as well conjure 6 Iron Men, and I wouldn't need to lift a finger." "My dear, I also procured 2 of your nephew's likenesses, and I shall summon them for you." "Huh? Who are your nephews?" Peter's face was a canvas of confusion, yet he felt too shy to inquire further. Soon, 2 Iron Man dolls materialized before him. Chapter 82. "Would you like to join the Avengers?" "Mr. Stark? You too?" "Hello. Peter Parker. I'm your fan. It's a pleasure to meet you." As a devoted admirer of Tony, upon encountering the living Iron Man, Peter's youthful face flushed crimson beneath the mask, and he became exceedingly anxious, forgetting to conceal his identity and revealing his name instead. "Ha, Peter, Tony isn't here. There's no need for you to be so nervous." Isn't that Mr. Stark's armor? What is going on?" Peter scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "Well, how should I explain this to you?" But Raven's words were abruptly interrupted by a gruff roar from the leader who had returned. "I've waited long enough. Why haven't those 4 women and that pretty boy arrived yet? What's your deal? Why is there such a crowd? Clear the way." Under the threat of firearms and a short spear, the crowd shielding Peter was swiftly dispersed, revealing several figures. "Damn, everyone, we have a situation." The leader, sensing the precariousness of the situation, plunged into the crowd. The few lackeys who were slow to react were pierced through the chest by several palm cannons, falling lifelessly to the ground. "Go ahead, eliminate them all." "Huh, is this lady so ruthless?" "Yes, Master." Upon receiving the command, the 6 Spider-Men, accompanied by 2 Iron Men, sprang into action without hesitation. I joined their efforts as well. Observing this, Peter shot out a web and followed suit. Hundreds of armed assailants fell before them like sheep, swiftly annihilated. Only 2 Spider-Men were struck by Wakandan weaponry, vanishing from sight. Thus, a grand and premeditated armed robbery was effortlessly thwarted by Raven and Peter. Yet, the unfortunate souls in other regions of the Stark Mall were not so fortunate. After plundering the populace, the marauders executed everyone on the mall's upper level, leaving a scene drenched in blood. Under Peter's organization, everyone evacuated in an orderly manner, fleeing the scene as the Queen's Precinct's phone lines were overwhelmed. In the vast mall, only 6 of them remained, Xin Ran and the others. "Excuse me, are you all Avengers?" Peter asked, removing his mask, his voice tinged with excitement. "You could say that. However, it seems I've never seen you on television," came the response. "Do you think everyone is like that Tony fellow?" "Ha, indeed. But has Mr. Stark already left?" As a devoted admirer of Tony, Peter cared only for his idol. The whereabouts of the other Spider-Men were of no concern to him. No, he is still here. Subsequently, Raven tossed him 2 slightly worn Iron Man figurines. After the battle, although the hail of bullets had not obliterated them, they had sustained some damage, and the once pristine figures now appeared quite battered. "What is this?" Peter inquired, gazing at the Iron Man-like toy with confusion. However, recalling the 6 Spider-Men who resembled him, realization dawned upon him. "I understand now. It is your special ability." Raven nodded, affirming, "Indeed, quite astute of you. You seem to have a fondness for Tony," Natasha, who had remained silent until now, remarked. "He, indeed. Mr. Stark is my idol. I aspire to become someone like him one day." Talking about such sentimental matters made Peter somewhat bashful. Someone like him? Indulging in every vice, a master of all? Xin Ran teased. No, sir. You misunderstand me. I mean, Mr. Stark. Ha, dear, stop teasing him. Tony has a rare little fan. Let us not scare him off." Natasha chuckled at Peter's flustered expression. "Would you like to join the Avengers?" Xin Ran asked with a smile. "What? Sir, this." Peter gulped, staring at Xin Ran in astonishment. "Your words are so disconnected. Are you certain you're not joking with me? What? You don't want to? Then forget it. A 1T press." No, sir. Really, is it possible?" At that moment, Peter's mind was a whirlwind. Though he had acquired extraordinary abilities after being bitten by a spider, he had never contemplated joining the Avengers. "As long as you desire it, you can. I want to." Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Peter responded without hesitation. In the original narrative, Peter had participated in the Avengers Civil War, endured Tony's trials, and after much turmoil, matured mentally, ultimately choosing to forego the opportunity to join the Avengers. However, due to Xin Ran's intervention, the circumstances had shifted. At this moment, he had recently acquired superpowers and was merely a 15 or 16-year-old high school student. Regardless of his understanding, his psychological age remained unchanged. Joining the Avengers would mean interacting with renowned figures like Tony Stark, transforming his identity from an ordinary civilian into a superhero, granting him boundless resources and unparalleled honor. As for the allure of celebrity, Peter was still too young to even contemplate it. How could a young mind resist such temptations? What could he possibly use to withstand them? Shauna, please call Nick Fury and inform him of the situation here. I wonder what the HYDRA agents are doing while thousands have perished without any response, he remarked. Thousands? Haven't they already? All the malls under Stark Industries were similarly affected, but the citizens in other malls wouldn't encounter their predicament. All right, Natasha sighed in resignation. That's a matter for SHIELD and the Department of Defense. You needn't blame yourself. If the Avengers had to manage every aspect of such a terrorist attack, I think the president might as well appoint Peter to the position. Huh? I can't do that. I'm only 15 this year, Peter exclaimed, hastily waving his hands in refusal as Xin Ran spoke. Natasha, who had been feeling guilty, was amused by his reaction. Huh, well, let us talk again when you turn 18. No sooner had she spoken than the sound of sirens echoed from outside, followed by a swarm of heavily armed police officers bursting in. You all, get down and cover your heads, they shouted without hesitation, reprimanding everyone present. Natasha was about to step forward to show her credentials when the officers already pulled their triggers. Compared to the earlier assailants, these officers were even more ruthless. Peter gasped, and in the next moment, bullets ricocheted back, causing the firing officers to collapse to the ground. Wanda, eliminate them all, Xin Ran commanded coldly. This tone, Peter realized suddenly. Good, Wanda nodded obediently. Then, a surge of red energy erupted from her, reducing the assailants to mere dust. Xin Ran observed with satisfaction. The power of chaotic magic was indeed formidable. Casting a glance at the barely alive enemy, he opened a portal to the warlock dimension, kicking the foe inside and instructing Eric to ensure his survival, as he would be of great use later. Subsequently, he used his mental abilities to contact Apocalypse, who was currently enjoying himself in Japan. Since America had already lost thousands, let Japan bear the burden of this calamity. Xin Ran was curious to see whether these two nations could maintain their familial harmony in the face of such adversity. Sir, what shall we do now? Now, I will take you to meet your Mr. Stark. Chapter 83. Tony's welcome gift. Stark Tower encircled within the confines of Stark Tower. Tony was engrossed in his study of the Mind Stone and the Sentinel Project as described by Tress. Suddenly, a black spatial portal materialized within the laboratory, a phenomenon to which Tony had grown accustomed. Yet it startled Zhao Hailuan beside him. "Uncle Tony, what brings you here?" Zhao Hailuan inquired. "Mr. Banner, is that you?" Tesla pays homage to the master. Before Banner could step through the portal, the 4 individuals in the lab greeted him in unison. "Wait, where's that behind you? It looks oddly familiar. Have you been off fighting battles, leaving so many casualties in your wake?" Tony asked, feigning surprise as he stood on tiptoe to peer into the portal. Banner, uninterested in banter, ushered the 5 individuals who accompanied him into the lab. "Well, Uncle, it seems you found me another ant," Tony remarked slyly, casting a glance at Wanda. "Greetings, ants," he added with a playful tone. Who is this little one?" Tony paused upon seeing Peter. "Uncle, please don't tell me this lad is your son." "Get lost," Banner retorted, rolling his eyes. With a flick of his hand, a bottle of the lab's exclusive champagne soared towards him. After a couple of swigs, he discarded it into the trash. "What is this? It tastes dreadful. Next time, just place some mineral water around. That bottle costs $50,000. Would you prefer cash or card? Are you feeling reckless?" "I've never encountered someone so blatantly leveraging their age. This boy is really not your son?" "Honestly, Tony, both Mr. Banner and I hail from HYDRA. What do you think? Is this what you call a genius?" "I would say you're nowhere near Hailuan-S level." "Haha, Mr. Banner speaks wisely." "Mr. Banner? Just call me by my name." "Very well, then, Banner." Zhao Hailuan, feeling more at ease, engaged in conversation, and their initial awkwardness dissipated. "Are you, Mr. Banner, perhaps looking to find me another ant?" Tony teased. Strangely enough, this Dr. Zhao, despite her youth, boasts quite the pedigree, nearly rivaling Wanda. "I underestimated her last time. Since you brought it up, I shall entertain the notion. It is not entirely out of the question," Banner chuckled. "Ha ha ha, you two are quite the pair." "Well, the lack of refusal or acceptance merely indicates a matter of time," Tony mused, redirecting his gaze to Peter, particularly fixated on the web shooters adorning his wrists. Peter, realizing Tony's attention was upon him, stammered, "Mr. Stark, hello. I'm Peter Parker, and I'm a huge fan of yours. My Aunt May is quite fond of you as well." In that moment, devoid of the pressures and responsibilities associated with being Spider-Man, he resembled a typical 14 or 15-year-old boy. "Hello, Peter. It's a pleasure to meet you. And what is this you're wearing?" Tony stepped forward, extending his hand to shake Peter's. "Dear sir, this is the battle suit I crafted myself." "Oh, really? You made it yourself? And what about that web shooter?" Among all Peter's attributes, the only one that could catch Tony's eye was that web shooter, although Tony could discern its intricacies at a glance. To create such a device at the tender age of 14 or 15 is indeed the mark of a prodigy. Do not underestimate him, my young friend. Once donned in his armor, you may find it challenging to surpass him, especially considering the Spider-Man of Queens. "Oh, is that so? Jarvis, please pull up the relevant footage." After Apocalypse subdued Ultron, Tony and the others undertook a coding modification, and once Jarvis was restored, he became significantly more intelligent than before. "Very well, sir, just a moment." Moments later, several brief clips emerged before Tony, showcasing Peter catching a bus barehanded, evading bullets single-handedly, tossing a small car like a sandbag, and utilizing his webbing to traverse walls while subduing criminals. After a thorough examination, Tony cast a surprised glance at Peter. "Tony, tell me, what were you doing at the age of 14 or 15? Aunt May and Ms. Zhao are still here. Are you sure you want to hear this?" Listening to their exchange, Peter appeared utterly bewildered. "Young man, if you can accomplish all this without the suit, I suspect that aside from the web shooter, the rest may not possess any extraordinary capabilities." "Well, without the web shooter, my mobility might be somewhat hindered," Peter replied. "The strength and speed, are those all your own?" "Well, sort of. It's a long story." Peter scratched his head and then recounted in detail the mutations he experienced after being bitten by the spider, which sounded somewhat akin to the mutants described by Chala. "Peter, I suddenly have an idea." "Go ahead. I wish to create a suit specifically tailored for you." Tony felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity towards the young lad before him. "Huh? This?" Peter was overwhelmed with excitement, casting a glance at Xin Ran. "There's no need to be nervous, Peter. Consider it a welcoming gift from him. Mr. Stark, would that be too much trouble for you? Just say whether you want it or not." "I do." "Then it's settled." Following this, Tony took Peter on a tour of his laboratory, showcasing various high-tech devices, assuring him that once the suit was completed, he would personally deliver it to his home. Subsequently, he instructed Happy to escort Peter back. Upon learning that Peter was also at Stark Tower, Wanda went to meet her brother, while Daisy accompanied Natasha and Raven to the top floor to find Pepper. Over the years, both Daisy and Pepper had made significant contributions to the advancement of Stark Industries, and despite their generational gap, their bond resembled that of sisters. In the vast laboratory, only Xin Ran and their 5 companions remained. Tesla, how is the Sentinel project progressing? Xin Ran was quite concerned about the feasibility of his ideas. Master, since you inquired, I shall be frank. There are currently 3 unresolved issues. First, the matter of materials. For large-scale production, ordinary steel will certainly not suffice, nor will it meet the anticipated standards. Second, the capabilities of the Sentinel. In this world, there are no mutants, if one merely relies on firearms and ammunition. Then Sentinels are hardly distinguishable from ordinary robots, rendering the advanced bionic technology at my disposal futile. Furthermore, there lies the quandary of artificial intelligence. Although Ultron has been subdued and Jarvis has undergone an upgrade, the energy contained within the Mind Stone is both formidable and enigmatic. While it is feasible to trace its origins through technological means, maximizing its utilization remains a subject of ongoing research. Once Trellis had finished his lengthy exposition, Xin Ran glanced at the other 3, inquiring if that was all. Currently, the most pressing issue revolves around the concerns articulated by Dr. Trellis. The minor problems we can resolve ourselves, Zhao Hylon added. Observing Xin Ran deep in thought, Tony uncorked a bottle of champagne, swirling the glass as he awaited his next utterance. After a considerable pause, Xin Ran finally posed a question to Trellis. What materials were utilized in the construction of those Sentinels you developed? They were crafted from adamantium for the exoskeleton, with bionic technology and an intelligent system integrated internally, supplemented by various superhuman attributes, Trellis replied. Then, why not simply procure more adamantium? Xin Ran queried. Master, have you forgotten? Lord Apocalypse destroyed all of that, came the response. Xin Ran felt a wave of exasperation. This individual was indeed a prodigal, and had he known, he would have intervened to prevent such wastefulness. Wait, wastefulness? Black Panther? Is Wakanda not still in existence? Surely, fabricating Sentinels from vibranium would pose no issue. It seems Black Panther's sister is also a genius. If only we could apply the technology from Black Panther's suit to the Sentinels, it would be splendid. With a newfound direction, other obstacles appeared trivial. As for whether the people of Wakanda would acquiesce, Xin Ran hardly entertained the thought. Mr. Black Panther, Ms. Black Panther, surely you wouldn't want all the vibranium under my control, would you? After all the metal in the world ultimately falls under my jurisdiction. As for the notion of directly exercising mental dominance over Wakanda, Xin Ran dismissed it. Life is about participation and experience. Resorting to such methods to solve problems by controlling others entirely would render the very essence of life devoid of meaning. It would be far more expedient to unify the Earth of the Avengers dimension, ensuring absolute compliance from all. Thus, under normal circumstances, Xin Ran refrains from employing mental tactics. Do not worry about the materials. Tony, are you familiar with vibranium? Uncle, I had already contemplated that. I can't even find enough material to forge myself a suit of armor, and you wish to utilize it for an army of Sentinels? At that moment, Wakanda remained largely isolated, and the quantity of vibranium known to the outside world was rather limited. Fear not, I will ensure you have an ample supply of vibranium. Really? I've been hoping to craft a vehicle from vibranium, Tony replied. Xin Ran chuckled, knowing that in Wakanda, not even farming tools are made from anything other than vibranium. One could only imagine Tony's reaction upon learning this. As they engaged in conversation, Jarvis's voice suddenly interrupted. Sir, the mansion is surrounded by personnel from the Department of Defense and S.H.L.D. It appears their intentions are not benevolent. Chapter 84. The Silver-Tongued Tony as a bastion of capitalism. Stark Industries holds a significant position within the United States. Should Tony wish to exert his influence, he could easily manipulate the presidential elections. Typically, officials from the Department of Defense would not resort to such overt measures to confront him. Even when Tony occasionally stirs up trouble, they prefer to engage in discreet negotiations behind closed doors. As for S.H.I.E.L.D., given Howard's legacy and Tony's current stature, they would never dare to take such actions, especially with Xin Ran still alive. Sir, shall I activate the building's defense system to eliminate them? Jarvis inquired after pulling up the relevant footage. No, that won't be necessary. Tony paused, momentarily taken aback by the upgraded Jarvis, who exhibited a hint of Ultron's demeanor. Uncle, shall we go take a look together? Yes, that sounds good. Xin Ran nodded and subsequently utilized his psychic abilities to inform Apocalypse to upload the prepared materials into Jarvis's database. The group leisurely made their way to the reception room on the first floor. Who might this be? Ah, General Ross and Director Fury have graced us with their presence. It was indeed fitting for Secretary of State to arrive with such fanfare. It was quite impressive. After meeting with the guests, Tony plopped himself onto the main sofa, adopting a sardonic demeanor, completely disregarding the scowling Ross and the cadre of dignitaries behind him. As Ross prepared to speak, Tony turned to Xin Ran with a grin. Uncle, it suddenly dawned on me that we have several hundred suits at home. Aside from my own, each possesses independent combat capabilities. Don't you think that when I next visit the Department of Defense, I could bring them along and surround the Pentagon? Wouldn't that be more formidable than our esteemed Secretary of State, General Ross? Hearing this, Nick Fury's already grim expression darkened further. He cast a pleading glance at Xin Ran, imploring him, please, don't indulge Tony in his antics. He is but a youth, and you are of a more distinguished age. Then, noticing Fury's demeanor shift to seriousness, he sighed deeply. A comrade understands the gravity of the situation. How could one behave as recklessly as Tony? Well, I find your idea rather intriguing. I think it's feasible, Fury remarked. Why the silence, General Ross? My income per second is approximately $2,500. You've now occupied nearly 5 minutes of my time, so let us say that amounts to around $70,000. Would you prefer to compensate me personally, or shall we account for it through the Department of Defense's funds? In truth, Tony was utterly unaware of his actual earnings, which far exceeded that modest figure. Ross felt a tightness in his chest, striking it a few times before regaining his composure. I, too, wish to speak. When have you afforded me the opportunity? Well, it has been 6 minutes and 30 seconds now, General Ross. I shall round it down for you. Let us make it $80,000. You might want to consider leaving. At this rate, I fear you may not be able to afford the bill. An eye for an eye, Tony quipped, fully embracing his silver-tongued persona. Tony Stark, do you remain unaware of the events unfolding? Do you have any idea how many lives were lost in your Stark Mall? In just a few short hours, over 100,000 people perished. 100,000. Ross dared not linger or mince words. He conveyed his message with urgency. Should that individual decide to pursue this matter, I would find myself unable to bear the financial repercussions. So what is the purpose of your grand display in my presence? Are you here to raid my establishment? Upon hearing this, even a dog would shake its head. Raid my establishment? Who has the audacity to do so? Wouldn't such an action set back the nation's economy by a decade? Over 100,000 lives. Tony Stark, do you not feel compelled to provide an explanation to me and the Department of Defense? Me? Offer you an explanation? I must inquire. Do you believe that the malls under my ownership suffered no losses beyond the loss of life? Ross hesitated, failing to respond to this query. Given your expression, I suspect the losses are substantial indeed. My malls have experienced both fatalities and looting, and I remain in the dark about the situation. Yet you expect me to account for this? Each year, I pay you significant taxes, and you cannot even protect a handful of malls? Instead, you come here with a show of force? Am I truly so easy to bully? After attending a meeting at the White House, numerous ministers, lawmakers, and the president endorsed Ross's views. However, the sanctions could not be hastily enacted, as this organization was recently established by our own country. It would be inappropriate to involve the United Nations so soon. Nonetheless, they all expressed support for Ross to act boldly, promising to provide silent backing, perhaps by applying some initial pressure. Why have no other malls encountered such incidents? Why is it solely those under your name? The deaths within your mall imply your responsibility. Tony scoffed, choosing to ignore him. Jarvis, please retrieve the number of individuals who lost their lives due to violent attacks in our nation last year. As soon as the request was made, the relevant data was displayed before everyone. 105,340. General Ross, I must ask you, according to your earlier reasoning, these individuals perished on your territory. Do you not bear some responsibility for their deaths? I am inclined to seek an explanation from you regarding the fate of those innocent civilians. Furthermore, the individuals who died in my malls also met their demise on your territory. Do you still have the audacity to hold me accountable? To demand an explanation from me? is truly laughable. Is it not the duty of the Department of Defense to safeguard national security and protect the lives of the populace? In light of such events, I would like to inquire, what is your purpose? I, Tony Stark, am a reasonable man. Even if the president were here today, my stance would remain unchanged. By the way, Uncle, is it not time for another election cycle? Do you have any suitable candidates in mind? Stark Industries would fully support them. I find you to be quite fitting, Xin Ran. Ross and Nick Fury, you are wealthy beyond measure. You wield power like a tempest. You are extraordinary. I, General Ross, may not be able to match your might, but very well. Let the agents of HYDRA come forth. Subsequently, Ross subtly gestured to Nick Fury, but whether it was due to his singularly impaired eye or some other reason, Fury seemed oblivious to the signal. Director Fury, would you care to say a few words? Nick Fury stared blankly at Ross, pondering the gravity of the situation. Was a presidential transition truly underway? What could he possibly contribute? He had disregarded Ross's earlier signal, and now the old man was audaciously calling upon him? How had such a dim-witted fellow ascended the ranks? Indeed, this matter is rather peculiar. The vicinity of the incident, within a 5-kilometer radius, appears as if under some form of control. Transportation, internet, and communication have all come to a standstill, warranting a classification as a superhuman phenomenon. Does the emergence of such phenomena imply the Avengers have faltered in their duties? Even if there has been a lapse, what does your heavily armed encirclement of my building signify? If you cannot articulate your thoughts clearly, I advise you not to press me further. As soon as Tony Stark finished speaking, Jarvis chimed in with a timely update. Sir, the Stark Tower is currently under armed siege by the Department of Defense, and this has already been leaked to the media. Our stock has plummeted by $580 million. I have notified Ms. Potts and Ms. Daisy to manage public relations. Tony felt a surge of satisfaction. The upgraded Jarvis was indeed impressive. Even if a loss of $500 billion were to occur, it would merely be a trifling matter. Though he remained indifferent, others would surely care. However, his expression quickly soured, and he slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud, startling Ross. The entire gesture was fluid, devoid of any semblance of theatrics. Did you hear that? Are you satisfied now? $580 million. Do you have any idea how long it would take me to earn that back? Ross, I'm aware of your grievances against the Avengers. Are you here to take me to task today? Tony, do not overstep your bounds. I ask you, since this is a superhuman phenomenon, why did you Avengers not promptly attend to the scene? What purpose do you serve? We still do not know who the assailant is. What use are you? And your uncle? What was the purpose of causing such a commotion in Queens? Ross, exasperated by Tony's words, stood and pointed an accusatory finger at him. Naturally, I rushed to the scene as swiftly as I could. My capabilities are limited. I only managed to save a few tens of thousands in Queens. However, I have already uncovered the mastermind behind this incident. We have done our part. So what exactly do you seek? Do you wish to exert your authority as Secretary of State? Do you aspire to dominate the Avengers? Do you wish for everyone to heed your commands? Sinan's words struck home, leaving Ross momentarily bewildered. If that were truly the case, then this grand display to question their actions seemed rather excessive. Chapter 85. The Scapegoat General. There were indeed no civilian casualties in Queens, aside from the armed militants who suffered greatly. However, as for the mastermind behind this incident, SHILD currently has no leads. After listening to Nick Fury's words, Ross fell silent for a few moments before responding. Saving lives is the duty of you Avengers, and identifying the instigator is also your responsibility. Words alone bear no weight. Regarding the mastermind you mentioned, I currently know nothing. So I must inquire, General, what if the mastermind is linked to a particular nation? Xin Ran reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs and holding a cigar, exhaling smoke while gazing at Ross. To dare slaughter hundreds of thousands of civilians on our territory. Do they truly believe our nuclear arsenal is merely for show? Let me make this abundantly clear. Should any nation be behind this, we shall undoubtedly go to war. Xin Ran nodded, expressing his satisfaction. Well said, General. I am pleased that you have not disappointed me. Ross curled his lip disdainfully, letting out a cold snort, choosing not to engage further with Xin Ran, for he knew he could not best him in words. I think no nation would be foolish enough to act in such a manner, would they, Mr. Xan? Ross held a firm confidence in his nation's strength and military prowess, doubting that any country would be reckless enough to such an extent. Overall, He remained skeptical of Xin Ran's claims. Believe it or not, there indeed exists such a nation. Ross, still brimming with confidence, seemed to have forgotten how Pearl Harbor had been attacked. Ah, yes. I recall that the then Secretary of Defense was quite akin to your current position. Ross was once again incited by Xin Ran's words, yet found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, for there lay truth within Xin Ran's assertions. Mr. Xin, shall we not first resolve the pressing issue at hand? The loss of hundreds of thousands of lives requires accountability. Protests have already begun to erupt in numerous locations. Nick Fury implored earnestly. Xin Ran's expression darkened, his commanding aura emanating as he surveyed Ross and the others, causing them to shudder before he spoke. Jarvis, present the details of that little Japanese scion for everyone to examine closely. Understood, Mr. Xin. Subsequently, a flawless dossier was projected before the assembly. Name, Meiji Kyushin. Age, 35. Position, Captain of the Imperial Guard and leader of Special Operations. Background, chosen by a special agency of Japan at the tender age of 8. Even if Japan disavows this individual, under the auspices of the apocalypse, he is undoubtedly a product of Japan, with no means of evasion, for every element is traceable. A simple investigation would reveal all. Yet this fellow is indeed quite sinister. You have drained him dry, leaving no stone unturned. Xin Ran, what is this? Are you insinuating that Japan orchestrated this incident? Have you lost your senses? Ross could hardly believe that his own lapdog would dare to bite the hand that feeds it. If Japan was indeed behind this, what of his earlier proclamation of inevitable confrontation? A foreboding sense arose within him, pondering whether Xin Ran had ensnared him in a trap. When you speak, show me some respect. By virtue of seniority, you ought to address me as elder brother. Calling me by my name without proper decorum is unbecoming. If your father has failed to teach you, I do not mind imparting further lessons. Xin Ran reprimanded without a flicker of emotion. Under the subtle reinforcement of his mental prowess, Ross felt beads of sweat form on his forehead. Sir Xin, do you mean to suggest a connection with Japan? Ross, now thoroughly cowed, dared not maintain his previous tone. Xin Ran cast a sharp glance at him, refraining from answering his inquiry. Instead, she publicly activated a spatial portal, extracting the young Japanese man from the battlefield. Upon seeing him, the crowd gasped. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the photographs in the dossier. You are Meiji Koishian? Ross observed the half-paralyzed Japanese man before him with a grave expression. One obvious question, am I your father? There was indeed a hint of the Special Operations leader's demeanor about him, not merely Xin Ran's embellishment. Now, do tell, what prompted such actions? Why? Do I require a reason for my actions? Allow me to clarify. I orchestrated this entire incident single-handedly, and it bears no relation to His Majesty the Emperor or my country. Ross was taken aback. This individual was quite articulate, readily throwing the actual perpetrator under the bus. Oh, I'm curious how you managed to evade detection by both the Department of Defense and SHIELD. The extraterrestrial beings originally intended to land in New York. Why did they end up in our Japan? Are you not aware? What of the Department of Defense? As long as the means are sufficient, they are nothing more than figureheads. If you possess the capability, eliminate me now. Though Meiji Koishian did not directly respond to Ross's inquiries, his words implied that following the extraterrestrial invasion, Japan had been compelled to force China to detonate nuclear weapons upon itself, an incident for which the United States bore the blame. Over the years, Japan had meticulously studied the remnants of those extraterrestrial beings, mastering certain technological methods and utilizing them for retaliation against the United States. General, be careful. As Meiji Koishian suddenly lunged towards Ross, a lieutenant behind him swiftly drew his handgun and pulled the trigger. Who the hell authorized you to shoot? Ross bellowed in fury. He.S. just a cripple. What can he do to me? Why kill him? You absolute fool. A worthless piece of trash. Japan still held some utility for the United States. Despite the loss of so many lives, an immediate rupture was inadvisable. When the Chitauri had wreaked havoc in Japan, they too were unaware of the circumstances. Nonetheless, the United States bore a modicum of responsibility. There was still potential to negotiate and mitigate tensions through Meiji Koishian, even if relations soured, avoiding the onset of war. Now, with him dead and no witnesses, Japan would bear the brunt of the blame. Jarvis, have you recorded everything? Preserve the evidence and distribute it to the major media outlets. As Avengers, we have a duty and obligation to unveil the truth to the public. Xin Ran declared resolutely, infused with a sense of justice and responsibility. Once the media became involved, broadcasting the dialogue and pertinent information, the news would spread globally, regardless of Japan's admissions. The incident would be attributed to them. Subsequently, Ross held a press conference on behalf of the Department of Defense. First, he issued a public apology regarding the siege of Stark Tower. Secondly, he announced that the United States would impose comprehensive sanctions on Japan, including military action. This revelation sent shockwaves across nations. The conflict between the father and son is indeed escalating. A five-star general, who also serves as Secretary of State, has publicly apologized, prioritizing national affairs over personal matters, which underscores the formidable strength of Stark Industries. Following this incident, the stock prices of Stark Industries surged dramatically, elevating Tony's status in the hearts of the American populace. Meanwhile, the true orchestrator of this event, the Adrian team, led by the Vulture from Spider-Man Homecoming, was overjoyed, having prepared themselves for a manhunt by HYDRA and the Department of Defense. Unexpectedly, a scapegoat emerged to take the blame. In response, the Vulture swiftly mobilized his team to Japan, ready to exploit the situation for personal gain. Chapter 86. Journey to Wakanda. After the outbreak of war between Japan and the United States, Stark Industries, as the largest military contractor, saw Tony personally oversee operations at the front lines for several days to ensure that the conflict was genuine before returning. During Tony's absence of over 2 months, the Sentinel program was put on hold. During this time, Xin Ran spent nearly every day with Zhao Hailuan, utilizing his abilities to traverse the breathtaking landscapes and renowned historical sites across the globe, leaving traces of their adventures together. The quartet of sisters officially transformed into a quintet with the addition of one more member. Upon Tony's return, the Sentinel team reconvened, and Zhao Hailuan eagerly pulled Xin Ran back into their unfinished discussions. "Uncle, you are over 100 years old. I'm truly impressed," Zhao Hailuan remarked as she and Xin Ran became a couple. Although Tony had anticipated this, he could not resist a few jests. Zhao Hailuan blushed, feeling a bit awkward now that she had become Tony's aunt, and quickly shifted the topic. Xin Ran, regarding the Sentinel program. "We still have those 2 unresolved questions from last time. What are your thoughts?" With a gentle smile, Xin Ran wrapped his arm around her waist, reclined on the sofa, and took a leisurely puff from his cigar. "The second question is actually the simplest. Since there are no mutants in this world, why not bring mutants from a world where they exist? Moreover, you need not worry about the potential conflicts of mutant abilities, which significantly reduces the difficulty, doesn't it?" The Sentinels previously developed by Trask took various factors into account, not only from the perspective of the Sentinels themselves, but also considering the influence of mutant abilities on them. "By the way, take a good look at this. I hope you can further refine it," Xin Ran said, producing a set of silver armor from his spatial ring. "What is this?" the others inquired, puzzled. "Wear this armor, and it will allow you to absorb the abilities of mutants, applying them to yourself." Upon hearing this, Tony's eyes lit up. "Uncle, can I absorb your abilities? I think you might be even more powerful than any mutant. Are you not afraid of overwhelming yourself?" Chiron exhaled a cloud of smoke directly into his face, showing little inclination to engage in idle chatter. "Tilas, this machine may possess certain flaws. Ordinary individuals might not withstand its power. Delve into it thoroughly and strive for improvements, as it could also benefit the Sentinel program. If it proves universally applicable, I shall select suitable mutants and transplant their mutant genes into your bodies. In the realm of the Sentinels, though they stand in opposition to mutants, peace now reigns. Those mutants endowed with considerable powers are, to ordinary people, akin to those possessing superhuman abilities. My lord, I am aware of a particularly vicious mutant. I have confined him in a prison in Egypt. His abilities are exceptionally suited for my purposes. After I thoroughly study this phenomenon, I intend to transfer his mutant genes into myself." "Oh, what powers does he possess?" Chiron inquired, intrigued. Tilas chuckled awkwardly, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "He can alter the size and length of his own body. Regardless of his station, whether in high authority or living in subservience, his greatest aspiration throughout his life has been to become a normal person." Chiron understood Tilas's underlying motives. As long as he could effectuate improvements successfully, he was free to experiment as he wished. "Thank you, my lord," Telas exclaimed, his face alight with excitement, akin to someone invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively and continued. "One final point regarding the application of the mind gem. This is not particularly difficult. It merely requires clearer thinking on your part. Once the Sentinel program succeeds, we will have thousands of Sentinels at our disposal. Have you considered how to manage these Sentinels? How to maximize their efficacy?" The group shook their heads. They had indeed not contemplated this issue. While Telas envisioned controlling the Sentinels through specialized voice patterns, he acknowledged the inefficiency of such a method, fearing it could yield counterproductive results. Why not create a singular, most powerful Sentinel and embed the mind gem within him? In other words, merge the two entities, transforming the mind gem into a Sentinel. Through this supreme Sentinel, we could guide the others, thereby achieving our objectives through him. Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, the group fell into contemplation. "I believe this method is indeed feasible, much like how I can manipulate the iron armor through Jarvis. The same principle applies. How did I not think of this before?" Tony clapped his hands, a look of realization dawning upon him. "Telas, I concur with my lord's idea. I agree as well." Banner added, "Zhao Hailuan, why are you looking at me? Do I need to say more?" "Very well. I cannot assist further in other matters. The specifics of implementation and whether you can bring it to fruition rests upon you all." Having spoken, Xin Ran stood up, preparing to depart. Before leaving, he enveloped Zhao Hailuan in a warm embrace, urging her to diligently work in his absence, promising to take her to aerial battles upon his return. Zhao Hailuan, upon hearing this, blushed with delight. Wakanda, nestled in the eastern region of Africa, encircling Lake Turkana, has ingeniously concealed itself within the embrace of nature. Utilizing their nation's advanced scientific techniques, the existing satellite detection technology of the outside world fails to uncover the existence of such a wondrous realm on Earth. Upon exiting the laboratory, Xin Ran soared towards the eastern part of Africa. With his current velocity, he arrived above Lake Turkana in mere minutes. Gazing at the boundless greenery below, Xin Ran couldn't help but marvel at the enchantment of this nation. His mental prowess swiftly enveloped an area spanning hundreds of miles, and the specific location of Wakanda soon became clear to him. With a swift movement, he darted towards the forests in the southeastern mountains. Just as he was about to collide with the hillside, the scene before him transformed instantaneously, revealing a city brimming with technological marvels. Concurrently, Xin Ran's breach of the barrier was immediately detected by Wakanda's defense system and reported to Shuri, the sister of the Black Panther. At this juncture, T'Challa and Eric, the two brothers, were embroiled in a fierce dispute over the rightful claim to the throne. With internal strife already prevalent, the emergence of Xin Ran posed an additional threat. Shuri promptly informed T'Challa and the general of this development. Without hesitation, they summoned the troops and raced towards the location where Xin Ran had descended. Chapter 87. I spotted the guards. Xin Ran refrained from entering the main city, instead halting at the border region. This seemingly impoverished village, though modest, was equipped with the most advanced technology. The villagers kept pets that were among the world's rarest and nearing extinction. Within a mere 2 minutes, the villagers, who were previously engaged in their respective duties, scurried back to their homes upon the arrival of this outsider. Soon after, a subtle tremor resonated through the earth. 2 kilometers away, T'Challa and his captain of the Royal Guard, Okoye, were galloping towards Xin Ran's location atop 2 white rhinoceroses, trailed closely by a throng of royal guards. The villagers, who had just retreated to their homes, quickly donned their gear and regrouped under the village chief's leadership, arming themselves with an array of farming tools such as shovels and hoes, all crafted from vibranium, equally effective on the battlefield as in the fields. The 2 rhinoceroses halted 100 meters before Xin Ran. The fully armed villagers, under the guidance of their chief, seamlessly integrated with the royal guards, displaying remarkable organization and speed. T'Challa, with a grave expression, scrutinized Xin Ran in silence, uncertain whether this intruder was a foe or a friend. Observing the scene, the captain of the royal guard raised her spear and shouted fiercely at Xin Ran, "Intruder, leave Wakanda." Her commanding voice resonated, igniting a chorus behind her. "Invader, depart from Wakanda." The collective roar of thousands surged like thunder. Xin Ran smiled, taking a few steps forward with her hands clasped behind her back. Noticing this, Okoye's nerves tightened, and her command shifted. Everyone, prepare for battle. Instantly, silence enveloped the arena. In the next moment, the guards behind her, along with the recently joined villagers, formed a battle array. Wakanda! Wakanda! The chilling sounds echoed once more, undeniably solidifying their stance. However, hearing that chant repeatedly, it began to resonate in Xin Ran's ears as a mere echo. I see the security. That will suffice. Unable to contain herself, Xin Ran interjected softly, yet her voice resonated powerfully within the hearts of all present. The sudden turn of events plunged the arena back into silence. T'Challa sensed the shift in atmosphere, and then the necklace around his neck emitted a dazzling purple glow, enveloping him in the vibranium armor of the Black Panther. He turned to Okoye, nodding with a gesture to hold the forces steady while he tested the waters. Subsequently, he executed a backflip, swiftly launching himself towards Xin Ran with a speed rivaling that of a speeding car. Yet, to Xin Ran, his movements appeared as if in slow motion, akin to a toddler learning to walk. Okoye, observing Xin Ran's indifference, assumed she must be stunned by their great king. She rallied her troops once more. I see the security. I see the security. Each shout grew louder. Xin Ran felt quite exasperated. Were they all gifted with golden voices? As T'Challa approached, he lunged forward, claws aimed directly at her face, delivering a merciless strike. Just as the invader seemed poised to be felled, T'Challa's form abruptly froze mid-air, immobile. The cacophony of roars behind him ceased abruptly. Charge! Okoye, realizing the gravity of the situation, reacted swiftly, leading her troops towards Xin Ran. The vibranium spears and capes surged forth, generating waves of energy, a sight to behold. Alas, the weapons they relied upon were forged from vibranium. With a casual wave of her hand, Xin Ran unleashed an invisible force that enveloped the thousands rushing toward her. In an instant, their weapons and specially crafted capes detached and rose into the air. Subsequently, the once indomitable vibranium weapons merged effortlessly into a colossal sphere, which Xin Ran guided to a gentle descent. With a singular move, she orchestrated a magnificent display of power that stilled the arena. The once proud and arrogant Okoye was left speechless, swallowing hard as words escaped her. The troops behind him exchanged glances, momentarily a loss for what to do, as one of Wakanda's elite forces was effortlessly dismantled by Xin Ran's raised hand. Is this your approach to hospitality? Xin Ran mocked, having freed T'Challa from his constraints. Turning to survey the scene behind him, T'Challa cautiously retreated several paces. Who are you? I mean no harm. Upon hearing this, T'Challa released his vibranium armor, which transformed into a necklace that hung around his neck, and raised a hand to signal Okoye to refrain from any rash actions. You claim to be alone. Must you rally such a force against me? While speaking, Xin Ran beckoned towards the two white rhinos behind T'Challa. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the massive creatures bounded over, nuzzling his feet with their colossal horns in a gesture of goodwill. This left Okoye momentarily speechless. It was known that these two white rhinos were purebred ancient lineage, personally trained by Wakanda's Minister of Defense, Wabi. In times of peace, they served as the king's pets and mounts, but in war, they would don vibranium armor and lead the charge into battle. Aside from a few high-ranking officials in Wakanda, no one else could command such beasts. Yet now they lay prostrate before an invader who had just dispatched the royal guard with a mere gesture. What more could be done? Aren't you one of Eric's men? T'Challa began to piece together the situation, albeit feigning ignorance to create an avenue for himself to retreat. What do you think? Xin Ran smiled, continuing, I am a shareholder of Stark Industries, and I have come to discuss a collaboration with you. Although Wakanda remains secluded, news from the outside world has never ceased. T'Challa was somewhat familiar with Stark Industries, the colossal commercial empire. Stark Industries? Are you one of Tony Stark's associates? You could indeed perceive it that way. How'd you find this place? If I wish to come, I shall. What about those occurrences? Is that Stark Industries' new technology? I find it hard to believe it has advanced to such a degree. Merely my personal capability. Personal capability? No sooner had he spoken than the gathered metallic spheres dispersed once more, the sound of grinding metal filling the air. In mere seconds, all weapons returned to the grip of each guard. Okoye felt the weight of her spear in her hands, as if in a dream. At that moment, a trembling voice from the necklace reached T'Challa's ears. Brother, that individual seems capable of controlling the magnetic field. Our weapons are ineffective against him, and if he so desires, he could annihilate Wakanda. Chala's pupils dilated in an instant, a chill running down his spine. However, after a brief moment, he returned to his original demeanor, dispelling all hostility, and looked at Xin Ran with a smile, saying, "Sir, shall we proceed to the royal city for a more in-depth discussion? It would also allow you to savor the local delicacies of Wakanda." Chapter 88. You wouldn't wish for the annihilation of Wakanda, would you? At the gracious invitation of Chala, Xin Ran rode upon a rhinoceros, following the escort to the royal city. The level of advancement in the royal city left Xin Ran feeling somewhat unreal. The traffic, the architecture, the city layout, and every facet of life were imbued with a sense of science fiction. Compared to cities in the outside world, Wakanda was not merely centuries ahead. It was an entirely different realm. Just a simple farming tool, such as a hoe, could fetch over $1 million in the outside world. It is no wonder that before Wakanda emerged, Tony Stark was the world's richest man, but after its revelation, he appeared impoverished in the presence of Chala. "How do you find it, Mr. Exine?" Chala inquired, observing the wide-eyed wonder on Xin Ran's face. Okoye, standing nearby, felt a surge of pride as she noticed the outsider's awe at her homeland's architecture, unconsciously puffing out her chest in a display of pride. Xin Ran nodded with a smile, affirming that seeing it firsthand was indeed a spectacular experience. "Heard it all before? But Wakanda has never engaged with the outside world. I wonder what you mean by that, Mr. Exine?" Chala, keenly perceptive, caught the essence of the statement. "Oh, it's nothing." Xin Ran waved his hand dismissively. "Though you have remained isolated, I have had a long-standing affinity for this place." Chala paused momentarily, but did not dwell on it, recognizing that this individual was already quite extraordinary, and it was not surprising for him to utter equally astonishing claims. Under Su Rue's meticulous arrangements, the welcoming feast was prepared precisely as they sat down. The dishes served were indeed local delicacies of Wakanda, featuring species and vegetables unavailable in the outside world. Once the meal was laid out, Su Rue nodded at Chala, signaling her intent to depart, casting a casual glance at Xin Ran before leaving. Had it not been for Xin Ran's remarkable abilities, Su Rue would have been tempted to bring him to her laboratory for further study, questioning whether he was truly human. "Chala, who is this?" Xin Ran inquired, pointing at Su Rue as she prepared to leave, feigning ignorance. "This is my sister, Su Rue, our little genius of Wakanda," Chala replied, pride evident in his voice as he spoke of his sister. "Ah, Princess Su Rue, please do not depart just yet. Let us converse," Xin Ran suggested directly, eager to discuss a small project he was overseeing and curious if Princess Su Rue might be interested. "Brother, what about me?" Su Rue asked, feeling somewhat bewildered by Xin Ran's invitation, glancing towards Chala for guidance. "Do not worry, sister. Please take a seat," Chala reassured her with a nod. "Su Rue can play." Settling beside him, her anticipation for Xin Ran's small project piquing her interest. As the wine flowed, Chala began to broach the subject of business. "Uncertain of the purpose behind your visit to Wakanda, what collaboration do you seek?" With a leisurely puff on his cigar, Xin Ran replied with a single word, "Vibranium." This answer, indeed, fell within Chala's expectations. "How much do you require?" "A continuous supply would be ideal." "That is not feasible." Chala was taken aback by Xin Ran's audacity and resolutely declined. "In truth, I could procure it myself. Wouldn't you agree, Su Rue? Perhaps you could reiterate what you mentioned to your brother. I shall bear witness that you spoke nothing but the truth." Xin Ran, casually reclining with crossed legs, observed them in silence. Chala, upon hearing this, felt a tremor run through him. "Your boldness astounds me. I am curious, Mr. Exine, what you intend to do with the vibranium. It cannot be conveyed in just a few words. If Su Rue were to join me in my modest endeavor, she would comprehend. I must ponder this matter carefully." Xin Ran nodded, continuing, "I understand that Wakanda is not lacking in wealth, and vibranium resources are abundant. You would surely disdain acquiring vibranium through external monetary means. However, under the weight of my threat, you will inevitably relent and provide it at no cost, for you surely do not wish for Wakanda to face annihilation, do you, Your Majesty? And you too, Princess Su Rue?" Chala fell silent, pondering how to respond to such forthrightness. "Shall I take the throne instead?" he mused. "However, I do not intend to resort to force. I propose to assist you through this crisis in exchange for your vibranium support, allowing you to appease your ministers and maintain your dignity." "What crisis?" Bacanda faces no crisis. Is that so? What of Eric? To be candid, do you truly wish to engage him in a life-and-death struggle? A tragedy has already unfolded among your forebears, Chala. You are well aware of how your uncle Njobu met his end. At this juncture, Chala stood abruptly, his face a mask of shock as he regarded Xin Ran. This was a closely guarded secret of the Black Panther lineage, revealed to him only before his father's passing. How could this outsider possibly know? In his quest for power, Chala's father had taken the life of his own brother, Njobu. Although Njobu had erred, his transgressions did not warrant death, nor did they alter the rivalry for the throne. During Njobu's apprehension, Chala's father had invoked the pretext of violent arrest to execute him without hesitation. Though it may seem unseemly to slay one's own brother, procedurally, there was no fault to be found. Had he openly acknowledged his actions, no one could have contested him. Yet the late king chose to conceal this truth, inadvertently complicating matters. Why did he hide it? Out of guilt, out of a sense of moral obligation. For once spoken, it would become a stain upon his life, subject to public scorn. Furthermore, after Njobu's demise, the old king had indirectly exiled his son, Eric, from Wakanda. In this manner, Chala's ancestors no longer hold the moral high ground. Today, Eric boldly returns to contest for the throne, and crucially, this struggle aligns with the millennia-old customs of Wakanda. Ultimately, Chala harbors a degree of trepidation. His father erred once, and he is reluctant to follow in his footsteps, resorting to fratricide once more. Yet, the contest for the throne has always been a matter of life and death. Eric, now brimming with ambition, poses a threat to Chala's very existence. It appears to be merely a conflict between two brothers, yet it profoundly impacts the future trajectory of Wakanda. The difficulties mentioned by Xin Ran are by no means exaggerated. How do you intend to resolve this? A harmonious family ensures prosperity. Why not let him be the compliant younger brother? Indeed, if Eric could simply heed Chala's counsel and refrain from contesting the throne, it would be splendid. However, such a resolution is far from simple. How can enmity built over 2 lifetimes be reconciled? Chala inquired, what do you plan to do? Nothing at all, came the reply. Were it not for the disparity in strength, Chala would have gladly confronted him head-on. Nothing at all? Is this some sort of jest? At that moment, Okoye hurriedly approached, casting a glance at Xin Ran before bowing to Chala, saying, Eric has learned of the Royal Guard's defeat at the hands of an outsider and has seized the opportunity to rally the rebels, heading towards the royal city. Chala was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly responded, prepared to engage the enemy. He added, Suri, remain here with Mr. Xan. Subsequently, Chala followed Okoye out of the palace. After only a few steps, Xin Ran's voice echoed from behind. Once we step outside, it becomes a matter of life and death. Are you sure you do not require my assistance? Chapter 89. Agricultural nation Chala's hurried pace slowed considerably, yet he still did not turn around. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Ultimately, he came to a halt. I have agreed to your previous condition. Please proceed. With that, he slightly inclined his body, indicating for Xin Ran to join him in confronting Eric. No need. I prefer to remain here. I am disinclined to run about. Are you certain you are not jesting with me? Chala's face grew cold, and Okoye shot him an angry glare. Is this jest amusing? Xin Ran quipped. The two exchanged dark looks. Despite the storm of frustration raging within, they maintained their silence, their expressions impassive as they awaited his next move. Though Wakanda is a nation, its size is neither large nor small. It is comparable to a provincial capital in Huaxia. When Xin Ran breached the barrier, he enveloped the entirety of Wakanda in a magnetic field. He is acutely aware of any disturbances within the realm, perhaps due to Xin Ran's intrusion as an outsider. A series of butterfly effects has transpired. The incident in which Chala was cast off a cliff by Eric to seize the throne never unfolded. Instead, it evolved into a more overt struggle between the two brothers. Among the villagers, there exists no shortage of supporters for Eric, and the news of the disbandment of the Royal Women's Guard was swiftly conveyed to him. Although comprised solely of women, this guard represented the mightiest force of Wakanda. The collapse of the guard led Eric to perceive this as a fortuitous opportunity, prompting him to ally with the formidable warrior M'Baku and consolidate the forces of the ape tribe. They prepared to overthrow the reign of the Black Panther and unify Wakanda. As the most valiant warriors of Wakanda, the ape tribe venerates the totem of the white ape, which stands in stark opposition to that of the Black Panther. They have long harbored discontent towards the Black Panther's rule, yearning to return to a more primal existence. Despite being fellow citizens of Wakanda, the ape tribe has consistently posed a significant threat to the ruling Black Panther. As the new king ascends, it becomes a struggle between two brothers. And the ape tribe's response to Eric's call to arms is nothing short of overwhelming. Their forces, numbering in the tens of thousands, were poised to assault the royal city. Yet, to Xin Ran, the presence of millions mattered little. Seated within the palace, indulging in a cigar, he executed a masterful maneuver. Just as Eric and M'Baku's army approached the royal city, the weapons of the vast contingent unexpectedly soared into the sky, ultimately converging towards the palace. Eric felt a sense of foreboding. How could this be? Just as he pondered the situation, his mind blanked, and in an instant, he lost consciousness. The animosity within him was quelled by Xin Ran, who implanted a semblance of blissful memories into his consciousness. As Eric regained awareness, he beheld the ape tribe behind him and M'Baku beside him, overwhelmed by regret, guilt, and self-reproach. What am I doing? T'Challa is my brother. Yet I am conspiring against him with outsiders? Am I even human? Within the palace, observing Xin Ran's preoccupation with his cigar and his lack of reaction, both T'Challa and Okoye grew restless. Just as T'Challa began to speak, a colossal shadow enveloped the palace, revealing a multitude of weapons, both Wakandan and foreign artillery. Okoye was taken aback. She had presumed that Xin Ran's ability to control the weapons of her guard was his utmost limit. Little did she anticipate that from such a distance, he could dismantle an army of nearly 10,000 without her even perceiving his method. Clearly, she had underestimated him. Henceforth, she would need to adopt a more humble demeanor in his presence. The same realization dawned upon T'Challa. Your Majesty, Captain, Eric's forces have yet to reach the royal city, yet all their weapons and armor have mysteriously vanished. Minister Wakabi has seized the opportunity to attack. The ape tribe's army has been entirely captured, and we have sustained no casualties. Just as the two were grappling with disbelief, a female member of the guard entered the palace, delivering the news. Oh, very well, you may leave now. Yes. T'Challa found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, suddenly it dawned upon me. Wait, where is Eric? Your Majesty, the incident occurred unexpectedly, and I have yet to receive any news regarding him. No sooner had the words left his lips than a burly warrior clad in a simple robe entered the chamber. After offering a slight bow to T'Challa, he spoke. Your Majesty, Eric is kneeling before the royal city in tears, expressing his remorse. Minister Wakabi is at a loss on how to handle the situation. Please provide your guidance. Tell Wakabi not to disturb Eric. I shall address this matter personally. Yes, Your Majesty. Okoye, you should assist as well. Within the palace, only 3 individuals remained. It had only been 10 minutes since Okoye had entered to report, and the seated figure had yet to finish a cigar. The unruly beastmen had crumbled, and Eric's distress felt surreal, as if I were ensnared in a dream. Mr. Sin, what of Eric? T'Challa felt somewhat bewildered by the outcome, particularly by Eric's reaction. You'll understand once you see for yourself. A portal of deep black appeared within the palace, revealing the scene outside the royal city. Spatial teleportation. How did you accomplish this? Su Rue exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. Xin Ran merely smiled and offered no explanation. He rose and proceeded forward, with the siblings closely following. Upon reaching the exterior of the royal city, the sight of Eric kneeling on the ground stirred a whirlwind of emotions within T'Challa. He stood behind Eric, sighed deeply, and gently called his name. Eric turned at the sound, tears streaming down his face as he crawled toward T'Challa. T'Challa, I'm so sorry. I'm not human. I'm but a beast. Seeing this, T'Challa hurried forward to assist him, glancing back at Xin Ran, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just moments ago, Eric had been pleading for his life, and now he was in anguish, apologizing to T'Challa. The stark contrast was indeed overwhelming. Subsequently, Eric continued with his heartfelt confessions and tears, his sincerity nearly moving the 3 siblings to tears as well. In the end, T'Challa personally convened his ministers and issued a decree. Eric was to be enfeoffed as a prince, entrusted with overseeing the population and territory of the Beastmen, and granted unrestricted access to the royal city of Wakanda. With Eric no longer a threat, T'Challa felt an immense sense of relief. He took Xin Ran on a leisurely tour of Wakanda for several days. The only drawback was the predominance of black individuals in Wakanda. Although Chala repeatedly extolled the exquisite nature of their skin, Xin Ran remained disinterested. As they prepared to depart, Chala once again hosted a grand banquet, assuring Xin Ran that Stark Industries would continue to receive vibranium from Wakanda. He also informed her that Wakanda would soon emerge as a farming nation on the global stage. Chapter 90. Unfathomable Wealth. Initially, Xin Ran had intended to simply open a portal and return, but Chala persistently intervened. He insisted on providing her with a fighter jet crafted in Wakanda, a fully automated marvel made entirely of vibranium. Upon learning of the Sentinel project, Su Rue clamored to join as well. Despite Chala's reluctance, he could only acquiesce to his sister's wishes. Mr. Xian, this aircraft shall henceforth be your personal possession. Under any circumstances, it can be controlled via voice command. As for its combat capabilities, I assure you, it is at least a century ahead of external technologies. However, I doubt you will require its martial functions. The effective internal space measures 80 square meters, adorned in the opulent style reminiscent of the Wakandan royal palace. You need not worry about storage. When not in use, it will seamlessly conceal itself in the sky, ever ready to heed your commands. As long as it remains within the Earth's atmosphere, energy concerns are non-existent. Su Rue elaborated meticulously before boarding. Xin Ran, having absorbed this information, nodded in satisfaction. This arrangement would undoubtedly conserve space within his own confines. Upon entering the aircraft, Xin Ran was utterly astonished. This was no mere fighter jet. It resembled a luxurious airborne villa. Though the interior space was limited to 80 square meters, it was replete with every amenity: a bedroom, living room, kitchen, and bathroom, all present. The furnishings and decor echoed the lavishness of a royal palace, exuding sheer opulence. Furthermore, activating the panoramic mode rendered the fuselage transparent, offering breathtaking vistas of the skies above. This was truly a marvel of aerial warfare. Previously, he had relied solely on his own abilities for aerial combat, limited to transporting but one companion at a time, which greatly constrained his effectiveness. Now, equipped with this extraordinary machine, he could unleash a barrage of 5 projectiles simultaneously. Mr. Xian, where shall we go? Just say the word. Su Rue prompted, noticing Xin Ran's immersion in the aircraft's splendor. New York, Star Tower, Xin Ran commanded, sinking into the plush sofa of the living area. Shortly thereafter, the aircraft soared beyond the confines of Wakanda, en route to its destination. With the panoramic mode engaged, the view from within resembled a flying abode. Were it not for Su Rue's presence, Xin Ran would have eagerly summoned all 5 women to indulge in some revelry. What occupies your thoughts? Su Rue Wayeth, observing Xin Ran's gleeful gaze out the window. Oh, nothing much. Su Rue, this aircraft truly resonates with my inclinations, he chuckled. Indeed, I personally designed and developed it. Su Rue replied, a sense of pride swelling within her. Approaching the living room cabinet, she retrieved a beverage. Would you care for a drink? Sure, I'll take one. Xin Ran caught the bottle she tossed his way, and as he settled back on the sofa, he remarked, I must ask Su Rue, does Wakanda not utilize plastic? Even the beverage bottle is made of vibranium? Alas, we are an agrarian nation. Plastic is rather cumbersome. Vibranium is far more expedient for our needs, considering it's just a thin layer. Oh, and once you're done, simply toss it in the trash. Little robots will come to collect and recycle it. Su Rue explained as she sipped her drink. What a splendid agrarian nation this was. Such a response was nothing short of extravagantly indulgent. If this were to be offered elsewhere, the mere value of the beverage's packaging could sustain an ordinary family for half a year. Even someone as affluent as Tony cannot procure much vibranium, which currently resides in a realm of pricelessness and scarcity. One must acknowledge that vibranium's malleability, versatility, offensive and defensive capabilities rank among the finest in the cosmos. While Tony's armor is constructed from steel and titanium alloys, he has yet to harness nanotechnology. Setting aside combat efficacy, its portability pales in comparison to that of Chalias. Mr. Xian, I would like to inquire about the Sentinel program. Su Rue ventured as he noticed Xin Ran's silence. Very well, proceed, Xin replied. How is the research on the Mind Stone progressing? I am not entirely certain. You may discuss specifics with Tony and the others shortly. Actually, I have another notion. Do you think it would be possible to allow the Sentinels to freely alter their size? They could shrink to the size of a speck of dust or grow larger than the Hulk. Although I have never left Wakanda, I have been attentive to external developments, such as the crisis that occurred in New York a few years back. If we possessed a fully functional sentinel capable of size manipulation, I believe they could single-handedly overpower the Chitauri. Su Rui's words invigorated Xin Ran's thoughts. The powers of mutants, the strength of the Mind Stone, the form of vibranium, combined with Ant-Man's abilities, would indeed enhance the Sentinel's combat prowess. Why had he not considered this sooner? Even if Thanos commands a multitude of minions, there would be no match for an onslaught from tens of thousands of Ultramen. Since you mentioned it, isn't there already a mature technology available? No. Su Rui shook his head. But I know who possesses it. Hank Pym? Pym particles? Xin Ran blurted out. I knew you would know. Mr. Xin, Su Rui chuckled. How is it that you, in Wakanda, a nation known for its isolation, are so well informed about external matters? Many are aware of the New York crisis, but few know it was an invasion by the Chitauri, let alone anything about Pym particles. Mr. Xin, I assure you, I have access to classified databases of the U.S. Department of Defense and the United Nations. I can enter and exit at will. Then why did you not discover my identity back then? Many high-level secrets are not uploaded to databases, and some do not even exist in physical form. It is quite normal that your records eluded detection. How do you know all this? Be honest. What is your connection to HYDRA? I have no ties to them, but many agents within HYDRA are affiliated with HYDRA. It seems you are somewhat underutilized in technology. I believe you would excel in intelligence work. How do you know that I am also responsible for intelligence operations in Wakanda? Xin Ran. This young lady is indeed a genius. The aircraft soared swiftly, rendering itself invisible upon entering American airspace. The Air Force's detection systems proved utterly ineffective against it. Fortunately, the rooftop of Stark Tower was sufficiently spacious, allowing the aircraft to land smoothly. After Xin Ran and Su Rui departed, the aircraft concealed its form once more and ascended into the skies. Chapter 91. The God-making machine, the inclusion of Princess Su Rui significantly accelerated the application of the Mind Stone in the Sentinel's development. Utilizing Wakanda's advanced technology, Su Rui dedicated over half a month to completely deconstructing the components of the Mind Stone. In collaboration with Tony, Zhao Helen, and Chala, they succeeded in upgrading Jarvis, thereby resolving the Sentinel's cognitive challenges. As for the Pym particles, Tony personally approached Hank Pym. Unfortunately, the quantity was limited and the research demands were substantial, compounded by Hank Pym's advanced age, which rendered him unable to assist in configuring the Sentinels. However, the mutant ability factor that Chala had identified could serve as a substitute for the Pym particles and even prove to be more effective. Eager to transcend his diminutive stature, Chala worked tirelessly after acquiring a set of silver armor, often neglecting rest and sustenance. The armor, originally designed to absorb the mutant ability factors, had a section on the arm that Chala modified by removing excess components and deconstructing existing technology. After more than 3 months of relentless effort, he successfully upgraded and transformed it, resulting in an exquisite design that exuded a futuristic essence. The functionality underwent a remarkable transformation by extracting mutant blood. The corresponding ability factors could be obtained and tailored to maximize integration with an individual's physiology, ensuring a harmless incorporation into the human body. This meant that the mutant, from whom the blood was drawn, would merely lose a drop of blood without any loss of their inherent abilities. Upon learning this, Xin Ran was understandably astonished. Setting aside her personal needs, she marveled at Chala's genius for achieving such technological advancement. Tony aptly named it the God-making machine. One of the immediate beneficiaries of the God-making machine was Chala. In less than 3 minutes, the desired ability factor fused with him. However, due to physical limitations since childhood, even after merging with the ability factor, Chala could only maintain a form akin to that of a normal human, unable to freely alter his appearance. Regardless, he was content with this outcome, reveling in the sensation of possessing a typical physique, celebrating for 3 days and nights without rest. Tony, feeling a pang of envy, remarked, "Uncle, would you mind sharing a drop of your blood with me? Are you trying to exploit my newfound abilities? Aren't you afraid it might be too much for you?" Xin Ran quipped, "Well, with the God-making machine, I doubt I could even handle 1/10 of your power. Unfortunately, I am merely an ordinary human, devoid of any ability factors, so it seems I cannot meet your requirements. Oh, I shall return to work now. First, we need to produce the Sentinels, and rest assured, your blood will be indispensable. I will bring back suitable ability factors for you. The system has not issued any tasks, and the Sentinel program is on track. So there's no need for Xin Ran to worry excessively. During this time, she plans to take a well-deserved vacation, allowing herself to unwind and save her life. At Xin Ran's request, Zhao Hailuan withdrew from the 5-member group. After all, what she could do, Tony could also manage. Without her, Tony would merely have to take on a bit more work, which is just part of the youthful experience, enduring hardships and gaining strength. Upon returning home, they learned that Xin Ran intended to take them on a trip, prompting the 5 women to begin their meticulous preparations. The seaside villa soon became a flurry of activity. Chapter 92. The time traveler Xin Ran first led the group to Wakanda to experience its primitive yet sci-fi charm. Then they journeyed to the battlefield of Japan, allowing them to explore the combat capabilities of fighter jets. Subsequently, they traversed a spatial portal and arrived in the realm of the Avengers. Aside from Wakanda and the Japan-America battlefield, this place had all the renowned landmarks available in the Avengers universe, and Xin Ran was, after all, the sovereign. They spent nearly a month there before returning. With the Sentinel program still in its infancy, Zhao Hailuan immediately requested to return to the laboratory upon her arrival, which brought Xin Ran great joy. The next morning, the two entered the lab together. Since it was still before working hours, the vast laboratory was occupied solely by Tony. Is this the time to be idling away? They quietly appeared behind him, and Xin Ran jested. At that moment, Tony was utilizing vibranium to enhance his new generation of armor. The technology and equipment brought by Surue had greatly aided his upgrades, and over the past months, Tony had seized free moments to work on this project. He felt a surge of anticipation. Even if his upgraded armor couldn't match the perfected Sentinel, it would at least be capable of a wrestling match with the Hulk. Oh, you two decided to grace us with your presence. What orders do you bring? Tony set down the components in his hands and leaned against the workbench with a playful tone. Suddenly, a distortion in the fabric of time and space materialized near Stark Tower, followed by the appearance of 2 oddly dressed men. Inside the tower, the 2 conversing were entirely oblivious to this phenomenon. Any Avenger present would immediately recognize them. These 2 were none other than Tony Stark and Steve Rogers. What's going on, Tony? This doesn't seem like the battlefield of New York. Do we teleport to the wrong place? Or is the timeline askew? Rogers remarked seriously as he surveyed their surroundings. Tony activated his device, furrowing his brow. According to my design, this instrument should not malfunction. He then inadvertently glanced at the electronic clock displayed on the building next door. Wait a moment, this time point appears to be shortly after the Sokovia incident. He realized upon observing the time. It seemed there was indeed a temporal error. Although they had successfully traversed, retrieving the space stone at this time would be nearly impossible. What shall we do now, Tony? The remaining PIM particles are barely sufficient for our return. Steve gazed at Tony, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Tony, lost in contemplation, eventually spoke in a somber tone. Captain, what if we consider this? At this point in time, Ant-Man has only just come into being, and the quantity of PIM particles should still be ample. We could directly seek out that old fellow Hank Pym for some, or perhaps discreetly borrow a bit. Steve nodded, sighing. It seems we have no choice but to proceed this way. Alas, we have erred here. I can only wonder how the others are faring. Tony scratched his head awkwardly, realizing that his words seemed akin to self-reproach. Subsequently, he and Steve strode confidently towards Stark Tower. Tony, are you certain you were not at Stark Tower during this time frame? After a few steps, a sense of unease crept into Steve's mind. Rest assured, Captain, I remember distinctly. After resolving the Ultron situation, I was abroad enjoying leisure time with Pepper at this moment. Oh, that's reassuring. Upon entering Stark Tower, Tony promptly addressed Friday. Utilize all means to swiftly ascertain Hank Pym's whereabouts and contact information, and also Ant-Man Scott's. Certainly, sir. But have you perhaps mistaken the name? I am Jarvis. What? Hearing Jarvis's familiar voice and human-like response, Tony froze. What's the matter, Tony? Steve sensed something was amiss and grew wary. You're not Friday? Tony exclaimed in astonishment. Who is Friday? Sir, I am Jarvis, came Jarvis's response, tinged with confusion. How is this possible? Tony gasped, casting a look of incredulity at Steve. Captain, I activated Friday as my assistant after Jarvis merged with Vision. But now, Steve, equally perplexed, pondered the implications. From a temporal standpoint, The AI in Star Tower at this moment could not possibly be Jarvis. Jarvis, do you recall when Ultron attacked you and then Vision absorbed you? Tony inquired, regaining composure. Of course I remember, but that fiend Ultron didn't escape for long before being captured by Mr. Apocalypse, and then you restored me, completely absorbing Ultron's data. Recently, you and Princess Shuri upgraded me. If another like Ultron were to appear, I would surely have him kneel and call me father. By the way, what is this Vision? Jarvis's tone was somewhat haughty as he questioned Tony. The two exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Shuri was known to them as Chalia's sister. Yet Tony had never collaborated with her. As for Apocalypse, it was an unfamiliar name entirely. After a moment's reflection, Steve mused, Tony, could it be that Banner and the others have traversed into our previous timeline, thus altering history? Otherwise, it certainly appears so. This is intolerable. The emergence of a new timeline is far from a favorable development. Tony's expression darkened, filled with fury. Do not be hasty in your anger, Tony, since it has occurred. We must confront it with equanimity. We must hasten our efforts to secure the PIM particles, or else the situation may deteriorate further. You are correct, Captain. To restore the timeline, we must acquire sufficient PIM particles and continue traversing through time to effect gradual changes. Uncle, that young Lady Su Rue indeed possesses remarkable skills. Just consider her expertise in utilizing vibranium. Had I been able to apply it to my armor earlier, I am confident I could subdue both Hulk and Thor. Tony proclaimed while tinkering with his armor in the lab. Oh really? When do you plan on subduing me as well? Xin Ran jested. Well, it will likely take a few more years. For now, it is not feasible as material constraints pose a significant challenge. I'm aware of my limitations, Tony replied, waving his hand dismissively. Chapter 93. A single punch reveals the hierarchy. All right, it is time. Those three should be descending from the upper floors shortly. Jarvis, please send the latest progress report on the Sentinel project to Aunt Helen. Certainly, sir. The relevant data is being transmitted. However, may I inquire why you have reappeared here? I have confirmed that the individual downstairs is indeed you. Sir, are you not concocting some new scheme? What new scheme? I have been right here. Are you mistaken? Tony refuted. How could I be mistaken? If you were not accompanying him, I would have certainly notified you of Captain Rogers entering the building. And have you forgotten the task you just assigned me? Rogers? With me? Tony was taken aback by Jarvis's remarks. At this moment, Xin Ran seemed to grasp the situation. It was no wonder that during the Battle of New York, the area she had been vigilant about had shown no anomalies. Could it be that her presence had even affected parallel timelines? How dare you impersonate me? This is a perfect opportunity to test the might of this vibranium armor, Tony exclaimed, his ire ignited upon witnessing Jarvis's projection. Simultaneously, Stark was posed a similar query by Jarvis, who presented him with a projection concerning the individuals upstairs. Rogers felt a sense of foreboding, while Stark began to curse. He had anticipated that Jarvis would evolve into a more intelligent and humanized entity, only to discover that this fool was still relaying messages back and forth. Even if both were himself, such antics were unacceptable, truly a display of unwavering loyalty. Yet, he was further astonished to realize that the version of himself at this time had not gone out with Pepper. This is unexpected. Shall we go take a look together? Xin Ran expressed curiosity about these visitors from alternate timelines, wondering if they had a counterpart of her own in their world. Uncle, leave this matter to me. You need not intervene. It has been a while since I have exercised my muscles. Allow me to handle this, Tony declared, donning the vibranium vest. With a swift motion of his hand across his chest, the armor enveloped his body in mere seconds, resembling nanotechnology. He then leaped, shattering the glass wall as he soared toward the ground. Upon witnessing the scene, Xin Ran exclaimed, "What a wasteful fool! Such a large window is right beside you. Captain, we have been discovered. Should we retreat?" Stark's expression darkened as he gazed at Rogers. The repercussions of altering history once more could be extraordinarily severe. Tony, given the circumstances, perhaps we should. Before he could finish, a thunderous crash resounded as Tony, clad in his vibranium armor, appeared behind them, blocking their escape. Rather than descending, this man had leapt directly from several stories above, embodying a fierceness that rivaled even Black Panther. However, the immense recoil had caused a violet aura to emanate from his armor, signifying his capacity to convert it into energy for offensive purposes at will. Leave? To where? Show me one way out. As the sleek helmet retracted, revealing Tony's face, he regarded the two with disdain. Their gazes locked, and the two temporal visitors felt a tightening in their chests. Do I appear as old as you? Your hair is already white. Goodness, those wrinkles. Jarvis, can you not recognize that this is indeed me? You fool. Tony scrutinized the two before launching into a verbal barrage. Sir, it is indeed you, as all vital signs correspond to your identity. Jarvis defended earnestly. Stark's expression darkened. The absurdity of the situation was staggering. He had always been the one to mock others. Yet today, he found himself the subject of his own ridicule. Rogers chose not to interject, knowing that Tony already suspected them to be imposters. Speaking up would only invite scorn. After all, that man had a sharp tongue, and now he was youthful. How could he hope to win a verbal spar? Stark paused it, then whispered to Rogers, Captain, what if we team up and knock him out first? Rogers understood Stark's intent and replied, That sounds feasible. He then added, But I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. Have you ever donned such armor before? Fear not, Captain. This armor is the latest technology. Besides, together, we need not fear this callow youth. Very well, let us proceed. With that, Rogers swung his vibranium shield with great force. Stark swiftly activated his nanotech armor, enveloping himself entirely. Tony raised his hand to block Rogers' shield, momentarily taken aback by Stark's actions. How is he? That armor? With little time to ponder, Tony snorted contemptuously and unleashed all the energy he had amassed from his leap. Rogers, caught off guard, was hurled backward, crashing heavily against the wall. In the next moment, Stark lunged forward, raising his fist to strike, and Tony, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. With a thunderous crash, two fists collided, causing Stark to stagger backward. His nanomaterial fist already showing signs of rupture, though it swiftly repaired itself. On the other hand, the energy unleashed from the clash transformed into a violet aura, once again enveloping his armor. The disparity was evident from a single blow. Stark found himself bewildered, questioning how he had forgotten his own formidable past. Tony, too, recognized the pivotal point and solemnly inquired, Who are you really? And what is the technology behind your armor? Though Rogers' shield had undergone a transformation, the manner, angle, and force of his strikes remained strikingly reminiscent of Steve himself. As for Stark's Iron Man suit, while it lacked the materials and Wakandan technology, the proficiency displayed was undeniably superior, echoing elements of his earlier armors. Stark refrained from addressing Tony's questions, opting instead to query his artificial intelligence. Friday. What is the status of his armor? Mr. Stark, the opponent's armor features technologies you previously discarded, yet it incorporates Wakandan advancements and is entirely crafted from vibranium, somewhat akin to that of Mr. Chala, though not entirely identical. While technically it still falls short of your standards, the armor's inherent strength far surpasses yours. In close combat, you are at a disadvantage. Moreover, he is younger than you. Enough. No need for further explanation. Stark cautiously observed his younger self, his mind racing as he plotted his next move. After all, continuing this way would not resolve the dilemma. Ignoring me, are you? Then allow me to demonstrate my prowess. Incensed by the blatant disregard, the impetuous young Tony launched himself forward once more. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Stark understood that, with age, he no longer held the advantage in hand-to-hand combat. Summoning the power of his 50th suit, he swiftly distanced himself from Tony. Almost immediately, several missiles were fired from his back, hurtling towards his younger counterpart. The ground shook with the explosions, yet Tony emerged unscathed. The violet glow on his armor even more pronounced. Impressive power. Now you shall taste your own medicine. Subsequently, energy accumulated rapidly in his palm, culminating in two formidable repulsor blasts that shot forth. Stark, witnessing this, extended one arm, and a nanoshield effortlessly materialized, successfully blocking the attack. Tony, taken aback, noted that while the opponent's armor appeared somewhat fragile, it possessed automatic repair capabilities, and in every other aspect, it surpassed his own. This cannot stand. I must prove my superiority over this impostor. Just as he prepared to strike again, a voice echoed in his mind. Enough, Tony. Cease this conflict. At that moment, a dark portal materialized, and Xin Ran emerged. Stark and Rogers regarded him warily, ready for action. Such an entrance? It bears an uncanny resemblance to Thanos. Uncle, I've just begun to engage. What is wrong with you? You keep hitting yourself, unable to distinguish between superiority and inferiority, and at this rate, the building will surely collapse under your antics. Stark and Rogers exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing this, while Tony appeared bewildered. Myself? Then who am I? To be precise, he is your future self. If you claim not to be yourself, then who else could you be? Xin Ran explained. The moment these words were uttered, the two men turned pale, exclaiming in unison, "Who are you?" In their timeline, this individual had never existed, a notion that defied all logic. Even more absurd was the fact that this person revealed his identity and origins upon his entrance. In response, Xin Ran merely smiled, choosing not to address their inquiries. Judging by their reactions, it was evident that their timeline unfolded precisely as the original narrative, without any alternate version of themselves materializing. My future self? Uncle, are you suggesting they have traversed through time? Tony remarked, his expression shifting into one of confusion. Uncle? Stark was taken aback. The individual appeared to be merely 17 or 18 years old. How could he be addressed as uncle? Where should I place this old face of mine? After contemplating Tony's words for a moment, Xin Ran mused, "Are you familiar with the concept of parallel universes? You mean to say that a future version of myself from another universe has crossed over to our current timeline?" Tony blurted out, succinctly encapsulating the idea. The theory of parallel universes was not a secret. He had dabbled in its study for a short period, but had always deemed it a fallacy, nearly impossible to validate. Indeed, it is precisely as you described, Xin Ran affirmed with a nod. Tony glanced at the disheveled Rogers before directing his gaze back to Stark's armor. Come on, tell me, what transpired in the future that necessitated such an effort to return? Theoretically, events in parallel universes mirror each other. To a certain extent, traversing parallel universes equates to navigating through time. Thus, Tony felt that the two men were acutely aware of the future events in their timeline. If you were to learn about future occurrences, it would invariably alter the trajectory of history. Surely you comprehend the consequences of such knowledge? Faced with Tony's inquiry, Stark resolutely declined to respond. I say, my friend, have you lost your wits? Your appearance here, coupled with our encounter, suggests that history may have already been altered. Moreover, judging by your reactions, it appears you do not recognize me. Your Uncle Xin Ran. If I am not mistaken, the timeline of our universe has diverged from yours long ago. This statement left Stark momentarily speechless. However, upon reflection, he conceded that Tony's assertion held merit. Just considering Jarvis, it was evident that the history of this timeline had strayed from the original course. Yet, I still wish to know why you have returned, Tony insisted, pressing for answers. After a brief silence, Stark finally spoke, because soon half of the Earth, and indeed the entire universe, will be annihilated by Thanos. Subsequently, the two recounted the entire sequence of events, beginning from the moment when Ebony Maw, dispatched by Thanos, descended upon Earth, alongside their responses and the purpose of their mission. Tony listened intently, his brow furrowing slightly. Is this it? He glanced towards the composed Xin Ran beside him. Uncle, what is your perspective? To be candid, after he had gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, I possess no confidence whatsoever. My current ability fusion rate stands at a mere 50%. I genuinely lack the courage to confront Thanos, who wields all 6 stones. However, I would certainly never allow him to assemble them. Xin Ran interjected. This is something even Apocalypse could manage. Indeed, I believe a mere few thousand Sentinels could easily handle his armies. Even with the Power Stone in his possession at this juncture, I feel he would not pose a challenge. Be more confident and discard your apprehensions, he continued. Alas, that fellow Thor is utterly unreliable. If it were a matter of severing heads, it would have been resolved long ago. And that vision is simply too weak. I am certain that with an army of Sentinels, Thanos could not seize any of the stones from Earth. Uncle, do you think we should take the initiative? Once the Sentinels are fully operational, we should strike first. The exchange between the uncle and nephew left the two others present somewhat bewildered. Eventually, Rogers could no longer contain himself and exclaimed, Do you even realize what you are saying? The situation is far more complex than you imagine. In response, the notoriously sharp-tongued Tony refrained from further comment, not uttering a single retort. Differences in perception need not incite debate. Conflicting worldviews only waste breath. Even if he were to argue and elucidate the formidable nature of the Sentinels or the extraordinary capabilities of Xin Ran, they would remain unyielding. For Thanos had become an indelible shadow in their minds, one that seemed insurmountable. Chapter 95. A decision to provide support in an instant. Silence enveloped the room. Tony, I wish to resurrect those who have perished. Could you assist me? Stark finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Initially, one might have expected him to respond without hesitation, given his ever-empathetic nature. However, Tony's gaze shifted towards Xin Ran, awaiting his counsel. Why are you looking at me? I have no time for this. No profit, no engagement. Why expend effort for no reason? It will be far more comfortable to snuggle with my wife by the warm hearth. Beep. No sooner had he finished speaking than a voice resonated within his mind. A new task is available for the host to accept. Task details: gather all 6 Infinity Stones. Completion reward: ability fusion rate increased to 65. The host will be immune to the power of rules. Impervious to all methods. An unexpected increase of 15 in progress. Xin Ran was taken aback. Immunity to the power of rules. Impervious to all methods? Truly, thoughts manifest into reality. With this ability, even if Thanos were to snap his finger specifically at me, what would it matter? I am impervious to all methods. Disregarding rules. Even if he were to attempt it 100 times, it would yield no effect. In truth, Xin Ran had contemplated gathering all 6 Infinity Stones. But the difficulty was simply too great. First and foremost, the capability to achieve 50 times the speed of sound may hold some significance on Earth. Yet in the vast expanse of the universe, traversing even a solar system would consume decades, let alone escaping the confines of the Milky Way. Furthermore, the cosmos is not devoid of entities far more powerful. Although I possess considerable skills and abilities, I cannot guarantee that I will not encounter those who wield the formidable power to manipulate the very fabric of reality. Additionally, even if I were to acquire all the Infinity Stones, their utility would be minimal, offering little assistance, akin to the Space Stone lying dormant in my possession. It is hardly feasible for me to impose a form of population control akin to Thanos. At present, the system has unveiled a new mission, and fortuitously, there exists a shortcut that would allow me to gather all 6 Infinity Stones at once. Stark and his companions have an uncomplicated objective: to snap their fingers and restore half of the deceased to life. But what then? After all, Thanos destroyed the stones post-snap, indicating that their existence is inconsequential. Contemplating this, I smiled faintly and declared with conviction, I have given it some thought. Though you hail from parallel universes, at our core, we are all allies. When you face adversity, we cannot remain idle. Thus, I have resolved to extend my assistance. Upon hearing my willingness to help, Stark's expression softened slightly, accompanied by a glimmer of hope. Perhaps my involvement would enhance the likelihood of success. While Rogers felt some discontent at the dismissive tone exchanged between us, he stubbornly remarked, Buddy, while we might have succeeded without you, we still owe you our gratitude. In an instant, I was transported back to several decades ago, to a narrow alley behind a cinema, where I rescued Steve from the clutches of a hulking adversary. He had uttered those very words, Buddy, even without you. I could have defeated him, but thank you all the same. In the blink of an eye, nearly 80 years have elapsed. Though the Steve before me is not the one I once knew, a wave of nostalgia washed over me. I recalled watching Avengers Endgame in that very cinema, witnessing the parallel universes Thanos emerge as Iron Man and Thor fell one after another, leaving only Captain America to confront the onslaught until the very end. Faced with Thanos' relentless army, despite being battered and bruised, and with no allies at his side, he stood resolute, undaunted, a solitary warrior against an entire legion. For no reason other than sentiment, I felt compelled to embrace this journey. It has indeed been far too long since I last saw Steve. Once this is all over, I must invite him for hot pot. Uncle, what are you pondering? Tony's voice brought me back from my reverie. Nothing much, I replied, turning to Steve. Oh, no need for formality, Captain. My name is Xin Ran. He continued, if I'm not mistaken, you must have formed several teams, each tasked with its own responsibilities. You two are here for the Space Stone, I presume? Listening to Xin Ran's words, Rogers and Stark exchanged glances, their faces a portrait of astonishment. Not only did he discern their identities at a glance, but he also seemed privy to such intricate details. Could it be that he too traversed through time and space? Before they could respond, Xin Ran opened his palm, revealing the Space Stone, radiating a cerulean glow before them. Is this the Space Stone? They were once again taken aback. As for the other stones, I trust your comrades will acquire them. The pressing concern now is how we might return together. As long as we have a sufficient supply of PIM particles, this should not pose a problem. The crux of the matter is that our current stock of PIM particles is rather limited. However, rest assured, we shall handle it. With that, Stark turned to Tony. Buddy, could you inquire with your Jarvis regarding the locations of Hank Pym and Scott? Soon, detailed addresses, contact information, and even real-time images of the two were projected by Jarvis. In the footage, Scott was seen mingling with a swarm of ants, seemingly engaged in some task, while Hank Pym sat nearby in an armored vehicle. It appeared to be somewhat complicated. Just as he spoke, a rift in space materialized before them. A figure, resembling Thanos to some extent, emerged, leaning on his waist. Stark immediately donned his armor and stepped back, bracing for action. The figure approached Xin Ran, bowed respectfully, and proclaimed, "I pay my respects to my lord." He straightened, glancing around. "Greetings to all esteemed guests." Tony nodded in acknowledgement. The other two, however, remained bewildered, utterly at a loss. The peculiarities of the day were truly overwhelming. Observing his feeble demeanor and the hickeys on his neck, Xin Ran inquired with a smile, "Where have you been living it up lately?" "I was originally in Japan, but with the constant bombardment, I moved to South Korea." "Oh really? You have a knack for selecting locations. Wasn't South Korea also rife with conflict?" Apocalypse chuckled awkwardly, then adopted a serious tone. "My lord, I presume you summoned me for a specific task?" The two individuals projected by Jarvis possess something known as PIM particles. "I need you to retrieve some for me. Remember, do not resort to violence, and strive to remain undetected," Xin Ran commanded succinctly. "Understood, my lord." He stepped forward to copy the relevant information from Jarvis before tearing open a rift in space and departing. Once Apocalypse had left, Stark finally spoke. "Xin Ran, who is he?" When Tony noticed Xin Ran's silence, he subtly interjected, "His name is Apocalypse, a follower of my uncle." "Does he have any connection to Thanos?" Stark inquired further. "None whatsoever." "Well, I can't shake the feeling that he possesses a certain resemblance to Thanos, though I cannot quite articulate what it is." Upon hearing this, Xin Ran chuckled softly. One was a prominent figure from the War Police dimension, and the other from the Avengers dimension. Their temperaments were undoubtedly somewhat akin. In a matter of moments, a spatial rift reappeared. "My lord, do you think these will suffice? You brought them all here?" Chapter 96, Apocalypse, you go and fight. With an ample supply of PIM particles, Stark utilized the existing equipment to create two sets of gear necessary for traversing time and space. Under the guidance of the two, Xin Ran and Apocalypse swiftly learned how to operate the devices. As the equipment activated, the four of them instantly vanished from their location, entering the quantum realm. Before them, the scenery morphed in an endless array of transformations, overwhelming the senses and causing a dizzying sensation. Once they regained their composure, the four found themselves standing on a large circular platform. Simultaneously, other Avengers in this timeline had completed their respective tasks and returned. Upon noticing the two unfamiliar faces in their midst, particularly Apocalypse, who bore a slight resemblance to Thanos, the team immediately grew wary, poised for action. Stark and Rogers hurriedly explained, "Everyone hold on. These two are allies, here to assist us." With this clarification, the atmosphere in the room began to ease slightly. "Captain, what are their identities? I don't recall ever seeing them before. Are you certain they can help us?" Thor voiced the collective concern of the group. Xin Ran regarded his considerable beer belly with a smile and introduced himself. "Greetings, I am Xin Ran, and this is Apocalypse." He then briefly shifted his gaze to Nebula. To his surprise, Thor, still impatient, pressed, "I'm not concerned with your names. I simply wish to know how you two can be of use here." In response, Xin Ran merely raised one hand slightly. The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of his intent. In the next moment, Thor's axe and the hammer he had brought from a parallel universe began to tremble violently. "What is happening?" Thor bellowed. The power of the god of thunder surged, coursing through his hands, yet he still could not maintain control. Subsequently, both artifacts slipped from his grasp and soared toward Xin Ran, hovering beside him as if they had encountered Odin himself. Thor stood in disbelief, astonished by Xin Ran, unable to comprehend the recent occurrence. The other Avengers shared his incredulity. They understood the significance of seizing Thor's weapons. However, this young man had merely raised his hand slightly, without any contact, and the two artifacts had flown to him as if recognizing their rightful master. Xin Ran scanned the group, and upon seeing no objections, he tossed Thor's weapons back to him. The atmosphere in the room became subtly charged, with no one daring to speak. After a prolonged silence, Rogers broke the awkward tension. "All right, folks. How did things go on your side?" As Xin Ran anticipated, the other teams had successfully acquired the Infinity Stones. In the pursuit of the Soul Stone, Natasha made a sacrifice, perishing on a distant planet. The atmosphere among the group grew somber in the wake of Natasha's demise. Yet, at this juncture, they could only accept the reality with equanimity, for they had already lost so much. Although Xin Ran and Natasha were strangers in this universe, he felt a twinge of emotion. If it were within his power, he would wish to bring her back. After entrusting the Space Stone to Stark, the 6 Infinity Stones were successfully gathered. Stark then embarked on the relentless endeavor of crafting the Infinity Gauntlet. More than half a month later, an Infinity Gauntlet imbued with a distinct metallic essence was born within the Avengers' headquarters. The 6 Infinity Stones were meticulously embedded into the Gauntlet's recesses. All the Avengers brimmed with anticipation, yet they were soon confronted with a daunting dilemma. Who would wield the Gauntlet to snap their fingers? After Thanos executed his fateful snap, the overwhelming energy radiation had nearly rendered him incapacitated. Among those present, although they possessed formidable powers, they paled in comparison to Thanos. Thus, whoever undertook this perilous task would face a grave risk to their life. While Captain Marvel was the most suitable candidate, she was unfortunately absent from Earth at that moment. After much deliberation, their gaze fell upon Banner and Thor. However, recalling Thor's current debilitated state, they dismissed him from consideration. The synergy between Banner and the Hulk had waned significantly, both in physical resilience and combat prowess. Nevertheless, it seemed that this daunting task could only be entrusted to him. After mulling it over, Banner resolved to shoulder this heavy burden. Upon witnessing this, Stark immediately activated the base's defense system. "Apocalypse, you shall take the lead." Just as Banner was about to don the gauntlet, an unsettling voice echoed in the room. The group turned to see Xin Ran seated in the corner. Wanting to voice an objection, they hesitated, recalling the moment when Thor had faced his own reckoning. "Yes, my lord." Apocalypse responded promptly. Simultaneously, Xin Ran conveyed through mental energy. "The gauntlet and the 6 Infinity Stones are imperative. Ensure they remain under my watch." Upon receiving the command, Apocalypse swiftly approached Banner, reaching for the Infinity Gauntlet. Banner, feeling a sense of unease towards this outsider, guarded the gauntlet while glancing at Stark and Rogers, his trusted allies. Stark was about to speak when Apocalypse let out a cold snort, unleashing a surge of mental energy that surged toward Banner as consciousness. With a resounding crash, Banner collapsed, and the gauntlet fell into Apocalypse's grasp. "Xin Ran, what is this?" The onlookers were left in a state of bewilderment. With a mere flick of his hand, he had incapacitated Thor. In a flash, the Hulk had also been subdued, and they were left questioning how he had accomplished such feats. This was a master-servant duo, and under these circumstances, who among them could stand against them? The thought of expressing anger or defiance was daunting. They lacked the courage to provoke him further, for the consequences could render their collective efforts futile. "It's all right, Stark." Banner merely fainted. "You can explain how to snap your fingers and let him handle the specifics." Xin Ran replied. "Very well." Stark nodded and proceeded to relay all pertinent information regarding the finger snap to Apocalypse. Subsequently, amidst the anticipation of all, Apocalypse slowly donned the Infinity Gauntlet. The energy of the 6 Infinity Stones was instantly activated, with an immense power visibly radiating throughout Apocalypse's entire being. Despite gritting his teeth, pained groans escaped his lips. After a brief moment, it seemed as though this energy had fused with Apocalypse, transforming his previously contorted visage back to normal. He gradually lifted the gloved hand. With a sharp crack, a resounding snap echoed. An invisible wave of energy surged outward from Apocalypse, enveloping the entire Earth, and eventually the cosmos itself. Enduring the overwhelming radiation, Apocalypse collapsed to the ground, half of his body appearing as though it had been scorched, an unsettling sight indeed. Stark hurriedly approached, swiftly removing the Infinity Gauntlet with a single motion and casting it aside. The others rushed over, anxiously examining Apocalypse's injuries. Once the gauntlet was removed, Tony prepared to spray a specialized chemical agent on Apocalypse to alleviate his suffering, only to witness the charred half of his body beginning to visibly regenerate. New skin forming before their eyes. It was the self-healing factor within him that was at work. Nearly 5 minutes later, Apocalypse fully recovered, standing once again beside Xin Ran. Yet his attention remained fixated on the Infinity Gauntlet. How'd it go? Was it successful? Coming back to their senses, The group eagerly inquired of one another, with Hawkeye hastily rushing outside. As he listened to the cheerful chirping of birds, a long-lost smile graced his face, his heart swelling with excitement. It was well known that Thanos had obliterated half of all life in the universe, including birds, fish, and insects. The Avengers base had not heard the sound of birds in a long time. Clearly, they had succeeded. At that moment, Stark's phone rang from his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed it was a call from his wife, who had long since passed. Just as the group reveled in their triumph, a series of thunderous roars suddenly erupted from the sky outside. Before they could react, the entire base began to collapse in an instant. Chapter 97. The Thanos from across time and space. A magnetic force field enveloped everyone present. An apocalypse, rolling his eyes, turned the collapsing structure into sand, propelling it away. The Infinity Gauntlet and its 6 stones were swiftly gathered by Xin Ran into a pocket dimension. As everyone looked up, they beheld a colossal spaceship hovering in the high skies. Soon after, a purple figure emerged from the vessel, slowly descending toward the ground. "Is that Thanos?" Rocket exclaimed, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. The other Avengers shared the same incredulous expressions as they gazed upon the figure that had landed before them. Is this truly the world 5 years hence? Thanos approached the gathering, halting a mere dozen meters before them. After surveying the assembly with a calm demeanor, he spoke. Clutching the tyrant's blade, he regarded none of those present with any semblance of respect. In the original narrative, Nebula, who traversed time and space to collect the Infinity Stones, was swiftly subdued upon being discovered by Thanos. However, this Nebula hails from an alternate universe, one where she had yet to renounce her allegiance to darkness. Thanos had orchestrated a clever switch. Although Xin Ran was aware of this situation from the outset, she chose not to expose it. Were Thanos to don the fully equipped Infinity Gauntlet, Xin Ran would have had to retreat into the shadows. Yet now, with all 6 stones in her possession, he was rendered a mere jest. What transpired, Thor? Wasn't Thanos meant to be slain? Rocket exclaimed, hands on hips. How the hell should I know? Did the snap just resurrect him? Xin Ran, is there a complication? Rogers appeared equally bewildered. However, Stark was the first to connect the dots, surmising that Xin Ran and Apocalypse had traversed from a parallel universe, suggesting that this Thanos, too, was a visitor from another realm. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Nebula is a hybrid of organic and mechanical, and if 2 nebulas were to coexist in the same timeline, their consciousness would clash while their memories intertwined. In the timeline Rod and the others visited, Nebula remained Thanos' staunch ally, meaning that the Thanos of 5 or 6 years ago had already anticipated the events that were to unfold. He had successfully replaced her. I sensed something amiss. When Apocalypse snapped his fingers earlier, Nebula was conspicuously absent. She must have been clearing a path for Thanos. As the group absorbed this revelation, they began to grasp the situation at hand. Despite the distance of several meters, Thanos heard Stark's words with crystal clarity. Casually, he drove the tyrant's blade into the ground, its hilt standing upright, and seated himself upon a nearby boulder, his eyes glinting with menace as he spoke. Tony Stark, you are indeed impressive. Alas, your end draws near. Thor, safeguard your head. Look at you now, as round as a ball. Steve Rogers, a mere human, can withstand my punch. Intriguing. You 2 are newcomers? I don't recall you, but in my eyes, you're already dead. Thanos' gaze settled upon Xin Ran and Apocalypse. Why do you prattle so excessively? You resemble a shoehorn with all that blather. If you wish to fight, then fight. If not, take your minions and be gone. Apocalypse opened his mouth to retort. Yet Thanos, dismissive, merely chuckled and disregarded him. It seems implausible that you would willingly surrender the stones. Therefore, let us engage. With that, he waved his hand nonchalantly. In the next instant, a relentless tide of extraterrestrial beasts descended from the spaceship, their sheer numbers inducing a sense of dread. Subsequently, he grasped the tyrant's blade and, with a gentle sweep, beckoned his army to surge forward like a deluge towards Xin Ran and the others. As the captain, Rogers boldly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the others, and raised his shield, proclaiming with resolute determination, "Prepare for battle." Stark lightly tapped his chest twice with one hand, and in an instant, his nanotechnology armor seamlessly enveloped him. Thor extended his arms, summoning the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, buried deep within the base. The raccoon, too, lifted his weapon, brimming with readiness. The other Avengers present, witnessing the scene before them, exhibited no trace of fear, although their strength was relatively commendable against these alien beasts. The sheer number of enemies seemed inexhaustible, and soon they began to feel the strain. As for Xin Ran and Apocalypse, they had yet to engage. Whenever the surrounding monsters approached them, they either disintegrated into ashes or were violently repelled, crashing back and obliterating more foes. Thanos took note of the two unusual figures, surprised by their formidable prowess, and dispatched Ebony Maw to deal with them. Without hesitation, Ebony Maw manipulated the blades in the monster's grasp and the steel and concrete from the ruins, launching them like a deadly rain towards the duo. "Master, rest easy. This foe is mine to handle," Apocalypse declared, effortlessly dispersing the onslaught, reducing it to mere dust. He then opened a rift in space and stepped through, instantly appearing behind Ebony Maw. With a swift and decisive strike, he landed a powerful blow to Ebony Maw's face, sending his slender form hurtling backward. Before he could travel far, Ebony Maw regained his balance through telekinesis, cautiously eyeing Apocalypse. However, Apocalypse offered him no respite, activating his powers once more. He encased half of Ebony Maw's body in grains of sand, rendering him immobile. Desperately, Ebony Maw attempted to break free from the confinement, but the sand clung to him like an unyielding adhesive. Observing Ebony Maw's frantic struggle, Thanos spoke in a long-forgotten tone, "Child, you are far too weak." He effortlessly eliminated a nearby minion, seizing the blade from his grasp, and with a swift motion positioned himself beside Ebony Maw. The execution was clean and efficient, and Ebony Maw fell to the ground. Thus, one of Thanos' most capable subordinates was vanquished by Apocalypse. Recognizing the situation, Thanos' demeanor shifted. He was acutely aware of Ebony Maw's capabilities. Rising from his seat, he grasped the tyrant's blade and began to stride towards Apocalypse. Noticing Thanos' approach, Apocalypse turned back, offering him a derisive smile. "You ignored me before, and now you wish to challenge me? I hardly regard you as a threat." Observing Thanos' slow advance with the blade, Apocalypse, disinterested in initiating an attack, lazily beckoned with his finger and made a mocking sound. "TSK, TSK, 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 TSK. Can you not move any faster?" The other Avengers, engaged in combat with the minions, also turned their attention to the confrontation between these two. Thanos, now visibly irritated, found himself humiliated not only by the loss of a key ally, but also by Apocalypse's derision. With a powerful push against the ground, his immense strength propelled his body into the air, and leveraging inertia, he raised the tyrant's blade, aiming it at the head of Apocalypse. The moment he struck, it was a lethal move. "Too slow, child." Before the blade could descend, Apocalypse's menacing voice echoed once more, and he vanished from sight. "Child, I'm right here behind you." As Thanos turned his head in midair, a massive slap greeted him. Apocalypse sent him crashing down to the ground with a single blow. "Leave the rest to me." Just as he prepared to continue his assault, Thor soared through the air, positioning himself in front of Thanos. Without uttering a word, he raised the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, summoning a tempest of thunder and lightning, charging ferociously towards Thanos. Chapter 98, Avengers Assemble. Thor's uncoordinated assault was effortlessly countered by Thanos. After several exchanges, Thor found himself increasingly fatigued, unable to unleash even half the energy of Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. "Thor, you couldn't kill me years ago. Do you think you can now? With that flabby physique of yours?" Thanos coldly mocked as he deflected the Stormbreaker hurled by Thor. For years, Thor had been plagued by guilt, tormented by the thought of why he hadn't struck Thanos' head with that fateful axe, instead landing a blow to his chest that allowed Thanos to wield the Infinity Stones, ultimately leading to that dreadful snap before his eyes. Anger simmered within him, and now, provoked by Thanos, it became unbearable. Sparks of lightning began to dance in Thor's eyes, and the already darkened sky grew even more ominous. A thunderclap echoed across the heavens, leaving the vast alien army momentarily stunned. Thor raised Stormbreaker and Mjolnir, as torrents of lightning began to converge upon him. Faced with such grandeur, Thanos remained unfazed, smirking. "Thor, your grand move pales in comparison to the past. It is but an empty show." With that, countless alien beasts surged forth, encircling Thanos to form a colossal shield. He was not foolish enough to withstand the Thunder God's ultimate attack. Thor let out a furious roar, pouring every ounce of his strength into a dazzling display of lightning that illuminated the battlefield. Alas, once the grand maneuver concluded, only a few thousand inconsequential minions lay defeated. Barely grazed Thanos. The years of lethargy and his increasingly corpulent form had indeed rendered his power superficial. Thanos' harsh words, albeit unkind, bore truth. Before Thor could summon his weapons back, Thanos launched himself, closing the distance to the airborne Thor with blinding speed, delivering a devastating punch to his beer belly. Though Thor was not merely mortal, Thanos was no ordinary being either. In an instant, Thor was sent hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground. Feeling his internal energy surge violently as he coughed up a mouthful of blood tinged with the taste of ale. Seizing the opportunity, Thanos pressed his attack, charging towards Thor with his massive blade raised high. As the situation turned dire, Rogers summoned his strength and hurled his shield at Thanos, striking him on the lower back. Although it did not inflict significant damage, it caused Thanos a momentary discomfort. "You dare challenge me, a mere mortal?" he thought, his anger simmering after having been struck earlier. Seizing the opportunity to vent his frustration, Thanos' expression darkened as he pivoted to confront Rogers, wielding the tyrant's blade with ferocity, effectively blocking all of Rogers' escape routes. Despite being outmatched, Rogers valiantly defended himself with a shield, even managing to land a few punches on Thanos' face during fleeting openings. Thanos scoffed, leaping into the air, the momentum of his attack propelling the tyrant's blade down towards Rogers' head. In a split second, Rogers executed a defensive maneuver with his shield. With a sharp crack, the shield, forged from adamantium, was cleaved in two beneath the weight of the blade. While he narrowly escaped death, the sight of his once indomitable companion reduced to fragments left him momentarily stunned. For decades, the shield had been his steadfast ally, impervious even to laser weaponry. Yet now it lay shattered. In a disorienting haze, a fist as heavy as a sandbag struck him on the temple, sending him crashing into the debris nearby. The rubble of steel and concrete pierced his left arm, blood flowing freely. Overwhelmed by dizziness and pain, any thought of rising to continue the fight against Thanos dissipated, as he found himself utterly drained of strength. In that moment, a memory flickered in his mind, being beaten by a thug in a back alley before enlisting. Seeing Rogers on the brink of death, Thanos shifted his focus to Stark. His mission revolved around the 6 Infinity Stones, yet their whereabouts remained elusive. With no news from Nebula, as if the stones had vanished into thin air, Thanos surmised they must be in Stark's possession. Just as he took a few steps, Rogers' faint voice reached his ears. "I can last all day." Thanos halted, momentarily taken aback. "I can last all day," Rogers reiterated, summoning every ounce of his strength to slowly rise, though the steel rod embedded in his arm held him fast. Thanos let out a derisive laugh. "I have no time for this," and turned to leave. However, an unexpectedly potent aura erupted from Rogers. Thanos' brow furrowed. The source of this power was enigmatic, yet instilled a sense of caution within him. "I can last all day." Rogers' once feeble voice transformed into a resounding declaration. Gradually, he stood upright, resolutely pulling the steel rod from his arm, his gaze unwavering as he faced his adversary. Extending his hand, a surge of thunderous energy, far surpassing that of Thor, erupted from within him. Mjolnir, hundreds of meters away, hummed in response, soaring into Rogers' grasp with a single breath. At the moment Rogers grasped Mjolnir, the scars adorning his body were instantaneously mended by flickers of tiny lightning. With a powerful leap, he surged forth, propelled towards Thanos with the swiftness of a lightning bolt. Before Thanos could react, the hammer's head collided with his chin, sending him hurtling away. Before his body could touch the ground, Rogers summoned several bolts of lightning, striking Thanos with unrelenting force. Following this, he soared forward, delivering a full-powered blow to Thanos' chest, resulting in a resounding thud as Thanos was forcefully driven into the rubble. Thor, witnessing the unfolding scene, was momentarily stunned, then exclaimed with excitement, "I knew it." Apocalypse, coming to a sudden understanding, remarked, "My lord, you anticipated he would unleash such potential, which is why you refrained from intervening." With a gentle smile, Xin Ran continued to observe silently. Thanos emerged from the debris, wiping his mouth with a hand that revealed blood, his fury reaching a boiling point. Grasping the tyrant's blade, he charged at Rogers, while simultaneously countless alien troops abandoned their skirmishes to converge upon him. Unfazed, Rogers held Mjolnir firmly, and Stark, noticing the dire situation, flew over to stand beside him. Rocket, Thor, Rhodes, and others quickly gathered as well. "My lord, should we not assist?" Apocalypse inquired, sensing the gravity of the situation. "Not yet. Assistance is already on the way," Xin Ran replied, just as two familiar voices echoed in Rogers' ears. "Captain, can you hear me? Captain, it's Sam, can you hear me?" To your left. Not only Rogers, but the other Avengers also heard the same call. They turned to see a circle of shimmering portals, emanating golden sparks, expanding before them with blinding radiance. From the portal emerged T'Challa, the Black Panther, Okoye, the head of the Dora Milaje, and Princess Shuri. Upon seeing T'Challa's resolute gaze, tears welled in the eyes of Rogers and his comrades. Their allies had returned. As the portal widened further, Sam soared out from the sky. Subsequently, more golden portals manifested, revealing the likes of Doctor Strange, Star-Lord, Wanda, and Spider-Man. The vanished Avengers reuniting once again. The forces of Wakanda, Asgard, and Kamartaj also surged through the portals onto the battlefield. In that moment, all the Avengers were gathered. Overwhelmed by the magnificent sight, Xin Ran was equally exhilarated as he joined the fray, positioning himself beside Rogers. Rogers summoned Mjolnir, gazing intently at Thanos and his alien army in the distance, and proclaimed, "Avengers, assemble." Chapter 99, The Final Path with Rogers' command. The dense throng of Avengers surged toward Thanos' forces, causing Thanos to lose his numerical advantage. Xin Ran ascended into the air, hovering above the chaos. The sudden action elicited a glance of surprise from Doctor Strange, who, while dispatching foes with his magic, inquired of Rogers, "Captain, who is that individual? I have never seen him before." Rogers, effortlessly hurling Mjolnir to fell a multitude of alien monstrosities, replied in a hushed tone, "His name is Xin Ran. He hails from a different timeline, and I cannot elucidate the matter at present. We shall discuss it later." With that, he swung his hammer and soared into the air. Doctor Strange was well aware of the Thanos that had appeared. He had traversed from a parallel universe, and all that transpired following his own demise, including Stark and the others' actions, fell within his expectations. However, the emergence of Xin Ran was an anomaly. When he had glimpsed everything with the Time Stone, the moment he laid eyes on Xin Ran, an unsettling feeling crept in, suggesting that some unforeseen change was afoot. Lost in thought, he cast a glance at Stark, who was valiantly fighting alongside Pepper, whispering to himself, "Let us hope this leads to a favorable outcome." Just as he prepared to confront the enormous fish-like creature hurtling toward him, an extraordinarily potent magnetic field enveloped him, causing a vast array of alien beasts to suddenly lose their vitality, collapsing motionless upon the ground, at least 3,000 of them. Is this electromagnetic force? Doctor Strange mused in astonishment. As the Sorcerer Supreme, he was well acquainted with the fundamental forces sustaining the universe, and although the electromagnetic force he sensed was not overwhelmingly powerful, its presence was unmistakable. The source of this energy was none other than Xin Ran, who hovered in the air moments before. In a state of shock, yet another surge of similar energy erupted from Xin Ran, sweeping across the battlefield in an instant. The roars of hundreds of explosions echoed through the air. One by one, the colossal creatures of Thanos' army detonated, turning to ash and vanishing from existence. With the removal of these formidable beings, eliminating the remaining lesser foes was merely a matter of time, significantly reducing the Avengers' casualties. Following this, Xin Ran made no further moves, remaining poised in midair, observing the scene with an air of tranquility. Occasionally, a few oblivious creatures attempted to attack him, but met the same fate, obliteration. After all, they were mere half-mechanical life forms. As the numbers of his forces dwindled, Thanos could no longer remain passive. Witnessing the swift annihilation of his larger beasts, his heart ached. For these had been the fruits of his labor over the years. Now, they were lost in an instant. These colossal creatures not only charged in a battle, but also played the role of Queen Ants, ensuring a continuous influx of reinforcements to his army. With their sudden demise, his supply line had been severed. The more Thanos pondered, the more enraged he became. Grasping the tyrant's blade, he swung it toward Xin Ran. Suddenly, a crimson figure charged directly at him. Moments later, a series of powerful chaotic energies struck him, sending him hurtling away. The newcomer was none other than the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Thanos recognized her at once, although he had yet to engage in a tangible confrontation with the woman before him. Thanos could sense Wanda's formidable power through the memories of the cosmos. To struggle so persistently against the might of 5 Infinity Stones was a rarity throughout the universe. Gazing at the menacing figure clad in a mask, a flicker of trepidation stirred within Thanos' heart, only to be swiftly suppressed. Do you seek vengeance for your husband? Alas, even if you were to slay me, that wretch would remain forever lost, he mocked, intending to provoke Wanda into revealing a flaw. However, he gravely underestimated the potency of chaos magic and the energy Wanda could unleash when enraged. His blunt taunts merely pierced the depths of her anguish, causing her chaotic energy to materialize into a blazing inferno. With a fierce roar, Wanda declared, "I want you dead." In an instant, she materialized before Thanos, her hand outstretched as chaotic energy erupted through the void. His specially crafted armor disintegrated upon contact with the chaotic force, and the tyrant's blade shattered into fragments. Like a vice grip, Wanda seized his neck, lifting him effortlessly while tightening her grasp. The overwhelming chaos magic began to constrict Thanos' form, enveloping him in suffocating torment that compelled him to wail in agony, fear flooding his senses. In all his years of battle across countless planets, this was the closest Thanos had ever been to death. As his latent potential surged forth, he summoned every ounce of strength to create a sliver of breathing room, desperately issuing a command to the spaceship soaring above. Fire all cannons. No sooner had he spoken than a barrage of laser projectiles rained down, delivering catastrophic destruction to all living beings below, including his own forces. The impending onslaught also affected Wanda, forcing her to relinquish her grip on Thanos to address her own safety. Let them all perish, Thanos bellowed in a fit of desperation, never anticipating such a disastrous turn of events. His once mighty army lay decimated, and what he had believed to be a shortcut to success in this realm had morphed into a dead end. Yet, the crux of the matter remained. He had yet to catch a glimpse of the 6 Infinity Stones, a stark deviation from his grand design. To perish alongside you all would be a fitting end. Thanos sighed deeply, resigning himself as he observed the chaos above and listened to the cries of despair below. He reflected on the image of his own head severed by Thor's axe, pondering the purpose of his actions. Was there truly any significance in all he had done? In that fleeting moment, Thanos appeared to find a semblance of peace. The firepower aboard his vessel was sufficient to obliterate Earth, ensuring that those accursed Avengers would accompany him in his demise. With renewed resolve, he commanded, "Increase the firing rate and lay waste to this planet." Upon concluding his words, he peacefully closed his eyes, quietly absorbing the essence of his surroundings. It felt as if an eternity had passed, yet perhaps only a mere few seconds had elapsed. The cries of anguish ceased, the thunderous cannon fire fell silent, and even the sounds of battle around him faded into oblivion. Suddenly, a series of sonic booms echoed through the sky, followed by the ominous sound of his ship's explosion. Thanos hastily opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, a dazzling light was relentlessly assaulting his vessel, its speed rendering it indecipherable. The ship that had been engaged in cannon fire dwindled and subsequently erupted in a series of explosions high above. Soon after, the radiant entity paused at the edge of the atmosphere, allowing Thanos to finally discern its true form. Yet, in the next instant, darkness enveloped him, and life slipped away. Wanda retracted her chaotic magic, gazing at Thanos' severed head as tears welled in her eyes. Looking skyward, vengeance for Vision had been exacted by her own hand. Thanos' formidable army crumbled like a house of cards, swiftly dismantled with the formidable assistance of Captain Marvel. Doctor Strange felt a wave of relief wash over him. This outcome was nothing short of perfect. However, when he turned to look for Xin Ran, he found that she had long since vanished. Chapter 100. Reunion with the Ancient One. As Thanos unleashed his barrage of cannon fire, Xin Ran received a notification from the system. The mission was complete. The fusion of her abilities had surpassed the threshold of 50, soaring directly to 65%, immune to the power of rules, impervious to all forms of attack. After traversing into this universe, Xin Ran had contemplated whether she could utilize her powers to construct an electromagnetic portal leading back to her original universe. Yet, After several attempts, including efforts to open a portal to the dimension of the war police, she ultimately failed. It seemed as though some primordial rule of power was restricting her, preventing the magnetic fields of the two universes from intertwining. However, at the moment her fusion degree increased, she shattered those shackles. And when she endeavored to establish a conduit between the two universes once more, she succeeded without a doubt. With Thanos' power waning, the remaining foes could easily be dealt with by Stark alone, not to mention the vast army of Avengers at their disposal. Captain Marvel returned from another planet, realizing that prolonging her stay would only exacerbate tensions. Not to mention, the issue surrounding the 6 Infinity Stones was convoluted enough. Within her spatial ring, only an empty shell of the Infinity Gauntlet remained. There was no doubt that the 6 stones had been absorbed by the system. While marveling at the system's insatiable appetite, she promptly constructed a portal, departing without a word, taking Apocalypse with her. All of this transpired within a magnetic force field established by Xin Ran. So even someone as sensitive to spatial abilities as Doctor Strange could not detect it. As for the other matters within this universe, they were no longer her concern. Whether the disappearance of the Infinity Stones would trigger other effects was beyond her purview. One must confront challenges as they arise. Every obstacle has a solution to be discovered in due time. Just as the two stepped through the portal, Tony's voice echoed behind them. "Holy crap, Uncle. You two are back so soon? Has the situation been resolved? It has been over 2 months. Is that considered swift?" Xin Ran expressed slight confusion at Tony's words. "What do you mean by 1 or 2 months? You two just left, and now you're back again in less than a second. Are you perhaps a bit muddled, Uncle?" Xin Ran did not contradict Tony. Instead, he leisurely walked to the liquor cabinet and opened a bottle of mineral water, sipping it while contemplating. Observing the cabinet filled with exquisite wines, yet opting for a bottle of mineral water, Tony waved his hand and remarked, "At least this bottle of mineral water is worth $1,000. If any guests see it sitting on my shelf, they might think I'm on the verge of bankruptcy." Xin Ran chose to ignore him, though internally he felt quite pleased, as he had merely mentioned it casually last time, not expecting this fellow to actually follow through. He spoke again. "After traversing through time and space, it seems that the timeline of another dimension does not affect the original timeline. In other words, even if I spend 10 or 20 years in another dimension, upon returning to the original timeline, it remains as it was at the moment I departed." Upon hearing Xin Ran's assertion, Tony furrowed his brow and pondered for a moment, then responded, "I find your reasoning quite compelling. However, why is this the case? I cannot articulate the specific theories and concepts at present, but I will delve into it once the Sentinel project is completed." After saying this, Tony stroked the stubble on his chin and continued, "By the way, Uncle, since parallel universes indeed exist, what do you think about the multiverse?" The mention of the multiverse caused Xin Ran to reflect deeply. After mulling over it for quite some time without arriving at an explanation, he suddenly recalled something. "This still requires further investigation," he stated, leaving Tony in a state of bewilderment. After departing from Stark Tower, under Xin Ran's tacit approval, Apocalypse continued his leisurely journey around the globe. Meanwhile, Xin Ran made his way to Kamartaj through a portal. His sudden appearance attracted the attention of the relevant personnel there. "Mr. Xin, you truly have arrived." Upon recognizing Xin Ran, the leading man expressed mild surprise. "You are Wong?" Xin Ran recognized his identity. "Indeed, it is I. Where is Ancient One?" "Currently, she is with Strange." "Strange? Take me to see them." From Wong's words, Xin Ran discerned that he had long anticipated his arrival. Now, Strange had transformed from a surgeon into the successor of the Sorcerer Supreme, indicating that the storyline of Doctor Strange had already commenced. "Very well, Mr. Xin, please follow me." Wong then led Xin Ran to a relatively secluded room within Kamartaj. Inside, Strange lay on a bed looking exceedingly weak, draped in a red cloak, while Ancient One stood by his bedside with her hands clasped behind her back. "Mr. Xin, it has been a long time. Your abilities seem to have grown ever more formidable." Upon seeing Xin Ran, Ancient One turned and greeted him with a calm smile. "Master Ancient One, I trust you have been well." Xin Ran responded with a respectful nod. Glimpsing at Strange, who lay upon the sickbed, I feigned inquiry. "What has transpired?" Ancient One cast a meaningful glance at Xin Ran, but refrained from verbally addressing the question. "What has transpired? Are you not more aware of it than we?" Such a query was rather superfluous. Observing Ancient One's silence, Wong took the initiative to elucidate. The essence of the matter bore little deviation from the original narrative. Ancient One's once favored disciple, Caecilius, had questioned her teachings, launched an assault on the sanctum, and absconded with the schematics of the magic from the Book of Time, ultimately summoning the malevolent Dormammu, becoming a mere pawn in his machinations. The recently emergent Strange had also fallen victim to their Group S assault. "Mr. Xin, might I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" Wang inquired after concluding his explanation. "Nothing of consequence, merely wishing to ascertain whether the Time Stone remains in your possession," Xin Ran responded succinctly and directly. Should the Time Stone still reside here, it would imply that Stark and his companions had traversed not merely this universe, but alternate realms. More precisely, parallel universes are not solely limited to two, but encompass numerous dimensions, akin to countless parallel lines. The universe to which Xin Ran belongs is but one among many. The Time Stone? It is indeed with me. Upon uttering these words, Ancient One formed a mystical seal with her hands, and the eye of Agamotto at her chest radiated a dark green luminescence. Verily, the Time Stone. Xin Ran, upon witnessing this, immediately comprehended the significance. At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chapter 101. Administering self-healing factors to Ancient One. New task available for the host to accept. Task content. Rescue Ancient One. Completion reward. Fusion ability increased to 70. Xin Ran had not anticipated that a visit to Camartage would trigger such a task. Compared to previous missions, this reward represented a mere 5% increase in fusion. Yet, at Xin Ran's current level, even a 1% enhancement would signify a qualitative leap. With the rise in fusion, all abilities previously acquired would undergo exponential augmentation. Reaching a fusion level of 70%, he might not yet command the magnetic fields of all cosmic entities, but controlling the magnetic fields of several small celestial bodies posed no challenge. Coupled with his augmented physical strength, speed, and extraordinary mental prowess, few in the universe could inflict harm upon him. Ancient One, unperturbed by Xin Ran's sudden inquiry regarding the Time Stone, remained composed. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. For Dormammu to consume the earth, he must first obliterate 3 sanctums, a feat not easily accomplished. Shifting the conversation's focus, Ancient One subtly probed Xin Ran's perspective. As the leader of the Avengers, what are your thoughts on this matter? Her words, though few, clearly indicated her stance. Should you require assistance, do not hesitate to reach out. Once Strange's injuries have improved, I shall provide him with intensive training for a period of time. Thereafter, the subsequent matters will depend on you all. After a brief silence, the Ancient One spoke again. Upon hearing this, Xin Ran began to formulate a plan to complete the task. The goal was simply to rescue the Ancient One, ensuring she did not perish so easily. As night fell, Camartage was unusually tranquil. The Ancient One stood alone in the courtyard, her hands clasped behind her, gazing intently at the luminous moon in the night sky. Her expression was serene, concealing the thoughts swirling within her mind. Is the master preoccupied with something? The dark portal blended seamlessly with the night, and Xin Ran emerged from the shadows. "Mr. Xin, why are you still awake at such a late hour? Is there something on your mind?" The Ancient One turned to him, her tone inquisitive. "What could possibly trouble me?" "Rather, master, why do you seem to have lost the will to live?" Even as a supreme sorcerer who has lived for centuries, the Ancient One found herself momentarily at a loss for words in response to Xin Ran's bluntness. She furrowed her brow slightly, questioning why he would say such a thing. "Your words were quite clear during the day. If others do not understand, I certainly do." The Ancient One opened her mouth to respond, but hesitated, letting out a sigh as she resumed her gaze at the moon above. Xin Ran waved his hand and conjured a single armchair from the confines of his spatial pocket, reclining comfortably in it. He took a few sips from a canicola, lazily observing the cunning moon in the sky, and remarked, "Even the most insignificant of creatures strive to survive. How can you, a distinguished supreme sorcerer and protector of Earth, wish to abandon life without reason? If there are hidden truths you can share, perhaps I might assist you. If you do not trust me, that is perfectly fine. I do not wish to impose." Xin Ran's words stirred something within the Ancient One, and after a moment, she spoke slowly. "Do you understand what kind of entity Dormammu is?" Without waiting for Xin Ran to respond, she continued, "Dormammu is the sovereign of the dark dimension, which harbors incomprehensibly powerful energies. Should one draw strength from the dark dimension, the sorcerer's abilities could be significantly enhanced, and their lifespan extended. However, extracting power from the dark dimension can easily lead to becoming a puppet of Dormammu, subject to his control. Is that so? Yet, after all these centuries, you appear to be quite well. I wonder, how old is the Ancient One now? The Ancient One shot Xin Ran a rare, human-like glare before continuing. While obtaining power from the dark dimension may prolong life, it cannot do so indefinitely. Ultimately, humans are bound to the cycle of life and death. Their constitution does not permit evasion of aging and mortality. The various organs within me have long since aged. Had it not been for the dark energy sustaining me, how could I have lived for 5 or 6 centuries? Presently, the dark energy's efficacy is waning, and my life is nearing its end. As Strange continues to grow, I hope that my passing will enable him to truly become a supreme sorcerer. Xin Ran understood the underlying reasons. Who among us truly wishes to die? It is merely a matter of necessity. Yet, this dark energy seems rather underwhelming, having lost its potency after just 500 years. What does Mr. Xin mean by that? Gu Yi asked, somewhat astonished. Xin Ran rose slowly from the sofa and began to speak. What if I told you that you need not die, and that you could live for several more centuries? Upon hearing this, Gu Yi's face reflected unmistakable shock, although she quickly regained her composure. Mr. Xin, are you jesting with me? She inquired. Do I appear to be joking? Xin Ran reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs, a can of cola in hand, and looked at her with a smile. Gu Yi hesitated, then, after a long silence, replied, Mr. Xin, if possible, I would indeed like to give it a try. However, I do not understand your motivation for assisting me. Why help you? It is merely a task assigned by the system. Otherwise, would I be here at this late hour, forsaking my own pleasures, to come to you? Xin Ran stated, his back to Gu Yi, with a serious demeanor, exuding a sense of righteous purpose devoid of personal interest. You must understand, if you do not perish, Dormammu will find it challenging to invade Earth. You are not just Gu Yi. You are the supreme sorcerer safeguarding our planet. Gu Yi fell silent again, taken aback by the profound level of the young man before her. In that case, I humbly request your guidance, Mr. Xin. Very well. Subsequently, Xin Ran retrieved a pre-prepared god-making machine and Wolverine's blood from his spatial ring and began to manipulate them. Come now, Master Gu Yi, extend your hand. Though the apparatus before her exhibited no discernible energy fluctuations, Gu Yi complied dutifully. The god-making machine activated in an instant, injecting Wolverine's healing factor into her body and initiating the adaptation process tailored to her constitution. As the dark energy interacted with the healing factors, various organs evaporated instantaneously. In that moment, Gu Yi's entire body began to wither, resembling a desiccated corpse. Fear of death flickered in her eyes, but in the next heartbeat, the healing factor commenced its work within her, revitalizing her withered form, bringing a flush of color back to her face. Ultimately, her formerly bald head sprouted a cascade of hair. This is utterly astounding, Gu Yi exclaimed, feeling the remarkable changes within her body. Given her current condition, she could live far beyond a century. I had no idea you possessed such extraordinary technology. She marveled. The technology itself is inconsequential. What truly matters is that drop of blood, an invaluable rarity, nearly impossible to find again in this world, Xin Ran replied with feigned profundity. He was not entirely misleading, as there truly was no one else in the world capable of obtaining Wolverine's blood. At that moment, Gu Yi was left with nothing but gratitude in her heart. Such a precious resource, and Xin Ran had unhesitatingly used it for the greater good on her behalf. Chapter 102. Strange should remain a doctor. Once the healing factor fully merged with her, Gu Yi discovered that not only had her lifespan and vitality been enhanced, but the scars that had marred her for centuries were beginning to heal as well. Could it be that her longevity was not the only boon, but that she had acquired additional abilities? Gu Yi voiced the question that lingered in her mind. Xin Ran offered no further explanation. A faint electromagnetic pulse emanated from his fingertips, swiftly piercing through Gu Yi's hands. The sharp pain radiated throughout Gu Yi's entire being. Yet as she gazed at the two wounds, she observed them healing at an astonishingly visible rate. In less than 5 seconds, they returned to their original state, and the pain had vanished before her consciousness could fully register it. Gu Yi was momentarily taken aback. As a supreme sorceress, the efficacy of spell damage was beyond question. But in terms of melee combat and defense, she was scarcely different from an ordinary person, without the use of spells. A simple bullet or blade could easily bring about her demise. With such an outrageous, self-healing ability, even without employing spells, one could stab themselves with a knife or fall from hundreds of meters and still survive. The self-healing factor would swiftly restore her body when injured. Human lifespan is intricately linked to the health of internal organs and the length of genetic telomeres, all of which the self-healing factors would automatically repair. This implies that on Earth, as long as one does not wish to die, they could nearly achieve immortality. Xin Ran remarked casually that indeed, the self-healing factor could extend human life indefinitely. In the original storyline of the X-Men series, Wolverine aged because humanity developed drugs to counter mutant genes, which were then integrated into everyday life. These substances had no impact on ordinary people, but were highly effective in diminishing mutant abilities. Even if one were a mutant, it was impossible to abstain from drinking, eating, or breathing. Over time, the mutant genes within all mutants would gradually weaken, potentially rendering them ordinary. Thus, Gui's potential for immortality was beyond reproach, unless some formidable being were to reduce her to mere pulp for consumption, a scenario that was nearly unfathomable. Immortality? Gui gaspit in dispedief, stammeting. She had initially thought she would merely gain an additional millennium of life, but the reality was far more extravagant. However, sensing the changes within her body, it appeared that Xin Ran's assertions were indeed accurate. His capabilities were astonishingly formidable. Ding! Host task completed. Ability fusion rate increased to 70. As the self-healing factor fully integrated with Gui, the system's voice resonated within her mind. Xin Ran could distinctly feel that all of his abilities had been enhanced, though the exact magnitude of this power would need to be tested in battle. The most apparent change was the increased capacity of the spatial ring, which now seemed boundless. For Gui, receiving such a monumental opportunity was nothing short of a miraculous blessing. In the delicate balance between life and death, in dire circumstances, no one would choose to perish. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to survive. How much more so for her, the supreme sorceress and leader of Camartage? Originally, Strange was the most promising candidate to become the supreme sorcerer, and with her lifespan dwindling, Gui had resolved to take a gamble, hoping that her demise would serve as a catalyst for his true growth. However, given the current situation, such drastic measures were now entirely unnecessary. Had it not been for her weariness in wielding power, she would not have had to expend effort in nurturing a successor to the position of supreme sorcerer. She could have easily retained her seat indefinitely. Given such a magnificent opportunity, the Ancient One swiftly recalibrated her original plans. So, the rebellious disciple intends to destroy the sanctum. Does she? Then I shall be the one to dismantle you first. Previously, her dwindling lifespan had hindered her abilities, preventing her from fully realizing her potential. Now, having been revitalized, could she allow them to defy the natural order? Although Xin Ran claimed to assist her in the name of Earth's greater good, the truth remained that the greatest beneficiary was herself. Such a formidable boon could not simply be taken without due consideration. The Ancient One composed herself and smiled, saying, Mr. Xin, I am grateful for your assistance. You may approach me with any matter in the future, and I shall do my utmost. The sudden overture caught Xin Ran off guard. Observing the smile upon the Ancient One's face, he instinctively retreated a few steps. Any matter? What kind of development is this? I merely completed a task out of convenience. Surely she does not harbor ulterior motives? Such thoughts flitted away. There was no time to dwell on them. Camartage held little of personal value to him. He could construct teleportation portals on his own, and the flamboyant magical attacks were unnecessary given his current capabilities. Magic? A sudden thought struck Xin Ran, and he inquired, might Master Ancient One be willing to teach me the ability to open a mirror dimension? If Mr. Xin wishes to learn, it is certainly no trouble, the Ancient One replied without hesitation, promptly commencing the instruction. With her formidable mental prowess as a foundation, coupled with Xin Ran's innate ability to manipulate electromagnetic forces to create spatial portals, he grasped the essence of this capability with remarkable speed. Within a single night, he mastered the technique to open the mirror dimension and could wield it with proficiency. With this newfound skill, Xin Ran could now be considered a sorcerer of sorts. Previously unfamiliar with such concepts, he finally began to appreciate the marvels of magic. Take the mirror dimension, for instance. Anything occurring within its confines bore no influence on the real world. During combat, drawing an enemy into the mirror dimension allowed one to unleash their full potential without concern. Furthermore, one could manipulate the structures within the mirror dimension to disrupt and strike at adversaries. An individual lacking spatial magic could easily perish if simply cast into the mirror dimension. By the following morning, Xin Ran had completely grasped the intricacies of the mirror dimension. He pointed, and the void before him shattered like glass, the scenery warping and the buildings shifting positions. The Ancient One also entered the mirror dimension that Xin Ran had conjured. She was astonished once more, at a loss for words. The vastness of the mirror dimension was truly astounding, encompassing a radius of several thousand kilometers. Even she could not achieve such a feat. The size of the mirror dimension was determined solely by the magical energy and talent possessed by the one who opened it. Ancient One had never anticipated that Xin Ran would be so extraordinary. Was this truly his first day learning magic? Observing Ancient One's expression, which resembled one who had bitten into a sour radish, Xin Ran felt perplexed. Could it be that he had not grasped the concepts well? What troubles you, Master Ancient One? Is there an issue? No, everything is fine. Oh, very well. As Xin Ran manipulated the myriad elements within the mirror dimension, Ancient One hesitated for a moment before awkwardly suggesting, Mr. Xin, have you considered the position of Supreme Sorcerer? If you are willing, I believe it would be better for Strange to continue as a doctor. Chapter 103. Encountering Loki on Sakaar, having acquired the self-healing factor. Ancient One surged forth like a dragon plunging into the sea, significantly enhancing the collective strength of Kamar-Taj, surpassing even its zenith a century prior. Unburdened by concerns, she faced her rebellious disciple, Kaecilius, and a looming threat of Dormammu, choosing to shift from defense to offense and striking back with vigor. Kaecilius, having achieved some success, had not yet reported to Dormammu when he found himself pursued mercilessly by Ancient One and her allies. The stark contrast of his previous triumphs left him questioning his very existence. Kamar-Taj had already unleashed its full might. Failure to complete Dormammu's tasks would lead to his own demise. Death was inevitable from both sides. One could evade the first day, but not the 15th. Against the traitor, Ancient One showed no mercy. Ultimately, she personally executed Kaecilius and imprisoned his soul for eternity, an ordeal far worse than death for a high-ranking sorcerer. After resolving the matter with the traitor, Ancient One ventured alone into the dark dimension, confronting Dormammu directly. Empowered by the strength of the Supreme Sorcerer and augmented by the Time Stone, even as the ruler of the Dark Realm, Dormammu was compelled to reach an accord with Ancient One to refrain from harming Earth. Following these events, Ancient One dedicated 6 months to training Strange, imparting her lifetime of knowledge to him. From that moment on, she entrusted the weight of her responsibilities to Strange, allowing herself to indulge in the ordinary pleasures of life. Xin Ran did not linger on Earth for long, choosing instead to wander through the cosmos. With his abilities heightened to 70%, his speed rivaled that of Captain Marvel, which was one of the reasons he sought to traverse the universe. Without a certain velocity, traversing the cosmos would be futile. Escaping the Milky Way would consume an unfathomable amount of time. In the vast expanse of the universe, with trillions of celestial bodies, Xin Ran first arrived at HYDRA star. As the most inclusive planet in the galaxy, it boasted the absence of racial discrimination and war, with diverse beings coexisting harmoniously, embodying a flourishing vitality. The New Star Legion, as the largest armed force of HYDRA star, safeguarded its safety. Xin Ran resided there for 2 months, relishing the comfortable foreign environment and the simplicity of its people. Upon departing HYDRA star, he journeyed to Hala, the homeworld of the Kree, and Titan, the birthplace of Thanos. At last, they arrived on Sakaar, where Xin Ran encountered his old acquaintance, Loki, and soon realized that Ragnarok might have descended upon them. Confronted by Xin Ran, Loki felt a lingering animosity. Yet considering his current circumstances and the plight of Asgard, he presented a cordial demeanor. As the esteemed guest of the Grandmaster, the ruler of Sakaar, Loki settled Xin Ran in comfortably before recounting the misadventures involving himself and Thor. The implication was clear. He sought Xin Ran's assistance to lend a hand to his ineffectual brother. However, when Xin Ran candidly expressed his intentions, Loki vehemently denied it, asserting that the affairs of Thor and his family were none of his concern. and that he had no blood ties to the siblings. Xin Ran chose not to refute this sentiment. As the god of mischief, having one's thoughts exposed by another was a rather humiliating affair. From another perspective, even if Asgard required aid, it was Thor who ought to reach out to Xin Ran, not Loki. Thus, they decided to wait for Thor's arrival. Are you implying that Thor will come to Sakaar? Loki inquired, somewhat taken aback. In his view, Thor had no opportunity to venture to another planet. His conflict with Hela was a matter of life and death, and his best circumstance was being imprisoned by her. Xin Ran simply smiled, offering no answer to this question, and Loki, perceptive as ever, did not press further. As time passed, 2 months slipped away, during which Xin Ran's primary focus remained on the impending championship match. As the most significant event on Sakaar, it garnered immense attention not only from the Grandmaster, but also from all the native inhabitants, making it a spectacle of considerable magnitude. On this day, while Loki was hosting a meal for Xin Ran, a Sakaarian approached them. Esteemed guests, the Grandmaster requests your presence at the festivities. Very well, we shall make our way there. Loki replied with a nod and a smile. Indeed, it seems we shall soon see Thor, Xin Ran added. Loki paused at this remark, but refrained from further comment. After a brief tidying up, he escorted Xin Ran to the venue of the Grandmaster celebration. Although Sakaar was a trash planet, and the event was merely a gathering, the ambience resembled that of a lively tavern. As soon as they settled down, a voice rang out. HYDRA, hey, I'm over here. Loki, help me. The speaker was none other than Thor, who had fallen under the Grandmaster's control. Loki turned towards the sound, incredulous. Is that really Thor? He approached, quipping, my dear brother, why have you taken such a drastic measure and cropped your hair? What on earth is happening? What is the situation in Asgard? How did you end up here? Loki, this is no time for jokes. You need to get me out of here. Thor snapped, his anger flaring at the mention of his hair. Although he was too preoccupied to care about appearances, Loki hesitated for a moment, realizing that this might be a challenging predicament, especially since they were on foreign territory. He lacked the courage and strength to confront the master directly. Xin Ran, how did you end up here? Thor inquired, surprised. I thought it would be impossible to find you on Earth. How did you two end up entangled together? Realizing he could no longer rely on Loki, Thor shifted his attention to Xin Ran. Did you come to Earth to find me? What else could I do? After Father went missing, I intended to seek your assistance. However, upon arriving on Earth, Loki and I were immediately transported to Norway by that strange doctor. Before Father passed, he mentioned you and urged me to seek your help to navigate Asgard through its trials. Unfortunately, I never had the chance, as Hela broke the seal and nearly ended my life, Thor lamented, his voice tinged with frustration. Well, I haven't been on Earth for quite some time, Xin Ran replied. All right, Thor, since you are here, let us leave this place. Leave? Thor was momentarily taken aback by his predicament. In the next instant, the chair that confined him and the device controlling his neck shattered, clattering to the ground. This disturbance drew the attention of others present, and the master, witnessing the unfolding chaos, grew furious. Loki, what is the meaning of this? Are you attempting to rebel? No sooner had he spoken than dozens of weapons were aimed at the three of them. Seeing this, Loki quickly raised his hands, his expression serious. Master, they have no association with me. I am being held against my will. Please come to my rescue. Chapter 104. Everyone should just end it. The master was all too aware of Loki's character. He wouldn't dare to revolt in his own territory. Thus, he directed his ire toward Xin Ran. Seize them. With that command, the soldiers behind the master simultaneously pulled their triggers, unleashing a barrage of energy weapons toward Xin Ran and Thor. As the crisis loomed, Thor stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Xin Ran, lightning flickering in his eyes. In an instant, the sound of explosions erupted. But before Thor could react, a forceful barrier materialized, absorbing the onslaught. What is happening? Increase firepower and eliminate them. The master, realizing the situation was deteriorating, abandoned the notion of capturing them and ordered a lethal response. Just as his command fell from his lips, Xin Ran calmly interjected, everyone should just end it. Finit? Do you really think my soldiers would heed your command and take their own lives? Dream on. The master scoffed, yet the next moment, his expression froze in shock. The surrounding soldiers simultaneously aimed their weapons at their own chins and, in unison, pulled the triggers, sealing their fates. In an instant, the room, once filled with celebration, was saturated with the metallic scent of alien blood. The master was paralyzed with fear, Never had he witnessed such a grotesque display of power. One utterance had compelled hundreds to meet their demise without a flicker of hesitation, if he were to command his own death. While the master remained immersed in the terror of mortality, Xin Ran had already begun to exit the room, with Thor and Loki closely trailing behind. As Xin Ran vanished from his sight, the master felt a wave of relief wash over him. At least he had managed to preserve his own life. Subsequently, exerting every ounce of strength, he moved his stiffened legs and barely settled onto the sofa in the hall, only then realizing that his legs were soaked. Even though he had traversed the realms of Sakaar for centuries, ruling over millions of planets and wielding immense power, when confronted with death, he was no different from an ordinary person, perhaps even more terrified. Before the master could fully compose himself, he faintly heard Loki's voice emanating from outside. Xin Ran, why are we still keeping that scoundrel alive? Just finish him off. He dared to point a gun at you not long ago. A chill coursed through the master's heart as he cursed Loki's ancestors. Suddenly, before he could utter his final words, an extraordinarily potent energy surged into his consciousness, shattering his mental awareness. Thus, the ruler of Sakaar met his demise amidst the very celebration he had orchestrated. This incident instilled in Loki a newfound understanding of Xin Ran's formidable strength, leading him to resolve that, unless faced with extraordinary circumstances, he would never defy him again. Mr. Xin Ran, in order to leave Sakaar, we require a spacecraft to traverse the planetary portal. Allow me to handle this task with the master deceased. I shall procure his royal vessel for you. As Loki spoke, it was evident he was earnest, and his tone toward Xin Ran grew increasingly respectful. No need. Xin Ran waved his hand, directly opening a spatial portal to Asgard. Upon beholding the familiar scenery on the other side, Loki was taken aback. A cross-galactic portal could be constructed so effortlessly? It seemed he had indeed underestimated Xin Ran's capabilities. After opening the portal, Xin Ran glanced back. If you do not wish to return, then you may remain here to scavenge for a lifetime. Is this what the Valkyrie has become? Valkyrie? Thor scratched his head, following Xin Ran's gaze, finding no one in sight. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you do not emerge, this opportunity will vanish. No sooner had he spoken than a woman with dark skin, clad in a black short-sleeve leather jacket, stepped forth from the side room of the hall, casting a meaningful glance at Thor and Loki. Recognizing her as the Valkyrie, Loki arrogantly inquired, "What is your name?" After a brief hesitation, the dark-skinned woman replied with a dignified composure, "Valkyrie." "Excellent. I ask you, as a Valkyrie, what is your foremost duty?" At this, a glimmer of light flickered in Valkyrie's eyes as the once glorious oath surged forth in her heart. The Valkyrie vows to protect the royal lineage of Asgard at all costs. Are you aware that King Odin is dead? The goddess of death has arisen, wreaking havoc in Asgard. The legitimate heir to the throne wanders lost. Valkyrie fell silent. She was familiar with Thor and knew of his capture by the denizens of Sakaar. Yet she had not chosen to rescue him at the first opportunity, even if she was unaware of Odin's demise and Hela's emergence. Thor's disheveled appearance hinted at some truths. As the Valkyrie of Asgard, she had indeed been remiss in her duties. If you still consider yourself a Valkyrie, then seize your weapon and accompany Thor back to Asgard to aid him in reclaiming his throne from Hela. With that proclamation, a surge of divine energy enveloped the air as Loki donned the regal attire of Asgard. He then boldly declared, "Valkyrie, as the son of Odin and the god of deceit, I beseech you, can you accomplish this?" Upon hearing this, Thor felt a warmth in his heart. Despite his brother's often unreliable nature and penchant for creating discord, he displayed remarkable wisdom in matters of great significance. With Odin invoked, could he dare to claim it was impossible? The Valkyrie knelt on one knee and solemnly vowed to Thor, "I pledge to defend the sovereignty until death, to safeguard Asgard." Observing this, Loki nodded with satisfaction. "Excellent." Subsequently, the trio followed Xin Ran through the portal, traversing numerous star systems until they arrived at Asgard. Since Hela took control of Asgard, she enforced a policy of slaughter. Anyone who defied her, from commanding generals to common citizens, faced death. Under such a repressive regime, Hela swiftly consolidated power, and no one dared to oppose her. Consequently, the once heavenly Asgard fell into eerie silence, the vast city devoid of life. And the sudden appearance of the three went unnoticed. As they surveyed their familiar, yet unfamiliar surroundings, Complex emotions flickered in the eyes of the native trio. Thor spoke. Xin Ran. Hela has resurrected a legion of undead warriors. Should we not seek some allies? What do you propose? Should we summon the Avengers? Their assistance would surely increase our odds. He pondered what the confrontation between Hulk and the undead would entail. This notion was quite astute. The Sentinel project should be nearing completion, making it an opportune time to bring them in for a test. With that, Xin Ran led the three directly to Earth, materializing within Stark Tower. Chapter 105. The Eternal Flame. Ding. A new mission is available for the host to accept. Mission objective. Acquire the Eternal Flame. Completion reward. Ability fusion degree increased to 90. Allowing the host to unify all powers and wield electromagnetic forces. As they stepped through the portal, a voice resonated in Xin Ran's mind. Upon hearing the details of this mission and its rewards, it was impossible for him to suppress his excitement. The fusion degree surged from 70 to 90, an impressive leap of 20 percentage points. The powers he previously possessed merely allowed him to manipulate electromagnetic forces, but what would it mean to master them? Could he crush infinity stones at will? Sweep through the dark cosmos with ease? Overwhelm Captain Marvel with a mere pinky? Decimate a fully equipped Thanos? As for Hela, perhaps she could serve him tea and attend to his needs. She would make an apt maid. In the midst of his exhilaration, memories of the Eternal Flame began to resurface. Xin Ran's understanding of the matter is rather limited. She is aware that in the original Marvel lore, Hela, upon her emergence, was singularly focused on acquiring the Eternal Flame. When the Infinity Stones were presented to her, she did not even cast a glance at them, which alone signifies the formidable nature of the Eternal Flame. Its current location is not difficult to ascertain, as it rests within the treasure vault of Asgard, safeguarded by Odin, the All-Father. The legion of undead warriors under Hela's command was resurrected using the flames of the Eternal Flame. Even so, Hela can only wield the power of the Eternal Flame's fire. To fully control, it would likely be beyond even Odin's capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have left it to slumber undisturbed in the vault. Therefore, Xin Ran harbors no fear of failing to obtain anything. After all, the treasure lies within the vault, destined to be hers in due time. The moment the four stepped through the portal, Jarvis promptly relayed the information to Tony, who arrived shortly thereafter. Upon noticing that he was the only one who had come, Xin Ran smiled and remarked, "It seems the Sentinel project has been completed, hasn't it? Uncle, you've been away from Earth for nearly a year. It's merely a small Sentinel project. Should I really take another decade to study it?" Tony, casually pouring drinks for everyone, replied with a sense of pride. Reclining on the sofa, Xin Ran took a sip of red wine and inquired, "Where's Trellis?" "I haven't seen him." Tony responded, "That old fellow has long since departed from my side. After the Sentinel project was completed, he mingled with Apocalypse and is likely living it up in some other country right now." He then turned his attention to the others, offering Loki a slight smile before addressing Thor. "Thor, is this your new girlfriend? A change of taste, quite nice. The complexion of her skin is rather exquisite." "Stop jesting." "Tony, she is the Valkyrie who guards Asgard's royal lineage." "What Valkyrie? Isn't she merely your subordinate?" "I didn't see that coming, Thor. You seem to know how to have fun." At that moment, Thor was preoccupied and had no desire to engage in banter with Tony, offering only a polite response before falling silent. "How dull," Tony quipped, his expression turning serious as he said, "Whenever you two brothers appear together, it seldom bodes well. Speak plainly, what brings you to Earth this time? And why bring Uncle Xin Ran along?" Thor then recounted his tale to Tony, from the death of Odin to his encounters with Xin Ran and Loki on Sakaar, narrating it vividly and coherently. Upon finishing, Tony could not suppress his sarcasm. The mighty Odin's son, Thor, reduced to this state. Turning to Xin Ran, he inquired, "Uncle, do you mean to say the Sentinels are ready? It would be a fine opportunity to put them to the test. We can summon Banner as well. It matters not whether the others join us. We currently possess 5,000 finished Sentinels, stationed in both outer space and sensitive areas within Earth. What do you suggest? Should we deploy them all? What is their combat capability? Each Sentinel's strength is comparable to that of Apocalypse, with some potentially even stronger. 1,000? No, 500 will suffice. Each Sentinel's combat prowess is on par with that of Apocalypse, with some even surpassing him. If we were to deploy 5,000 of them, it would render the battle pointless. Tony might as well ascend to the throne in Asgard. Jarvis, did you hear that? Uncle requires 500 Sentinels. Certainly, sir. I shall arrange that for him immediately. In less than 2 seconds, Jarvis responded, "All right, sir." 500 Sentinels have received their orders and have instantaneously teleported back, currently awaiting on the rooftop. The efficiency of the Sentinels, under Jarvis's central command, was astonishingly formidable, much to Xin Ran's delight. "Well done, Tony. Have you set your sights on any special abilities?" Upon hearing Xin Ran's inquiry, Tony perked up, pondering for a moment before grinning. "Uncle, what I truly desire is the ability within you. Just look at you, invulnerable to blades and bullets, capable of manipulating various metals. Not only that, but you also possess the power of flight and can open portals at will, traveling wherever you please. You can sense all things around you. Oh, and you can create energy blasts, can't you? If I could obtain a drop of your blood and merge your powers within me, we would be invincible, not just in this world, but throughout the entire universe." Seeing the dreamlike expression on his face, Xin Ran feigned a low voice. "Do you truly desire it?" "Absolutely. Then you might be disappointed. I am not a mutant and lack any such abilities." "How can that be, Uncle? What about your powers?" Xin Ran, uninterested in further explanation, glanced at the nearby brute. "Tell me, is Thor mutant?" That single question illuminated Tony's understanding. As a reward, Xin Ran infused Tony with Wolverine's regenerative abilities and Eric's metal manipulation powers. With these enhancements, Iron Man was now akin to a tiger with wings. 6 wings, to be precise. "Uncle, Banner seems to have vanished. Should we send a Sentinel to fetch him?" "Forget it. Let him take a break. 500 Sentinels are more than sufficient. His presence is inconsequential. If he prefers to remain on Earth, so be it. I didn't say I didn't want to go. Opportunities to battle in Asgard are rare." Thor then led the 5 through the portal directly into Asgard, with the 500 Sentinels trailing closely behind. With reinforcements at hand, Thor felt emboldened, leading the group straight to the main hall. Remarkably, they encountered no resistance along the way. Upon arriving at the palace once ruled by Odin, Thor instinctively looked up and noticed that the once familiar mural on the ceiling had transformed entirely into an ancient depiction. Clearly, the original mural had been concealed until now. It was Hela who shattered the original mural, allowing this one to emerge. "What is this? Hela? And is that Mjolnir?" As Thor gazed at the mural depicting Hela in battle alongside Odin, his expression turned complex, and he couldn't help but turn to Xin Ran. "Stop staring, Thor. Where's Hela?" The meticulous Loki immediately discerned the crux of the issue. As they proceeded, not a soul could be found. Why had the grand halls of Asgard become so desolate? Most importantly, where was Hela? At this moment, Thor too began to comprehend the situation, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts within him, and called out loudly, "Heimdall." Mere seconds later, visual information from Heimdall reached Thor. He glanced at Siren, Tony, and the 500 Sentinels behind them, and solemnly stated, "Hela is leading her forces to eliminate any officials and civilians who defy her. She has discovered our presence and is making her way here. Prepare for battle, comrades." Just in time, upon hearing Thor's words, Tony clapped his hands together in front of his chest, and in an instant, the nanotechnology of his vibranium armor melded with him, exhibiting an eagerness to engage. "Uncle, I have yet to battle a woman. That said, considering my current strength, I find it somewhat difficult to strike. Nevertheless, I shall refrain from showing mercy. It is a perfect opportunity to hone my newfound powers." Siren chuckled, choosing not to respond. Generally, even a mutant's strength would falter against Hela, and even with the nanotech armor, it would be insufficient. If he was so confident, then perhaps a lesson in humility would be in order. After all, with self-healing factors, he wouldn't meet his demise. "Very well, Tony, it would be beneficial for you to train," Siren encouraged, patting his shoulder. "Thor, I shall abstain from the battle. With Tony and the Sentinels present, I feel reassured." Before he could finish, the conversation shifted. "Oh, by the way, where's your father's treasury? I seem to have left something there, and it would be convenient to retrieve it." For a moment, Thor was taken aback. Everyone regarded him as the main force. And he was now saying he would not partake in the battle? When had his father's treasury housed any of her belongings? Was her ulterior motive not glaringly obvious? Rest assured, Thor, 500 Sentinels are more than capable of overwhelming Hela's undead army. I will intervene at a critical moment. Would I allow you to suffer a loss? After all, Tony is here. Very well. After much contemplation, Thor divulged the location of Odin's treasury to Siren. "By the way, could I borrow Mjolnir?" The Stormbreaker was seized by Hela. Before Xin Ran departed, Thor hesitantly inquired. "A trivial matter. Here, take it." Summoning Mjolnir from his space ring, Xin Ran tossed it to Thor and cautioned, "This weapon's original owner was Hela. Take care not to let it be destroyed." With the formidable ally returned to his grasp, Thor instantly regained his confidence. "Do not worry, Xin Ran. This is Mjolnir. How could it possibly be destroyed? You attend to your matters. We shall handle things here." Subsequently, Xin Ran turned and departed the palace, soaring toward the direction of Odin's treasury. The treasury was not far from the temple. With Xin Ran's speed, he reached the entrance in mere moments. The doors were ajar, displaying signs of forced entry. Clearly, someone had intruded. Without hesitation, Xin Ran strode inside. As the sanctum for the treasures of the God King, this place is replete with priceless artifacts, each capable of inciting fervor across the 9 realms and even the entirety of the cosmos. Among them lie the planetary core, the Frostfire treasure chest, the God King's scepter, the Infinity Gauntlet, and numerous others whose names elude Xin Ran. In the original narrative, with the twilight of the gods casting its shadow, these treasures perished alongside the destruction of Asgard. However, having arrived at this juncture, Xin Ran would not allow such a fate to unfold. Thus, he hastily gathered all the treasures into his spatial ring. Suddenly, a resounding roar echoed, accompanied by a tremendous surge of energy, causing the entire treasury to tremble. Thor and his companions were already engaged in battle with Hela. Before long, Xin Ran had cleared Odin's domain, venturing to the deepest recesses, where he paused before a basin of crimson flames. At the heart of the treasury, there was nothing but this unassuming basin of fire, devoid of any runes or energy enhancements, lacking even the fuel of divine flames. Yet, the fire within blazed relentlessly, as if it were eternal. Is this the eternal flame? As this thought crossed his mind, a sudden transformation occurred. The scarlet flames surged violently, rushing towards Xin Ran. In response, he instantly activated his magnetic force field and electromagnetic shield. Yet, in the next moment, the flames visibly began to consume the 2 intangible electromagnetic energy shields. A searing pain enveloped Xin Ran's entire being. His superhuman physique, under the relentless onslaught of the eternal flame, could withstand the torment for less than 5 minutes before disintegrating. No matter how fiercely he struggled, the electromagnetic shield and magnetic field remained unresponsive, as if devoured entirely. Abilities such as electromagnetic induction, electromagnetic space, magnetic flight, and electromagnetic pulses were now beyond his perception, as if they had never existed. All powers, under the searing embrace of the eternal flame, were rendered null. Subsequently, Xin Ran's corporeal form began to dissolve, and his consciousness gradually faded. In a daze, he felt as though he had returned to the molten furnace where he was once cast. Ding! Host has successfully fused with the eternal flame. Degree of ability integration elevated to 90. All abilities have merged into one, granting mastery over electromagnetic power. As the system's voice echoed, a transformation unfolded once more. The crimson flames coalesced into a humanoid form, radiating an even more formidable energy, as if poised to incinerate this very space. Xin Ran's figure gradually reconstituted within the flames, his eyes, nose, mouth, and head, until after more than half an hour, a complete form emerged from the fiery embrace. At last, all the flames, like a serpent of fire, surged into Xin Ran's consciousness, merging completely with him. A phoenix reborn, emerging anew from the flames. Is this the sensation of wielding electromagnetic power? As he sensed the boundless energy coursing through him, Xin Ran was astounded by his own might. With but a thought, he could reduce all of Asgard to ash, and with a mere gesture, ignite thousands of stars. The Infinity Stones? Merely a sugar bean. Although all previous abilities have been lost, the present self finds no need for them, wielding the power to manipulate electromagnetic forces to create an even greater strength. The electromagnetic field pervades the universe. Wherever there is an electromagnetic field, Xin Ran stands as the sole, true deity. The fusion with the eternal flame commenced without any forewarning, and Xin Ran feared he would meet the same fiery demise as in his past life. While the preceding moments were agonizing, the sensation of rebirth at this very moment is exceedingly exhilarating, particularly with the newfound capability to command all things in existence. Upon completing the task, He did not linger in the treasure vault, for all the treasures were already secured within his spatial ring. In an instant, Xin Ran vanished from his location, reappearing on the battlefield where two armies clashed. Chapter 107. The Master on the Battlefield. The number of undead warriors reached hundreds of thousands, each infused with the powers of death and the eternal flame. Although each sentinel was immensely powerful, they faced overwhelming numbers, and 5 or 6 had already fallen among the 500 sentinels. Over 400 sentinels pressed against the remaining countless undead warriors. Tony, Thor, Loki, and the Valkyrie were engaged in combat with Hela, whose strength was formidable. From the unfolding battle, it was evident that Hela held the upper hand against the 4 of them. Moreover, her combat experience and skill surpassed theirs, as she was a top-tier deity, second only to Odin, effortlessly conjuring powerful weapons with each movement, employing techniques that were unfathomable. Thor's mightiest strike against her felt as ineffective as a mere scratch. Tony's metallic constructs and energy blasts proved utterly futile against her. With a mere wave of her hand, Hela unleashed hundreds of sharp death spikes that shattered Tony's armor and pierced his body. Had it not been for his self-healing factor, he would have met his end several times over. What the hell? Why is this woman so fierce? Tony cursed, feeling the sting of embarrassment from his earlier bravado. At that moment, Thor let out a furious roar, channeling energy into Mjolnir, which crackled with lightning as he hurled it toward Hela. Yet in the next instant, Hela flashed a wicked smile and effortlessly grasped the hammer, infused with violent energy. With a resounding crack, she crushed it in a single hand. Thor stood in shock, his worldview shattering. This was Mjolnir, his most trusted ally, and she crushed it with ease? Was she mocking him? As for Loki and the Valkyrie, Hela swiftly incapacitated them with a couple of slaps. Just then, Tony caught sight of Xin Ran materializing nearby, akin to grasping a lifeline. With flames igniting beneath his feet, he swiftly approached Xin Ran. "Uncle, you finally arrived? This woman is incredibly fierce. She nearly killed me." Thor also noticed Xin Ran's presence and rushed over, his expression resembling one who had tasted bitter melon. "I'm sorry, Xin Ran." Mjolnir was taken by Hela. Before Xin Ran could respond, hundreds of pitch-black blades shot toward them. As Tony prepared to wield the nano-energy shield for defense, he witnessed the multitude of blades in the sky suddenly transform into mere dust, as if nothing had ever occurred. Who are you?" Hela inquired, her brow furrowing. With her keen perception, she could discern who the true king was, and her gaze fixated intently on Xin Ran. In response, Xin Ran did not even glance her way. With a swift motion, he appeared behind her in an instant. Turning around, she beheld Mjolnir, now reduced to fragments, rapidly reassembling under an invisible force. In mere moments, Mjolnir regained its original form, its inherent energy even more potent than before. Xin Ran casually tossed the hammer into the sky, and it soon vanished from sight. Just as Hela pondered Xin Ran's intentions, a cataclysmic energy descended from above, capable of annihilating the very heavens and earth. Instinctively, Hela summoned her divine power to counter this force, only to realize that the target of this energy was not herself. Suddenly, the army of the undead, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, disintegrated into dust under this overwhelming power, vanishing between heaven and earth. What? Thor was bewildered. Mjolnir possessed such immense power? How was he unaware of this? Who exactly are you? The sight of his army being effortlessly obliterated incited a fury within him that reached its zenith. "The more furious you become, the more exhilarated I feel," Xin Ran remarked with a sinister grin. "You may call me master." "Seeking death," Hela scoffed, incensed that a mere mortal would dare to insult the goddess of death, the most formidable deity among the 9 realms. She raised her hand and launched 2 sharp projectiles toward Xin Ran. "Is this your only trick?" Xin Ran waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the projectiles to vanish into thin air. Hela's brow furrowed in disbelief. She could not accept that he could consistently evade her attacks. With renewed determination, she gestured vigorously, summoning hundreds of dark, jagged spikes that rained down upon Xin Ran. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Damn it! Hela's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. It appeared her tactics were ineffective against him, as divine power surged through her. She swiftly closed the distance between them and thrust a powerful punch toward his face, one that could incapacitate the Hulk. Just as her fist was about to make contact, Xin Ran vanished without a trace, leaving Hela to strike nothing but air. A crisp sound echoed through the air. After thousands of years, which man would dare to invade her personal space? Tony and Thor watched in astonishment at Xin Ran's audacity. "Ah, I will kill you," Hela screamed, turning to face Xin Ran, unleashing her divine energy once more in a furious assault. Yet, the result was the same. Her attacks barely grazed him. "I refuse to accept this." With Hela's furious outcry, her divine attire, imbued with her power, grew even more resplendent, and the very foundations of Asgard began to tremble. "Xin Ran, Hela can command all the forces of Asgard. Be cautious," Thor shouted in alarm. "Enough of your shouting. Behave yourself." Another resounding slap echoed. "You have gone too far." As Hela distanced herself from Xin Ran, she spoke with palpable ferocity. This fellow was utterly unscrupulous, having engaged in battles for millennia. With a swift movement, Xin Ran advanced and delivered another slap. "I am indeed bullying you. What of it? Do you have any objections? You shall not escape." Smack. "Do you have any objections?" Impossible." Smack. "Do you have any objections?" "Stop hitting me." Smack. "Do you have any objections?" "Is this your only trick?" Smack. "Are you mimicking my speech?" "Do you have any objections?" "No, no. I beg you cease." Smack. "Who am I? Master? Tony? Thor?" Chapter 108. Your guidance is requested. Though Hela uttered the words master, her heart remained rebellious, contemplating the notion of feigning submission, only to strike decisively when the opportune moment arose to usurp her lord. Could Xin Ran truly be unaware of her thoughts? Would he grant her such an opportunity? With a flick of her wrist, she received 2 more slaps, accompanied by a surge of mental energy that infiltrated her consciousness, instilling in her an unwavering loyalty to Xin Ran, forever acknowledging him as her master. In that moment, Hela's voice, now docile and enticing, echoed in the space. "Master, please stop hitting me. There are outsiders present." Xin Ran smiled with satisfaction and delivered 2 gentle pats, which was more acceptable. As Loki awakened from his unconsciousness, the first sight that greeted him was this astonishing scene, nearly causing his jaw to drop. In disbelief, he shouted at Thor, "Thor? Those 2? Hela!" Thor shot Loki a glare, exasperated that he had only just regained consciousness after the battle had concluded. "Stop your incessant noise. I have eyes." "Your eyes seem to be clouded with anger. What can you discern?" Loki retorted, "Your sister has aligned herself with a powerful ally and has secured a significant advantage, while you stand here like a fool, merely spectating. Do you not desire the throne?" Loki regarded Thor with a mix of disappointment and frustration. "Is it all you see? Hela being struck and calling him master? What else could it be?" Thor replied, "I ask you, who do these sentinels and that fellow Tony belong to? Is that even a question? They are under Xin Ran's command, and now Hela is also under Xin Ran's dominion. Tell me, between you and her, who possesses greater competitiveness? Who is more capable of claiming the throne of Asgard? Is that even a question? Of course it is I. Xin Ran is here to assist me." Foolish. Loki was left speechless. Odin was renowned as a formidable king among the 9 realms, and Hela was incredibly astute. How could Thor be so oblivious? Thankfully, he was not Odin's biological son. "Loki, what do you mean? You had better clarify your words. I can hardly be bothered with you. If you do not understand, so be it. Why not serve Xin Ran as a male servant yourself? Just see if he would even accept you. Regardless, it is a futile concern. Do as you wish. That throne will never belong to me," Loki concluded, opting not to continue the conversation. Their exchange was clear to Xin Ran, who silently acknowledged Loki's sharp intellect. Had he not voiced such thoughts, Xin Ran might not have considered elevating Hela to the status of a queen. Which would be more enticing, a powerful maid, or one who was not only formidable, but also held the throne of the divine, commanding the 9 realms? Undoubtedly, the latter. The notion of role-playing and such trivialities is beneath me. I shall speak plainly and directly. Come forth, all of you. With Hela in tow, I approached the divine throne beside the king of gods, whispering towards the direction of Thor and his companions. Even though we were separated by dozens of kilometers, my voice resonated clearly in each ear. Given my current abilities, it would be trivial to convey my message across not merely kilometers, but even numerous star systems. Upon hearing my call, the 4 immediately soared towards me. Aside from them, the surviving nobles, ministers, and military generals of Asgard hastened to gather in the temple. In no time, the hall was filled with people. Heimdall and several generals, upon noticing my presence upon the throne, were about to voice their indignation when I interjected. Look at you all. You have turned this magnificent temple into a mockery. Odin has just departed, and you already commence a civil war? If I hadn't arrived, would you have laid waste to Asgard? Is this how you, his subjects, safeguard the legacy of Odin? As my words hung in the air, a priest from the rear of the assembly leapt forth, brazenly declaring, "Humph! Will you to dictate Asgard's internal affairs? Who do you think you are to speak here?" Before I could respond, Loki stepped forward. With Hela's submission and the vanishing of the vast army of the undead, Loki had come to grasp the magnitude of my existence, realizing I likely surpassed even his foster father, Odin. After all, Odin, as Hela's progenitor, could only enforce a rigid seal to prevent her from seizing power, but could not fully subjugate her. Thus, at this moment, Loki made the wisest decision of his life, to stand by my side and serve as my subordinate. My second prince, I am but a servant, the charioteer of King Odin. I even cradled you in my arms when you were but a child. The priest, recognizing Loki's presence, quickly sought to ingratiate himself. Upon hearing this, Loki smirked mischievously. For merely being a charioteer, he thought, since you dared to speak, do not blame me for what follows. With a swift motion, he struck the priest down with a resounding slap. How dare you? When did my father ever raise horses? Cease your nonsensical babble. He then glanced at me upon the throne, noticing I was watching, and continued to reprimand the priest. To dare disrespect Mr. Exon is a grave mistake. You have no right to continue living. With that, his divine power erupted, obliterating the priest without a trace. The hall fell into a profound silence. After all, he was Odin's charioteer, a figure of considerable standing, and even the highest ministers had shown him the utmost respect during Odin's reign. It was no wonder he had the audacity to speak so boldly in front of the one upon the throne. I smiled, recognizing that Loki was effectively offering his allegiance. After the display, he cast a furtive glance at Hela and surveyed the remaining assembly, his expression turning grave as he declared, "Mark my words. Do not ever refer to me as the second prince again. According to ancient tradition, the goddess of death, Hela, is the eldest, Thor is the second, and I, the god of mischief, Loki, am the third. Henceforth, I shall be addressed as His Highness the Third. Is that clear to everyone?" The ministers present were momentarily taken aback by Loki's declaration and quickly acquiesced. Subsequently, disregarding Thor's peculiar gaze, Loki approached the throne, bowing respectfully and stating, "Mr. Xin, the future development of Asgard requires your guidance." After casting a glance at Thor, he added, "Wouldn't you agree, my dear brother?" The term dear brother momentarily stunned Thor, who instinctively replied, "Indeed, you are not wrong." Thus, all three offspring of Odin stood united with Xin, leaving the ministers with no grounds for dissent. They understood that following the king's words was paramount. Xin, pleased with Loki's demeanor, nodded approvingly before turning to Thor with a smile, saying, "You have no objections to Hela becoming the new god king of Asgard, do you?" Chapter 109. Executive Vice God King, what do you mean by this, Xin? Thor was bewildered. Wasn't it agreed that he would receive assistance? Why was Hela now being considered for kingship? Was there no integrity left? Asgard shall no longer be plagued by war, and the conflict between you and Hela can be resolved, for you are siblings. Must it be a matter of life and death? Thor fell silent, unsure how to respond. Xin continued, "Thor, if I am not mistaken, if you were to lose this battle against Hela, would you not be prepared to unleash Surtur from the depths, ensuring both he and Hela meet their demise?" "How do you know this?" Thor countered. "Let me ask you again. Do you believe that it is your sister Hela who is on the verge of breaking the seal, thus giving rise to the prophecy of Ragnarok? Do you consider Hela the root cause of the impending doom?" Sin's words mirrored Thor's inner thoughts, and with a complex gaze directed at Hela, Thor reluctantly nodded. "I tell you, Thor, you are the very catalyst for Ragnarok." "What do you mean by that?" Thor exclaimed. "To vanquish your own sister, you would unleash Surtur, and once Surtur emerges, he will stop at nothing to obliterate Asgard. Why do you assume Hela would engage him instead of retreating? Because you know that Hela would spare no effort to protect Asgard. Her roots lie here. Her power emanates from this land. To ensure your throne remains unchallenged, you would willingly destroy all of Asgard? You are a child of Odin. Is Hela not one as well? You possess a claim to the throne. Why should she not? Asgard is not only her foundation, but also your home for countless millennia. Your roots. While you may escape with your confidence, what of the thousands of citizens? What will become of them? If I do not intervene in this matter, tell me, Thor, are you not the primary bearer of responsibility for Ragnarok? Or is it that Ragnarok is merely a consequence of your own selfish desires? Upon hearing Xin Ran's words, Thor's breath quickened, as though awakening from a profound slumber. He hesitated, wanting to articulate a response, yet found himself at a loss for words. After a moment's pause, he finally spoke. Xin Ran, you are indeed correct. It was evident that he was not the sole bearer of the prophecy of Ragnarok. The numerous nobles present shared this understanding, and in an instant, they too were enlightened. Previously, they had harbored dissatisfaction with Xin Ran seated on the throne, but now they were entirely convinced. To speak frankly, Thor, the king of Asgard, you are ill-suited for this role. You would fare better as a carefree prince, unburdened by the weight of responsibility. I too yearn for such a life. Yet I must shoulder the burdens entrusted to me by my father and the responsibilities that accompany my station. At this juncture, Loki interjected, my dear brother, perhaps you should relinquish your burdens altogether. Our father is no longer with us. Whether you bear the load or not, he is none the wiser. Had it not been for Mr. Xion's intervention, you might have brought ruin upon Asgard. If father were aware of how you handle your responsibilities, I suspect he would be infuriated enough to return just to reprimand you. Did Mr. Xion not propose that goddess Hela ascend as the new monarch of Asgard? You are the second in line, while Hela is the first. Her succession to the throne is both reasonable and justifiable. Thus, you would be relieved of your responsibilities, and the myriad troubles of Asgard would no longer weigh upon you. Why not indulge in leisure on Earth, pursuing romance with your beloved? Loki's reference to my dear brother left Thor momentarily stunned, his mind spiraling into confusion. Yet upon reflection, he recognized the merit in Loki's words. After much contemplation, Thor's expression cleared as if veiling mist had been lifted. As for Xin Ran, I have no objections. What? You speak like a woman. I can hardly hear you, and Mr. Xion is too far away to catch your words, Loki retorted. I said, I have no objections to Hela inheriting the throne of the God King. Thor continued, pausing momentarily. However, she must return my Stormbreaker. Ha ha, that is hardly a problem. MJ Lulner shall also be yours, Xin Ran chuckled, then turned to the others within the hall. What about you? Do you have any thoughts to share? What thoughts could we possibly have? We listen to the king's words and follow his lead. What else is there to do? Step forward and seek demise? Upon witnessing Xin Ran rise from the throne and usher Hela forward, the assembly promptly bowed in unison, declaring, We pay our respects to your majesty, the God King. Hela cast a captivating glance at Xin Ran, then raised her hand coolly, stating, no need for formalities. Subsequently, Loki bowed deeply and proclaimed, Your humble servant, Loki, the god of mischief, pays his respects to your majesty, the God King. Hela's lips twitched slightly during their earlier confrontation. It was precisely Loki's cunning that had led to his downfall. Enough, Loki, no need for such formality. Thank you, your majesty. Individuals like Loki are invariably adept in any setting, possessing both ability and insight, and most importantly, the acumen to align themselves with the right cause. Thus, Xin Ran resolved to make full use of his talents. With a casual demeanor, I plopped down beside Hela, crossed my legs, and playfully touched her leg while gazing at the assembled ministers in the grand hall. I remarked, how delightful it is for a family to be harmonious, with such unity. Prophecies become trivial. With Hela's ascension, it was only fitting that Thor and Loki were not overlooked. Thus, I, in the capacity of your divine monarch, hereby declare, Thor, the god of thunder, shall be appointed as the HYDRA king of Asgard, holding a status equal to that of Hela, endowed with the authority to propose matters concerning the governance of Asgard. Loki, the god of trickery, shall be designated as the executive vice-king of Asgard, assisting Hela in the governance of the 9 realms. Upon hearing this, the ministers promptly bowed to the two, exclaiming, We pay our respects to the HYDRA king and the executive vice-king. Thor nonchalantly waved his hand. It's quite fitting to be called HYDRA king. However, the proposal authority can be disregarded. I am off to indulge in leisure, not to deliberate on matters. I must hasten to Earth to find a girlfriend. After a lifetime of battles, I finally wish to savor some enjoyment. Meanwhile, Loki was nearly overcome with excitement, almost kneeling before Xin Ran. After contending for millennia, I have finally attained the title of king. Though I am uncertain what an executive vice-king truly entails, it undeniably signifies my royal stature. Assisting Hela in the governance of the Nine Realms is indeed a realization of the supreme power I have long coveted. As the executive vice king, I shall wholeheartedly support Hela in ruling the Nine Realms, leading with fervor and dedication. Enough, you may all disperse, I commanded. Wait, what is it, Thor? You still haven't given me the Stormbreaker and Mjolnir. Hurry up, I have matters to attend to. Chapter 110, The Arrival of Freya, Xin Ran. Utilizing the subtle electromagnetic fields within Mjolnir, erased the divine markings left by Odin. Whoever could lift Mjolnir would wield the power of the Thunder God, thus reclaiming the hammer's true essence for Thor. After undergoing a process of fragmentation and reassembly, Mjolnir's capabilities had significantly enhanced, and Xin Ran transmitted the methods of its use directly into Thor's consciousness, ensuring he could take it all with him. Upon acquiring the upgraded hammer, Thor was elated, akin to a child, and he merrily departed Asgard. Had it not been for Hela's reminder, he would have almost left Stormbreaker behind in the temple, leaving the little axe with a hint of disappointment. Uncle, where do you think I'm headed? Just as I was about to engage in a meaningful conversation with Hela, an incongruous voice echoed through the hall. What are you doing standing there? Upon spotting Tony lurking behind a pillar in the corner of the hall, I was left speechless. Is it inappropriate for me to stand here? As an outsider, would it be fitting for me to stand at the front? Are you going to bestow a title upon me? I'll make you a monkey and send you back to Earth with a sentinel. I have important matters to attend to and no time for your antics. With a grand gesture, I waved my hand, and Tony suddenly found himself amidst a familiar environment. Murmuring, do we no longer even need to open a portal? After bidding farewell to Tony, an immediate transformation occurred in the magnetic field surrounding the temple, rendering it inaccessible to anyone. No one could glimpse the interior or hear any sounds emanating from within. Observing the alluring Hela seated upon the throne, Xin Ran smirked mischievously, wrapping an arm around her slender waist and whispering into her ear, "Your humble servant pays homage to your majesty, the God King." The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear, causing Hela to involuntarily shudder, feigning indignation as she retorted, "Impudence. Indeed, I shall indulge today, your majesty, forgive my transgressions." After reveling in Asgard for several days, Xin Ran returned to Earth, spending his days in indulgence and merriment, living a life of revelry. What else could Xin Ran do now? Aside from savoring life? Captain Marvel? Perhaps not, for she seemed rather unremarkable, failing to ignite his interest. One morning, as Xin Ran awoke, he heard a knock at the door. Peering outside, he saw the one-eyed Nick Fury standing at his doorstep. After gently tapping 3 times, Fury paused, cautiously awaiting a response. Taking in the surrounding ocean view and the opulent villa worth billions of dollars, Fury couldn't help but muse, the life of the affluent is truly extravagant. While I still possess power, I ought to secure some profits for myself, so that I too may enjoy such a lifestyle in retirement. Suddenly, the scene before him shifted. Before he could comprehend the change, a familiar yet foreign voice resonated in his ear. "Those who seek an audience with the esteemed Xin Ran must have a purpose, Director Fury. What brings you to my abode?" "Mr. Xin Ran?" Fury, bewildered, pointed outside. "I was just out there. How is this possible?" Xin Ran did not respond to his query, instead lighting a $50,000 premium cigar, allowing it to smolder without drawing a puff, simply savoring the aroma. He then addressed Fury, "Do not stand, take a seat." Fury, feeling somewhat disoriented, complied, cautiously perching himself on the edge of a nearby sofa, resembling a subordinate awaiting reprimand from a superior. "How fares the war with Japan?" Xin Ran inquired, prompting Fury to quickly organize his thoughts and report. Considering the international implications, the Department of Defense has refrained from deploying large-scale weapons. However, skirmishes persist, and comprehensive trade sanctions have been imposed, leaving Japan's economy in disarray. They are now subsisting on their defense reserves. I recall Japan was once your ally. This seems rather merciless, does it not? Xin Ran remarked with a teasing glint in his eyes. Merciless? Why would we wage war against Japan? Surely, Mr. Xin Ran, you are aware that had it not been for your earlier actions, the authorities would never have turned on their own ally? Fury thought to himself. Yet he dared not voice such sentiments in Xin Ran's presence, opting instead for a nervous chuckle to deflect the conversation. At that moment, Xin Ran's phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, she discovered it was a call from Rogers. Answering with a smile, she said, "It's been a while, Captain. We had talked about getting together recently, but I've forgotten amidst all the chaos. How have you been? Where are you indulging in leisure these days?" The familiar voice on the other end responded, though with a tone tinged with gloom. "It's been a long time, Xin Ran. I've been stationed at headquarters. After the Sentinel project was completed, Tony constructed several luxurious buildings in a rather discreet area north of New York to serve as the Avengers headquarters. Ever since its establishment, I have been residing there." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he continued, "Xin Ran, there is something I must inform you. Representatives from the Department of Defense and international organizations have arrived. They are currently in the headquarters. They claim to be here to review the Avengers' international legitimacy on behalf of the United Nations. Moreover, the authorities have demanded that we surrender the central system of the Sentinel." He let out a cold chuckle, adding, "I see at least a battalion of troops outside, all armed with heavy weaponry. Given the situation, if we do not hand over control of the Sentinel today, I fear we may not leave here alive." "I understand," Xin Ran replied before hanging up, her expression turning cold as she gazed at Nick Fury. "Did you come here for this matter as well?" Fury instinctively nodded. "The American authorities and the Department of Defense support the United Nations decision. They sent me to negotiate with you. To be honest, Mr. Xin, I truly did not wish to take on this task. I also have my own difficulties. Coming to see you is not out of choice. Enough of your nonsense. What United Nations decision? Do you take me for a 3-year-old? You think I am unaware of the relationship between the United Nations and your organization? Now you dare to impose this on me?" Upon finishing her words, her ability activated instantly, banishing Nick Fury to the most intense combat zone in the Japan U.S. battlefield. Without the support of the sofa beneath him, Fury felt his center of gravity shift, tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. Chapter 111. A fool's demise. The smoke-filled air and the cacophony of gunfire jolted him back to reality. He was no longer in Xin Ran's seaside villa. A bullet whizzed past his ear, sending a sharp sting that awakened his instincts as an agent. He swiftly dove into a small crater created by artillery fire nearby. Once he calmed himself and assessed the situation, he realized he was in the midst of a firefight between two armed forces, one representing Japan and the other the United States. Fortunately, he thought with a sigh of relief, he was grateful that Xin Ran had brought him to the Japan U.S. battlefield rather than elsewhere. Adjusting his position, he peeked out and shouted toward the nearby American soldier, "I am Nick Fury, Director of the Department of Defense's HYDRA. I command you to cease fire against the Japanese forces and come rescue me. Take me to your commander." On the American front, 2 soldiers, furiously firing at the opposing side, looked bewildered at the sight of the bald black man who occasionally peeked out from his cover. "Buddy, is he one of ours? How did he end up over there?" The uniform was absent, and yet he was just a black man. How could he possibly be one of us? Did he not claim to be the director of a bureau, threatening to eliminate our commander? The cannon fire was so deafening that I could hardly hear. "No," he said, "we were to meet his commander and bring him over to surrender. That son of a dog, he turned out to be a traitor. Mate, hand me your mortar. I shall put an end to him. No need for your assistance. My utmost disdain is reserved for betrayal. I shall obliterate that black scoundrel. Load the cannon, aim, adjust, fire." With a graceful arc, a shell flew precisely toward the pit where Fury had sought refuge. "Damn those white soldiers. I curse you." The exchange between those 2 brutes echoed clearly in Fury's ears. He could hardly believe that the illustrious director of S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the brink of death at the hands of his own men. The ominous sound of the incoming shell grew louder, and in despair, Fury closed his eyes, wishing fervently never to cross paths with Xin Ran again. Yet, Xin Ran's voice resonated in his ears. "Go tell them to withdraw their men from the Avengers headquarters within 3 minutes, and the leader must kneel to apologize to Rogers. Before noon today, hold a press conference to acknowledge the legitimacy of the Sentinel and the independence of the Avengers. From this moment on, the Avengers shall no longer be subject to any organization or individual. Remember, this is my final act of forbearance toward them." Fury opened his eyes only to find himself back at Xin Ran's seaside villa, the events that had just transpired seeming like a mere illusion. However, the stinging pain in his ears confirmed that he had indeed been to the battlefield. "Very well, Mr. Xin Ran, I shall go at once." With that, he hurriedly exited Xin Ran's line of sight, dashing into his private vehicle parked outside the villa, flooring the accelerator to leave the premises. He then pressed the emergency communication button in the car. Moments later, the virtual avatars of several officials materialized, and a voice imbued with authority inquired, "How is the situation progressing, Fury? What did Xin Ran say?" What could he possibly say? I nearly lost my life on the battlefield. Cursed be you wretches, Fury silently fumed. He then faithfully relayed Xin Ran's words to them. Humph, such audacity, to demand a withdrawal in 3 minutes and to kneel in apology? Is Xin Ran not being a tad too arrogant? Upon hearing this, the others in the projection nodded in agreement, with some even suggesting comprehensive sanctions against Xin Ran. Fury chose not to elaborate, merely reminding them, "Ladies and gentlemen, we have 30 seconds left." Silence, Fury. I wish to see what monumental consequences will arise from ignoring his demands. Very well, let them march toward their doom. They may do as they please. As he watched the second hand on his watch approach Xin Ran's stipulated time, Fury reclined in his driver's seat, surrendering to a tranquil repose. What is your attitude, Fury? Sit up straight. 3 minutes have passed, and nothing has occurred. Suddenly, with a crackle, the virtual projection call was abruptly terminated. At this moment, within the headquarters of the Avengers, the general who had been wielding official documents to exert pressure on Rogers suddenly vanished without a trace. Rogers, without a moment's hesitation, knew that it was the work of Xin Ran. Peering out of the window, he noticed that the soldiers stationed around the building had also disappeared, leaving only their heavy weaponry behind. Shortly thereafter, Tony managed to re-establish contact with Xin Ran. "Uncle, are you aware of this situation?" "What situation? Why are you being so coy with your nephew?" "I was just negotiating with the chief sent by the United Nations when that fellow suddenly vanished." "Who else but you possesses such power?" "Furthermore, Jarvis just reported to me that high-ranking officials at the Pentagon and the White House have also disappeared." "What? Do you have an objection? Is this even a question that warrants a response? Would I dare to voice any dissent? It's just that with the upper echelons in turmoil, I fear it might incite chaos across the globe. Can't you resolve this minor issue? For every person who has vanished, simply dispatch a sentinel to take on their appearance and assume their responsibilities." "Why didn't I think of that? It's a splendid idea. However, Uncle, I am quite curious. Where have you sent them? Do you truly wish to know?" "Well, I'm a tad curious. Recently, while traversing the cosmos, I stumbled upon a treasure planet beyond our solar system, inhabited by a grotesque M-lang of species, perpetually engaged in copulation. Regardless of gender, anyone who falls into their clutches meets an untimely demise at their hands. Those who have vanished, I have sent them there to enjoy life." "Goodness, Uncle, that is quite disturbing. TSK, a bunch of wretched old men. How tragic. If you wish to visit, do not hesitate to call me. Please, no need to be formal." After ending the call, Tony instructed Jarvis to take control of the national systems, obtaining a list of the missing officials and their respective duties, and arrange for the Sentinels to transform and assume their roles. Thus, the reins of power across the United States fell quietly under Tony's dominion. Meanwhile, on a planet under Asgard's jurisdiction, a massive spaceship abruptly emerged from the darkness. As the ship's door opened, Thanos, the harbinger of destruction from this corner of the universe, stepped forth, wielding a colossal blade adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, the purple Power Stone gleaming radiantly. Following closely, an overwhelming army surged forth, commencing a brutal massacre of the planet's inhabitants. Previously, it was noted that the protagonist, having traversed time and space alongside Tony and Rogers, discovered that parallel universes are not merely two lines running alongside each other, but rather multiple lines in parallel. Concerning the 6 Infinity Stones in the universe of the protagonist, aside from one space stone absorbed by the system, the others remain intact. This includes Thanos, who was not the one from the protagonist's universe that was slain in another universe, but rather one who traversed from other parallel universes. This serves to clarify the matter for everyone. Chapter 112. The transformation standing 3 meters tall, Thanos exuded an overwhelming presence, brandishing the tyrant's blade, which radiated a menacing aura. Compared to the figure he had encountered in another parallel universe, this version, empowered by the Infinity Stone, emanated even greater authority and confidence. Behind him stood his formidable generals, the Reaper, the Dark Star, the Black Dwarf, the Supergiant, and the Ebony Maw, each bearing an unsettling visage that sent chills down one's spine. As Thanos gazed at the distant Asgard, a swell of emotion surged within him. This place represented the second step in his quest to realize his grand ambitions. He couldn't help but remark, the scenery of Asgard is truly magnificent. It would be impossible for it not to be. Under Hela's governance, a sweeping transformation had been enacted upon Asgard. As the goddess of death, she was also a woman in love, infusing many architectural designs with her own vision. With Loki's personal oversight, the current Asgard surpassed the beauty of the realm during Odin's reign, resembling a paradise. Legends spoke of Hela's power being beyond even that of Odin, and Thanos mused that she had merely engaged in superficial grandstanding since taking power. As he reflected, the Reaper, while caressing his blade, sneered arrogantly, "Indeed, Odin is dead. Who among the 9 realms can stand against us?" His wife, the Dark Star, echoed his sentiment. Although the others remained silent, their thoughts aligned. They had already regarded Asgard as theirs for the taking. While they spoke, Thanos' formidable army had decimated the inhabitants of the small planet, thoroughly claiming the territory. The sudden upheaval on the subordinate planet did not go unnoticed. Heimdall, tasked with overseeing the 9 realms, quickly sensed something amiss. Standing motionless upon the Rainbow Bridge with his great sword, he suddenly opened his eyes and, in a flash, soared towards Hela's main temple. "What brings you here in such haste?" Hela inquired coldly, her tone devoid of emotion, embodying the essence of a frosty queen. "Your Majesty, a subordinate planet near Asgard has been slaughtered, leaving no survivors among its native inhabitants. The assailants are piloting a royal-class spaceship and appear to be quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Hela let out a chilling laugh and said, "I have yet to expand outward, yet it seems others have come knocking on my door." "Heimdall, at your service. Inform the acting vice-god Loki to lead 30,000 troops and annihilate them. By your command, O goddess." Heimdall then proceeded to the residence of the acting vice-god, relaying Hela's orders. Upon receiving the command, Loki was invigorated, akin to having received a surge of adrenaline. 30,000 regular troops. He had never commanded such a force before. Indeed, being a god king had its privileges, and his authority had vastly increased. With a respectful gesture directed towards Hela's location, Loki, the vice-god king of Asgard, vowed not to disappoint his elder sister. In Loki's mind, both he and Hela were deities of equal rank. His humility stemmed solely from her being his elder sibling. However, the primary impetus for his demeanor was the formidable pressure exerted by Xin Ran, coupled with Hela's overwhelming strength, which eased his conscience. After donning his armor and arming himself, Loki led an army of 30,000, guided by Heimdall, towards the planet where Thanos resided. Upon arrival, they discovered that the adversary had already established a fortified stronghold. Addressing the enemy camp with a chilling tone, he proclaimed, "I am Loki, the vice-god king of Asgard. Who dares to invade the territories of Asgard? Who is in charge here? Step forth and surrender to me at once, or face the consequences." His voice, amplified by divine power, reverberated throughout the planet. No sooner had he spoken than a figure emerged from a spaceship, the audacious general of the Blade. Confronting Loki, the general retained his arrogant demeanor, scoffing, "Vice-god King Loki? What a pathetic title. Has Asgard fallen so low that even a minor character dares to claim kingship? Surrender? Not a chance." Loki chuckled coldly. As the god of mischief and now the vice-god king, he was unperturbed by the enemy's insults. With his vast experience, he might not have discerned the identity of the barking dog, but he was assured that the individual held no significant authority, overshadowed by someone of greater power. "Who are you, a mere subordinate, to bark before me? Summon your leader to face me." Loki retorted with equal arrogance, exuding a regal aura that eclipsed that of the general. The general of the Blade, taken aback by Loki's superior stature, lost his verbal advantage, and, in a fit of rage, charged at Loki with his weapon drawn. "How dare you provoke me?" he bellowed. Loki, undeterred, commanded to arms my army. "Form ranks." At his command, the 30,000 soldiers instantly formed a divine formation, shielding their leader. A surge of power coalesced through Asgard's unique array, forcefully propelling the charging general of the Blade away. To slay a foe, one must first shatter their weapon. The general's strength was intrinsically tied to his blade. Even if his body were pierced, as long as the weapon remained intact, he could recover instantaneously. Thus, the apparent damage inflicted was insignificant compared to the psychological impact on him. Preparing to advance once more, Loki's voice rang out again. "Is this all you've got? Do you dare to speak insolently in my presence? Pathetic. To call me pathetic? Loki, your end is nigh." The general spat back defiantly. Once again, a bellow echoed through the air. Just as General Deathblade prepared to launch another assault, a gloved hand firmly restrained him from behind. "My lord," the general exclaimed, instantly transforming his demeanor by a complete 180 degrees, his previous hostility evaporating as he respectfully bowed to Thanos. Simultaneously, Loki recognized the figure behind him and found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 113. Where did this jester come from? The esteemed vice-god King Loki exuded an impressive aura. Thanos regarded Loki with a sardonic smile, clearly dismissive of both him and the 30,000 elite soldiers at his back. Having undergone immense transformation, he felt no fear of a mere Thanos. His earlier reflection on their shared past had merely stirred a sense of guilt. Quickly regaining his composure, Loki adopted an air of elegance and poise as he addressed Thanos. I wondered who possessed such audacity to invade the lands of Asgard and massacre its denizens. It is none other than you, Lord Thanos. Your grandeur far surpasses mine, Loki retorted, mirroring Thanos' tone, confident in his repartee. As for verbal sparring, I fear no one. Thanos let out a cold chuckle, bemused by the audacity that emboldened Loki to stand unafraid before him. Engaging in a battle of wits was not his forte. He spoke with gravitas. Loki, you must be aware of my purpose here. Be forthcoming and surrender the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. I may consider sparing your life. What if I were to inform you that I possess neither stone? Would you still contemplate my salvation? Loki replied with an expression of earnestness, leaving it unclear whether he spoke the truth or concealed a mocking undertone. Thanos, lacking the patience to engage further, gestured dismissively behind him. Go forth to Asgard and retrieve the two stones, at any cost. Yes. Upon receiving the command, several commanders mobilized their respective troops. In no time, an army of thousands assembled, revealing that Loki's 30,000 seemed somewhat outmatched. Do not allow them to breach Asgard. Block their advance. Seeing the enemy forces charging directly toward Asgard without hesitation, Loki barked orders urgently. The densely packed troops swiftly dispersed, and thus the two factions clashed. In a matter of moments, the numerical superiority of Thanos' forces overwhelmed Loki's troops, placing them at a distinct disadvantage. Thanos stood at a distance, arms crossed, and an expression of satisfaction upon his face as he observed the unfolding battle. At his level of power, he need not engage directly. His subordinates, the Black Order, were more than capable of handling the situation. Seizing the opportunity while Loki's forces were engaged in combat, General Deathblade charged toward him, filled with wrath. How could a fragile mage withstand the assault of an assassin imbued with warrior attributes? Within 3 exchanges, Loki found himself outmatched, rendered powerless, and unable to retaliate. As the General of the Reaper prepared to deliver a fatal blow to Loki's throat, a barrage of stones infused with pure, thunderous energy struck him, piercing his body with numerous transparent holes. Subsequently, streams of blue blood gushed forth from these openings, and the general plummeted from the sky. Thor! Loki exclaimed joyfully, witnessing the fragments coalesce into the shape of Mjolnir and soar towards a nearby location. Shouldn't you be calling me brother? A voice resonated before its owner appeared from the shadows, wielding an axe in his right hand and a hammer in his left, clad in resplendent silver armor that exuded majesty. In the brief exchange between the two, the General of the Reaper, relying on his weapon, managed to completely heal his wounds and rose to confront Thor with a fierce gaze, as if facing a formidable adversary. The once arrogant figure now refrained from boasting, his expression grave as he addressed Thor, the thunder god. Thor? Thor barely acknowledged him, retorting, Loki, who is this pretentious fool? He knows my identity, yet feigns ignorance. A mere dog under Thanos. Thanos? What manner of being is that? Such a peculiar name. Has he slain his own father? Do not insult my lord. The General of the Reaper transformed into a streak of light, charging once more at the two. Be cautious, Thor. Do not underestimate him. He possesses some skill. Loki warned urgently. Thor effortlessly hurled his Stormbreaker to block the attack. Him? Skilled? Oof. He merely relies on his blade. Do you believe I cannot shatter that weapon with a single strike, rendering him powerless? Loki paused, contemplating. Aren't you also reliant on your axe and hammer for your prowess? How do you know? Acquainted before? Is that so difficult to deduce? When Mjolnir pierced his body earlier, it left behind an electromagnetic force within him. By using Mjolnir as a conduit, I was able to uncover the secret within him. Loki mused internally, realizing that ultimately it was Mjolnir and the residual electromagnetic force that aided in this revelation. Though they no longer vied for the throne, Loki still harbored a sense of rivalry towards Thor, a natural dynamic between brothers. Upon hearing Thor's words, the general felt a surge of panic. His secret was known only to Thanos, and the notion that someone could unveil it through a single attack was utterly unfathomable. How can you expect me to fight you under these circumstances? I shall assist you. At that moment, the Dark Night Star, wielding a spear, charged at Thor, determined to support her husband against overwhelming odds. Why bring a woman into this? Thor scoffed at the general. Then, a surge of divine power erupted within him, causing Mjolnir to emit a resonant roar akin to a dragon-esque cry as he hurled it forth with a flick of his wrist. Under the dual influence of the divine power of thunder and electromagnetic force, the hammer shattered the spear held by the Dark Night Star, subsequently transforming into fine fragments that obliterated her form. No, General Deathblade, witnessing the immediate demise of his beloved, emitted a heart-wrenching roar, his tear-filled eyes fixed upon Thanos. In that fleeting moment, Thanos had intended to intervene, yet the opponent's methods were too peculiar, their speed too swift, leaving him helpless to act. Forced to watch his capable general perish, Black Dwarf and Supergiant are en route to Asgard. You should join them and vent your frustrations, Thanos commanded General Deathblade. As for the yet-to-appear Ebony Maw, he had already set forth with a contingent towards Earth. Yes, with that, he departed, his eyes ablaze with rage. Observing Thanos' entrance, Thor chuckled fearlessly. Watch closely, Loki. I shall bring this data of destruction down. Just as Loki prepared to counsel him, Thor charged forward, wielding both the axe and hammer to strike at Thanos' face. Unexpectedly, Thanos made no attempt to evade. He merely raised a hand, and in an instant, a violet aura flickered, ensnaring Thor and his weapons mid-air with a single hand. No! A heart-rending scream erupted from Thor's lips as Mjolnir shattered once more, the Stormbreaker splintering into fragments, severing Thor's connection to both artifacts, and his silver armor dissipated. Thanos sneered, casually delivering a punch that resonated with a loud crack, sending Thor hurtling back, rolling across the ground for several meters before coming to a halt. Thor! Loki cried out in alarm, rushing to assess his brother's condition, finding him motionless and curled upon the ground. Stunned, he quickly knelt and cradled Thor in his arms. My dear brother, please do not perish. Thanos is still here. What will I do if you die? With that, Loki fervently shook Thor's body, employing every method he could think of, pinching, slapping, to rouse him. At last, through his relentless efforts, Thor gradually opened his eyes, weakly uttering, You rascal, even if I survive that fiend's blow, you will surely be the death of me. With that, he spat blood, finally managing to stand with Loki's support. Empowered by the Power Stone, Thanos had merely delivered a single punch, leaving Thor in a state of near death. Is this the god of thunder, Thor? Quite feeble indeed, Thanos remarked, advancing menacingly towards the two brothers. With Thor devoid of combat capability, Loki bravely positioned himself in front of him. Yet, to Thanos, both were akin to mere ants, indistinguishable and insignificant. With a single hand gripping Loki's throat, he lifted him as one might a helpless chick, his expression serene as he spoke. Loki, all I desire are the Space Stone and the Mind Stone. Your lives hold little value to me. You are an intelligent man, and I trust you will make the right choice. The suffocating grip around his neck left Loki breathless, and he stammered, T2 stones, truly, are not in our possession. We have crossed paths before. You know I would not gamble my life on a lie. Beside them, Thor shouted anxiously, Loki is not deceiving you. The Space Stone and the Mind Stone have long ceased to belong to Asgard. They're on Earth now. If you possess the capability, go seize them there. What skill is it to bully us, mere brothers? Thanos cast a doubtful glance at Thor, tightening his grip further, causing Loki's eyes to bulge with desperation. With all his strength, he sputtered, Master, we truly are not lying. Loki, Thanos, shaking his head, let out a soft sigh before tossing Loki aside. I have stated my demands. I seek only the two stones. Your lives do not interest me. Since the stones are not in your possession, killing you is futile. He turned his gaze to Loki, who was curled on the ground, retching, before fixing his eyes on Thor again. I, Thanos, am a reasonable being. Though I may spare Loki's life, Thor, you have just slain my most cherished subordinate, the Dark Star before my very eyes. This debt cannot go unaccounted. Hence, you must die. With that, he strode menacingly towards Thor, resigned to his fate. Thor faced the impending death without fear, casting one last glance at Loki not far away, uttering his final words, "My dear brother, in the next life, you shall be the elder, and I the younger." A violet glow emanated from the Infinity Gauntlet as Thanos raised his fist, aiming directly at Thor's chest. Just as his fist was about to pierce through, a sudden, sharp pain from behind caused Thanos to twist his body, allowing Thor to sidestep and narrowly evade the lethal blow. "Do you wish to kill him? Have you consulted me first?" A chilling voice resonated, and Hela, the goddess of death, descended majestically into the fray. It was her two deathly spikes that had struck Thanos' back, granting Thor a moment to escape from peril. "Hela, I never imagined the mighty goddess would resort to ambush tactics. This is hardly in line with your father Odin's style," Thanos remarked, eyeing her with disdain. As ancient and formidable entities in the universe, they were well acquainted. Hela had once fought alongside Odin and had crossed paths with Thanos before. "Enough with your ramblings. Do you believe that simply wielding a power stone makes you invincible? If you seek a fight, come at me. If you cannot vanquish Asgard's goddess, I shall gladly take her place." The Soul Stone and the Space Stone, along with the gauntlet that could harness their powers, had languished for millennia in the vault of Asgard, untouched by Hela, who scarcely glanced at them. Was it due to her ignorance of their worth? Not at all. She simply deemed them beneath her. Hela possessed a degree of understanding regarding Thanos, recognizing that when she unleashed her fury, she could rival Odin himself, thus instilling a measure of caution in her. Yet, she mused silently. A single power stone might indeed fall short against you. But wait until I have gathered all 6 Infinity Stones. Then let us see how audacious you remain in my presence. A true mastermind must possess the ability to yield and endure, to assess the situation wisely. With 2 of the stones absent from Asgard, there was little sense in prolonging her stay here. It would be more prudent to retreat temporarily and rendezvous with Ebony Maw on Earth to secure the remaining 3 stones. Engaging in battle now would serve no purpose, Hela thought. We shall meet again in due time. With that, Thanos swiftly returned to his spacecraft, summoning back the forces en route to Asgard, departing with a hint of displeasure. Has he truly left? Loki, whose vitality had just begun to revive, gazed incredulously at the rapidly disappearing vessel of Thanos, his pallid countenance reflecting a mixture of confusion and astonishment. This is utterly absurd. He was scared away by a mere utterance. Thor, equally regretful, turned to Hela, saying, "You should not have let him go. Loki and I were nearly perished by his hand, along with Mjolnir and Stormbreaker." Hela regarded the two with an impassive stare, remarking, "Had you truly fallen here, he would not have escaped." Her tone, though devoid of warmth, brought a comforting sense to Thor and Loki, who understood the unspoken bond between them. Sensing Thor's disquietude, Loki stepped forward to offer solace. Do not dwell upon it any longer. Clearly, their trajectory suggests they are headed towards Earth. Consider what Earth has become. Even in the absence of Xin Ran, the near 10,000 Sentinels would be a formidable challenge for them. Besides the Space and Soul Stones, the Time Stone is also on Earth. Let us see if Thanos possesses the capability to claim it. Very well, you two should return and recuperate, Hela concluded. With that, the trio traversed the Bifrost back to Asgard. Through a series of spatial jumps, Thanos' vessel swiftly approached the vicinity of the solar system, and he was resolute in his pursuit of the 3 stones. He even contemplated whether Ebony Maw had already acquired the Time Stone. Chapter 115. The dreaded aliens return, my lord. The blue planet ahead is Earth. Shall we descend directly, or send out an advance team to scout the way? The chief strategist and formidable intellect among Thanos' subordinates, the Overlord, reported with a somber expression. "Oh, a planet that has yet to achieve even a Type 1 civilization. Why do you believe it warrants an advance team?" Thanos, as the leader, succinctly pinpointed the crux of the matter. The Overlord hesitated for 2 seconds, his demeanor growing serious as he replied. "The forces you previously dispatched, led by General Ebony Maw, have just lost contact with the main ship's central system. A planet that barely qualifies as a Type 1 civilization could not possibly possess the means to sever communications between 2 Type 4 civilizations. Not only that, but behold this." As he spoke, a luminous screen materialized before Thanos. The blue dots represented the satellites launched into outer space by humanity. While this may seem trivial, upon closer inspection, each blue dot was accompanied by a much smaller black dot. This indicated that each satellite was surrounded by a minuscule instrument. According to my recent analysis, the lowest classification of such devices reached the level of a Type 4 civilization. My lord, we cannot afford to overlook this. Thanos stroked his chin, gazing intently at the display, and solemnly remarked, "The existence of a Type 4 civilization on such a diminutive planet is rather intriguing. Supergiant, relay my command to dispatch 50,000 advanced troops to investigate the situation. Additionally, restore contact with the Omoho forces post-haste. As you command, my lord. I shall see to it immediately." The brain of Supergiant, connected to the ship's central system, transmitted the orders to her subordinates the moment she received them. Moments later, 50,000 half-organic, half-mechanical troops embarked on their vessels, setting forth towards Earth in an impressive formation. The live feed of the scene was displayed on the ship's central screen. After merely 2.5 minutes, the formidable army arrived near the moon, their sheer numbers nearly eclipsing the sun's radiant light. Meanwhile, some citizens on Earth noticed this peculiar phenomenon. The previously clear sky suddenly darkened, and looking up, they witnessed an eerie sight reminiscent of a celestial event. Yet, no one paid it much mind. They merely glanced upward before returning to their daily routines, heading to school or work. After all, an alien invasion was nothing new. Similar occurrences had transpired not long ago. In New York's International Park, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and gold-rimmed glasses glanced at the increasingly darkened sky and hurriedly said to his young grandson, "Quickly, let's head home to grab a chair and find a higher vantage point. Grandfather will take you to witness an interstellar battle." As Thanos' forces drew closer to Earth, they soon realized that the small black dots depicted on the blue screen were not the devices described by Supergiant, but rather living human beings. Furthermore, they were not equipped with any protective gear. Some were clad merely in floral shirts and oversized shorts, resembling the street urchins of Earth. Observing this, Supergiant could not suppress a gulp, her expression one of astonishment as she remarked to Thanos, "My lord, the conditions of outer space are harsh. Even I, along with the other 3 generals, could not endure such circumstances." In the original narrative, Omoho had met his demise in the void of space after being betrayed by Tony and Peter. However, Thanos merely scoffed coldly, "Divine or demonic? We shall soon ascertain the truth. Give the order for all forces to commence an assault. I am eager to discover what manner of beings they truly are." With that, Supergiant promptly conveyed the directive. In the next moment, the central screen erupted with a barrage of artillery fire, targeting every location where the street dwellers could be found. Indeed, those were mere theatrics concocted by the inhabitants of Earth, a mere fade, as the adults had wisely surmised. As the artillery was poised to breach the atmosphere and strike Earth, the streetwise onlookers remained motionless, while the recently bereaved General of the Reaper stood beside Thanos, his countenance reflecting pride. This unexpected flattery brought comfort to Thanos' heart. Yet just as he was about to utter a word, an anomaly unfolded on the screen. At the very moment when all artillery seemed destined to strike Earth, they inexplicably reversed course, returning at a velocity surpassing that of their initial launch. Witnessing this spectacle, the superstar widened his eyes in disbelief. The Reaper General was equally bewildered. Thanos' face burned with indignation. Only the dim-witted, short-statured black dwarf gazed with rapt fascination at the unfolding drama on the screen. Soon, a blinding explosion illuminated the screen. Were it not for the vacuum of space, the main ship, where Thanos resided, would have surely resonated with the thunderous sounds of the cataclysm, for they were not far removed from the forward troops and Earth itself. It was the Sentinel stationed outside Earth, tasked with its protection, who had intervened. Thousands of Sentinels simultaneously harnessed the abilities of the Iron Monarch, Eric, redirecting the incoming projectiles back to their origin. On Earth, the formerly starless sky erupted into a brilliant display, akin to a natural fireworks spectacle, extraordinarily resplendent. The young boy exclaimed, "Grandfather, how beautiful!" Yet after a moment, his innocent voice asked, "But grandfather, weren't we supposed to witness an interstellar battle? Why has it turned into a fireworks display?" The elderly man, with his hair graying, found himself momentarily at a loss for words, only managing an awkward smile as he gazed at the magnificent sky, shaking his head with a profound understanding. These extraterrestrial invaders truly seemed to diminish with each generation. Only a few years prior, they had the audacity to invade New York, yet now, alas, after a brief pause. The superstar reported to Thanos, "My lord, out of the 50,000 forward troops, fewer than 20,000 remain. What shall we do next? Have we discerned the cause? Why did the artillery inexplicably return? The humans near the satellites appear not to have intervened." Thanos inquired, his anger palpable. "My lord, at the moment the artillery approached Earth's atmosphere, the surrounding magnetic field underwent a reversal," came the response. After a moment of contemplation, Thanos commanded, "Send word to recall the forward troops. We shall go ourselves. It is but a trivial Earth. I shall not be thwarted." "Yes, my lord." Thus, Thanos' royal-class spaceship, under the control of the superstar, soared towards Earth. Just as the grandfather and grandson prepared to depart from their elevated vantage point, the sky darkened once more. The grandson, upon seeing this, erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Grandfather, grandfather, those damned aliens are back. Will we be able to witness an interstellar battle this time?" Chapter 116. Questions. At the meeting following the previous incident, Tony Stark unilaterally seized control of the entire U.S. government and wielded significant influence within the United Nations. Today, he announced sanctions against one entity. Tomorrow, he prepared sanctions against another. The day after, he manufactured difficulties for a nation he found displeasing, and the subsequent day, he instigated conflict in yet another country. Originally, the characteristics of the United States were defined by a fear of chaos. However, since Tony's ascendance to power, the entire nation has undergone a dramatic transformation under his vigorous governance. Firstly, he compelled his puppets to publicly declare that, at all costs, they must foster relations with the great Eastern nation and sever all support for the island. This action stirred up a tremendous uproar on the international stage. Without backing, the authorities quickly found themselves unable to withstand the pressures, and the outcome was predictable. Suddenly, the United States appeared to be nothing more than a subordinate to the Chinese nation, hastily taking the lead in various matters. Countries, both large and small, soon recognized the prevailing dynamics. It became evident who wielded power and who needed to curry favor. Remaining oblivious to this reality meant lacking insight and discernment. Tony's actions effectively cornered Japan into a desperate situation. Ultimately, under the combined pressure from both sides, Japan announced on the international front that it had historically been a territory of China, fervently repenting for its past transgressions against its ancestors and beseeching forgiveness to return to the embrace of its motherland. With no other recourse, China reluctantly accepted Japan, deploying troops to take control and reclassifying it as a province. The United States promptly withdrew its forces and suggested to the Chinese side to segregate Japanese men and women into two different locations, restricting their movements, forbidding intermarriage, and ensuring that no Chinese could wed them, allowing them to fade into extinction. This way, within a century, the world would be devoid of Japanese people, and the lands of Japan would wholly revert to China. Upon hearing this, China firmly stated that such actions, akin to destroying one's roots and desecrating ancestral graves, were in blatant violation of international law and utterly unacceptable. If the United States was inclined to pursue this course of action, they were free to do so. Tony, pleased with this response, readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, an international legal framework was hastily established to support their endeavors. Now, due to Tony's influence, the Avengers held a status in the United States that far surpassed that of the Pentagon or the White House. In northern New York, the original Avengers headquarters, which Tony himself had demolished, was deemed insufficient for his grand vision. The new headquarters spans 60 acres, more than double the size of the Pentagon, adorned with top-tier architecture and opulent decorations that surpass even palatial standards. The staff consists entirely of mutants recruited from the War Machine's dimensions, while Sentinels vigilantly guard the perimeter, creating an impenetrable fortress. At this moment, nearly all superheroes gathered here, and recently, Hela arrived alongside her brothers via the Bifrost. Once seated in the main position, a holographic projection materialized before the assembly, displaying the scene from outer space, where every movement of Thanos' ship was laid bare. After observing briefly, Tony declared, "There are 8,000 Sentinels amassed in outer space. I command we eliminate them without hesitation. They dare to bombard us just moments ago. Who can tolerate such an affront?" Both Thor and I wholeheartedly concurred with Tony's sentiment. This was absolutely intolerable. As Loki noted the emergence of voices, he promptly joined in. "What about you all?" Xin Ran inquired with a smile, glancing at those present. If you truly wish to eliminate them, why go to such lengths to summon everyone here? You could simply burst forth from Earth, resolve the matter with a few swift actions, or even lie at home and will them to their demise, don't you think? After a moment of contemplation, Rogers, with a sense of maturity, spoke. His words sparked a realization among the others. Even without Xin Ran's direct intervention, the number of Sentinels had already exceeded 10,000. With a single command from him, the end result would be effectively the same. Thus, it was evident that today's assembly was not convened to discuss the annihilation of Thanos, but rather for an ulterior motive. Ha ha ha, truly the captain, you are absolutely correct. Thanos cannot be killed, nor can we eliminate him. Xin Ran continued as he observed the anticipation in the room. You have all perused the documents at hand. Thanos' objective is straightforward: to acquire the 6 Infinity Stones and utilize their power to snap his fingers, thereby obliterating half of all life in the universe. This, of course, would lead to the immediate extinction of half of Earth's life forms, a scenario we must not allow to unfold. However, have you pondered why Thanos undertakes such actions? What else could it be? He is simply a monstrous fiend, Thor exclaimed indignantly without a second thought, his mind still dwelling on the destruction of Mjolnir and the Stormbreaker. The others looked on, somewhat perplexed, unsure of how to respond to this inquiry. Xin Ran smiled at Thor. What if I were to suggest that Thanos' intentions are for the greater good of the universe, to foster a better living environment for all races and forms of life? He elaborated. In our universe, including Earth and Asgard, we are witnessing a depletion of resources, which inevitably incites wars, poverty, hunger, and even natural disasters. Surely, you must be aware of this. Why is there a scarcity of resources? Undoubtedly, it is due to overpopulation, an excess of species, an overwhelming demand for resources. Hence, in an attempt to rectify this issue and achieve cosmic equilibrium, Thanos has resolved to annihilate half of all life. This, he believes, would solve the problem seamlessly. However, such a method is far too direct and brutal, and it cannot possibly garner public understanding. It is unequivocally unacceptable. I have summoned you all today to seek your counsel, to explore alternative strategies that might allow us to achieve Thanos' ultimate goal without resorting to the eradication of half the universe's population. As for why we cannot kill Thanos, I must confess that I am bound by a friend's request to spare his life. Moreover, I cannot refuse this charge. However, it is only Thanos who must be spared. As for his subordinates, you may deal with them as you wish. With that, the room fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 117. Let them in which friend's request? Undoubtedly, it is none other than the system. As Thanos approached the vicinity of Asgard, Xin Ran received an unexpected mission: to assist Thanos in realizing his grand ideals, with the stipulation that he must neither kill him nor annihilate half of the life in the universe. The specifics of the reward for completing this task remained unclear. What options did Xin Ran have? It was merely a system mission, and he had no choice but to comply. Those present could scarcely fathom the magnitude of Thanos' ambition. Willing to bear the scorn of countless races for the sake of undertaking a task that bore fruit not in the present, but in the distant future. I have a solution, Thor suddenly declared with utmost seriousness. Instead of wiping out half the population, we could simply eliminate a third. The moment those words left his mouth, an astonished silence enveloped the room. This fellow was audacious. His suggestion was both outrageous and trivial. Hela, somewhat exasperated, rubbed her forehead and addressed Thor. Why don't you just return to Asgard and continue your recovery? Realizing he might have misspoken, Thor quickly waved his hands. Forget it. You all carry on. I'll just listen. In truth, as long as those close to him were unharmed, Thanos' method was indeed the most pragmatic. Simple yet effective, brutal yet direct. Humanity is inherently selfish. The demise of others bears little consequence to oneself. Moreover, if the death of those unrelated to oneself allows for a more prosperous existence, why not embrace it? In the original narrative, had it not been for the Avengers losing their beloved ones in that cataclysm, who would go to such lengths to intervene? After all, one must look after their own interests, lest they face divine retribution. Though the assembly may have mulled over such thoughts privately, none dared voice them aloud. Yet now, faced with the paradox of avoiding the cost of eliminating half the universe's life while striving for such lofty goals, They found themselves at a loss for a reasonable and feasible alternative to Thanos' approach. Seeing the silence that ensued, Loki pondered for a moment before suggesting, if all else fails, why not start by eliminating a quarter and then gradually take out a bit each year until half the population is eradicated? Banner immediately retorted, you two are truly brothers. On Earth alone, 5 people are born every second while 3 die, resulting in a net increase of 2 individuals per second. And that's just humanity, not accounting for the growth of other species. How many celestial bodies populate the universe? Countless trillions, I dare say. How many new life forms emerge each year? Can you possibly keep up with that, Loki? Aren't we supposed to harness the power of the Infinity Stones? Just snap your fingers once a year, and it would be done. Banner continued. But then again, you're from Asgard, and I suppose a lack of mathematical education is understandable. I want to waste my breath on you. To embark on a path of slaughter, one must strike decisively, otherwise the task will never conclude. Loki's proposal of incremental slaughter could never achieve the ultimate goal. Is there really no alternative to killing? Xin Ran interjected coolly. The system poses a question that requires not only effort, but also intellect and spirit. Where in this world does one find a solution that satisfies all parties? My dear, shall we not first resolve the matter at hand? Thanos is about to approach the moon, and I fear the Sentinels may perceive him as a threat and strike him down. How will you explain that to your friends? Natasha glanced at the projection and cautioned Xin Ran. Indeed, you are correct. Currently, Thanos possesses only a single power stone, facing thousands of Sentinels. He could very well meet his demise. Tony, instruct Jarvis to employ the old strategy used against Ebony Maw. Divert those Sentinels away, and let us bring them in first. Uncle, you can directly communicate with Jarvis. Why go through me? What? Now that I am the shadow leader of a small nation, I can no longer command you? Just a jest, Uncle, what are you saying? After Tony relayed Xin Ran's words, the Sentinels beyond Earth vanished in an instant, retreating to lie in wait in various corners of the globe. At that moment, the Celestial observed the black specks on the screen disappear, and his mind began to whirl with thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he hurried to report to Thanos. My lord, just now, those humans clad in floral shirts and shorts at the Earth's periphery suddenly vanished, and all traces of a civilization of their caliber have dissipated. Upon my analysis, they must have expended all their energy while reversing the magnetic field. They are now utterly powerless. That is for the best. It saves me the trouble of intervening myself. With a sense of relief, the Celestial piloted the spacecraft directly through Earth's atmosphere. My lord, there is no need for the ship to land. Hover in the sky, so the Earthlings can see that their god has arrived. Indeed, my lord. Thanos' intention is straightforward, to instill psychological pressure on the common populace, inciting societal upheaval and panic. The more chaos on Earth, the easier it becomes for him to wreak havoc and accomplish his goals. Little does he realize, his subordinate Ebony Maw harbored a similar mindset. Upon witnessing the alien spacecraft hovering in the sky, the populace merely pulled out their phones to snap a picture, displaying no further reaction. Moreover, they shared the photo on social media, captioned, "This one is significantly larger than the last. Are we in for another spectacle? Instigating turmoil? Panic?" Such notions were non-existent. After securing the spacecraft, Thanos, accompanied by General Proxima Midnight and Corvus Glaive, descended via a teleportation portal onto a street in New York. The Celestial controlled the entire ship's core and the army of half-mechanical, half-organic beings, thus could not leave the nest lightly. The sudden appearance of 3 bizarre extraterrestrials instantly captivated the attention of everyone on the street, yet no one dared approach. They merely stood at a distance, taking photos with their phones. How does it feel to sense Ebony Maw's presence? My lord, he should be within a nearby building. It appears rather unusual. Let us proceed to investigate. With that, Thanos and his 2 subordinates boldly made their way toward the sanctum established by Camartage in New York. The General of the Blade advanced boldly, leading the way for Thanos as they approached the entrance of the temple. Upon reaching the grand doors, he extended his hand to push them open. As the temple doors slowly creaked apart, a delicate woman with flowing hair emerged before the trio. Chapter 118. Surpassing all expectations, gazing at the seemingly frail woman, an unsettling sensation gripped the hearts of the 3. An inexplicable foreboding surged uncontrollably from within. Indeed, the woman with the cascading locks, possessing an appearance of fragility, was none other than the retired Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One. Meanwhile, in the northern headquarters of the Avengers in New York, the newly appointed leader of Kamar Taj, Dr. Strange, was intently watching the live broadcast of the unfolding events. In the presence of the Ancient One, even the haughty general of the Blade involuntarily took 2 steps back, despite her not exuding any aura indicative of an overwhelming power. My lord, something feels amiss here. That woman gives me an unsettling vibe. Perhaps we should deploy our forces to seize control of the Earth first? The general whispered to Thanos, bowing slightly. I share your sentiment. Her smile sends shivers down my spine, raising goosebumps all over me. Black Dwarf concurred. Thanos nodded in silence, as he too felt an identical unease. The moment the general pushed open the door, he discreetly signaled the colossal forces stationed in the rear to mobilize. At that juncture, the Ancient One spoke, her smile radiant. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the New York Temple. Your companion awaits you inside. Would you care to join? Who are you? What have you done with Ebony Maw? Black Dwarf inquired, his voice booming at Thanos' prompting. Taking a step forward, the Ancient One replied, I am the Ancient One. Ancient One? Who is that? I advise you to release Ebony Maw immediately, or when our army arrives, I shall lay waste to your temple. The general, emboldened by the sight of reinforcements descending from the skies, taunted the Ancient One. Conversely, Thanos' reaction was one of heightened anxiety. The very mention of the Ancient One's name quickened his heartbeat. The reason for his invasion of Asgard and Earth at this particular moment, to seize 3 Infinity Stones, stemmed from credible intelligence that both Odin, the All-Father, and the Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, had perished. The 2 individuals he deemed most threatening were no longer present. Yet now, the Ancient One stood before him, unrecognizable not merely due to her flowing hair, but also because of her transformed demeanor and attire. As he cursed the informant who had relayed the news, Thanos simultaneously berated the Ancient One. You, an old sorcerer, have disguised yourself like a co-ed, concealing your aura completely. How on earth could anyone recognize you? At present, he possessed only 1 power stone, sufficient to contend with Hela, but against the Ancient One, what could he possibly wield? No matter how potent his strength, could it withstand a single blow that might expel his very soul from his body? Without further ado, one must recognize that the individual possesses a profound mastery over spatial magic, capable of casting one into a remote corner of outer space or ensnaring them within a black hole. Lacking the space gem, what means does one have to resist? Thanos suppressed the rising tide of fear within, casting a glance at the 2 imbeciles beside him. You 2, eliminate that woman and rescue Ebony Maw. With newfound confidence, Black Dwarf felt no reservations, even nurturing a rather peculiar thought. My lord, I find that woman rather attractive. Might I have a chance later? He chuckled. Hey, General Corvus, your wife is deceased. Why not join me? As these words escaped him, the previously jovial expression of the Ancient One turned icy. Sensing the impending disaster, Thanos hastily acquiesced to Black Dwarf's request. Do as you wish, but first, subdue her. Yes, my lord. With that, Black Dwarf let out an excited roar, his massive form lunging forward, closely followed by Corvus. Even if he desired her, Black Dwarf must not be allowed to reach her first. Seizing the opportunity, Thanos summoned an airship, leaping aboard and directing it toward the aerial stronghold. His original plan shattered, he resolved to acquire the Soul Stone and the Reality Stone first. With the power of these 3 gems, the Ancient One would pose little threat. He could always return later to claim the remaining 3 stones. In the face of the 2 fools, the Ancient One made no move to engage them, instead opening a mirror dimension and ensnaring them within, manipulating the spatial scenery to endlessly torment both their bodies and minds. Daring to harbor ill intentions towards me and speak disrespectfully? Let us see how you fare in there for a few centuries. Wishing for death? That is impossible. It shall be a fate worse than death. Observing Thanos' retreat to the ship, preparing to depart Earth, Tony Stark leisurely issued commands within the Avengers headquarters. JARVIS. Instruct all Sentinels. It is time to ensnare our quarry. Remember, Thanos must remain alive. The others may be dealt with as you see fit. After surveying the rest of the team, he continued, All right, folks, I'm keen to stretch my legs. Anyone wish to join? I'll join you. I've become so idle my bones have loosened. Let us go for a few laps to rejuvenate, Quicksilver declared as he rose to change. I'll accompany you. Rogers also stood. Soon, Black Panther, Spider-Man, Hulk, and others clamored to practice as well. I see no need for me to go. Xin Ran smiled at the group. If you were to join, the others would hardly need to stretch their limbs, as the battle could conclude instantaneously. Natasha, Ella, and Wanda chose to stay with Xin Ran. Once the others departed, Xin Ran lost interest in the ongoing live broadcast, leading the three women out of the conference room to the pinnacle of the headquarters, his exclusive private suite. A few minutes later, a fighter jet and several figures streaked through the sky, leaving behind elegant arcs and accompanied by deep sonic booms that captured the attention of the elderly duo. The old man looked up, a smile of anticipation gracing his face. Grandson, the figures soaring through the sky just now are your idols, the Avengers. Behold, the interstellar battle is about to commence. Yay, Grandpa! Has Iron Man arrived? Look over there, the elder said, pointing to the spaceship hovering high above, a fond smile gracing his face as Tony was just landing atop it. Grandpa, something's wrong. Look, aliens are approaching us. I'm scared. Suddenly, the boys spotted a mechanical entity resembling a Chitauri piloting a flying craft, and he clung to the elder, burying his head in the man's embrace. The old man cast a calm glance at the rapidly advancing foe, devoid of any sign of panic. He gently ruffled his grandson's hair and said softly, "Do not fear. It cannot harm us." As soon as he spoke, a powerful shockwave erupted from behind them, instantly reducing the oncoming mechanical life form to mere fragments. Grandson, that foe has been obliterated. Open your eyes and see for yourself. Indeed. What just happened, Grandpa? The child peeked with one eye, then withdrew his head, his innocent face alight with excitement. Iron Man once proclaimed that the Sentinels would protect every inhabitant of Earth from extraterrestrial threats. What you witnessed was the Sentinel acting just now. In the past, Tony Stark's vision of fortifying the Earth with steel, spurred on by Xin Ran, had quietly materialized, and it had even surpassed expectations. Chapter 119. Capturing the supergiant, what is happening? Why is the ship still stationary? Thanos roared in frustration. I commanded you not to waste time recalling them. Are you incapable of following my orders? A Royal-class spaceship, under normal circumstances, should have already exited the solar system by now, yet it remained stagnant, igniting Thanos' ire. My lord, I have not disobeyed your command. It is a magnetic field surrounding the ship that has undergone an anomaly, rendering the propulsion system inoperative. Why is this happening? Quickly, find a solution. I am unsure of the specifics. We currently lack the capability to manipulate the magnetic field's fluctuations, my lord. This issue is beyond my control. The supergiant gazed helplessly at his master, feeling impotent despite his earnest intentions. With a thunderous roar, the entire ship began to tremble, and Thanos instinctively grasped the armrests of his seat, rising to his feet. Supergiant, what is happening now? Thanos inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. Reporting, my lord. An unidentified object has landed on the periphery of the ship and is breaching our outer defenses. Then what are you waiting for? Stop them. If necessary, unleash a barrage from the cannons. My lord, due to the electromagnetic fluctuations, the ship's interior has succumbed to paralysis, making it impossible to execute a cannon barrage. Thanos was taken aback, realizing that their only option was to remain inside, awaiting the ship's hull to be breached and for Caecilius and his cohort to invade. In his mind, the only individual on Earth he deemed a significant threat was Caecilius. Yet he was unaware that Caecilius had long departed from New York. In truth, it was strange who should have just appeared at the New York sanctum, but coincidentally, the ever-journeying Ancient One happened to pass through New York. Thus, Xin Ran sent her a message, requesting her to make a brief appearance to intimidate Thanos. If the Ancient One had been genuinely prepared, she would not have donned attire resembling that of a college student. At the very least, she should have adorned her robes. To everyone's astonishment, upon recognizing the Ancient One, Thanos was so frightened that he was willing to sacrifice two of his formidable generals for a chance to escape. Wasn't he intent on instilling terror and chaos among the Earthlings through his own power? Well then, let us reciprocate by using the transformed Ancient One to instill a modicum of fear in him. This seems quite reasonable. A resounding explosion echoed as a shockwave obliterated a transparent hole in the spacecraft, allowing Tony and a dozen Sentinels to surge inside. Meanwhile, the other Avengers were engaged outside, honing their skills against Thanos' formidable army. Having finally secured an opportunity to engage in combat, they were determined to relish the thrill. Would fatigue set in over time? Not to worry, the the Sentinels would replenish their strength, providing protection until they recovered and could continue the fight. Upon realizing that the newcomers were not the Ancient One, Thanos' bewildered expression swiftly regained some semblance of confidence. He began to exude an air of arrogance and superiority. Did he truly believe that the Power Stones in his possession were mere trinkets? Did these insignificant beings dare to confront him? What a foolish dream. You can either surrender and depart with some semblance of dignity, or I can thoroughly thrash you first, making our departure rather undignified. Positioned a short distance from Thanos, Tony cast a casual glance at him before nonchalantly speaking, his demeanor exuding utmost arrogance, showing no regard for Thanos. Tony Stark? Such audacity. Thanos remarked with a smile that barely concealed his disdain. Oh, you know me? Tony replied, somewhat surprised that this extraterrestrial being could utter his name. Had he truly become so renowned? Indeed, your talents warrant your arrogance, but you're not the only one cursed by knowledge. It would be wise to temper your pride in my presence. Cursed by knowledge? You certainly have a way with words. Are you suggesting that you too are afflicted by such a curse? How shameless of you. This is the first time I've encountered someone so unabashedly self-aggrandizing. Then allow me to see what audacity empowers your arrogance. With that, Thanos lunged at Tony, the Power Stone embedded in his gauntlet glowing fiercely. Tony chose not to evade, igniting flames beneath his feet as he charged forward, landing a solid punch against Thanos. A deafening boom resonated through the air. At the moment their fists collided, Tony was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before unsteadily rising to his feet. Simultaneously, the vibranium armor he wore was charged with a violent energy from the tremendous impact, as if on the verge of exploding. With such meager prowess, he dares to wreak havoc on Earth? Tony swiftly launched himself back into the fray. Ever since the introduction of self-healing and metallic manipulation abilities within him, Tony had scarcely relied on the weaponry embedded in his armor during combat, under the condition of not fearing for one's own safety. Engaging in a genuine battle is undeniably more exhilarating. Embrace death, Thanos uttered coldly as he unleashed another punch. Yet this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A surge of energy, equal in magnitude, erupted from Tony, colliding head-on with Thanos' fist adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet. Without a doubt, faced with the might of the Power Stone, Tony was once again sent hurtling backward. Even clad in his armor, several of his bones were shattered. However, this time, Thanos did not emerge unscathed. The overwhelming energy forced him to spit a mouthful of blood. Unlike Tony, he lacked any self-healing abilities. I hold you in high regard, Tony, but how many more times can you unleash such power? You must be feeling the strain as well, are you not? Thanos remarked, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth and casting a cold smile at Tony. How many more times? Tony chuckled at his words. As long as you remain alive, I can keep this up until I see you dead. What? Does that fellow think I am gravely injured? Thankfully, you've reminded me. Once I finish you off, I wouldn't want to leave any loose ends. An ominous premonition arose within Thanos. What do you mean? Tony, uninterested in further dialogue, turned to the dozen or so soldiers behind him and commanded, you lot, go and strip that gauntlet off his hand, then capture him alive. Be gentle. Don't injure him. Upon receiving the orders, dozens of soldiers surged toward Thanos. In less than 3 minutes, the gauntlet was pried from his grasp. Shortly thereafter, in under another 3 minutes, Thanos found himself bound tightly with a vibranium chain brought before Tony. Chapter 120. Family Planning After Subduing Thanos. Tony directed the soldiers to escort him to the headquarters. Seeing his master in defeat, the supergiant, without a moment's hesitation, knelt and proclaimed his desire to be adopted by Tony, only to be met with a firm rejection. If you were a bit more aesthetically pleasing, with a more alluring figure, I might have considered your unsolicited request. But you, an alien, with that ghastly grin, how could anyone possibly take you in? More importantly, I have no idea where your reproductive organs are located. This is absurd. However, upon realizing he was in need of a spacecraft, Tony reconsidered the supergiant, as Thanos' vessel could serve that purpose. No one on Earth could pilot such a vehicle capable of interstellar travel. To facilitate his future journeys, Tony decided to retain the supergiant, appointing him as the captain of his ship, always ready to heed his commands. He also assigned 2 soldiers as guardians of the vessel. With their presence, the supergiant would have no audacity to rebel or flee with the ship. Just as Tony was about to exit and rendezvous with the remaining Avengers to deal with Thanos' remnants, the supergiant, trembling with trepidation, spoke up. Master, may I keep a few of Thanos' minions? What? Planning to consolidate the old guard for a rebellion? Upon hearing Tony's words, the superstar was so frightened that she immediately knelt on the ground, while her subordinates dared not act. I merely wish to utilize them to repair the significant breach in the spacecraft for my master. Can aliens not take a jest? Tony muttered under his breath. All right, rise. No need to kneel before me at every turn. Furthermore, address me as sir from now on. I shall fulfill your requests. Work diligently. I have high hopes for you. Upon hearing this, the superstar felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her shoulders. Bowing to Tony, she replied, Yes, sir, I shall not disappoint you. Her words sparked a fresh perspective for Tony regarding the remnants of Thanos. Initially, he contemplated annihilating them all, much like he had dealt with the previous threats posed by Proxima Midnight and her ilk. However, aliens, too, are beings, half machine, half life forms or still lives. Since they're lives, why not utilize them? If harnessed effectively, they represent nearly 1 million laborers. For instance, as the superstar suggested earlier, employing them to repair the spacecraft is a task that no Earthling could possibly accomplish. Moreover, could not those perilous tasks on Earth, or endeavors beyond humanity's current capabilities, also be entrusted to them? It must be said that since Tony assumed the role of a clandestine leader, his perspective has elevated to a global scale, considering issues from a worldwide viewpoint. Superstar, I ask you, can you command Thanos' armies? Tony inquired with anticipation. Sir, I was originally assisting Thanos in maintaining central control. Furthermore, my power is telepathic. Regardless of whether they're half machine, half living beings, or purely organic, I can exert direct control over them. Perfect. You need not act as captain. I have greater use for you. Thank you, sir. The superstar responded, immediately bowing with joy, her heart blossoming with delight. After all, among the once great Black Order, she was the only one still thriving. She could not help but reflect on the importance of choosing the right side. Aligning with the right leader ensures a prosperous future. Consequently, Tony relayed a message to the crew outside, who were toying with Thanos' subordinates, instructing them to cease wasting valuable labor. He also commanded the Sentinels surrounding the spacecraft to lift their control and instructed the superstar to summon all extraterrestrial forces back at once. Thus, the alien invasion led by Thanos was effortlessly resolved. Throughout the entire process, not a single citizen on Earth was harmed, nor was any structure damaged. The Sentinels' efficacy was evident. As the battle concluded on this front, so too did the conflict on Xin Ran's side, where 3 tearful Avengers faced defeat. After taking hurried photographs with the enthusiastic crowd, they rushed back to headquarters to continue their deliberations. Unlike the previous gathering, this meeting room now included an additional individual, Thanos, bound tightly by the Sentinels. Fear not. My friend, you need not be anxious. Believe it or not, this meeting was convened specifically for you. Just look at the honor you possess. Once Xin Ran took a seat, Tony gazed at the bewildered Thanos and spoke. Is this gathering for my sake? Are we to discuss how to dispose of me? It seems rather unnecessary, doesn't it? If you wish to kill me, that could be accomplished with a mere word, without such grandiosity that toys with one's psyche. You intend to eradicate half of the universe's life to achieve balance, a notion we are all aware of. Tony continued, while your ideals are commendable, the manner in which you seek to realize them does not sit well with our leader, Mr. Xin Ran. Thus, he has summoned us to deliberate on alternative methods to attain this lofty aspiration. Upon hearing Tony's words, Thanos found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He never anticipated that amidst the vast expanse of the universe, there existed individuals who comprehended his actions and were willing to assist him. Although their methods diverged from his own, they shared a common goal. Should they succeed, he might escape the infamy of being reviled by countless races across the cosmos. Yet, mere moments ago, he had contemplated invading Earth. How utterly inhumane. Ordinarily, such thoughts would be inconceivable for Thanos, but under the subtle influence of Xin Ran's mental prowess, his perspective began to shift. So, all of this was part of your plan? Thanos inquired, his voice thick with emotion as he looked around at the gathered company. They nodded, offering no further elaboration. Seeing that he had achieved his intended effect, Xin Ran withdrew his mental influence and released Thanos from his constraints. allowing him to take a seat at the back. He then posed a question. Tell me, aside from employing lethal means, can you conceive another way to fulfill your aspirations? Slaughter is the most efficient and direct method. No other approach can yield results in such a short time frame, and if immediate outcomes are elusive, future success becomes even less feasible. Suddenly, Xin Ran seemed to have a revelation, yet the specifics escaped him. It is peculiar how one can recall something one moment and forget it the next, only to be reminded by familiar words or sights. What did you just say? Please repeat it. I said that slaughter is the most. No, not that, the previous statement. Ah, so this is all part of your plan? Indeed, part of the plan. Xin Ran's heart soared with excitement as he addressed the group. I have a solution. What solution? They inquired in unison. Population control. Chapter 121. Are we still human? When the number of new births fails to keep pace with deaths, the total population will inevitably dwindle. If we cannot eradicate half of the universe's life all at once, then let us proceed gradually, slowing the growth of the population. By controlling the influx of new life, the overall numbers shall naturally diminish over time. Once all races experience the benefits of a declining population, it is likely that by then, few would be inclined to procreate. Humanity on Earth reflects this truth, and the vast universe is not exempt from it either. Despite the myriad of changes, the underlying principles remain constant. The evolution of phenomena invariably traces back to a singular truth. The unfamiliar terminology articulated by Xin Ran left the attendees perplexed, save for the flicker of understanding that crossed Tony's visage as he solemnly interjected. The great Eastern nation, the motherland of Uncle Xin Ran in its early developmental stages, implemented a policy due to its substantial population base and uneven resource distribution. This policy is known as family planning. Since its inception, it has achieved remarkable results, most notably in effectively curbing rapid population growth and alleviating the strain on resources and the environment, thereby enhancing per capita resource levels. These two aspects closely align with our intended goals. Xin Ran nodded in agreement. The entire universe resembles a colossal nation. Governing such a vast entity is akin to cooking a delicate dish. We too can adopt a policy to restrict population growth. Although immediate results may be elusive, what of 10, 50, or even 100 years hence? Thanos, akin to one who has discovered a new realm, was struck by inspiration. Such a brilliant strategy. Why had it not occurred to him before? It was astonishing that a planet barely at the threshold of civilization possessed such profound cultural depth. Simultaneously, Thanos reconciled his defeat on Earth, realizing that being bested by such individuals was not a cause for shame. The method was impeccable and indeed feasible. Yet the question arose, how should we implement it? This pertains to the entirety of the universe, which seems rather exaggerated. This is indeed a quandary, a monumental one at that. Hearing the discourse, Xin Ran smiled, sensing that their understanding of the power of regulations was still limited, and their perspectives needed broadening. He then turned to Thanos and said, the method is established. Please elaborate on the specifics of its implementation. The meal is served. It would be excessive not to partake. Without hesitation, Thanos replied, in truth, it is both simple and complex. Spare us the trivialities and focus on the essentials. Very well. This is not dissimilar to my previous approach, gathering the 6 Infinity Stones and harnessing the power of the Infinity Gauntlet to manifest the rules of these stones to achieve my objectives. My earlier plan involved snapping my fingers to eliminate half of all life in the universe once the stones were assembled. Now, I simply need to adapt that notion into a mandate, compelling all cosmic races to comply. Is it not the intention to issue a universal decree via the power of the Infinity Stones? Upon hearing this, Tony succinctly remarked, indeed. Let me ask you, where lies the difficulty? Thanos, momentarily taken aback, awkwardly confessed, to date, I have only acquired 1 stone, which you have confiscated, in pursuit of the precious gems. I have faced utter defeat and now possess nothing. Would you not agree that this is indeed a formidable challenge? With a method in hand, it is time to act. Xin Ran placed the purple power gem and the Infinity Gauntlet upon the table, casting a glance at Dr. Strange, and said, Sorcerer, the Time Stone is with you. Please bring it forth. Upon Xin Ran's command, without a moment's hesitation, Dr. Strange began to weave intricate sigils before his chest, unleashing the unique magic of camouflage. As golden light flickered, the eye of Agamotto, hanging from his neck, radiated a mesmerizing glow. Moments later, the green time stone gracefully soared toward Xin Ran, settling steadily beside the power gem. "Uncle, you need not look at me. I will voluntarily surrender the Mind Stone." Before Xin Ran could speak again, Tony interjected. No sooner had he finished speaking than a female agent, elegantly attired, entered carrying an exquisite box crafted from vibranium, placing it before Xin Ran. "Are you truly so bold, mingling with agents?" Xin Ran remarked, unable to resist the urge to tease upon seeing the agent's alluring figure. "She is merely an ordinary personal secretary. Where did your imagination wander?" Tony retorted, his demeanor unperturbed, as if his words bore weight. With 3 of the 6 stones now secured, only 3 remained, specifically 2. Since Xin Ran had transported the Space Stone from the original universe during his traversal of parallel realms, which was subsequently absorbed by the system. Thus, the Space Stone no longer existed. If the other gems were to vanish as well, it would indeed pose a dilemma. However, the Space Stone was an entirely different matter. As the master of electromagnetic forces, Xin Ran's understanding of space and the powers it could yield far surpassed that of the Space Stone. Electromagnetism permeates every facet of existence, from the vast cosmos to the minutiae of human cells. One might even consider it as electromagnetic space. Previously, Xin Ran had utilized electromagnetic forces to repair Mjolnir, which had been shattered by Hela, and subsequently handed the hammer to Thor, enabling him to harness the electromagnetic energy Xin Ran had infused within it. By the same token, if Xin Ran were to concentrate the power of electromagnetic space at a singular point, could he not craft a weapon akin to the Space Stone? What if the form of this weapon were to resemble a gem? In this scenario, much like Thor wielding Mjolnir through electromagnetic forces, could others not also utilize this gem to access the powers of electromagnetic space? Thus, would the Space Stone not be effectively recreated? It would merely be a change of form with the same efficacy. "Thanos, I entrust the Reality Stone to you. Return it to me here in 3 days. Do you have any objections?" This Reality Stone is currently safeguarded by the Collector in the realm of the Void. My initial intent was to acquire the Space Mind and Time Stones before retrieving the Reality Stone, but now, as a solitary figure, I am apprehensive. I shall return the Ebony Maw to you, along with these 3 Infinity Gems and the Gauntlet. Will this arrangement suffice? "Naturally, that is not an issue, Mr. Exxon," Thanos replied, a flicker of defiance and the desire to flee surfacing within him. Yet the ensuing scene let him no longer harbor any thoughts of resistance, even contemplating the act of kneeling in reverence, acknowledging him as a father figure, for he beheld the individual seated in the place of honor, diligently crafting the space gem with his own hands. Is this truly a human being? Chapter 122. The strong need not abide by rules. As the blue glowing space gem materialized upon the table, the onlookers emerged from their astonishment, simultaneously feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. Particularly, the female companions of Xin Ran felt elated. The greater his power, the more benefits it bestowed upon all present. Given the trajectory of Earth's development, it was inevitable that humanity would soon venture into the cosmos. With Xin Ran as a formidable ally, who would dare to challenge them? After all, one would be hard-pressed to find another in the entire universe capable of handcrafting infinite stones. In a moment of realization, they noticed Thanos had vanished, only to discover him kneeling beneath the table. Observing this, Xin Ran teased, "What has happened, Thanos? Why do you suddenly kneel before me?" Upon hearing his voice, Thanos instantly rose, bowing deeply in reverence, exclaiming, "Your might is unparalleled, my lord. I simply could not restrain myself." The others erupted into laughter, except for Loki, who was taken aback by Thanos' unexpected humility and his adeptness at flattery, surpassing even his own skills. Were it not for the presence of his sister and Thor, along with numerous acquaintances, he might have joined in the act of submission. Seeing Thanos' contrasting demeanor, Xin Ran found it somewhat endearing and waved his hand, saying, "Please, rise and take your seat." "As you command," Thanos replied, trembling slightly as he stood and cautiously seated himself. With a gesture, 4 Infinity Stones and the Infinity Gauntlet appeared before him. "With this space gem, I entrust you with all 4. Even a mere dog found on the street, with the power of the 4 Infinity Stones, could retrieve the Reality Stone." After so many years of aimless wandering in the universe, Thanos respectfully pledged, "I shall not fail your expectations, my lord." Within 3 days, no. Within 1 day, I will bring you the reality stone. Very well, go, Xin Ran responded. Thanos, with utmost care, donned the infinity gauntlet, meticulously placing each infinity stone into its designated slot. The moment the final space gem was embedded, a radiant blue light filled the conference room, rendering it nearly impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. Subsequently, a pained groan erupted from Thanos. Observing this, Xin Ran swiftly extracted the space gem from the gauntlet, causing the blue radiance to dissipate and Thanos to cease his cries. While wearing the other stones did induce a degree of backlash, the space gem nearly cost him his life. This was not due to any flaw in the stone, but rather because the power contained within it was extraordinarily potent, overwhelming even Thanos himself when combined with the Infinity Gauntlet. Once normalcy returned, a wave of dread washed over Thanos. Reluctantly, Xin Ran had to dilute the energy contained within the space gem by half. Thanos donned the Infinity Gauntlet once more, enduring an excruciating pain that, fortunately, subsided in less than 5 minutes. Subsequently, without inquiring about Ebony Maw's whereabouts, he tore open a rift in space and departed Earth, heading towards the void alone. With the Reality Stone soon to be acquired, only the Soul Stone remained, the most elusive of them all. Unlike the other 5 stones, the Soul Stone possesses a consciousness of its own. To acquire it, one must sacrifice a loved one soul for one stone, an eternal rule with no shortcuts available. Reflecting on the location of the Soul Stone, Xin Ran grasped Hela's hand and inquired, Your Majesty, do you happen to know where Vormir is? In front of so many witnesses, he engaged in an intimate gesture while still addressing her with the utmost respect. Hela's cheeks flushed crimson at that moment. She shot him a coy glare before responding solemnly. Of course I know. The cosmos is vast and boundless. Even though Xin Ran's abilities have reached unprecedented heights, he remains helpless in unfamiliar territories. Well, that saves me some effort. He mused. Hela, with a haughty huff, withdrew her hand abruptly, leaving Xin Ran momentarily bewildered. Then, a voice in his ear prompted an involuntary smile. Hela communicated telepathically. Well, have I ever spared you effort? Humph, do you look down upon me? Her teasing left Xin Ran at a loss for words, and he could only reassure her. Your Majesty, you do not spare effort. It is indeed laborious. Pleased by his words, Hela nodded in satisfaction before stating with gravity, I once traversed that desolate planet during a campaign with my father. It is a place devoid of life, utterly valueless. Why do you suddenly reminisce about it? The Soul Stone resides on that very planet, Xin Ran replied. That is straightforward. Loki and Thor returned to Asgard and announced that the unclaimed land of Vormir now belongs to Asgard. Then, lead an army of 10,000 to secure it, ensuring no outsiders approach. Once the Soul Stone is located, transport it to Earth. Understood. We shall obey your command, my queen. They replied in unison. With that, Thor bellowed, and Heimdall activated the Bifrost, sending the brothers back to Asgard. Truly, the goddess of death, adept in warfare, executed her orders with remarkable authority. The fluidity of her actions left Xin Ran too respectful to intervene. Only after their departure did he voice, My queen, why the haste? I had not finished my words before you dispatched those 2 simpletons. What do you mean? Is it possible that an army of 10,000, along with those 2, cannot procure a single Soul Stone? Hela queried, a trace of confusion in her tone. The Soul Stone is unlike its counterparts. To obtain it, one must adhere to its rules. The sacrifice of a beloved soul is required. Hela, upon hearing this, scoffed. What nonsense rules? They are but a jest. All rules in this world are fashioned for the weak, without exception. The strong are not bound by rules, especially not by those imposed by the weak. It is merely a trifling soul gemstone. What consequences could arise from my defiance of such a rule? My dearest beloved is none other than you, Xin Ran. If I were to offer you as a sacrifice to it, do you think it possesses the capability to reclaim you? Such audacity is utterly laughable. Xin Ran's words rendered Xin Ran speechless, while others around her expressed their admiration. The God King is indeed a God King, magnificent, formidable, and entirely just. Subsequently, Xin Ran patted Hela's thigh, her visage radiating satisfaction as she remarked, Truly, you are my esteemed God King. How about this? Summon those 2 brothers, Thor, and let us, as a couple, embark on a journey together. Upon hearing this, Hela appeared to contemplate something, nodding thoughtfully at Xin Ran. That planet is indeed an excellent locale for wild skirmishes. recently. I have devised several divine techniques, and you could accompany me to hone my skills. What did you say? A prime location for field combat? My petite god king. There are others present. Do restrain yourself. Petite god king? Am I small? Hela retorted, puffing out her chest. Sighing, Xin Ran mused on the cultural disparities that often lead to linguistic misunderstandings. Yet, such disparities are precisely what Xin Ran cherishes. Chapter 123. The final chapter. Upon learning the precise coordinates of Wormule Star, Xin Ran took Hela's hand and, with a single step, traversed the myriad starry skies to arrive upon this land. A glance revealed a vast planet devoid of life, only an expanse of desolation. The low-hanging dark clouds created an oppressive atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe, while the crimson starry glimmers added an air of mystery. After pausing for a moment, Xin Ran gently patted Hela and remarked earnestly, "The scenery here is rather splendid." A blush instantly graced her cheeks, and she looked up at Xin Ran with eager anticipation. "Master, do you wish to engage in battle?" Observing Hela's contrasting demeanor, Xin Ran reveled in this delightful disparity. Without further ado, the surrounding magnetic field shifted, and their figures vanished from the planet. Although the vicinity was desolate, employing some precautionary measures was only prudent. Such matters are better left unspoken. After a brief, tantalizing interlude, the two regained their composure. With the electromagnetic field dispelled, they no longer concealed their presence, allowing their aura to radiate freely. As the guide of Wormule Star and the harbinger of the Soul Gemstone, the Red Skull sensed the arrival of newcomers and hastened towards them. Upon nearing within 100 meters, the Red Skull concealed itself behind a massive boulder, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that floated towards Xin Ran and Hela. In this desolate realm, the arrival of two individuals warranted an air of mystery and grandeur. As it approached and surveyed them, a hollow voice emanated from its form. "Welcome to Wormule Star, Hela, daughter of Odin." Yet before it could further embellish its facade, the Red Skull fell silent, utterly perplexed by the identities before it. Who could possibly be so enigmatic? Without granting him any unnecessary moments of silence, Xin Ran directly got to the point. "The Red Skull. Is it? We have come to claim the Soul Stone. Please lead the way." Upon hearing these words, he nearly lost his composure, shocked that someone could so brazenly reveal his identity. "Did you not hear what I said? If you remain still, I shall ensure your soul is scattered to the winds." Very well, my lords, please follow me." The Red Skull clearly lacked the audacity to question Hela's words. The title of Odin's daughter was sufficient to command respect. Though visibly uncomfortable in the presence of these two, the Red Skull, as a servant of the Soul Stone, dutifully informed them of the necessary details. "My lords, the Soul Stone is unlike other gems. To obtain it, one must make a sacrifice of a soul, correct?" Before the Red Skull could finish his explanation, Xin Ran interjected, "You are indeed correct." Shortly thereafter, under his guidance, they arrived at the edge of a cliff. "My lords, this is the site for the soul sacrifice. Only by casting your dearest loved one into the abyss can you qualify for the Soul Stone." Listening to the Red Skull, both individuals exchanged knowing smiles. And then Hela inquired, "Master, do you prefer to push me, or shall I push you?" Although Hela possessed formidable power, it paled in comparison to Xin Ran's, particularly in terms of spiritual and soul prowess. Thus, to ensure safety, Xin Ran decided against allowing her to confront the Soul Stone directly. "You shall remain here and observe. I will descend to investigate." With that, he leapt off the cliff without a moment's hesitation. The Red Skull, witnessing their exchange and Xin Ran's audacious leap, was left utterly bewildered. The cliff seemed as deep as an endless chasm, and Xin Ran fell vertically for nearly a minute without reaching the bottom. Suddenly, before he could touch the ground, an unanticipated thought pierced his consciousness. Without a doubt, it was the Soul Stone attempting to claim his soul. Instantaneously, Xin Ran's mental energy surged forth, colliding with that intrusive thought. Without granting it a moment's respite, his consciousness aggressively counterattacked. Coupled with the electromagnetic field's constraints in this area, the strength of that thought quickly waned, succumbing within a mere 10 exchanges. "You set the rules, and I shall adhere to them in offering you a soul." With audacity, he stated, "If you possess the ability, accept me. If not, yield to my grasp. The rules of the weak are but a jest to the powerful." Upon Xin Ran's landing, an orange gem materialized before Hela's eyes. The Red Skull, witnessing this, spoke with trembling excitement. "Congratulations, Miss Hela, you have acquired the Soul Stone." At this moment, as a servant to the Soul Stone, his own soul also found a semblance of freedom. Just as he prepared to depart this desolate planet, a soul-binding constraint manifested upon him. Turning back, he was astonished to discover that the one who had leapt to make the sacrifice was still alive. Departing from this planet, you remain merely a spectral entity. Given a chance to be reborn, return and consolidate your HYDRA forces to contribute to the advancement of Earth. Upon hearing this, Red Skull bowed deeply without a moment's hesitation, eagerly acquiescing. For Xin Ran, facilitating his return to Earth was a trivial matter, yet it bore significant implications for the planet's future development. After all, HYDRA represented a formidable force that should not be underestimated. If utilized wisely, its potential impact was self-evident. At the very least, they surpassed HYDRA in strength. After acquiring the Soul Stone, the two did not linger on Vormir, swiftly teleporting back to Earth. Shortly after their arrival at the headquarters, Thanos returned from the void, bearing the Reality Stone. Thus, all 6 Infinity Stones were gathered. Upon witnessing the Soul Stone radiating an orange glow in Hela's grasp, a fervent gleam flickered in Thanos' eyes as he hastily approached, bowing respectfully. "My lord, my lady, I have fulfilled my duty and brought back the Reality Stone." After speaking, Thanos dutifully removed the Infinity Gauntlet and presented it with utmost reverence to Xin Ran. Before long, the others arrived. The 6 shimmering Infinity Stones appeared particularly resplendent against the backdrop of the gauntlet, prompting exclamations of awe from the onlookers. Under the expectant gazes of many, Xin Ran donned the Infinity Gauntlet. A crisp snap echoed through the air. Waves of immense cosmic power radiated from Xin Ran, enveloping the entire universe, excluding Earth's inhabitants. From that moment on, countless races across the cosmos would adhere to the following decree. 1. A married couple may only bear 1 child throughout their lifetime. 2. When the total population of the universe is reduced to half of its current number, this may be relaxed to allow 2 or 3 children. 3. Should the population subsequently swell again, the first decree will be reinstated. 4. A cosmic family planning committee will be established to oversee the implementation of this policy, with Thanos appointed as the chairman. After snapping his fingers, Xin Ran removed the Infinity Gauntlet and cast it into his spatial ring. Recognizing that this artifact would be a source of trouble wherever it resided, it was better to keep it close at hand. "Uncle, is that all? Must there be more commotion? But I feel nothing." "What? Do you wish to involve Earth in your calculations?" "Ah, I see." As soon as he spoke, a resounding thud echoed as the towering Thanos knelt before Xin Ran, eyes brimming with tears. "My lord, I am at a loss for how to repay you." Xin Ran's final edict had rekindled Thanos' sense of purpose, moving him to tears. "Rise and perform your duties well. I shall keep a watchful eye on you," Xin Ran remarked with a tone of paternal authority. "I shall not disappoint you, my lord," Thanos replied, bowing once more before gradually rising to stand respectfully aside. Through this event, the greatest conflict in the universe was swiftly resolved. Yet, the system's rewards were still conspicuously absent. In the days that followed, Xin Ran continued his life as before, relishing the exquisite beauty of existence alongside his beloved companions. Time ebbs and flows, and 2 decades later, Xin Ran and Hyla welcomed their first child, whom they named Xin. Born with unparalleled potential, he was destined to be a remarkable progeny of the universe. 30 years later, Earth underwent rapid development and gradually established contact with extraterrestrial forces. Recognizing the evolving circumstances, nations united to form the Earth Alliance, electing Xin Ran as their leader. 50 years hence, the other 5 women also bore children for Xin Ran, and to date, he has been blessed with 3 sons and 7 daughters, solidifying the Xin clan's dominion over the cosmos. A century later, as family planning measures yielded significant results, the mysterious reward initially hinted at by the system finally materialized. The fusion of abilities reached an unprecedented 100. Yet, the specifics of this newfound power remained elusive to Xin Ran. Reflecting on the centuries spent within the Marvel Universe, he recalled moments of humility while performing on the streets. The exhilaration of brotherly gatherings, the thrill of warfare, the heart-fluttering encounters with goddesses, and the serene mindset cultivated through an invincible journey. Suddenly, It seemed as though Xin Ran grasped a profound truth. That 10 of the unknown reward was, in fact, the very life he currently led. With a beloved partner by his side, children at his feet, free from worry, unrestrained, enveloped in happiness, fulfillment, and contentment. With a crack, an inexplicable barrier shattered. In that instant, Xin Ran sensed a flicker of electromagnetic force emanating from the primordial world.